Was honestly going and doing shit until something like 11 o'clock at night or something. I was tired as a motherfucker, man. By the time I got done with that, I fell asleep at like 11 to 11:30. I'm freaking out. Gentlemen, we are back at it again today. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling ready. And we got a lot of stuff to do. Defense is starting. Yep, I'm going to get started in just a couple of minutes. We're going to log on and look at everything. It's going to be a big day. I'm going to say that. It's going to be a big fucking day. I'm excited. I am very excited. So we're going to see what's going to happen, and we're going to go from there. So, gentlemen, sup, y'all? It's me. It's your boy, Asmongold. And today, we're going to watch the trial, obviously. And then after that, there was a patch for vampire survivors, and I might play a little bit of that too, man. I'm excited. It's going to be fun. So, gentlemen, is it time? Are we ready? I think so. Let's fucking do this. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna make sure I got everything in order, and there's nothing that's bad or shouldn't be there. I think that we are pretty much all good to go. All right, let's fucking do it. Did I miss it? No, I'm good, man. I'm totally fucking good. My hair is messed up though. Oh my god, my hair is messed up. This is embarrassing. Let me see this. Been there for 2 weeks. Can't imagine. Because mom was fun having the stream. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. There's a lot of new people. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me 1 second. Let me start this shit up, and we'll get it right into it. Let me mute the music, and we'll do what we need to do. Give me 1 second. There we go. We're good. And here we go. Let's see if I get this started. Say it. Sup, y'all? It's me. It's your boy, Asmongold. I already did.
There's no record evidence whatsoever that Mr. Depp ever saw any of the three statements about which Ms. Heard is purportedly suing him for $100 million. As Your Honor is aware, the elements of defamation are as follows. 1, publication.
That happened.
2, an actionable statement. With 3, the requisite intent. See Thorpe versus Sanders, 285 Virginia 476 at 2013. The requisite intent for defamation against a public figure is actual malice.
How's that?
That is, the statement must be made with knowledge that it was false, or with reckless disregard of whether it was false or not. See Sanders v. Harris, 213 Virginia 369 at 372, a 1972 case. See also Jackson v. Hartig, 274 Virginia at 2019. Reckless disregard, as Your Honor is aware,
it still needs to be
not
louder.
Measured by whether a reasonably prudent person would have published or would have investigated before publishing, ellipsis. There must be sufficient evidence to permit the conclusion that the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts.
Anybody not happy with that? Too bad.
Publication. Unquote.
This is what it's going to be.
St. Amant versus Thompson, 390 U.S. Supreme Court, 727 at 731. Your Honor, the evidence shows that Ms. Heard cannot prevail on her claim because she cannot and did not establish that Mr. Waldman made the statements with actual malice. Mr. Waldman testified that he conducted extensive investigation and reasonably believed that the three statements he made were true.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard presented nothing to contradict that undisputed fact. Ms. Heard has no evidence of direct liability because obviously, Your Honor, we need to talk about direct and vicarious liability, but it bears noting that she has no evidence of direct liability and cannot prove actual malice by Mr. Waldman when making the three statements at issue.
No, he thought he was telling the truth.
It is undisputed that Mr. Depp did not make any of the three statements at issue in Ms. Heard's counterclaim.
Yeah.
Moreover, in order for Mr. Depp to be liable for the conduct of one of his attorneys, there must be some showing that he directed, participated, or otherwise authorized Mr. Waldman to make the statements at issue.
Yep.
There is no such evidence on the record that Mr. Depp directed or otherwise authorized Mr. Waldman to make the three allegedly defamatory statements at issue in the counterclaims. Indeed, there is no evidence of any communication or coordination between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. regarding the counterclaim statements or anything else.
He's right about that.
For this
There's
reason
no way
as
to
well,
tell.
Your Honor, Ms. Hurd cannot meet her burden of proving that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his employment as our agency on behalf of Mr. Depp.
It's true.
Again, it bears noting that there's no evidence that Mr. Depp even saw the statements by Mr. Waldman until he was sued, served with the counterclaims well into this case. It was more than a year after Mr. Depp filed his complaint, and Ms. Hurd lost a series of motions to dismiss that she finally asserted her counterclaims, most of which have already been dismissed by opinion letter of this court. Whereas here there is no evidence of direct liability, Ms. Hurd must rely on a theory of vicarious liability to hold Mr. Depp liable for the actions, or statements rather, of his purported agent, Mr. Waldman.
Yep.
Vicarious liability is by definition, quote, liability for the tort of another person, unquote. So to hold Mr. Depp liable for Mr. Waldman's statements, Ms. Hurd must establish that Mr. Waldman himself committed all the elements of defamation. I know the court's familiar with this, so I'll try to run through it quickly. See Parker versus Carillon Clinic, 296 Virginia 319 at 332,
Oh, he's got the
2018
receipts.
case. Quote, vicarious liability is liability for the tort of another person. It necessarily follows that a claimant cannot make out a case for vicarious liability against an employer without first proving that the employee committed a tort within the scope of his employment. See also Roughton Pontiac Court versus Alston, 236 Virginia 152.
Multiple precedents.
156. Which standard Ms. Hurd has not met? And Your Honor, we cite a string citation to cases from other jurisdictions, which we obviously are not binding on the court, but we believe are influential. We presented those to the court for its review. It is Ms. Hurd's burden to prove by clear and convincing evidence, or ultimately, to prove actual malice by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. And while it is well settled law in Virginia, as Your Honor has pointed out last week, that an agent's knowledge can be imputed to a principal, and this is the Allen Realty Corp versus Holbert case, 227 Virginia 441 at 446. Ms. Hurd's counsel cannot cite any case law stating that a principal's knowledge is imputed to an agent. In other words, Mr. Waldman must have made the statements knowing that they were false or with reckless disregard as to whether they were false.
And he did not do that.
Mr. Depp's knowledge cannot be imputed to him.
He did not do that.
There is no evidence in the record that Mr. Waldman knew the counterclaim statements were false. Indeed, Mr. Waldman did not even know Mr. Depp or Ms. Hurd at the time of any of the alleged incidents at issue, and thus had no personal knowledge of what transpired. And this is reflected in the trial transcript that Mr. Waldman met Mr. Depp first in October of 2016, long after the fact. Nor is there any evidence in the record that Mr. Waldman subjectively entertained any serious doubts about the falsity of the counterclaim statements. Quite the opposite. The evidence shows, and it's unrebutted, that Mr. Waldman had very reasonable grounds to believe, and he did believe, and will to his dying day,
Yeah, he still
that
thinks
Ms.
this.
Hurd's claim of abuse were patently false. Mr. Waldman testified at length about 29 witnesses he believed disproved Ms. Hurd's false claims of abuse. See the transcript at page 6008 through 6012, and I won't run through all of that. But his testimony that two trained police officers, Officer Science and Haddon, were called to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, and saw no signs of injury on Ms. Hurd's face, as well as, quote, Ms. Hurd's own witnesses who have testified in various forms at various times that there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between May 21st and May 27th, 2016, when she walked in to court with her publicist, her lawyer, her former best friend who no longer speaks with her, for a no-notice ex parte TRO. Some of the witnesses whom Mr. Waldman has cited, they include Laura DeVenier, Melanie Iglesias, who, as Your Honor recalls, was Ms. Heard's makeup artist, who decided to end any professional or personal association with Ms. Heard.
How convenient. A lot of people do that.
Samantha McMillan, Hilda Vargas, Isaac Baruch, Trinity Esparza, Cornelius Harrell, Alejandro Romero, and Brandon Patterson, just to name a few. No reasonable jury could find that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice in making the allegedly defamatory statements. He was not present for the alleged incidents. He has no personal knowledge of any of the alleged incidents. What Mr. Waldman knows is a product of the legal work he did, the sleuthing he did on behalf of Mr. Depp.
Yeah, he looked a lot of stuff up.
Ms. Heard cannot possibly show that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice, and her defamation claim must fail. 2,
or that he was reckless.
Mr. Waldman is an independent contractor, not an employee. It is axiomatic, Your Honor, that a person who hires an independent contractor is not liable for the independent contractor's actions. See Sanchez versus Medicorp Health System, 270 Virginia, 299 at 344. An independent contractor is a person who is engaged to produce a specific result, but who is not subject to the control of the employer principal as to the way to bring about that result. See Atkinson versus Sachno, 261 Virginia, 378 at 284. That's a 2001 case. An outside lawyer retained by a client in connection with litigation is an independent contractor. See King versus Dalton, 895 F. Sup. 831, Eastern District of Virginia, 1995, where Judge Ellis, a legendary jurist known by all Virginia practitioners, held that, quote, a law firm attorney working with a client is nonetheless an independent contractor and is not an employee of the client corporation. In that case, the employer was a corporation, but the same logic
that would make sense
when it's an individual like Mr.
That would make sense,
Depp.
sure.
That was Mr. Waldman's role. Indeed, clients hire lawyers to obtain specific results, or to try to obtain specific results, but they do not control the means by which the results are accomplished. Lawyers, as Your Honor has reminded us, are subject to professional obligations to exercise independent professional judgment. We are not at the whim of our clients as much as we want to serve them. See Virginia State Bar Professional Guidelines, Rule 1:2 and 2.1. And just to quote 2.1, in representing a client, a lawyer shall exercise independent professional judgment, unquote.
To separate him from Johnny Depp.
As a matter of law, an independent contractor, and Mr. Depp cannot be held responsible for any alleged tort by
He's got the sources.
His attorney, particularly for statements about which he was unaware until he was sued for them. Mr. Waldman testified, and it's unrebutted, that he has his own law firm. He's not an employee of Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp or none of his loan-out companies have issued him a W-2, and Mr. Waldman provides legal services to clients other than and in addition to Mr. Depp, and that's found at the transcript, page 6020 through 21. All of that is unrebutted by Ms. Heard. Mr. Waldman's statements, the third reason for which we respectfully submit the counterclaim should be stricken, is that Mr. Waldman's statements were protected opinion. And I won't run through all of that, but very briefly, taken in their proper context, the counterclaim statements are non-actionable expressions of opinion entitled to protection under the First Amendment.
Oh,
See
shit.
Gertz versus Robert Welchink, 418 U.S. 323.
Going back to the Constitution.
39. That's a 1974 case from the United States Supreme Court.
Uh-huh.
See also Shacker v. Bufault, a Virginia Supreme Court case found at 290 Virginia 83, a 2015 case, noting that where, quote, all sides of the issue, as well as the rationale for the speaker's view were exposed, the assertion of deceit reasonably could be understood only as the speaker's personal conclusion, unquote, and finding in an accusation of deceit to be opinion. In context, Your Honor, any reporter or any reasonable reader would understand and expect a lawyer associated with Mr. Depp, as Mr. Waldman was, to challenge Ms. Heard's version of the inherently controversial events of the parties' marriage. Just as Ms. Heard's lawyers were quoted challenging Mr. Depp, and Your Honor will remember the context of these quotes that were in a British tabloid where Mr. Waldman's statements were buried well into article in which both points of view were clearly expressed, and Mr. Waldman was clearly identified not as an independent expert on the U.S. Constitution, but as one of Mr. Depp's attorneys.
Might get the whole case thrown?
C. Chavez, 230 Virginia 112 at page 119, quote, the most unsophisticated recipient of such a claim, i.e. any reader of the British tabloid,
and that's what it is, a tabloid,
made by a competitor against another, could only regard it as a relative statement of opinion grounded upon the speaker's obvious bias, unquote. Mr. Waldman has never did anything to hide his support and belief in Mr. Depp. Finally, Your Honor, and for the rest, ultimately, Mr. Waldman's statements reflect the existence of two competing narratives and are merely his subjective view about events that he never claims to have witnessed, and there was no doubt about that. Turning to the second part of the argument, which will be more abridged, Ms. Heard is not entitled to anti-SLAPP immunity. As a threshold matter, Virginia Code Section 8.01-223.2, which is, as Your Honor well knows, is the Virginia anti-SLAPP statute amended most recently in 2019.
What the hell is that?
Provides in relevant part, quote, the immunity provided by this section shall not apply to any statements made with actual or constructive knowledge that they are false or with reckless disregard for whether they are false.
Okay.
Here, in addition to Mr. Depp's testimony, several witnesses have testified that A, they never witnessed Mr. Depp abuse Ms. Heard, and B, that they observed Ms. Heard without any injuries, marks, bruising, swelling, etc. during periods when Ms. Heard claimed to have injuries, marks, bruises, etc. Such witnesses include, but are not limited to, Isaac Baruch, Kate James, Dr. David Kipper, Nurse Debbie Lloyd, Officer Sines and Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and former U.S. Marine Starling Jenkins. Ms. Heard's request for anti-SLAPP immunity should be stricken, and even if there were disputed facts as to that, the anti-SLAPP immunity does not apply because the defamatory implication of Ms. Heard's statements are not solely relating to a matter of public concern, as is required under the statute. As has become quite clear, Your Honor, Mr. Depp is not suing about any of the public policy commentary made by the ACLU when it drafted the op-ed.
No, he's suing her for what she said.
What he is suing about here are the three statements that were directed at him. He has no issue with women's rights. He supports women's rights. In fact, he was the one, Your Honor, as Your Honor knows, who made that first $100,000 contribution to the ACLU, and he made it also
in Amber's name
to the CHLA.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. Mr. Chu has largely just read his brief and confined his arguments to those directed in the motion, but like we saw with the last motion to strike, He's now directing his arguments to something other than what's at issue here, and I would object because I think making an argument not to you but to the cameras, it's disrespectful to the court and everyone's time, and it also threatens to undermine the integrity of this process and risk the jury being influenced by outside factors.
Well, it's his argument. I'll allow him to do his
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was trying to say,
Anyway,
what Mr.
get
Depp
back
is
to the
suing
script.
about are the three statements. And it's very clear,
sit back down.
despite the pious opening statement that about the First Amendment, that with the testimony of Terrence Doherty and the emails that were admitted as exhibits, that the ACLU and Ms. Heard were conspiring to make it very clear that those three statements were related to Mr. Depp, because otherwise
Yes.
nobody had any interest in the article. And it's crystal clear from that. They wanted to time this thing with the release of Aquaman, which was her first film of any significance in terms of popularity.
Her role, too.
And to do that. That's very clear. So the charade that this had something to do with public policy is risible, and that is not why the anti-SLAPP protections were enacted. They were enacted to protect the rest of the article, not what Mr. Depp is suing about. As generally analyzed by the courts, a matter of public concern is one which relates to, quote, a matter of political, social, or other concern to the community, unquote, as opposed to a matter of only, quote, personal interest, unquote. That's Connick versus Myers, 461 U.S. 138 at page 146. Instead, the defamatory implication at issue in each of the three statements at bar relate to the personal grievances between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, which does not rise to the level of a matter of public concern with broader implications for society beyond the two litigants in this action any more than Mr. Waldman's statements. I mean,
here we go.
Adding the gloss of public policy might immunize the statements that relate to public policy, but those are not at issue here. Mr. Depp agrees with those statements. We're talking about the three statements that they very intentionally and very cleverly
They were about him.
Put in to make it clear the implication that it was about Mr. Depp.
Obviously.
They had lawyers from the ACLU working around the clock with Eric George to be as clever about this as possible. And Your Honor,
it wasn't very clever either.
Of Mr. Doherty about the consternation at the ACLU when they realized that USA Today and everybody else who read the article knew darn well that this was about Mr. Depp.
Yep.
This cannot be protected by the anti-SLAPP statute. It is a cynical runaround. And I think now that we have the undisputed evidence from the ACLU in the form of the testimony of Terrence Doherty, who's not only their corporate representative, he was their general counsel. He is a brainiac lawyer. They knew exactly what they were doing, Your Honor. And one of the, he referred to testimony of a woman at the ACLU who said she had nightmares about Ms. Heard, and he expressed no concern about that. Now, that was either because
I wonder
they
why.
knew about that was either a reference to this game they were playing with the op-ed or the conspiracy they had to cover up her failure to make the donations. The donations became pledges, but we have evidence that she refused to sign the pledge card. So she's caught either way. Simply stated, Your Honor,
oh my God.
Mr. Depp is not suing Ms. Heard for making statements about society in general. I think that's very clear from the record evidence.
It gets
Mr.
worse.
Depp is suing her for publicly naming him as an abuser by implication and forever tarnishing his good name. An act that, coming from an ex-spouse, is fundamentally personal in nature.
Absolutely.
For that reason as well, Your Honor, Virginia's anti-SLAPP statute is not applicable. And based on the foregoing, Your Honor, Mr. Depp respectfully submits that the court should grant plaintiff's motion to strike the counterclaims and also strike her claim that she is immune under the anti-SLAPP statute. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
How do you even follow that up? Like, this is, I mean, that was
Thank you, Your Honor.
bad.
As Your Honor knows, the trial court is required to accept as
Yeah.
true all the evidence favorable to Amber at this point, as well as any reasonable inference a jury might draw therefrom, which would sustain the counterclaim. That's the correct standard here. I'll address the actual malice argument first, the agency argument. Your Honor, there's plenty of evidence in the record from which the jury could determine that Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's agent. He made those statements. The statements referred to him as Mr. Depp's attorney. As Your Honor ruled on Friday with respect to the jury instruction conference, an attorney is an agent of his client.
The article
Mr.
wasn't
Waldman
written by him.
Testified that he's been Mr. Depp's attorney since 2016. He freely admitted speaking to the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, and he refused to answer question after question about that agency, so we can't use that as a sword now.
Refused.
Mr. Chu puts a lot of
Attorney-client
emphasis
privilege.
on the fact that Mr. Depp allegedly didn't see the comments that were made that are the subject of the counterclaim. But as Your Honor well knows, whether he saw them or not is not the standard for agency. There's also evidence that Mr. Depp met with the Daily Mail with Mr. Waldman prior to the defamatory statements being made and released. I believe that was in February of 2020, just 2 months prior. Mr. Waldman also concocted a story that Amber was being investigated for perjury by filing a perjury complaint against her with the LAPD. He disregarded any evidence that he didn't believe would fit in his narrative, that would fit in this story that he was speaking about on behalf of Mr. Depp. And after Mr. Depp lost the UK proceeding, after Mr. Depp was ruled to be a wife beater by the court in the UK proceeding,
He wasn't ruled to be a
the
wife
court
beater.
there found him to be a wife beater. Mr. Waldman then got an overseas
That's not what they
tabloid
said.
to run a story claiming that Amber was being investigated for perjury, which simply wasn't true. He walked into the LAPD, filed a complaint for perjury against Ms. Heard, found a media outlet that doesn't follow the two-source rule, and then he had let the world believe that the LAPD was investigating Ms. Heard for perjury. That's a shameful and a sickening example, Your Honor, of the lengths that Mr. Depp, through his agent, Mr. Waldman, would go to smear and to
His
defame Amber
agent?
Heard, and that continued in the 3 statements in the counterclaim.
We already talked to
Your
his
Honor's
agent.
heard evidence. I won't go through all the evidence, but Your Honor's heard evidence from Ron Schnell, who's traced the negative hashtags toward Amber Heard online associated with those defamatory statements, and noted the staggeringly high number of them that were associated with Mr. Waldman. Under the principles of the agent-principal relationship in Virginia, Your Honor, when Mr. Waldman made those statements, he was standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. They are one and the same for the purposes of those statements. As Your Honor discussed at length on Friday, Mr. Waldman made these statements with actual malice. There's plenty of evidence from which the jury could infer that, and his own, both from the actual malice from Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's own reckless disregard of facts that didn't support Mr. Depp.
There's a
His
lot of
attempts
evidence.
to manufacture false
Where?
evidence that did. As Your Honor found in the hearing, I believe it was on March 24th, after Your Honor denied Mr. Depp's motion for summary judgment, Your Honor said, as to malice, a fact finder could reasonably conclude that Mr. Waldman made the statements with malice because Mr. Waldman has no personal knowledge of the party's marriage and still made the statements at issue. Nothing in this case has changed that. If anything, the evidence has only made it more clear that that is an inference that the jury
He had no
can
knowledge?
and we believe will find.
But he knew all the people.
So, Your Honor,
By memory.
there's no basis to grant a motion to strike on this agency argument, on the actual malice argument. The evidence shows that not only was Mr. Waldman Mr. Depp's agent, but that the two of them conspired to falsely accuse Amber of creating a hoax and falsify evidence that they believed supported their,
where's
their
the evidence?
theory and what they wanted to
Okay.
achieve. As Your Honor well knows, too, I won't go through all the law, but both agency and malice can be inferred through circumstantial evidence. There's plenty of evidence in the record from which the jury could infer those. Moving on, Your Honor, to the independent contractor, the court's already rejected this argument. Ruled that an attorney-client have a principal-agent relationship, and as Your Honor said on Friday, there's no evidence in this case of anything otherwise. As to the argument that the counterclaim statements are statements of opinion, the court has already found twice that they are not statements of opinion, both on January 4th, 2021, in its opinion letter denying Mr. Depp's demur as to the counterclaim statements, and at the motion for summary judgment hearing in March of this year. As to the anti-SLAPP argument, the court again has already ruled at the March 24th, 2021 opinion that the statements are as a matter of law regarding matters of public opinion. The court has already ruled that. Therefore, the only remaining issue for anti-SLAPP is whether the intent element of immunity is met. As we discussed on Friday, the intent element of immunity is substantially the same as the actual malice standard,
Okay.
which the evidence in this case easily allows a jury to find in favor of Ms. Heard on that. I won't go through the litany of evidence that supports that Mr. Depp is an abuser here, but I'll touch on a few things that relate to Mr. Chu's argument. One, Mr. Chu was totally misrepresenting Mr. Doherty's testimony. There's not a single piece of evidence, Your Honor, in this case suggesting that Ms. Heard and the ACLU were somehow conspiring to achieve a defamatory implication to Mr. Depp. That's simply not what Mr. Doherty said. Mr. Chu's feel free to argue that to the jury, but that's not what his testimony reflects.
Yeah,
Your
I
Honor,
wonder.
there's also
I bet it is.
plenty of evidence that's been adduced both in Mr. Depp's claim and in Ms. Heard's counterclaim that show that absolutely that the counterclaim statements are 100% false. There was no hoax perpetrated. Mr. Depp is an abuser who abused Ms. Heard. She did not conspire with her friends to create a hoax. She did not create a hoax herself. And just very briefly, some of the evidence that's come up since the last motion to strike, Your Honor, that Mr. Chu conveniently disregards in his brief are the testimony of Rocky Pennington, the testimony of Josh Drew, the testimony of Elizabeth Mars, all of whom completely corroborate Ms. Heard's account of the events of May 21st, 2016.
No, they don't.
The testimony of Melanie Iglesias, who testified that she covered Ms. Heard's bruises with makeup right after the December 15th incident, that provided ample testimony to support that Ms. Heard often would cover her bruises that were caused by the plaintiff in this case, by Mr. Depp, with makeup. He ignores the evidence of Christy Sexton. He ignores the evidence of Io Tillett Wright. He ignores the evidence of Whitney Enriquez.
What evidence?
All of these witnesses and others have testified extensively about Mr. Depp's abusive behavior.
That's
toward
not
Ms. Heard.
evidence.
Physical abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse, verbal abuse, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's own writings, recordings, pictures, and videos confirm that. The list goes on. There's abundant evidence in the record, Your Honor, from which the jury could, and again, we believe will find that Ms. Heard is not liable for defamation to Mr. Depp, and therefore, by definition, she has not acted with actual malice, and based on the court's rulings on March 24th, 2021, she would be entitled to anti-SLAPP immunity, which would permit her to ask the court to award attorney's fees against Mr. Depp.
Oh my God.
So with that, Your Honor, I'm happy to answer any questions the court has.
That's
but
fine.
that
Thank you,
covers it.
sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir?
I like how,
Your Honor, I will be brief in deference to the court's time and the jury's time.
uh-oh, here we go. It's like there was no
What
evidence
Mr.
at all.
Rottenborn said about Mr. Waldman's allegedly going to the LAPD about perjury is a complete non sequitur. If they thought that that were somehow improper conduct, they could have included it in their counterclaims. They included everything else but the kitchen sink, and most of it was thrown out. There was nothing in there about Mr. Waldman going to the LAPD. So that is a very clear
Grasping at
non
straws.
sequitur, red herring
Yeah.
distraction. Number two, when Your Honor ruled on summary judgment on the issue of the counterclaims, Your Honor was dealing with a different standard and a different evidentiary record. At that time, Mr. Waldman had not testified, which is material. Mr. Waldman has now testified for purposes of trial. We have his trial testimony. It's very clear that he did not act with actual malice. They didn't even argue that. So that's pretty clear. And again, this is consistent. The third point is that it's all about games. They didn't sue Mr. Waldman on the three statements. They didn't try to fill the hole. They've been telling us for a week that they're going to call Mr. Depp to try to fill the hole in their counterclaims. They didn't do that.
Yeah.
And it's very consistent with the game playing. Let's go into court after the police have found no problem.
Multiple
and
times.
after witness who had no relationship with each other said there are no visible marks. Let's not give Mr. Depp's lawyer the required 24-hour notice before the TRO. Let's march into court with our publicist, with our lawyer, with our best friend who no longer talks to her. Let's get a TRO. And when the Me Too folks say, why are you taking $7 million from an abuser? They said, I didn't take money from the abuser. I gave it all to charity. Well,
But that
they
didn't happen.
I don't think anybody should feel bad about them stiffing the ACLU, given what the ACLU did in this case, which is a monstrosity.
True.
But she did stiff the sick and dying children.
Actually
It
true.
is gamesmanship, and that's what
Fuck
she's
'em.
doing here today. But the law is the law, and they have not fulfilled their burden with respect
Jesus.
to the counterclaims. There is virtually no nexus between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to these statements at issue, except for the fact that he is an attorney, and that is not sufficient. In
Yep.
a case where they have not even established that Mr. Depp was aware of these statements. And they knew that they couldn't do it, and they didn't even try. And it's more of the gamesmanship when Ms. Heard plays word games with Mr. Depp about, oh, I didn't punch you, Johnny, I just hit you. Imagine if the shoe were on the other foot and Mr. Depp, a man, was saying to a woman, oh, woman up, I only hit you, I didn't punch you. And when it was chilling, when she warned him on the tape,
That's
you go
true.
tell a judge, you go tell a jury that you, a man, were abused. See if they're going to believe that.
Uh-huh.
It is an
My
abuse
man.
of the system, and she's done it throughout. Finally, Your Honor, and Mr. Rottenborn makes an excellent point with which I agree, which was that with respect to each of the three statements, Mr. Waldman was clearly identified, even by the tabloid that printed these, well within articles that had both sides represented, that he was Mr. Waldman's attorney. Even the reader of a tabloid understands that when you're getting statements from attorneys, it's going to be forwarding their client's point of view.
Obviously.
Mr. Waldman is not the only attorney who has spoken out. Robbie Kaplan, who was Ms. Heard's second attorney. So Ms. Heard started out with Eric George. He made comments to the press. saying-
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is so much further beyond what Your Honor is addressing.
I'm
I would
finishing
ask
up,
that-
Your Honor.
Okay, if
I'm
you're finishing.
finishing up. My point, Your Honor, and it's on point, is
Oh,
that
boy.
Mr. George made statements supporting Ms. Heard's position. Ms. Kaplan made very clear statements supporting her client's position on the merits, and so did
Which would
Mr.
be
Waldman.
obvious.
But everybody knows when reading those that those are statements by partisans. So for the
Yeah.
reasons that we've stated and the reasons set forth in the brief, we respectfully submit that the court should grant the motion to strike, or in light of the fact that Mr. Depp may reappear, at the very least, take these motions under advisement until the close of all evidence. Thank you.
That would
Your
All
make
right,
sense.
thank you, sir.
Yeah, that would make
All right, in
sense.
this matter, I've reviewed all the defendant's evidence as
okay.
to her counterclaim, and I've considered the arguments of her counsel and plaintiff's counsel.
Yeah.
First, to address a few issues that I believe are outside the motion to strike, and that's as to the slap defense. The slap defense is just that, it's a defense, so it's really not considered in a motion to strike. Having said that, we went down that legal
It's like
road
fair
on Friday
use.
as far as the slap defense goes, as far as the jury instructions. In this particular case, if the plaintiff prevails, it must be with actual malice. Therefore, if it's with actual malice, immunity does not apply under that statute. So we will deal with that with jury instructions, and we have. As to independent contractor, again, I think it's outside the motion to strike. However, Mr. Waldman was plaintiff's attorney since 2016. Before the initiation of litigation, there is evidence that Mr. Waldman had a certain role during the prior divorce proceedings in the UK case. Additionally, there is evidence that shows his legal representation was broader than just a limited litigation, as outlined in all the cases presenting an attorney as an independent contractor. So the only evidence in this case to this point is that Mr. Waldman was an agent to Mr. Depp, and that is the basis to weigh the motion to strike. As far as the opinions argument, again, I think that is outside the motion to strike. The opinions argument, the court has already ruled on this matter as to the three statements that are at issue in the counterclaim, ruled that they were not opinion at the demur and at summary judgment. So that argument will not be part of the motion to strike. So when assessing a motion to strike, the court accepts the favorable evidence adduced as true towards the non-moving party. The court cannot reject any inference from the evidence favorable to the non-moving party unless it would defy logic and common sense. When there is any doubt and question, the court should overrule a motion to strike. Agency may be inferred from the conduct of the parties and from surrounding facts and circumstances. When there is no direct evidence, circumstances may, and usually are, relied upon to determine whether an agency relationship exists. A principal is liable for the tortious acts of his agent if the agent was performing his principal's business and acting within the scope of his agency. If an agent's tortious act arises from their agency relationship, is enacted in part to service the principal can be held liable for the tort. Here, the alleged tort is defamation. Besides demonstrating the agency relationship, the defendant must prove Mr. Waldman published an actionable statement, meaning a statement that is both false and defamatory, with the requisite intent. As to agency, Mr. Waldman was plaintiff's attorney at the time of the alleged defamatory statements were made. Mr. Waldman does not deny this, and neither does the plaintiff. Moreover, Mr. Waldman made the allegedly defamatory statements about the defendant during the proceedings of this action and interacted with the defendant once the statements were made while still representing the plaintiff. Taking the surrounding circumstances as a whole, an agency relationship can be inferred, and thus a scintilla of evidence regarding agency must be turned over to the jury. In addition, the jury may infer that Mr. Waldman made these specific statements to a third party to serve as plaintiff by portraying defendant as an opposing litigant in a negative light. It is not disputed that Mr. Waldman published statements and that there is a question as to whether statements are false, and both parties disagree and have presented conflicting evidence as such. As to actual malice, Mr. Waldman made the counterclaim statements after he met with his client. In addition, there is evidence the plaintiff was with Mr. Waldman at a meeting in February 2020 with the Daily Mail online. Further, defendant claimed that she met with Mr. Waldman where he threw the paper containing the counterclaim statements within them. Consequently, there is more than a scintilla of evidence that a reasonable juror may infer Mr. Waldman made the counterclaim statements while realizing they were false or with a reckless disregard for their truth. It is not my role to measure the veracity or weight of the evidence. The Fourth Circuit and the Virginia Supreme Court have made it crystal clear that actual malice is a question for the fact finder. So therefore, the plaintiff's motion to strike is denied. Okay? Thank you. Is there any other preliminary matters before the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
So they're going to have to keep fighting it out. They're going to keep fighting it out. Yep. That's it. In my opinion, I think that it's not surprising that they're not going to strike it out and just say all that, because it's going to be harder to figure out whether he made those statements, like if Johnny Depp told him to or not. I think that's basically what it is. That's kind of what I'm assuming. Yeah, the battle continues. Yeah, it's like Amber's counterclaim will go on. Yeah, because they haven't presented all the evidence. It makes sense, right, that that's the case, because the Johnny Depp's team hasn't even presented all of the evidence in the first place. Like, that's why they have like over 10 hours left of people to talk about it and things to look at, etc. So that's what I would say. Well, let me go back. I'm going to look at the rest of this. And so is this good or bad? I would say it's not good. Is it bad? It really kind of depends, because all she's saying is that they're not deleting the case. Do you see what I mean? Like, yeah, it's yeah, I feel like, yeah, they're not deleting the case that Amber Heard has against Johnny Depp for defamation. Which, like, yeah, it's not bad. I don't necessarily think that it is. I don't think that it's good either. I think that it's a less than preferable outcome. I mean, I think a lot of people would have wanted to have it striked, but it seems unlikely that that would happen because all the evidence hasn't even been presented yet. Does that make sense? And I don't see this loss yet. They'd try to finish this today and said they get under 10 hours. Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, it makes sense. Missing point of this, if they call Johnny or it moves forward, there are hours left, they're trying to bait them. Oh, yeah, of course they do. And that could be the case. Yeah, they could try to call Johnny up and make that happen. Judge wasn't against the outcome, but wants the jury to decide. This wasn't a loss, really. More content. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be that much more. I'm not sure. But then he released recordings and stuff. How can they be false? I mean, everybody heard exactly what happened. Because he's talking about two separate things. Basically, they're suing him for what that Waldman guy said. And what I find to be odd about that is that I personally don't really think that it was it did that much material harm, because after a lot of the posts for, the justice for Johnny Depp type stuff happened, they happened primarily in response to things that Amber Heard said, not things that he said. And I think that they can prove that with the graphs. I already looked at the graphs, and that's what it showed. This is not the closing argument. Yeah, no, I know it's not. Yeah, that's what I mean. Of course not. Why are they striking? Are they scared of something? Sorry. Well, I think that they're striking just so they can kind of move on, right? And focus on their case, right? I mean, of course they're trying to get the opponent's case thrown out. I mean, I think that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely. And harsh reality for her, no one cares about her. Sorry. Well, no, the thing is, like, as I said, it doesn't really matter what happens in the court, because it's the court of public opinion that I think this case really makes the biggest difference in. And I think that's why Johnny Depp pushed so hard to have it be put out in front of the audience, right? Is so people could see what was perceived to be an injustice. I think that's the entire point. Now, I think also it's a little bit not insensitive, but it's disingenuous for Rotten Boy to say that Johnny Depp was a wife beater because of what the UK trial showed, because my understanding is that it's different. Like, the UK trial was that they were not liable for calling him a wife beater. It was not a trial to determine the truth of the matter. Like, I'm pretty sure, I don't know necessarily, because I didn't follow this very closely, but that's my understanding of what it is. So, yes, okay, that's what pretty much everybody's saying. So, yeah, you can't say, like, well, because somebody calls you that means that's what you are. Just because somebody is legally able to say that about you does not necessarily mean that that thing is true. So I find that to be ridiculous. And also, this is the United States. Why are we using the legal system of another country as a gold standard to judge guilt here in this country whenever we use two different legal systems? How does that make any sense? Obviously there's things that are different that we don't agree with, and things that this is not the best way of doing things, or that's what we would have done already. It doesn't make sense. Also, I think that calling, Waldman Johnny Depp's lawyer, that was referred to, the article that was written, that was referred to, he was referred to as that. Like, obviously, that's how people knew him, but as far as I know, he was not speaking as Johnny Depp's lawyer. He was speaking as himself. And the article that was written called him that because that's what he was known as. And clearly that's what the relationship was. I'm pretty sure that's not what he wrote. Good technique for Johnny's lawyer to speak freely and remind a jury why they're there. Yeah, exactly, sure. The judge in UK, rumored to have family ties as grandchildren, Amber Heard, retired and expected after trial, enough said. It's impossible to say. All I'm really trying to get at is that I don't think the ruling of the UK trial has any... There's like no impact that ruling has that I think should be like assumed as truth. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not going to listen to some UK court and just assume that that they did everything right. I mean, everything that I saw of that trial looked unprofessional as fuck. It looked like a circus. So yeah, big surprise. I'm not going to take that very seriously. I don't think anybody would. Let me go back to the rest of this. The evidence against you is substantiative true. The evidence was used to prove the term wife beater was not libel. Yeah, but like they have a different level of burden of proof over there is what I'm saying. And like, yes, maybe that is true. That is definitely true. And I don't necessarily know all the details, but I do think that it's different to say that somebody is something based off of the judgment of a court that's not even here in America. You see kind of what I'm saying? I find that to be ridiculous. And the judge for the UK trial wasn't fair to Johnny. Well, of course they weren't. And I think the reason for that is because, there's a lot of cases where people don't get a fair shake. And I think it's obvious that they weren't fair to him, because if they were, why would he push so hard to have everything televised? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it makes no sense. And take off your damn tinfoil hat from what? Well, me? Oh, is it me or somebody else? No, I don't really feel like that at all. I feel like, doesn't it sound odd that people are using the justice system from a country that people don't use here as a rule for determining guilt? Isn't that weird? I don't know. I find that to be very, very concerning. I don't think that's a good way to handle things. It's like, why would they know? Like, well, let me explain, right? Yeah, it's English common law. This is not the UK courts do not operate the exact same way. They don't have the exact same type of judgments that American courts do. And also a big factor with this is that in the UK, they don't have the First Amendment. So this is a completely different paradigm. And no court ever ruled you as a wife beater. It's not a ruling anywhere. The language was used disingenuous and ridiculous degree. It's actually became self-parody. Yeah, of course not. UK common law standards from UK law do influence US law. I think that they do, absolutely. And I think that it's a difference between 10% different. I think they're 90% the same and 10% different. But I do find it to be disingenuous to say that, the ruling from a court from another country that we actually don't do proceedings like that here should be used as a standard. I disagree with that. I think that's silly. That's basically it. Let me say that. Would you say the same for Nuremberg trials? Well, no, because those were universally accepted by all countries in a way that individual court cases for two people were not. How could you compare the Nuremberg trials to Amber Heard calling Johnny Depp a wife beater? That's silly. Yeah, and also that was I think that was pretty much an international thing. It wasn't just people in that one country. Well, it's again. People need to have, they have to make an extreme example because it's harder for that to happen and harder to make sense of it. And that's complete bullshit. They don't accept it by two countries. I think that all I'm saying is that I find it to be odd that this guy can make statements and say this kind of stuff about Amber Heard. And he was clearly making the statement. I think this is one of the big factors. This is probably the main thing that I think is that it seemed very evident that Waldman thought to know and had every reason to believe that what he was saying was true. He did research on it. He looked into it thoroughly. This was his opinion, and that's what he thought. And so there was no malice behind this because it was true in his mind. And I don't think that it was also reckless to say this because he had reviewed a lot of evidence about it because he was Johnny's attorney, just like what they said. So that's what I find to be very weird about this is how is this not him making a statement that he believes to be true? How is this any different than any of Johnny Depp's lawyers not getting sued for defamation because they repeat what they've researched through working with Amber Heard? You see what I'm saying? I find that to be very odd, and I think that's I think that's stupid. To be honest, I think it's fucking stupid. That's it. Judge struck this. Amber could have automatically appealed, so this is good. Maybe that's the case, right? And they haven't even shown all the evidence, so that's important to go there. To go there as well. Amber thinks that he was the abuser in her mind. Would that make her statements non-malice? I think that a big difference between that is the fact that she actually was a first-hand witness of it, and Waldman was not. So, for example, Waldman was told all these things. So, for example, if somebody like that Rocky Pennington girl or any of Amber's friends had said this about Johnny Depp, I think that you'd have a much more sticky situation because you'd be going off of what they were told by Amber Heard, and so they were just repeating what they believed to be true. But Amber Heard experienced it directly, so I think that the evidence of the matter of the fact, did it occur or not, is actually more important than does she believe it to be true. Because Adam Waldman was a third party. Amber Heard was not. She was involved. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, so I don't think that's I don't think it's the same thing. She also lied under UK law. She's lied a lot. What is the surprise there? Defamations are statement of fact that are known to be false. If that fact is true, plaintiff can never recover. It's an absolute defense. Yeah. Basically, I heard that there are actually very small nuanced issues where you can tell the truth about somebody and it's still considered defamation. But I think for all intents and purposes, that is true. I think it's true in this case, at least, right? Is that if you can prove that the things that were said were true, then you can prove that it was not defamation. That's basically it. And I would assume that if you look at all the things that, all the different ways that they've proven it in terms of I don't like how like medical records and like medical evidence and picture and photo evidence that is like matched up with like a bunch of other shit, right? In terms of like Johnny Depp's finger being gone. Like that is just a fact of what happened. I don't like how that's put on the same page as Amber's witnesses repeating the same story that Amber told them. Like, I find that to be a very disingenuous way to look at it. Because all of these people, it's kind of like a bunch of blind people. Like the parable of the 3 blind men and an elephant, and based off of which part of the elephant they touch, they describe it in a completely different way. Well, they're still all looking at an elephant, and they still generally have an idea of what's going on, but they're being given different perspectives on it because all of their own personal stories are different. Like, for example, the guy who was the ex-husband of that girl beforehand, the Rocky Pennington, the guy that everybody liked, said that Johnny had, that his, at the time, ex-girlfriend said that Johnny had pushed her down or something like that. And then previously in the same day, she had said that Johnny was never physically abusive to her. So you have these obvious fucking discrepancies, even with Amber's own witnesses. And I think that the only similarity and the only commonality between all of these witnesses here is that with Amber's witnesses is they all continue to repeat the same points that Amber told them. Because, big surprise, Amber told them the same story. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, of course. I think that makes sense. Do you see the rebuttal witnesses for Johnny? Yeah, I think so. Major difference in Amber's attitude based on who she's going to see in the case. Can you pay for experts in USA to give evidence and won't always be biased? Won't it always be biased? I think that it's important to actually, like, I think it's important to recognize the bias in something rather than to try to work towards never having a bias. Because I think that you can't work towards never having a bias. I think that is an unrealistic thing to expect. And I think you should expect that's a bias and just work with that, because anything else besides that I think is delusional. She did nothing wrong. Why would people go against her all of a sudden? That's obviously what it is, right? That's not the case. Is that she had all of these other issues. She had issues like, isn't it like on video of her abusing her sister, for example? Yeah, I don't know. All of a sudden, I think people have disliked Amber Heard for quite a while. I remember whenever even the first Aquaman came out, there was a little bit of drama about that too. Johnny is guilty of not making a hard choice to let her go before it got out of control. I think so. I mean, I think a lot of guys make that decision. Absolutely. And she got arrested in her teens. Yeah, I would say so. Her ex-girlfriend, same. Yeah, I think so too. Are 10 hours enough for all testimonies and evidence? 10 hours? Yeah, I would assume so. That's a lot. Will Kate Moss be for or against Johnny tomorrow? I would assume that she would be for Johnny because Johnny is calling her to the stand, right? I mean, like, it would make sense that the witnesses that are brought forward in the case will probably reinforce the opinion of the person who brought them forward. I think that's just common sense. But yeah. China Brad, read the post about the lawyer telling psychiatrists it's okay to lie, please. I might look at that whenever they go on break. I don't know exactly how long this is going to take. It's hard to find, but she got arrested in 2009 for abuse against her ex-girlfriend at an airport. Yeah, I saw that. And this was in 2009, by the way, whenever she didn't even, as far as I know Johnny Depp. And so there'd be no reason for this to be some sort of like conspiracy theory. She wasn't popular enough for anybody to really give a shit in the first place. So I would assume for it to be true. Absolutely. And what's this here? Yeah, I'm assuming an ex you say friends with for decades would come for your defense. Yeah, I would assume so too. Johnny has roughly 16 hours left while Amber's team has 4. Yeah, and I think that's fair, right? And I think it would make sense that the judge would not immediately say and throw out their case because they've got plenty more gas in the tank. And they haven't, it's hard to say that they've completely proven that like Johnny Depp didn't abuse her at all. I think there is a shadow of doubt. There is absolutely a shadow of doubt, especially after all the witnesses that Amber brought in. Now, I personally don't think this is what happened, and I think that any of the abuse that did happen was probably, it was reciprocated rather than initiated. It's like, basically Amber initiated violence and he responded violently, which in my opinion, I think Amber's completely wrong and Johnny has no liability. If you attack somebody in self-defense, or you attack somebody and then they respond in self-defense, you're wrong, they're not. Amber's team still needs to prove Waldman was acting as his agent, and if they don't, the jury doesn't have to consider his statements. Yeah, I think so. I don't really think that he's necessarily acting as his agent either. I feel like that's probably an exaggeration of his role. Both sides clearly have guilt in this. Yeah, but like the difference between like having guilt of like being abusive physically and like basically what you're assuming is that all of the people saying that Johnny was drunk are telling the truth, and I would agree with that too. Yeah, I think Johnny does get drunk and do drugs, and he's probably an asshole whenever he gets drunk and does drugs. But I think that you're comparing a mountain to a molehill. Like, I mean, you're comparing Johnny getting drunk and, passing out and doing drugs and, like Johnny's finger's gone, right? I mean, I feel like these are two completely different levels. And it's weird to say, like, oh, well, they're both bad. Well, yeah, but, like, I don't know. I mean, like, I could make, like, some really dramatic, like, I don't know, like, war crime comparison or something like this compared to, like, a single homicide. But, yeah, I mean, you can't look at it as these two things are proportional to each other. Does that make sense? Middle of the road fallacy? Yeah, these things are not, they're not equivalent. Let me go back over here. And they're both bad, but one sued the other? Yeah, exactly. I think so. And let me go back and I'll look at the rest of this. Hand doctor didn't even get the placement of Johnny's hand right? Yeah, I heard that too. There's some paid actors here with some wild opinions. Well, they're all getting paid, I'm pretty sure. What do you think about the community fracture failing? So can't that happen from a large vodka bottle? It's the one claim I'm sus about. Well, I don't really know. I have no idea. It's very hard for me to say like, oh, well, this is exactly what happened with the vodka bottle, because both of them were probably under the influence of one thing or multiple things. And all I know is that two people were in the house, one person lost their hand, and it was a violent relationship. And I assume, and also she said, I didn't mean to hurt him. I don't know, like, I don't know. I mean, that seems... Man, like, I mean, I don't know, that seems kind of damning, you know what I mean? And that's recorded. Don't know how jury could ever find in Heard's favor after lying about the donations. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't really think so either. I mean, she also lied about the donations and stuff like that as well. And I think also, like, remember that divorce settlement thing that I read where she wanted $50,000 in perpetuity and she also wanted the car and like 3 of Johnny's houses? So, like, the entire idea that, like, she wasn't interested in money is just completely untrue. Like, this is just an untrue statement. And I think that's one of the frustrating things about it, is that it's almost like, kind of, like, it seems to me like Amber's team is trying to prove that she didn't do one of the bad things, and Amber's team is trying to simultaneously prove that Amber Heard just didn't do one of the bad things. It's like you have like a massive list like this, and they're trying to mark off one thing. But on the other hand, Johnny Depp's team has marked off every single thing, and they're trying to say, wait a second, what about this one thing or that one thing? That's the way that I feel about it. It's like you're comparing, like, they're trying to say one thing didn't happen, the other one did. And I just feel like they're trying to just disprove one or two things, and Johnny Depp's team has already disproven pretty much every single thing. That's about it. Trying to gaslight us? Yeah. To me, it feels like Amber's, let me read this real quick. Amber's team is using a massive number of coincidences and opinions to paint a narrative. Johnny's team is using a lot of audio logs, body cams, and evidence. Basically, they have facts. Amber's team have opinions. Well, they have opinions and secondhand accounts. So, like, this is somebody that heard from Amber that this is what happened. Well, I don't know. I feel like a secondhand account of something is not necessarily a very valid argument. And why is it not a very valid argument? I think in some cases it would be, but in this case it's not. Why is it not a valid argument in this case? Because it's already been proven that Amber Heard is not a truthful person. How has that been proven? Well, I would say the fact that she said that she would donate $7 million and she didn't do it, I don't know. I think that's pretty evident right there. And then on top of that, there's all of the other small inconsistencies in her story and other things like that that have happened. Like, oh, I wasn't doing it for money. And then you have like a divorce proceeding that says that she wants $50,000 a month. And then she says she was going to donate the money. She doesn't do that. There are just multiple things that prove that her testimony and her perspective on things is not to be trusted. So why would I go and think that what she's saying is true whenever there's no reason to think that? Everything else that we've seen from her has seemed to be untrue. She's lied about a bunch of other stuff. Why would we not assume that she lied about this too whenever there's no medical evidence of it? It's like, not only do you have to believe something without evidence, but you have to believe it without evidence and also with a precedent that states otherwise. The exact opposite even. You see what I'm saying? What's this here? Is this a good thing? It's going to continue? Oh, yeah, I think so, too. Absolutely. For fucking sure. Let me go back over here. I'll read the rest. So sister's story didn't really add up to the situation where Johnny allegedly pushed her down the stairs.
Are we ready for the jury then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Oh, the jury's got to come in, of course. Judge there? Yeah, sure. Can you show jury on camera? No, because then they'll get harassed. It's just the truth. Just tired of this shit, yeah. Would you want to own the same penthouse you got sexually assaulted in?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. We have a few housekeeping matters to take care of.
Yeah, I wonder.
You have your seat. All right, your next witness.
Your
Okay.
Honor, on behalf of defendant and counterclaimant Amber Heard, we rest.
All right, thank you. All right, rebuttal evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Depp calls Walter Hamada of Warner Brothers.
All right, Mr. Hamada.
Okay. All righty,
Your Honor,
here
just
we
to
go.
clarify, this is by deposition, so we may need
Oh,
that.
okay. Well,
Okay, let's see
apologize, I should have
it.
provided
This
that.
is the
That's
guy.
all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is the big dick right here. And he's going to explain what happened. All right, let's go. Let's see it. I'm ready. They arrested? Yeah. Here we go. I'll give it a second, then we'll see what happens. I don't know what this is going to be. I hope that it's going to be something good. I do. I really do. I'm not sure yet, but I mean, again, they're the ones calling him up there, so I'm going to assume what he's going to say is that Amber, like Johnny Depp saying that stuff about Amber, had nothing to do with them bringing her back on for what do you call it, for Aquaman 2. That's what I'm assuming he's going to say. Now, obviously, I have no idea, but that's what I think is going to happen. All right, here we go. I'm very curious.
What do you work for Warner Brothers Entertainment Inc.?
Yes, I do.
In what capacity?
My title is President of DC-based film productions for Warner Brothers.
I'll give it a
What,
second,
if anything,
and if it's not
you
ready,
did
I'll go to
prepare
another place.
to testify for Warner Brothers as to
Where's the
topics 2 through 18.
Where's the video?
I did not do anything to prepare for this, other than the meeting that I had with the attorneys.
Okay.
Did Warner Brothers have a contract with Amber Heard to perform in Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was we had an option agreement for her for Aquaman 2.
Right, it's not a guarantee, but yeah.
Do you know what it is?
Okay.
That looks like a standard contract between an actor and the studio.
And which actor was involved in this? Which actor performed in Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was we had an option agreement for her for Aquaman 2.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what it is?
It looks like a standard contract between an actor and the studio.
And which actor was involved in this? Which actor was a party to this contract?
Okay.
Amber Heard. It's a contract for Amber Heard for the role of Mara in Aquaman.
Jet
and
takes
its
from 5
sequels.
subs. Thank you.
Which studio contracted with Amber Heard?
Warner Brothers.
When did you come to be the president of DC?
At the beginning of 2018.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Hamada, was Ms. Heard ever released by Warner Brothers from the Aquaman 2 contract, or what you call the option agreement?
No.
Was she released from her Aquaman 2 contract on or about February 22, 2021?
No.
Was Ms. Heard ever rehired for Aquaman 2 by Warner Brothers?
No.
All right. Okay. Well, that certainly that certainly says a lot.
Did Ms. Heard receive a pay increase for Aquaman 2?
No.
Why not?
As a rule, as a company, we go through a lot of trouble when we make our deals with our actors. We get options on them for subsequent movies. And I think traditionally, prior to me joining the company, every option was renegotiated. And one of the things that we were trying to put a rein in on was not renegotiating every deal, with the understanding that people come in and make these deals and they have an understanding that there will be options and that there is a deal in place. And it was a big part of our philosophy.
They just
that
want to
we're
make
gonna
more
hold
money
people to their options moving forward.
They don't want to pay them more money. So fuck
Did
that.
Warner Brothers at any point in
Good.
time reduce Ms. Heard's role in Aquaman 2?
The role in the film the size of the role in the film that she has was determined in the early development of the script, which would have happened in 2018, I would say.
Uh-huh.
So, and from there, beyond normal development, the role sort of, the character's involvement in the story was sort of what it was from the beginning.
So no.
Was her role ever reduced for any reason?
No, I mean, again, from the early stages of the development of the
All right.
script, the movie was built around
Yep.
the character
Damn.
of Arthur and the character of Orm, Arthur being Jason Momoa and Orm being Patrick Wilson.
Uh-huh.
So they were always the two co-leads of the movie.
Yeah,
Did
of
Warner
course.
Brothers ever plan to portray Ms. Heard as the co-lead in Aquaman 2?
No, it was the movie was always pitched as a buddy comedy between Jason Momoa and Patrick Wilson.
It's going to be a good movie. It
Was
sounds great.
Ms. Heard cast in Aquaman?
Yes, she was.
Was Ms. Heard cast in Aquaman 2?
Yes, she was.
Uh-huh.
Was Ms. Heard paid for her services in Aquaman 1?
Yes.
Was Ms. Heard paid for her services in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
Was
Okay.
her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected in any way by anything said by Johnny Depp?
No.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2
Wow.
affected by anything said by Adam Waldman?
No.
Okay.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by anybody representing Johnny Depp?
No.
Well, that puts that to rest. Okay.
Was there any delay
Yeah.
in Warner Brothers exercising the option to cast Ms. Heard in Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was.
How long a delay was there?
I don't know, probably weeks.
Okay.
What was the cause of the delay?
There were conversations about potentially recasting.
Who was the producer?
Peter Safran.
Who was the director?
Oh
James
no!
Wan.
Did Warner Brothers believe that those concerns were legitimate?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I had no reason
She's not
to
liking that
believe
at all.
the director and the producer of the movie.
Holy
And you are
shit!
testifying today as a representative of Warner, correct?
Yes, I am.
What, if any, creative concerns did Warner Brothers have about casting Amber Heard as Mira in Aquaman 2?
Good question.
It was the concerns that were brought up at the wrap of the first movie, production of the first movie, which is the issue of chemistry. Did the two have chemistry? I think editorially they were able to make that relationship work in the first movie, but there was a concern that it took a lot of effort to get there. And would we be better off recasting, finding someone who had better, more natural chemistry with Jason Momoa and move forward that way?
This is the guy
Did
that
Warner Brothers
that runs it. I mean,
take any steps affirmatively to audition other actresses
Oh,
for
that's a
the
good
role of
question.
Mira in Aquaman 2?
No, we did not.
okay.
Other than the creative concerns and concerns about chemistry you testified about, was there any other reason Warner Brothers delayed in picking up Ms. Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
Well, let's see.
No, it was all concerns about whether she was the right bit of casting for the movie.
Wow.
What role, if any, did
It's pretty definitive.
Ms.
I mean,
Heard's dispute with Johnny Depp have in Warner Brothers' delay picking up Ms. Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
There was none from our end.
yeah.
At any point in time, was Warner Brothers considering paying Ms. Heard more money for Aquaman 2 than is set forth in the option contract you previously identified?
No, as I said, we were determined to hold our actors to their option agreements.
I like how he smiled whenever he
Warner
said that
Brothers
too.
had paid Ms. Heard
Yeah.
more money on Aquaman 2
Oh
if it
shit.
had picked up her option earlier.
No,
At any time from
Yeah.
the beginning of history through today, did Warner Brothers ever release Ms. Heard from the Aquaman 2 contract?
no,
At any point in time from the beginning of history to today, did Warner Brothers rehire Ms. Heard for Aquaman 2?
Well, they.
no, because we just picked up our option.
And when is the
Oh,
last time
right.
you spoke with Rob Cohen
Okay.
relating in any manner to whether to exercise the option on Amber Heard for Aquaman 2?
Man.
No, it would have been the same time that I was having those conversations with Peter Safran
So,
Yep.
in 2020.
Did you speak with Zack Snyder
Sorry. I'm an idiot.
at all relating to whether to exercise the option for Amber Heard on Aquaman 2?
No, I've not had any conversations with Zack Snyder.
Did you speak at all with Jason Momoa in preparation for your deposition today?
Good question.
No,
Okay.
Have you ever spoken with Jason Momoa about any issues relating to chemistry between he and Amber Heard?
It's not only up to him.
yes,
Oh.
When did you speak with Jason Momoa about chemistry issues between he and Amber Heard?
Okay.
it would have been in that same time period where we were prior to green light of the movie.
Now, you were asked some questions about
Uh-oh.
scripts. Did you review any of the drafts of the script for Aquaman 2?
Yes,
When?
I part of my role is I read all the drafts of the scripts as they come in.
It's his job.
When was the first script for Aquaman 2?
Yeah, it's his fucking job.
Oh boy.
Like, what do you expect? Yeah, obviously it's a cell phone. Yeah, how do you even ask that?
Probably in 2018, latter part of 2018 would be my guess.
And how many versions of the script had been written by the beginning of 2021 for Aquaman 2?
Oh, there were probably half dozen drafts of the
Okay.
script.
That makes sense. Yeah, actual expert.
All right, what, if anything,
she's
did
not
Rob
used to
Cowan
those.
say to you about chemistry? What specifically about the chemistry between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa?
Just the fact that they didn't really have a lot of chemistry together. The reality is it's not uncommon on movies for two leads to not have chemistry, and it's sort of movie magic and editorial, the ability to sort of put performances together, and with the magic of a great score and how you put the pieces together, you can fabricate sort of that chemistry.
That's very true.
And so I think at the end of the day, I think if you watch the movie, they look like they had great chemistry. But I just know that through the course of the post-production that it took a lot of effort to get there. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's very easy. You just put the
And he does know.
characters on the screen together and they work.
'Cause he's the
And sometimes
boss.
it's harder. And so
Can you give me anything more specific about what it was with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa that was difficult for the chemistry?
no, because it's like what makes a movie star a movie star. Like you know it when you see it, and the chemistry wasn't there.
Now, you've used the term fabricated a number of times. What did you do to fabricate the chemistry
She's
between
not a star.
Amber Heard and Jason
Holy
Momoa?
shit.
Well, those are just it's editorial. A good editor and a good filmmaker can pick the right takes, can pick the right moments, and put scenes together. Again, score is a big, the music in a scene makes a big difference. It can make a happy scene feel sadder or a sad scene feel happier. And so it was sort of it's just the magic of post-production, editing, sound design, music,
sure.
etc.
That makes sense.
What do you mean by fabricating, though? I mean, were they literally falsifying, or were they just picking the best
the
music?
fuck?
Just let me finish my question. Were they picking the best music and picking the best looks because that's their job and that's what you do on every scene?
That is what
What
we
kind of
do in
fucking question is
post-production.
that?
That's what filmmakers do. This is on any production. You're doing that. You're putting performances together. Sometimes it's easier than others.
Yeah.
This one was more difficult because of the lack of chemistry between the two. But they were able to. James Wan and the editor were able to get it to a place where the end result actually works, and it's great.
And in fact, that's the job of every filmmaker, right? Is to put all the
course.
combinations together to make the most successful production.
But that's
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what has been marked as exhibit number 5. It's ALH 18247.
yeah, right.
And this is a text message exchange between James Wan and Amber Heard. And you mentioned James Wan was the director of Aquaman 2.
He
is that
was.
correct? And Aquaman, the first one,
Aquaman 1 at
correct?
least, yeah.
That's correct.
All right. And James is texting to Amber on August 25, 2018. You rated really high with the audience, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. You see that?
Yes.
This is August 25, 2018. What's going on August 25, 2018 that would cause the director to send a text message to Amber saying,
That'd be a test screening. So during our post-production of the movie, we test the movie with an audience, and the audience tells us what they liked and what they didn't like. And so that's what he's referring to there.
and they really liked Amber Heard, correct?
Yes, she did. She tested well.
It hit $1 billion, is that correct?
Yeah.
And more specifically, did you play any role in the determination to communicate to Amber's representatives that Warner Brothers was considering not exercising her option?
Yeah, probably in the sense of we had the conversations, and I believe, if I recall, we had that's where Peter Safran offered to reach out to the agent and express which direction we were leaning.
I love how
Have
she
you
tries to
seen
catch him.
any document
Yeah, of course he
that says
yeah.
there was any chemistry issues between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa
Document?
in Aquaman 1?
Documents? No, I mean, those were all conversations.
But if Jason came back and James Wan came back, you were guaranteeing that Amber Heard would play Mira, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Jason Momoa was able to negotiate a different compensation structure. Was
he's
he
the
not
star.
for Aquaman 2?
That's true. He did renegotiate.
He's the star.
Now, Aquaman was the highest grossing DC film ever for Warner Brothers, was it?
Duh.
Yes, it was.
And what, if any, issues did you have with Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
My understanding is actually the production went very smoothly.
Great.
All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Okay, well, I don't really know what to say there. I feel like that's kind of an open shut case.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Colburn next, but I know we have a preliminary matter that we need to deal with briefly, if we may approach.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, it's like it's obvious that that's the guy. I mean, of course. And like the funniest thing about it is the fact that like he just straight up went in and just he's like, yeah, of course I talked to her. Of course I know what happened. Yeah, it was conversations we had. They didn't like her. And yeah, the movie came out okay because, we edited it well. But everybody knew that, it didn't work out. And so we didn't want to have her again. Like, I love how he just... I think that like Elaine and like they're so used to dealing with experts that actually don't fucking know anything that whenever you actually bring on a guy who's an executive at Warner Brothers who, like this guy, he knows what the fuck he's talking about, right? This isn't some sort of like weird, this is what used to happen and yeah, I wrote this book. No, he just explains what happened. That's it. Yeah, he actually knows his shit because he's in charge of it. It's his fucking job. And he just explains what happened. Yeah, he's the president of it. And he's like, yeah, well, did you know that they communicated? Yeah, of course. I did it. Like, that's obviously what it was. And I find that to be executive. Yeah, he's not even executive. He's the president of the DC stuff. Exactly. And that would make sense, right? I think that there's a lot of people who, I don't like how, she tried to turn it into like, that's the job of every filmmaker to make chemistry look good on set. But it's like, but that's not really what he said, though. I mean, like, that's really not what was said. Like, that's, yes, obviously, it's their job to make it better and it's their job to improve it. But some people are polishing, a pearl and other people are polishing a turd. And that's just the facts. And it's a lot harder to polish a fucking turd. And that's the fact. Yeah, Amber just makes it way harder. Yeah. And they were like, man, we've got to work our ass off. We've got to do this a lot more than we usually do. And how does he know that? Because he works there. It's his job. Oh, did you read the script? Yes, I read every script. That's my job. Like... I love how she tries to get the president of Warner Brothers, DC, to like trap him in something to imply that he didn't do his fucking job. Like, it's so funny. Bleak with the 5 get the subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's another expert. Yeah, it's crazy how like Johnny Depp's expert witnesses, it seems like they're actually experts. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like they really know what they're talking about. That's what's so interesting, man. Something that's polishing the recast. Yeah, exactly. It's like Dwayne Johnson with Vin Diesel, Fast and Furious franchise. Well, I don't know exactly everything specifically, but yeah, I mean, sometimes people get recast and people don't really necessarily get along that well, and that's just the way things go. It's the actor's job to give the production crew as many good takes and angles as possible. If she didn't have chemistry and couldn't deliver, well, it was workable. I think that's really what it comes down to. But like, imagine you're on the production team and you have to deal with either 5 hours or you have to like completely rethink the way that you shoot the scenes, the way that you edit the scenes, because the chemistry is very clearly not there. Like, it's a completely different fucking thing, man. Strictly business from a person from his position. Love to see it, especially whenever she was asking gotcha Andy questions and statements. That's what I thought was really fucking funny. That she tried to hit him with a gotcha question. Yeah, that was like, oh, well, you didn't really know what happened, did you? It's like, well, yeah, actually, I did. I said for it to happen. I looked at it personally. And that was about it. They clarified that Johnny had nothing to do with it. Yeah. Well, they clarified not only that Johnny had nothing to do with it, but that Johnny had nothing to do with it multiple times. It's not like this had happened in general. And again, like he just said, yeah, he talked to them, and that's all there was to it. And even Nicolas Cage and the director both said they didn't feel the chemistry with Amber Heard in the Drive angry movie. I don't know about that. I mean, I have no fucking idea. Like, I remember the last time I watched a Nicolas Cage movie. I think it was whenever he stole the Declaration of Independence or something like that. It was quite a while. So, yeah, I don't know. They need to get another witness to pretend like they know why she was fired instead of asking the president. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what they were thinking to actually get the president on there. I mean, that's not going to work. The president knows what happened. You're only going to win if you can... See, the thing is, like, Amber Heard's team... they survive under implications because they can't use evidence because it doesn't exist. So what do they do instead? Well, they create implications, and that's what they do. They create an implication, and then they hope that the jury put the pieces together in the way that they want them to. That's about it. They got a drug addict that called all drug addicts. He's probably getting fired, poor guy. Oh, that guy? Oh, that guy was just an asshole. I don't think he was a drug addict at all. Amber's being held accountable 1,000%. She's got to be fuming. Narcissists hate that shit. Well, I'm sure that it feels bad, okay? Like, I can empathize. Like, obviously, fuck Amber, right? But at the same time, I bet it fucking sucks to have it be televised to millions of people that there was no chemistry between you and the other actor, who is generally, Jason Momoa is generally very well liked. And on top of that, that they were just inches away from recasting you. You know, like you were, like your ass was on the line. And then at the end of the day, they were like, whatever, we'll just use her again. Use the facts if you have the facts, use the law if you have the law. But if you have neither, slam your fists on the table. Well, I think that what they're doing is that they're creating these implications, right? It's like, oh, this is what happened, whatever. What's this here? Why are YouTube viewers super chat the court? I have no idea. I don't even know how YouTube chat works. I think super chat is like a bit or things like that. Their future career wasn't burned before, it's torched now. Well, yeah, exactly. Because like now, like it's like just by the nature of this case existing, well, now they literally have the president of Warner Brothers saying that she doesn't have chemistry with people, and then apparently Nicolas Cage said the same thing in another movie. You know, it's just not looking good. I think that's really all it comes down to. It's just really not looking good. They said, fuck it, let's keep her in because there wasn't anywhere close to being a main role for the second movie anyway. Yeah, exactly. Like, I wouldn't have recast her anyway. It's like, yeah, I mean, with like the accusations and everything, but it's an accusation. It's a lawsuit that's ongoing. What really happened? I mean, Warner Brothers is a business. They're not an advocacy group. They're just trying to make the movie. And so, yeah, they're like, all right, we're going to keep her in here. Fuck it. Who gives a shit? We're going to see what happens. Because also, like, this was like at the time, like years ago. So it's just you can't compare it to like right now. Her not having chemistry with people is consistent with what the psychologist said about her. You're so wrong, Asmon. The lady yesterday said that Amber had great chemistry with Momoa and that she was on the rise as an actress. She wasn't on the rise. She was on the meteoric rise. Okay. Like the thing is, but what you have to remember is what did the meteor do on Earth, right? Well, it crashed. It crashed into the earth and it burned into a cinder. And I think that, yeah, you're right. It was a meteoric rise, and as they say, what goes up must come down. Yeah, that's the way it fucking goes. Shun Rise being clinically insane. I mean, it sucks, but there it is. It was all based off preliminary tests about chemistry and came after the movie during marketing and promotions. Exactly. Yeah, so it was a preliminary test. It wasn't even the opinion of the actual audience. It was a focus group, effectively. Let me go back over. Shit, my bad.
Recess now for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not talk to anybody, okay? Do not do any outside research. Sorry, that was the same thing.
Okay, now I get to talk about it. Okay, great. I've got 15 minutes. Let's do it. Here we go.
Take a break.
She had a chance of riding the coattails and decided to poop on something. Well, why is that? It's because she's crazy. That's literally all there is to it. I don't think that's really a big surprise.
If
I
your
don't think
doctor
anybody
testifies,
gives a
then
shit.
Is that WebEx? Okay, so
Okay, let me go back and see what
we
this
take
is.
the break as well. All right, we'll go ahead and take
Okay,
a break.
let me go
Let's make
back
it
and
10:50
look at the
time to
rest of
look at
these.
everything, okay?
Okay. I'm reading some of these comments and everything. People will post about like different tweets and stuff like that. So I'm trying to figure out if there's anything that's actually worth showing you guys. It seems like, yeah, I mean, this right here is what this is the list of people that they're going to have on. Johnny Depp's going to have on. And if you look at these people, I feel like what's very interesting about this is, so they just had on Walter Hamada. This was the guy. And also all of these, except for Jennifer Howell and whoever this is, Candy Davidson Goldbrand, all of these other ones are going to be live. And every single other one is going to be live too as well. There's going to be some that are video link, but pretty much everything else is live. So yeah, they've got a lot of shit going on. Also, so to keep in mind, who are these people? What's going on here? Jennifer Howell was the one that, like Whitney, Amber's sister, lived with her. So she obviously knows what's going on. Dr. Curry, let me see. Was Dr. Curry there? Yep. Dr. Curry is going to be back. Holy shit. I didn't even notice that. And then it's going to end with Johnny Depp as well. Oh my God, man. What's this here? Yeah, that's been trying on Twitter too. Well, there's a lot of people that were tweeting about that. I feel like that one lawyer, I don't know what's going to happen here, but I'm really kind of surprised to see how bad it's gone for them. Like, I actually am. I find it to be quite surprising that it just went as badly as it did. Because, like, why would she even ask those questions? Which is one thing that I find to be really weird. Like, why would you ask somebody who's, like, literally an expert in this? He's like, it's his job. It makes no sense, man. I understand. This went very well, but why don't you use polygraph tests? Because polygraph tests are fakeable. You can fake, isn't it like about like clenching your asshole? You can make it more likely that it's gonna work. Like polygraph tests don't work all the time. It's the same as like a body language expert. It's like a body language expert is gonna have an idea on what happens, and I think that in a lot of cases it's true. But the fact is that you can't use it as evidence because, or something to like determine the truth, is because it's not 100% true. It's probably not even 90% true. But it is right most of the time, maybe. And so it's very hard to actually say like, oh, well, you should use that or not. But yeah, they've obviously got a lot of witnesses to come in through here. And I'm gonna be real. Like, Amber's team, they only have 4 hours. Like Johnny Depp's team, they have all of these people. And also it's about having the, I guess like the good word for this is like having the last impression. Does that make sense? Is like you have it, like you have the most recent impression. It's like the person that you saw their argument last, you would probably be more likely to agree with them. So they have all of this evidence, all of these things they can go off of, and the jury are going to have to sit here for 2 solid fucking days hearing all the bullshit that she said. I feel like that's pretty fucking substantial, isn't it? First and last is important, exactly. And do you think Heard's team is struggling because they have to put all the focus on Kate Moss? No, I don't really think so. I don't think people really give that much of a shit about it. I think people are excited because she's also another actor, and so they're going to have her on as well. But I'm not expecting to see any sort of like crazy, crazy thing that happens. No, I don't think so. Metadata expert for photos. Let's see here. So we've got a forensic pathologist. That's the president right there. Representative of the Children's Hospital. Oh, good. I wonder what she's going to be talking about. Longtime entertainment lawyer, social media and internet analytics expert. Uh-oh. I wonder what that's going to be, man. I wonder. Yeah, that's going to be the metadata stuff, exactly. Oh, yeah, right here. Brian Neuromeister, metadata expert. So this guy is going to probably disprove some of the authenticity of the photos. Do you see kind of what I'm saying, Amber Turd? I mean, you never fucking know. Actually, there's a good chance that what if they have the fucking Wizard Destroyer up there again? And they have him tell Doug here to fucking list out all of the negative hashtags about Amber Heard. Have somebody else say it. You know, like, I mean, that's got to count for more points than just one, right? I mean, holy shit. It's going to be great. Do you think the lawyers purposely ruining the case to make Amber look bad, but making it look like they're doing their best? No, I don't really think so. I mean, like, maybe, but it's really kind of hard to say. I don't think there's, like, any solid evidence of that, but I could see why people would believe it, sure. I mean, why wouldn't they? Yeah, absolutely. And TMZ producer? Wait. TMZ. Oh, Morgan Tremin. Oh, so this was the producer from TMZ. So maybe this person, because it's in a deposition, or not deposition, but it's a court case, right? And they're on the stand, maybe they would have to actually say where they got the information and how they found out that Amber Heard was getting a divorce. Man, that would be very interesting, wouldn't it? I wonder what it is. Who did the leak? In my opinion, I think Amber Heard is telling the truth whenever she said that she didn't leak it. I think that she told her publicist and her publicist leaked it. Or her friend did it, or somebody who was like besides her did it. So yeah, that's what I'm kind of expecting. Court can subpoena documents. Yeah, I don't know exactly like what the scope of it is. The V Rising, yeah, I'll probably do Vampire Survivors today, and we'll see about V Rising as well. I don't really know, but that's going to be all way later on today. But remember, Amber said Johnny's lawyer did it? Yeah, sure, of course that's what she said, but it's different to see what she said versus an actual fucking document, etc. Dude, the flight attendant? Yeah, exactly. And also the flight attendant, this was the person here that Amber Heard said like Johnny was abusive towards, and now Johnny is bringing her on the stand. Huh. That's crazy. Like, isn't that really a very interesting little change of events? Do you think she's going to appeal? Oh, I think this is going to go on. I think that this is going to be, this is not going to be over on the 27th. I think this is going to continue to go on and on and on over time. Elon is making a settlement after exposing his dick to stewardess. Oh yeah, I heard about that. I don't know exactly what that was. Amber's team cannot call more witnesses. Well, they called, so basically the way this works, right? This is the way the court works. This is my understanding of it, right? Is that each team has an equal amount of time that they have to build their case for the jury and for the judge. So what does that mean? That means that each team has about 60-ish hours to explain why they are right. But after you're done with those 60 hours, you're done. It's basically like, I don't know, like a sports game. Like after the clock runs out, I mean, like maybe you can play for the buzzer, you know, before the buzzer, like, you know, if the ball's in the air for 3 seconds, but pretty much whenever the time's out, the game's over. And that's effectively what happened. And yeah, it's like chess. Yeah, there you go. Elon's story is fake news. I don't want to get into that. That's not really what we're talking about right now. I have no idea. I'll have to wait to see what happens. I mean, the thing is, like, every time that I hear, like, a news story about somebody, especially if it's something that's salacious like that, I usually assume that it's probably it's misstated, it's exaggerated, it's untrue in one way or another, because in a lot of cases, that's what it is. Because fucking, like, whatever you want to call it, like sensationalizing things gets more views and everything like that. Do you think they'll still discuss the shit on bed story? I absolutely think so. Yeah, I 100% think so. Like, of course they're going to talk about the shitting on the bed situation. Like, that's probably one of the biggest things that they have, is that. And now you can get, what's this here? Get your dick out be exaggerated? Well, how can getting your dick out be exaggerated? Well, I don't know. Like, I have no idea. All I'm saying is that I don't immediately believe a story like that without listening to a little bit more to it. Right? I mean, that's all I'm saying. I'll wait to see what happens, and then we'll go from there. And let's see here. The thing is, Amber is not paying her legal team. It's part of her actor insurance, technical stuff. They may not want to pay for an appeal. Really? Well, then why did she make it sound like she was spending all this money on the legal team then? Because I remember whenever she was on the stand, she was talking about how much money this was going to take. Yeah, I mean, isn't that odd? Oh, man. Like, that's such an interesting thing. Well, there'll be a doo-doo expert to analyze the image. I don't know how much evidence we have of the poop, but I really think that they should emphasize the poop, because the poop is where, that's where shit hits the fan. That's where things go from a he said, she said, weird abusive relationship. That's where you go from, that and you go over to the world of feral animal behavior. Like, this is like a feral beast. This is what a gorilla does. This is what a monkey does, or a dog does this, right? I mean, like, we're leaving the realm of humankind to have a conversation about this. Like, spending the money should donate to charity. Yeah, exactly. You show the photo of the poop early on. Johnny got a photo of it. Oh my God. Dr. Kimberly Collins can. It's her field of study. Where is it? Dr. Forensic Path. Oh no. Oh no. They're actually gonna get to the bottom of the poop situation. I really hope so. Lady yesterday said there was no poop evidence. Well, it depends. I'm not really sure if there is or not. They're now report that the bank is paying for her legal team. I'm not sure. It's her health insurance. It's paying for all the legal fees. Might explain the specialists that they're calling. I have no idea. I think that there'd be a lot of specialists and people like that wouldn't want to take on her case because they think that she's not telling the truth. And that's another factor you have to keep in mind, is that if you look at public sentiment for this, I view like public sentiment to be like a pretty good indicator if people are going to be supportive of something or not. And I would say, like, I don't know, like 95% of people are on Johnny Depp's side, like maybe 90. Like, it's easily over 50, like 70%. It easily over that. And I see this all the time. Now, yes, obviously you have some people that are posting stuff that are negative about it, but I think all that stuff gets ratioed to hell and nobody really gives a shit about it. And pretty much everybody agrees on this. 97%. Yeah, it's a tremendous amount of people. And you see this on pretty much all of the different social media websites. You see this on chat rooms. You see this everywhere. The only time you don't see it is whenever you have a mainstream media news publication that's stating otherwise. And like, who gives a shit what they say? That's literally just one person. Yeah, sorry. I wish that was the case. And it was news and media. I slur my words a lot, especially since I talk constantly. That's what happens. Anyway, what I mean is that this kind of stuff is like, why would somebody want to go on stand and go, up and defend this person who's hated by like 90% of the population? Who would want to do this? And like, you just think about it on a logical level, because there are probably more experts, and I think there are probably experts out there that could have defended her better, and they could have looked better. Jay Dubsky with the 5 good subs, I appreciate that. Yeah, they could have absolutely made her look better, and you know why they didn't? Because it was like polishing a turd. And that's why. That's the whole reason. That's what caused it. Check Twitter. I tagged you in a funny video. Let me go back over here. I'll look and see, okay? I know a lot of you guys have seen a bunch of stuff, have showed me a bunch of stuff, but that's about it. Check this out. Okay. Let me go back over and double check this. I don't exactly know what this is, but I'll look at it, because we have, how much time? We have 3 minutes. Okay, I can watch this. Let me mute the audio real quick. Okay, here we go. Let's watch it.
Remember the weird, crazy doctor that was on the stand today?
Which one?
There's a video of right before he gets on the stand, he's walking from behind to go into the stand, and he whispers to Elaine. And I don't know, he doesn't know that the mics are on, and you can barely hear it. But I just listened with my headphones in and the volume turned all the way up. And thank you to Tea with Lady, who really laid it out.
Well, let's hear it.
I will lie in my testimony. Is there something I'm not allowed to lie about? And she says no. I'm going to play the clip and turn it all the way up to listen. Remember the weird... Remember the weird...
That's bullshit to me. Yeah, that's reaching. I mean, here's the thing. The best thing about this is the fact that you don't need to use Twitter videos like this to establish guilt. because you have actual evidence. Like, yeah, I mean, some, like super low audio thing or something like that. I mean, like, who gives a shit? I have to rely. Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to tell. The audio's muffled. There's no way to be certain what he said one way or another. What's this here? Larger screen makes it more understandable. Yeah, it's hard really to say. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to listen to something like that and then think to myself, oh yeah, this is absolutely true. I totally believe this. Because why would I? It's not guaranteed. Tagged you on Twitter. Listen, you guys have tagged me in like a million different things. Let me look at a few other ones here. And oh my God, people keep tagging me in the same exact one. Okay, let's see here. A lot of these are just like random ass bullshit. I mean, yeah, there's not really a whole lot here to look at, I would say. But just in general, I would say that, what the fuck is this? Oh my God. Okay, there's some guy, some literally random ass guy. I have better chemistry with Jason in this photo than Amber Heard had in the whole movie. The thing is, like, he's not even really wrong. Like, yeah, that's kind of true, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, I feel like, I don't know, obviously nobody here probably knows Jason Momoa, but, like, I don't know, he seems like a guy that'd be pretty easy to get along with. Like, I don't know, like, it's, like, he doesn't seem like an uptight, like, angry, like, guy that, like, if you say the wrong thing, he'll, like, stop talking to you or something like that. Yeah, it's like, I feel like it's almost like kind of hard to not be able to get along with somebody like that. You know what I mean? And yeah, what's this? Get Jason on stream for an interview? There's no shot that he would do that. If I was his manager, I would tell him not to do that. Especially, like, I can guarantee you, this guy, he just wants to be as far out of this as possible. He doesn't want to fucking deal with it. And I think there's a lot of people like that. Especially like the other actors. They're like, fuck this. Like, this is not my thing. Yeah, that's all there's to it. It's actually next time over from me here in Iowa. Oh, that's crazy. So many feminists are automatically siding with Amber because they've had traumatic events with male abusers and they just go on about how guilty Johnny Depp is. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, again, it's the implication. And that's what I said before. It's people that, a lot of the people that were sympathizing with him were just people that had unresolved trauma and they were using the Johnny Depp case as a way that they could kind of like relive that in a way that they felt to be fair, you know? That's about it. That's what I think, at least. I mean, I'm not sure, but from a lot of the people that I've heard talking about it, that's what it was. It's not about having conflict with each other. It's more like they're awkward with each other. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. It's hard to do that. It's hard to really know. Like, I guess here's the way I would look at it. I don't want to explain and try to figure out, like, what did they really mean by not having chemistry. All I need to hear is the main actor said that they didn't have chemistry, and the guy that runs the show said they didn't have chemistry because the people that edited it said that. All right, that's enough. I'm pretty sure I trust them. You know, like, that's all there is to it. I would trust them as much as I want to. Had a situation with an abrasive person. Let me go back over here and look at this. Had to manually keep it out of my mind to look at facts without bias. It's hard. Oh yeah, for sure. I think that's a lot of people. And that's what people do, right? Is they'll try to, they'll put themselves in that position and be upset about it because that's where they used to be. Love how Amber Heard's team brought in some random woman from Disney to talk about pirates. Johnny Depp's team brought in the fucking president of DC. Well, I was actually, to be honest with you, I was surprised to see him there. Like, I was surprised that Warner Brothers would even let him be there. Because I think that Warner Brothers and a lot of these companies, like Disney, for example, they just don't want to have anything to do with it. Like, that's it. Like, they don't care about who's right or who's wrong. They don't want to be involved. So I was really surprised that happened.
Okay, approach.
Okay, here we go. Here, oh, okay, all right, never mind. And so, yeah. The actual president, yeah, Disney sent in, well, Disney did what I thought that Warner Brothers would do, is Disney sent in somebody who clearly had no fucking idea what's going on. Is like, she was like basically a middle manager for this stuff. She was not really involved in a lot of the executive decisions. You know, like, there were like emails back and forth. It's like, not everybody in like a normal world documents conversations to prove that somebody was bad or good. This is just like an office conversation, basically, and it's not always written down. It's not always in like a group text or something like this that's available to everybody. Yeah, it opens them up to liability. Exactly. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we didn't have a conversation. I made that decision. Yeah, there you go. And probably to clear up that they sign actors based off of film reason, not based off tabloids. I think that's actually a good point, because it does make Warner Brothers look bad in a way whenever they have this person involved with them that has all this drama, and maybe they do want to go on record to clear it and explain that, like, well, we don't want to deal with the tabloid stuff, we don't have anything to do with it. I think that makes a lot of sense. Warner Brothers need to clear the idea they fired Amber Heard for no reason. That's why the president needed to testify. That's actually a good point. Yeah, I mean, because again, like, Warner Brothers has their own image to maintain, and they don't want to have people thinking that they're lying or they are, like, you know, like any of this. Like, they want to set the record straight themselves. Absolutely. Disney didn't want to be implicated with the real reason why they dropped Johnny. Yeah, exactly. So I think Disney sent in a receptionist that didn't know anything, and guess what happened? She said, well, I don't know anything. And then they're like, all right, well, there it is. That's what Disney thinks. Actually kind of amazed to get Warner Bros. Boss to testify. I was too. Like, but whenever you look at it in the context of Warner Brothers wanting to testify, of Warner Brothers wanting to make sure that they get ahead of this and they don't have this bad image put on their brand, then I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, these are media companies after all. Like, these people understand media. That's what they do. It's their job. So it would make sense that they would want to control the media because that's their job. That's what they fucking do. Also, they can use it to make people think that they look good for defending Depp. Yeah, of course. And yeah, I think so. Do you think Johnny Depp's team called them out? Called them for using outside of court information? I have no idea. It depends. Especially with the first movie being so successful, they don't want bad press for the second movie. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, all they're saying is, like, yeah, they're like, yeah, she has a smaller role. It's not that big of a deal. It's mainly between, you know, Aquaman and his brother being boys. Well, that sounds great. I mean, that automatically sounds better than the first movie. Like, I'm going to be honest, that automatically, it does. It sounds better than the first movie. Like, I thought that the first movie was okay, but, like, honestly, I don't give a fuck about some love interest thing. Like, I don't care about this. Like, you have a few scenes about it, but, like, we don't, like, this is not a romance movie. Bro, this is Aquaman. Let have him ride on a shark. Like, let's go. Here we go. Let's see it. Let's see it.
We ready for the jury?
Alrighty, boys.
Okay. Sir, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, can you count to 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
All right.
There's a bit of a delay.
Just trying to get you on the big screen. We're waiting for the jury. Just give us a minute, okay, sir?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ah, his audio's delayed. That's too bad. Amber's team is doing way more in this case to defame her than Johnny and Waldman did. I would agree. I would absolutely agree. I should set up. I don't know who this guy is. I'm not sure yet. Yeah, we'll have to find out. Amber's sister scares me. I don't know about that. Yeah, he said no and left short. Okay, let's see it. Is he the hacker, man? I don't know.
Seated. All right, your next witness.
Let's find out.
We called Dr. Kolber.
All right,
Okay.
sir, if you could raise your right hand.
Here we go.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would just object that Dr. Culver appears to have a stack of documents right in front of him.
Oh my God.
All right, sir, you can put your hand down, and any documents you have, if you could put them away.
Dr.
And
Culver.
just testify from your memory, okay, sir?
Oh,
Thank
right
you.
here. Hand doctor of Mr. Depp.
Your question?
Good morning, Dr. Kolber.
Yeah, he's a hand surgeon.
Could you
Okay,
please
here we
state your
go.
full name for the record?
David Allen Colbert.
And what is your profession?
I'm gonna have to turn it up for him because he's quiet.
I'm a plastic and hand surgeon.
And how long have you been a plastic and hand surgeon?
Been in practice for 26 years.
Where do you currently work?
At Cedars-Sinai Medical Center.
Okay,
How
that should
long
be
have
good.
you worked there?
For the past 26 years.
Do you know the plaintiff in this action, Johnny Depp?
I do.
And how do you know Mr. Depp?
guy
I had
knows what's
taken
going on.
care of him when he had injured his hand.
All right.
When did Mr. Depp become your patient?
Sometime in March of 2015.
That's whenever that happened.
And what
That makes
type of
sense.
treatment did you provide to Mr. Depp?
He had a fracture of his finger with soft tissue loss. And so we reconstructed his finger.
Yeah, we know about that.
When did you perform the first surgery on Mr. Depp's finger?
I believe it was around March 20th of 2015.
Okay.
And what was involved in that surgery, just briefly?
Yeah.
Debriding the devitalized tissue, putting a hypothenar skin graft, restore some of the soft tissue loss that he had, and then also putting a pin in because he had a displaced distal phalanx fracture.
What was the state of Mr. Depp's hand immediately after that surgery?
Good question. True.
I'm sorry, I think the
True.
audio cut out a little bit. Could you please repeat your answer?
It was injured and had soft tissue loss and a fracture of his distal phalanx.
Okay.
And what type of cast was on Mr. Depp's hand after you performed that surgery?
It was a plaster splint.
And can you please describe to the jury what a plaster splint
What's the thing
would
on his
look like?
hand?
So
They showed
it's,
this
it's
yesterday.
like a cast, but you don't want to put everything circumferential on it because of swelling after surgery. So I believe in Mr. Depp's case, it was like the two fingers. I think the third finger was the one that was operated on. So these two fingers, the third and fourth finger, are together. And it's a splint with plaster on the top and on the bottom that goes around the hand to protect it.
How mobile was Mr. Depp's hand when it was in that cast?
It wasn't at all, probably.
Well, he couldn't move his third and fourth fingers because of the bulkiness of the splint. Typically, post-operatively, it's a more bulkier splint right after the surgery.
Yeah,
So
of course.
it's, not very, it gets in the way.
Okay.
Could Mr. Depp grab someone with that cast on his hand?
It's not Doomfist.
He could attempt to grab someone. I don't know how successful he would be. He had his index finger free and his thumb
with
free,
one
but the
finger,
other
okay.
fingers were probably not being able to move.
Oh my god.
How
long was the pin in Mr. Depp's finger?
Skodrick, the second face, the dragon hand.
About 11 or 12 days.
Oh my god.
And how was the pin removed?
It was removed under local anesthesia in my office.
Okay.
How long did you ultimately treat Mr. Depp for his hand injury?
For several months.
Oh, wow.
And why was that?
It was
fucked up.
A bad injury. It required a few more little office procedures to clean up the tissue. He had an infection as a result of the injury, so he had to be on antibiotics for some time until it finally completely healed.
Makes sense.
Do you recall when the infection developed?
It was a few weeks after the surgery, and that's when I took out the pin.
When was the last time that you saw Mr. Depp?
Sometime in 2015. I don't recall when.
And when was the last time that you spoke to Mr. Depp?
The same. Around 2015.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Colbert.
All right, cross-examination.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Good morning, Dr. Culber. So you said that this plaster splint was put on after surgery on March 20th.
Rotten Boy's ready to go to war.
Around 2015.
Thank you, Dr. Kolber.
All right, cross-examination.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. Like, the audio keeps dying.
Good morning, Dr. Kolber.
Sorry.
So you said that this plaster splint was put on after surgery on March 20th, 2015?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And a plaster
Yeah.
a plaster splint, is that sometimes called half a cast?
Sometimes it's called half a cast or a soft cast,
Uh-huh.
something like that. Yeah.
And
Okay.
it's made of plaster of Paris, right?
Correct.
Right.
And plaster of Paris hardens like a cast does, correct?
Yes.
So other than the fact that it's a little smaller than a cast that goes around your whole hand, it's just as hard as a cast that would be put on a broken arm or a broken hand, correct?
Well, it's softer on the side, so the fingers
Fucking
can
audio,
expand
man.
for swelling.
Fucking audio,
So
sorry.
it's not fully, the plaster appears circumferential around everything.
Uh-huh.
So there are areas that are softer to allow for swelling.
But the parts that are covered with plaster of Paris are just as hard as any other cast, correct?
Correct.
And regardless of whether Mr. Depp could have grabbed someone with the hand with the cast on, he could have grabbed someone with the hand without the cast on, correct?
Correct.
Michelle, can you pull up Exhibit 400, please?
Oh,
It's been
he
admitted,
has
Your Honor.
two hands. You're right. Doctor, does he have two hands? Yes, is a cap. There it is. That's what I thought. I knew it.
Permission to publish.
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, let's see it.
Dr. Kolber, I'm just going to ask Michelle here to just scroll through these pictures, and I'd ask you to take a look at them.
Your Honor, I'm going to object for lack of foundation for these photographs.
Yeah, what
They're
are
already
you?
in evidence.
With respect to the questions to the witness.
Yeah, what?
Thank you.
Michelle, if you could go back up to that, stop right there.
What is the foundation here? Yeah, the
Is there anything about the cast that was put on Mr. Depp's hand on March 20th, 2015 that would have prevented him from doing this damage to Miss Heard's closet on March 23rd, 2015?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he had his other hand available. So,
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
That's Johnny. Like, I feel like these guys, all they did was play Elden Ring.
Dr. Kolber, how many fingers were
That's
in the
it.
plaster portion of Mr. Depp's cast?
Really?
I believe 2 or 3, at least 2 were, and the third one.
He
and
has
the fourth
two hands. He actually
And
did that.
Why did you call it a soft cast?
Because it's not fully, plaster doesn't go around the entire hand because you allow for swelling. So there's plaster to protect the
Right.
fracture. So there's a little plaster on it, but it's on the top and the bottom, but it's not completely circumferential. So there's soft spots to it.
And where are those soft spots located again?
Usually we'd put a piece of plaster underneath the fingers and
Uh-huh.
on top, and then the sides of the fingers, it's soft so that the fingers can swell after the surgery.
Could Mr. Depp have hit someone with the hand that had the cast on it?
He could have hit someone with it.
Yeah?
Probably would have
Could break the cast.
injured, damaged the cast.
Yeah.
Did you ever notice any damage to Mr. Depp's cast when you treated him after the surgery?
I don't recall. But nothing that comes to mind.
It was not noteworthy.
Could Mr. Depp form a fist with the cast on?
No.
No further questions. Thank you, Dr. Kolber.
All right, thank you, sir. That concludes your testimony. Thank you. All right, your next witness.
So he couldn't have done it. Like, so there we go.
Plaintiff calls Richard Marx, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Marx.
So there's nothing that they could have done. What a surprise. Turn this down a bit. There we go. We should be fine here. Richard Marx. No, it's another Marx. It's not the guy that wrote the book. No, he's gone. He's not around anymore. Yeah, it was a while ago. Okay, here we go. Should have asked more. Yeah, you obviously can't do that. Thing by casting walls or schools, had a couple scratches on it. What the fuck are they trying to say? That he was effectively, this is what they were trying to say.
Sir, right?
That's Johnny.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Straight up.
Welcome back, Mr. Marx.
Or Doomfist.
You've testified in this case previously, but would you just briefly remind the jury who you are?
I'm Richard Marx, and I'm a full-time entertainment transactional attorney. I make deals every day for productions and for individuals. I'm in the trenches,
I don't think I saw
negotiating and then making sure the contracts reflect the deals. And
this guy goes
I'm
to
very
war.
much distinguished from the other side's expert, who is not an attorney, who's not in the trenches making deals, is not in that day-to-day process.
And are you familiar with the testimony
What an introduction.
of Catherine Arnold in this matter?
Yes.
What a fucking
Have you
introduction.
been asked to analyze that testimony and provide opinions in response?
Holy
Yes.
shit.
And generally, what are those opinions?
Well, my opinions are that she's very slick and smooth, but she's not an expert in deal making. Her assessment of damages is built on nothing, and it's wildly speculative.
Are you familiar with Ms. Arnold's opinion that it's customary for an actor to
All right.
renegotiate the fee for a subsequent picture option in a multi-picture contract when a film is successful?
Maybe if they're the star.
Yes, I heard that opinion.
And are you also familiar with her testimony that under those circumstances, an actor will renegotiate a 50 to 100% increase?
I heard
in
that
salary
opinion.
for the next optional film?
Yes, I heard her say that.
Do you agree with those opinions?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
There it is.
Well, what we're dealing with in this case is a test option agreement. And that's an agreement. It's a multi-picture agreement. And it's the nightmare for people like me. The test is going to take place, let's say, for 10 actors the next morning at 9. And you have to fully negotiate a contract that might cover 4 movies and have it signed before they're allowed to test, so that if they're chosen for the part, we have the full contract.
That sucks.
There's no renegotiation.
That's the trenches.
So you've got a contract for a multi-picture deal. It's usually a franchise, and those are the trenches. You negotiate the first movie, and normally, if they get the part, they're the chosen one. They're the star's born moment, if you will. They get the part. Normally, their salary is inflated from their normal salary, because now they're going to play a character that could go on for 4 movies.
Makes sense.
In this case, Ms. Heard's first salary when she got the part was $450,000. If Warner Brothers and DC Comics decided to make a next movie, they could recast her. They had no obligation. All they had was an option. But if they did cast her up front, that they had agreed to more than double her salary.
They did.
2.25 times to get to the $1 million.
Yeah.
These are large bumps, if you will.
Tremendous.
If an actor is on a series, say,
Mega bumps.
they go, and they have 5 options. They go up in increments of 5%, 10%, 20%.
Okay.
Not these multiples that you see in a test option agreement. And that's one of the reasons that they aren't renegotiated normally. They are in some instances, but not normally.
What's the significance of the test part in a test option agreement?
Okay.
The test significance is that an established actor usually wouldn't test. They'd be offered the role.
Right. Makes sense.
Ms. Heard was in a group of actors that needed to be tested to see if the studio wanted to hire them.
Not established.
And then if they hired them, they would be locked up for potentially 4 movies at very lucrative increases, because after Aquaman 1, she gets to $1 million. Aquaman 2, she gets to $2 million. And Aquaman 3, excuse me, you get to $4 million. These are unheard of bumps if you're going on a normal career and trying to increase your salary by increments.
A normal career.
In your experience, what is customary for negotiations of multi-picture deals?
Well, I think what happened in this case was customary for negotiation of multi-picture deals. And by that I mean that you assume success. The reason you go from the first Justice League movie where Miss Heard played Mira the first time, the reason you more than double her salary is you assume success.
Yeah.
So you've already built in the bonus that Miss Arnold was referring to, a renegotiation, if you will, for the third movie. Instead of doubling her salary, Miss Arnold said it would only be fair to quadruple her salary.
Of course.
And that's just not the way these idiosyncratic contracts work. They're a very small portion of the contracts we deal with.
So yeah, of course.
Are you familiar with Ms. Arnold's opinion that Ms. Heard's salary for Aquaman 2 could have been renegotiated to around $4 million?
I am.
Do you agree with that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Well, as I've said, that would now be after a healthy first payday. It's more than doubled, and now it would be quadrupled. That's not the way it happens. Walter Hamada, who is the president of that part of the studio, said it doesn't happen. They're not going to do it.
Right.
Miss Arnold, for some substance, says, well, Jason Momoa got to do it, but she doesn't give us any of the details. We know that Jason Momoa was in a movie before the Justice League. He played Aquaman in a movie not with Miss Mira in that movie. So he had a history before the first movie with Amber Heard. He played Aquaman.
That's true.
We don't know what his contract, the state of it was when you got to Aquaman 2, and she says, unsupported, that he renegotiated. We're not sure what he renegotiated to. But I can say that at the end of the option period, when you've only got one option left, and you want that star in more movies, you may renegotiate, but it's not a gratuity. It's, we'll give you more for the last option if you'll give us 3 more options. It's a give and take.
Makes sense. Yeah, it actually makes sense.
Unfortunately, Ms. Arnold didn't give us any of that background or those building blocks. And then I think yesterday she said, and the other actors renegotiated. And again, we don't know their salary history. We don't know their contracts. We don't know anything.
Like William Dafoe?
She's asking you just to believe her as what I refer to as a professional expert.
Yeah. It's like
Are you aware that Ms. Arnold's opined that, but for the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would have earned $45 million in the last 18 months and then the next 3 to 5 years?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to address some of the components of that one by one with you, Mr. Marx. Are you familiar with her testimony that Ms. Heard would continue to make films for approximately $4 million each following Aquaman 2?
Yes.
Do you agree with that testimony?
No.
Why not?
Well, again, in Aquaman 2, Amber Heard has already had this huge increase. She worked on Aquaman 2 for $2 million.
Yeah.
what Miss Arnold is saying is, oh, she should have worked on it for $4 million.
Of course.
Which I disagree with, and I think there is reasons to negotiate. They weren't here in this case. So the $4 million I have a disagreement with. But even if it was at $4 million, or if it was at $2 million, the 4 or 5 movies that Ms. Heard might get might be independent movies. They might be standalone studio movies. They might be passion projects.
Don't have the
Every
same
actor has
budget.
Yeah, a quiver full of quotes, and their highest quote is for the superhero fantasy journey.
Of course.
Their lowest quote might be for the independent passion project, where they'll defer their salary and almost take nothing to work, just SAG minimum. To assume that she'd get 4 or 5 more movies at her last fantasy quote would be to assume that those are also those type of movies.
That's a good
playing
point.
Another character.
Yeah.
And Miss Arnold says that Miss Heard's breakout moment, her Star is Born moment, is Christmas 2018. If that's true, and I don't think it's true, those moments don't normally happen to supporting cast, but if it's true, as a deal maker, you would expect producers, production companies to flock in to take advantage of this hot star and to sign them up.
True.
And we have from Christmas 2018 to spring 20, where there is none of this activity. The Stars Born phenomena didn't happen. Miss Heard starred in one series of 8 episodes, and she earned a healthy fee, $200,000 an episode.
Big money.
But that's 5 times less than the $1 million Miss Arnold is tossing out, supposedly based on Jason Momoa's quote. She doesn't prove it or give us facts.
Of course not.
And Jason Momoa is not a comparable actor. He's been in a series where they shot 78 episodes, 44 episodes, 21 episodes.
Yes.
He played Conan the Barbarian. He was in Game of Thrones. It's not a comparable.
Unresponsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Marx, we'll get to some of those issues in a moment, but I wanted to take you back for a second. I
God.
testified a few minutes ago that
that was brutal.
Your understanding is that the last option in a multi-picture deal might be renegotiated under some circumstances. Do you have an understanding of whether Aquaman 2 was the last option in Ms. Heard's contract with Warner Brothers?
Oh, no. Aquaman 2 has not even been released. And Warner Brothers has
that was brutal,
a fourth
man.
option for Aquaman 3 or another movie where Mira appears, that character.
Yeah.
And they've agreed to double the salary again. So it's in success, and that assumes that they recast and that they make the movie.
Right.
Are you aware of Ms. Arnold's testimony that Ms. Heard would have made several $1 million on endorsement deals, such as the one she had with L'Oreal?
I'm aware of that testimony.
Do you agree with that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Again,
I love how he says
this is a business of personalities. We didn't, after the breakout moment that Ms. Arnold talked about, Christmas 2018, we didn't see endorsement deals flocking to Ms. Heard during that 16-month period before Adam Waldman made a few statements in the London Daily Mail, I believe it was. We didn't see those endorsements coming to her. We didn't. What Ms. Arnold shows you is these non-comparable actors, they had endorsement deals.
That's true.
But she doesn't show you, when she describes the breakout moment and why she's comparing Amber Heard to these, what I call uncomparable actors, but she's making the comparison. She's saying, well, they had all these deals, why wouldn't she?
I wonder why.
But for the statements that happened 16 months later. And I guess my primary question is what happened in the 16 months, even if you believe 3 statements
destroying
in the
our
Daily
ego?
Mail,
Yeah.
are the stake through the heart of this Stars Born moment.
Jesus. What a
Do you have an
metaphor.
opinion about Ms. Arnold's testimony that
Oh
Ms.
my
Heard
God.
made $1 million an episode and a couple of streaming series following her A Star is Born moment?
Yes, I heard it. I have an opinion.
What's your opinion?
Well, after Aquaman 1, this is a major coup.
Oh my God.
Amber Heard got that role. She tested for it. She could have been the other 19 actresses or 10 or whoever else tested. Didn't get it. She got the role. And she got her salary doubled for Aquaman 1 to $1 million. Now, Ms. Arnold wants you to believe that that $1 million would translate into, she'd get that for each episode of a series.
Ah, that's interesting.
We know what she got for a series. She got a series
for 200
in that period after Christmas 2018, before spring of 2020. She got a series. It was 8 episodes.
That was The Stand.
It was $200,000 an episode.
Yep.
And Miss Arnold is from somewhere in a glib way saying she got a couple series and $1 million each. And I can tell you, as someone in the trenches, rarely does an actor get $1 million for a series episode.
That's true.
And
it was even news whenever it's happened before.
And again, in those 16 months, there were no offers for series at $1 million an episode. In fact, her only series is the $200,000. And if you look at her resume, the series that Miss Heard were in, I think the longest one ran 8 episodes. Jason Momoa, if you were to believe Miss Arnold, and somehow Jason Momoa's agent broke their confidentiality in the agreement, and he had a series at $1 million an episode.
Yeah.
If you're to believe that, Jason Momoa has had a series with 78 episodes, with 44 episodes,
$78 million.
with 21 episodes, with 18 episodes, with 21 episodes. He was in. Again, there's not a comparableness there.
No, it's not.
We spoke a few minutes ago about the test option agreement. What's the significance of the option part of that agreement?
The option part of the agreement gives the employer, the studio, the option. They don't have to do anything. They have an option to either employ you at a very healthy salary to play this role or not. They can recast the superhero role. You just have to think of how many actors have played Batman or Superman.
That's true.
They can do what they want.
Yeah.
And indeed, since there's no contract, they only have a choice to exercise their option or not. They might say, we're not exercising unless you reduce your compensation. Who knows
it's their
what
own
the
discretion.
negotiation would be? But it's not a contract until the studio exercises the option, and they don't have to.
What's the alternative to an option agreement?
Damn.
Well, the alternative is most agreements in Hollywood.
I don't know about
hired
that.
To play the role. Or
oh my God,
once you exercise the option, then it becomes, for that picture, an agreement like others in Hollywood. You are now hired to play that role. So most contracts are guaranteed. You're hired to play the role. In an option agreement, once they exercise the option, for that movie, it becomes a guaranteed contract.
Are you aware that Ms. Arnold testified that Ms. Heard was released from her Aquaman 2 contract and then subsequently rehired?
I heard that testimony.
Is that consistent with your experience in the film industry in connection with these multi-option contracts?
No.
Why not?
No.
Again, studios don't do things they don't have to do.
Yeah.
As we heard Mr. Hamada, the president of the studio, say, you either exercise your option or you don't. They exercised their option. He denied releasing and then rehiring. And in my experience, in almost 5 decades in the business, doing this type of work, not talking about it, not consulting. I mean, I have, I heard Ms. Arnold say she'd been an expert 100 times. I'm a transactional lawyer. I do this occasionally. Basically, it's not a contract till they option it, and they pick up their option. Yeah. And at that point, it's a guaranteed contract.
He's down in the trenches, boys.
Different rules apply to it.
Yeah.
In your experience in the industry, do studios typically comment on those types of actions that they're taking with respect to options?
No. Just like Mr. Hamada said, they don't need to comment on it. They either exercise the option or they don't. In Hollywood, silence is the default. You play no card before it's time. And the cards there were exercise the option or not.
Okay.
And I was surprised by Mr. Hamada under oath basically saying that there was this discussion of chemistry.
Yeah, I was surprised by that too.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
What?
It was an in-court statement this morning, I believe, Your Honor. That's fine.
It's the same hearsay that you were. It's hearsay like yesterday.
What?
I mean, it's hearsay.
He's the president.
Go ahead. Thank you.
I didn't hear.
Go ahead, sir.
Never mind.
You can continue, Mr. Marx.
Yeah. I'm surprised to hear Mr. Hamada say that they talked about
the fuck
chemistry. That would normally be behind closed doors.
It would be, yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Because it can't help your relationship with the actor.
Absolutely.
You're either going to exercise or not.
Right.
And that was quite a bit of candor from someone at his level.
True.
And so,
that's what I said.
Therefore, I take it at face value. I think he felt that he was under oath and he was telling the truth, but it wouldn't
Objection,
be.
Your Honor, is.
I'll sustain the objection.
He was going on. He was
Mr.
going
Marks,
on.
are there
That's
circumstances where a studio would be more likely to say something about not using an actor again in a franchise?
Yeah.
Yes.
What are those circumstances?
Once they've exercised the option, once the contract is guaranteed, the studio still has the right to pay the actor but not play them, pay or play them. And
I didn't know that.
That is a rare condition because you've hired the actor.
Yeah.
You've got to pay them, but you say, go home, we're recasting.
Damn.
In that situation, after you've exercised the option and the contract is guaranteed, if you pay off the actor, that's normally commented on. That becomes
no, I didn't even know that.
A bit of information because it's not normal.
Okay.
Is that circumstance different from Ms. Heard's contract with Warner Brothers for the Aquaman movies?
It makes sense. Yeah, go away.
Ms. Heard's contract, again, it was just an option. Either we exercise it or we don't. And if we exercise it, she's in the film. If we don't, she's not.
Right.
Until we exercise it, we have our right to recast or not make the movie. And even after we exercise it, we'd still have a right to recast and not make the movie. We just have to pay her salary.
Damn.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard's career trajectory with that of other actors, including Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine?
I heard that.
And what's your opinion of those actors as comparables?
I heard that.
Even Ms. Heard's agent, Jessica Kay, said that 4 of those actors weren't
Objection, Your
comparable.
Honor, hearsay.
I believe same response, Your Honor, that it was in testimony that was played in court.
It wasn't
earlier
a
this week.
testimony?
I mean, that's not what she testified to. I mean, he's characterizing testimony that was from days ago, and I don't even think she testified to that, Your Honor.
You can cross-examine over.
There we. Oh, there's gonna be a cross-examine. I can't wait for that.
Again,
oh
they
boy,
are not comparable. Jason Momoa was Aquaman. Chris Pine was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot was Wonder Woman. Zendaya has been working on Disney Channel since she was 13. She's in all the Spider-Man movies. She goes by one name. Ana de Armas, when she was in a movie that they call, her breakout.
Blade Runner?
It was as a nude poster. She's been in an ensemble piece, Knives Out. These are not comparables. Now, Ms. Arnold stuck to Jason Momoa, who's the most non-comparable because of his history and his career. But she didn't give us the advantage of telling us what his contracts were.
Of course
not.
not.
What he renegotiated to, what he earned. She didn't give us any of those building blocks. She just she set him up as a comparable,
Finally,
and
some
then
logic.
said what Ms. Heard should earn, but she never gave us the salary of Jason Momoa or the other comparables. And she built like this house of cards on nothing. She showed us with her words, the beautiful clothing that the emperor was wearing, but we could see, if you know the business,
Objection, Your Honor.
that he wasn't.
Beyond the scope of the question.
He just finishes anyway.
Next question. Okay.
Yeah, he just finishes anyway.
You're just speaking about Mr. Momoa.
Oh
as a
my
comparable.
God.
Are you aware that Ms. Arnold compares Ms.
Yeah.
Heard to Mr. Momoa as an actor with equivalent franchise experience?
It's all analogy. Yeah, I
who
like
was
it.
able to renegotiate his salary for significant increases in bonus?
Yes.
What's your response to that opinion?
Again, he didn't have comparable franchise experience to Miss Heard.
Yeah.
He was Conan the Barbarian. He played Aquaman in a movie that Amber Heard was not in. He played Aquaman, not a supporting character like Mira. It's just not comparable. And you can say the words, but I saw nothing from Miss Arnold to back it up.
Oh my
Something to
God.
build on, which, if she was a negotiator in the trench, the studio negotiator would say, "Okay, so show us. Where's the comps?
Oh
Let's
my
talk
God.
numbers," because ultimately that's where we have to get to, not just because you say it so. We just don't believe you. You've got to show us.
That's true.
In your experience in the industry, what factors influence the negotiation of the terms
Destroy
of a
her
film
ego.
agreement with an actor?
Well, first it depends on the film. If the film is $1 million movie and everybody's deferring their salaries, that's one thing. If it's a superhero movie, that's another.
Right.
But for deal makers and negotiators, the best predictor of what the deal should be is past earnings.
Yeah, sure.
Precedent, comps. You also look at the budget of the movie, what it can bear, because if Jason Momoa's comp is $10 million, but the budget's $10 million, obviously he has another price for that movie.
Yeah.
But the best predictor of future earnings is past earnings.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I didn't see any
Sure.
Ms. Arnold talk about past earnings at all, except the earnings in this rarefied superhero 4-picture deal where instead of incremental increases, which you normally see, it was multiples increases. And then when you get on a series, the big renegotiation was when the network has no more options.
Mm-hmm.
Until then, the actors on the series get 5, 10, 15 small percentage raises. They don't get multiples. They get the multiples if it's a success and the studio wants to continue making the series. And
Yeah,
they
it would
want to
make
keep
sense.
These characters.
Absolutely.
That's when the renegotiation happens.
How many notes now?
Here, even if we believe Ms. Arnold, after Aquaman 2, there was still an option waiting at a big price, double the previous payday.
Uh-huh.
What's the significance of
Yeah.
the timing of the Waldman statements to the opportunities Ms. Arnold claims Ms. Heard
Post-it
lost?
sponsorship?
Well, the argument, as I understand it, is that Ms. Arnold says that Ms. Heard lost all these opportunities because of those losses were caused by Adam Waldman's statements 16 months later. So I think the timing.
Sure.
Uh-oh. Yeah, she's pissed. It's like they're trying to stop him, shut him down, man. Like, this guy, 50 years in the trenches, man. And he comes in here, like that woman yesterday, she reminded me, like, just like the way she acted, the way she talked, she reminded me of, like, the women at the supermarket that pick up People magazine and read it while the cashier is, checking out all of their stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's loving this. Talks like a lawyer. Yeah, that's because he's a lawyer. I wonder why. It makes sense. Yeah, it's just brutal, man. Like, of his expression. Well, it's just like this guy. Like, he just knows. And like what he's saying makes perfect sense. That's what everybody was thinking yesterday, too. That's the best part about it.
Mr. Marx, what's your overall assessment of Ms. Arnold's opinions in this case?
My overall assessment of her opinions is that they're not worth the paper they're not written on. She knows something about our business, but not about negotiating deals. She may have gotten someone at the
Holy
Endeavor
shit.
office to breach confidentiality.
Okay.
But she never laid out the building blocks.
Excuse me, there's an objection. You have to stop talking, Mr. Marx. Thank you. Beyond the scope.
Just talk over
Mr.
him.
Marx, can you just limit your testimony to your opinion about
Just
Ms.
fucking
Arnold's
talks
opinions?
over him.
My opinion, as someone
Oh my God.
made deals as a deal
Not
maker
with the paper
for
they're
almost
not written
50
on.
years,
Oh
is
my
that
God.
she calls herself an expert, but she's not. She doesn't have the background. She doesn't have the day-to-day knowledge. And her testimony that I heard did not back up her bottom line. If you want to get those figures, you have to show why they're deserved. And again, she was constructing a Jenga without the bottom pieces. It does not hold up under scrutiny by someone who makes deals.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Uh-oh, here we go. Like the metaphors, man, I love it. Yeah, this guy, they're not worth the paper they're not written on. Holy shit.
Good morning, Mr. Marks.
That's bad.
Good morning.
He just doesn't give a fuck, man.
So you agree that studios use comps to negotiate deals, correct, with actors?
Sometimes they do.
And you have an issue with the comps that Ms. Arnold used, correct? As you testified to.
I have an issue with the comps that she says she used that she didn't disclose.
Yeah.
The comps being the actors that you just talked about. She did disclose, she disclosed the actors.
She disclosed the actors and budget figures from their movies. She never disclosed their salaries and salary history as comps.
You're not offering a different set of comparators that should be used, correct?
I'm saying if you are going to...
That's not my question. Are you offering a different set of comparators than what Ms. Arnold used?
I'm not here offering comparators. I'm saying what she offered are not comparators.
That was my question. You're not offering comparators, correct?
No, I would say that Ms.
That was
Heard's
my
comparisons
sir,
are where
respectfully,
you
that
look.
was my question.
He just keeps going.
After the,
All right, we'll strike after that. Just answer. the
Just
question,
strike.
Marx.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, your deal
Just
your
keeps
deal maker,
going.
correct?
Yes.
What actors have you negotiated for in superhero movies?
Well, recently I've negotiated for Chris Pratt in a superhero series for Amazon. I've negotiated a deal for Michael Douglas, not in a superhero movie, but a historical movie.
Big actor.
I've negotiated recently a deal for Paul Rudd and Will Ferrell on an Apple series.
Shouldn't have asked that.
Up on an Apple series.
Should not
Those
have
are
asked that.
Recent talent deals.
What actors have you negotiated for a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I can't remember a superhero movie that I've negotiated. I've certainly negotiated over my career franchise movies and fantasy movies.
Your Honor, so it's no, you haven't negotiated with for any actors for superhero movies, correct?
So you would define like, I don't know, Jungle Book isn't a superhero movie. It's more of a fantasy.
Okay, so no, correct. Your answer is no.
All right. So as I sit here, I can't think of a Marvel type superhero movie that I've negotiated. Although I know there's one or two in there.
Now, you testified and you agree that Mr. Momoa negotiated his multi-picture contract for Aquaman 2, correct?
I heard Mr. Hamada say there was a renegotiation.
Yeah, that's what he said. The president.
No facts were pro-offered, such as he didn't have an option. His options were out. What he was earning and what he renegotiated to, and he is Aquaman man. So yes, I did hear there was a renegotiation.
And you understand that his salary went from $3 to $4 million to $15 million.
If you tell me that, I haven't seen his contract, and I haven't heard any testimony under oath that that's where the leap was.
That's true.
Now, Ms. Heard's contract.
Did he get more? Did they get more options for when they made that leap? Did they get more options?
Ms. Heard's contract was a talent option contract, correct?
God, this guy just fucking talks over the lawyer. Holy shit! Yeah, he's the main character now.
If there's an Aquaman 3,
oh my God,
have an option to receive $4 million, correct, for the movie?
Well, actually, you would language it. Warner Brothers would have the option to engage her.
If they engaged her, she would receive $4 million, correct?
She doesn't have the option to refuse. They have the option to engage her.
And she would receive $4 million, correct?
Yes, $4 million.
Would you agree that the money Amber was making on Aquaman 2 or 3 would be her market rate for future studio movies?
I would think it would be her rate for future studio superhero movies.
Like, say, bigger budgets.
But not necessarily studio movies that aren't superheroes, that could be standalone.
Yeah.
That could be other type of studio movies.
True.
But for studio superhero movies, it would be $4 million, correct?
If I was Miss Heard's agent, that's where I would start.
Okay.
Assuming everything was equal. The budget of the superhero movie, that she was in the ensemble. There's a lot of ifs to look at, but all things being equal.
You agree that Aquaman was a breakthrough role for Miss Heard, wasn't it?
It's the first movie of that ilk that she makes, but she is not Aquaman. She is Mira.
But it was a breakthrough movie for Miss Heard, correct?
For her, it's a breakthrough movie to be in that film and in the ensemble. Absolutely.
Just to be there.
And she was the female star of that movie, correct?
I believe so.
You would agree that for all of the actors Ms. Arnold listed as comparables, their career trajectory went up after their breakthrough, correct?
Yeah.
She didn't give us the raw materials to look at, but I'll take your word that all those unrelated actors in unrelated films, except for Jason Momoa, they went up.
Right.
As did Miss Arnold's when she went from 1 to 2.
In your experience, can you identify an actor or an actress who's not been able to get a new studio movie after a breakthrough performance in a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I haven't been asked to opine on that, but there are lots of supporting characters in movies that don't appear in the next movie.
That's true.
But a female star in her breakthrough movie
Megan
in a
Fox,
superhero movie, can you identify any actress who's not gotten another studio movie after that?
Well, after Miss Heard's breakthrough in 2018, she did get Aquaman 2.
Aquaman 2 was already She already
Okay.
had the option for Aquaman 2,
All right,
correct?
so she did, Ms. Heard did not get any movies after 2018, long before the Adam Waldman statements.
Other than Miss Heard, can you identify any actor or actress who's not gotten another studio movie after their breakthrough in a superhero movie?
They're using breakthrough.
As I sit here now, I haven't been asked to research that, and I can't. That would be a normal thing.
And you're
She's
you're
a
not
supporting
providing an
role.
alternative number for Miss Heard's damages, correct? For the jury.
Correct. I'm not providing an alternative number. I think she's been more than adequately paid.
I'd move to strike after no, I've not been provided another number. That's all. I mean, my question was you're not providing another number.
I think it's in fairness and the full answer to the question, Your Honor.
It was a yes or no question. He said his answer was no.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Nope. It's
All right,
going on the
no further
record.
questions.
All right. Redirect.
I don't view Mara as like a breakthrough role in like any sort of
Mr.
a real
Marks,
way.
In response to some questions from Mr. Ladehack,
I don't think so, at least.
Discussing some franchise and fantasy movie agreements that you've negotiated with actors. Could you just describe some of those for us?
It's a side character. Who cares?
I've had such a long career that I mainly forget what I've done, but I negotiated all the contracts for Pinocchio, if you will, that was produced.
Okay.
Is Coming to America, the original, is that a fantasy movie? The Golden Child, is that a fantasy movie?
Wait, Coming to America? Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, and by the way, I may have negotiated contracts, and ultimately the film wasn't made, but as I sit here now, those are the only ones that come to pass. If I was looking at my resume or going through my files, I might think of others, but there isn't a deal that I haven't made.
And I think you also testified in response to Mr. Nadelhaft's questions that you have negotiated some deals for Chris Pratt and Paul Rudd. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, these are for streaming series.
Do you happen to know if both of those actors have played Marvel superheroes?
They have. And
I
Ant-Man.
believe they have, but don't quote me because, that's not my genre.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marks. You can, you're free to stay in the courtroom or you can leave, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Paul Rudd was Ant-Man, and what's his name? Chris Pratt was Star-Lord.
Plaintiff calls Michael Spindler.
Michael Spindler?
It's like, I think there were a lot of times where people who were in like the first superhero movie ended up
Testified
not
previously,
going
correct,
somewhere
Mr.
else.
Spindler. All right. Just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I feel like Amber viewed herself as the co-star in Aquaman, and everybody else viewed her as a supporting character.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's what it
Good morning,
seems like
Mr.
to me.
Spindler.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Yes, I'm Michael Spindler. I'm a forensic accountant. I'm a CPA, a certified fraud examiner, amongst some other certifications.
Economic damages expert.
With B.
All right.
Riley Advisory Services, a national firm that does forensic accounting, bankruptcy and restructuring work, and business valuations and appraisals. I've got over 40 years of experience.
Are you familiar with the testimony rendered by Ms. Arnold in this matter?
Uh-oh.
Yes, I am.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold testified that Ms. Heard has suffered economic damages resulting from 3 statements made by Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
Do you have an opinion of that claim?
I do.
All right.
The moment the other lawyer heard that, like, I do. And you're like, okay, objection, wait a second, all right, yep, okay, all right, stop. All right, cut the tapes. Let's move on, yep, there it is. Objection, because they know what's about to happen. Point was she's on a trajectory to make more. Yeah, that's what they were trying to say. And I don't really think so. As I said, where all this leads to, if it was motherfuckers making deals in court or something. No, like, the point is that the entire idea of this is that she was just going to make more and more money, whereas, like, Amber Heard was just eye candy in Aquaman. That's the truth. She was just the hot girl in the story. If they replaced Amber Heard with another hot girl, it would not change the story or matter at all. Like, that's just the truth. Like, that's what happened. And, yeah, she's replaceable. As I said, best example, Megan Fox. Megan Fox was in movies because she was really hot. That's it. That was pretty much about fucking it. And then as soon as that's not the case, well, then she's not in movies anymore. So, yeah, I mean, it's just Blonde Girl. Yeah, and I think that, like, for her to compare herself to, like, these other actors that have had, like, successful careers for, like, 10 years plus, it's so silly. Let's see here. That's
thanks,
fine.
Mr.
Nothing wrong with that? No, it's nothing wrong
Now,
with it.
you indicated that
not.
you had listened to Ms. Arnold, and she testified on behalf of Ms. Heard relative to economic damages. Have you formed an opinion as to the testimony and opinion rendered by Ms. Arnold?
Yes, I have.
And what's that opinion?
It is not adequately supported, and it is unreasonable.
Okay.
There were multiple elements to that analysis.
This guy's much more polite.
Both damages related to her film career and to endorsements. Have you analyzed both those issues?
Yes, I have.
What is your opinion of the claims that have been asserted relative to the film career and endorsements?
Uh-huh.
Okay, well...
Okay. Here
First
we go.
of all, with respect to her damages calculation, there was no calculation per se. She initially looked at these comparable actors and seemed to use that as a basis for numbers. She didn't provide the underlying calculation. She didn't provide underlying support. And then it appeared as though in her testimony, she backed away a little bit from that, but she still suffers from the issues of not providing detailed calculations or support for where those numbers come from. And she still, to some extent, appears to be using some kind of comparable analysis.
All right.
Yeah, based off what she heard.
What type of analysis that you think is appropriate here?
Well, I think, and as you heard from the last witness, I think that something that is anchored in facts, taking a look at historical compensation as a basis for anticipating future compensation.
Had you looked at Ms. Heard's prior compensation?
Yes, I have. I've looked at tax returns that were provided for the period of 2013 through 2019.
Why do you want to use historical earnings?
Well, once again, you want an analysis that's anchored in fact.
Okay.
I don't believe that Ms. Arnold has done that in her analysis. So here we've got some actual data. We've got some historical compensation.
Remember that? Actual data?
And as the last witness mentioned, that often provides somewhat of a basis for future anticipated earnings.
It does.
In addition, I believe that Ms. Arnold herself said that she had hoped to be able to look at a renegotiated salary for Aquaman 2 and then use that as a basis for future compensation, that being the new kind of base, if you will.
All right. Were there any years in particular that you focused on in your analysis?
Okay, let's see this.
As to Ms. Arnold's testimony?
Yeah, imagine the numbers. Yeah.
In terms of the historical compensation?
Yes.
Well, for 2013 through 2019 in total, her compensation was around $10 million for all those years combined.
It's a lot of money.
In 2019, the last of those years, her compensation was somewhere between about $2.6 million and $3 million.
Okay.
Now, that's a good year. That's known as a clean year.
What do you mean by a clean year?
Well, for example, 2019, you had Aquaman was released in December of 2018, and that was a successful film.
It was.
So in 2019, you've got the benefit of that kind of success.
Yeah.
And you also don't have any potential impact from the alleged defamatory Waldman statements that occurred in April of 2020. So 2019 is clean of all that.
What did you understand
That's
Ms.
a good
Arnold's
point.
methodology to be?
Yep.
Her methodology initially appeared to be based on these comparable actors that she had identified, and theoretically, the compensation that they earned.
Right,
Although she doesn't
theoretically.
identify what that compensation is or provide any support for it or any
Of course not.
calculations.
That would require evidence. They don't have
What
that.
is your opinion of that methodology from an accounting perspective?
That methodology
Make
was
sure it's
unsound. It's just unsupported. There are no numbers. There's no data that she provided and support for that.
Yep. Yep.
What methodology did you understand Ms. Arnold to adopt at trial?
Okay, well, it looked like somewhat of a mix and match approach. She used different approaches, I believe, for different elements of the damages, although it's still a little bit unclear to me, a little bit vague. But there are 4 basic components that she was looking at, and we can go through those in any order you wish.
All right. With respect to the television series portion of her analysis, what do you understand that methodology to be?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's see it.
May we approach?
All right.
Okay. Yeah. See, they're trying to take up as much time as possible and you know, like, take this off the rails as many times as they can. Yeah. Can we approach? Like, this is just, it's too much. They're scared of them. Well, the thing is, like, as I said, is that Amber Heard's testimony and like all of their witnesses and their entire defense, everything about it is reliant completely on implications and assumptions. That's about it. And trust. Like, you should trust that this is what's true or not. And so the moment that you have somebody that actually goes up there and has numbers and actually has experience and can explain things based off of evidence, well, then all of that stuff immediately falls apart. It doesn't matter anymore because its evidence is always going to take precedent over, like, oh, well, this is what should have happened. Well, look at the numbers. That's not what happened. It's like, well, guess what you're going to believe? It's obviously the fucking numbers. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, the literal president of DC testified. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of obvious. They covered the names from a monitor. Why is that? I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. Objection, facts. Yeah, objection, Your Honor. They're using facts again. Like, this isn't fair. Yeah, we can't compete with this. Come on. Some implications. Yeah, and biased experts and shit like this. It's just so ridiculous. I can't believe anybody would even take the side of her. It's just crazy, man. I believe everything from Queen Amber Heard. Yeah. I think those are the people that are still left. You know, there it is. I'll have to look right now and see what's going on with the people that are tweeting about it. I think it'll be really funny to see that. I published a VOD from yesterday. It had some gore, so we had to cut it out, and we have it highlighted now. You notice after the guy started taking shit about Amber, she did note after note to her legal team. Never did she do a note regarding abuse. Ego is hurt. Well, absolutely. Like, she was fidgeting around way, way, way more whenever that guy was talking about how she was not comparable to these other actors. Meanwhile, whenever people are talking about how she got the shit beat out of her or anything like that, she's just calm and relaxed. Isn't that interesting? And that's what I said before, right? Is that, like, whenever she was, like, every time that she would start crying on the stand, it would be in the context of her ego being at risk, hurt, or damaged, or her feeling embarrassed. I think that's really what it is. Yeah, this is a pure pure ego thing. Exactly. It's the people versus Amber Heard. I don't know about that. You're gonna make a whole video if the trial ends? Yeah, I think I probably will, like, after everything finishes. Yeah, I would say so. It's just crazy. How many times they recast the Hulk? I mean, like, probably 6 times. Like, the Hulk's been recast, I mean, over, like, ever since the 70s, probably like 5 or 6 times. Maybe even more than that, a lot. Yeah, 3. I mean, I guess you'd have to go back and, like, 4. I thought it was 4, really, 4? I thought it was like 6, but I'm not sure. So yeah, it's not really a surprise to me at all. Why would you cry whenever talking about earnings? Because the earnings reflect her value. Does that make sense? So, like, her value as a person is reflected by the earnings, and because of that, the earnings, you know, or value as an actor. I need to use the bathroom real quick. Give me a second. Yeah, that's why.
The earnings from television shows. Did you analyze what historical earning Ms. Heard had during the period that you were concerned with relative to television shows?
Well, yes. During 2019, she entered into a contract in July of 2019 to appear in a television series at $200,000 per episode.
All right. What about endorsement deals? Did you look at what she had made on endorsement deals during that period?
She did have a contract with L'Oreal at $1,625,000.
All right. With respect to her movie roles, what were her historical earnings during that period?
Well, certainly for the most recent years, you had the Warner Brothers deal, which was a 4-picture deal. The first film was $450,000.
Uh-huh.
Then the first Aquaman was $1 million.
Just like what she made?
Base fee. Then $2 million for Aquaman 2.
Uh-huh.
And presuming that there was an Aquaman 3, that would have been $4 million.
Right.
Okay. Why do you look at historical earnings as part of your analysis?
Because you want your analysis to be anchored in facts.
Oh.
You want it to have a
Makes
sound
sense.
methodology, and you want
Wash
to
hands?
come
No.
up with a reasonable result. So if you take a look at, for example, the analysis that Ms. Arnold did, it didn't appear to be...
Let's just look at the analysis that you're doing.
Okay.
So what you said, I think, is you wanted them anchored in facts. Why?
Because that provides a sound basis for coming up with something with reasonable certainty.
Yeah, you have to be sure
AICPA
somehow.
Or American Institute of Certified Public Accountant guidance with respect to reasonable certainty. And those are the basic elements.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Actual fucking accounting evidence. Wow, what a fucking surprise. Okay, here we go. Let's see what he's going to say. Yeah, why? Why are you going to use the facts? Well, because it's good to know.
Hello again, Mr. Spindler.
Good morning.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to ask you a few questions that may refer to the statements in Amber's counterclaim against Mr. Depp.
Mm-hmm.
When I refer to those statements, I'm going to refer to them as the Depp-Waldman statements. Do you agree that we can both be on the same page what I'm referring to when I say that?
Okay.
That's fine. You can use your terminology.
I'm sorry, there's an objection, sir. If you hold on.
Can we approach?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Yeah, it wasn't going to happen. I'd say it's not a good morning for Amber Heard. It's not going to be a good week for her. Because what you have to keep in mind is that these witnesses is going to keep going on and on and on, because a lot of these witnesses are all going to be Johnny Depp witnesses. So yeah, it's going to be brutal. Yeah, it's like he's trying to lead him on with this other bullshit. Amber could be compared with Terrence Howard, recast for Iron Man 2, now doing weird conspiracy lectures. Yeah, I don't really know what that guy, I don't even know who that guy was. Peck, thank you very much for the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, Amber's team wasted all their time on the case. What Amber's team did is they basically had a bunch of friends of Amber come forward and tell the same story that Amber told them, and then hope the jury would believe it. That's it.
So, Mr. Spindler, when I refer to the Depp-Waldman statements, you understand me to be referring to the statements in Ms. Heard's counterclaim against Mr. Depp,
Uh-huh.
correct?
I'll understand that, yes.
Now, you're here to provide a rebuttal opinion to part of Ms. Arnold's testimony, correct?
Correct.
You're not providing an opinion on whether Ms. Heard saw Mr. Depp, correct?
That is true.
Okay.
You're not offering an opinion as to any of the underlying facts relating to whether Mr. Depp abused Amber, correct?
That's correct.
You're not offering an opinion as to the magnitude of damages that you believe Ms. Heard may be entitled to if she proves defamation by Mr. Depp. You're just reviewing what Ms. Arnold has said, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And you said that you want your analysis to be accurate in the facts, right?
Anchored in facts.
Anchored in facts. You'd agree that what an actor earns in one period isn't necessarily reflective of what he or she may earn in future periods, correct?
Correct.
And that's because
there can be some variability.
An increase in the number of roles may lead to greater income, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I was speaking, I didn't hear.
One of the reasons that what you earn in one period may not be reflective of what an actress may earn in future periods is because an increase in the number of roles may lead to greater income.
Yeah,
correct?
Of course.
The number of roles or the particular project itself, yes.
Sure, getting better roles may lead to greater income.
Exactly.
Correct.
And the same is true for an endorsement. As an actress's profile grows, the amount of money that she may be able to earn from endorsements grows as well, correct?
True.
It can.
So
it depends.
What Ms. Heard earned from, say,
That's
2013 to 2019 that you testified to isn't necessarily reflective of what she might earn over the next 5 years, correct?
Uh-huh.
Not necessarily. It is a good indicator, though.
And you'd agree that from 2013 to 2019, in terms of earnings and star power, that Ms. Heard's career trajectory was on the upswing, correct?
There was a slight increase during that period of time in her earnings from 2013 through 2019.
And you agree that was as a result of getting more lucrative roles, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there was a
You're not
slight
causation
increase. Okay.
expert, right? You're just a damages expert.
That's correct.
So you're not testifying as to whether the Depp-Waldman statements caused her to lose any roles, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not offering any opinion as to whether the Depp-Waldman statements kept her from being considered for roles that she otherwise would have been considered for, correct?
Uh-huh.
That's correct. I'm not testifying on causation issues.
And you can't speak to what opportunities may never have materialized for Amber as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements, correct?
Of course not.
Yeah, I've not done those calculations.
Of course not.
And
How
you
could
don't have
anybody?
an opinion about whether or not Ms. Heard could have renegotiated a contract for Aquaman 2, correct?
It's crazy.
That was not part of my work.
And you don't have an opinion on the impact that additional exposure or press coverage or magazine covers or interviews would have had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
True.
Correct. I'm just looking at Ms. Arnold's calculations.
Yeah.
You've never served as an expert witness before to calculate damages based on lost roles by an actress resulting from defamation against that person, correct?
I've been involved in defamation cases, but I've not done the calculations as an expert witness and testified thereto.
Okay. All right, that's sure.
And there's never been an instance in which you have served as an expert witness in a case to calculate damages based on alleged defamation against an actress, correct?
Correct.
And you're not offering any expert opinion on what impact the alleged defamation by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
How could he?
I'm sorry, one more time?
You're not offering any
How
expert
could he?
opinion on what impact the Depp-Waldman statements by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Other than taking a look at Ms. Arnold's calculations.
And you're not offering any expert opinion about what impact, if any, social media coverage of this case or of Ms. Heard may have had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
How could he?
Correct. That's other experts.
Can we approach
No
her?
further questions. Thank you.
All right.
It's just like, yeah, it's like he adds like all these like weird specific stuff, right? Why would he exactly? I feel like this guy is like the budget version of
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ms.
of
Finley.
the
You have a
Wizard
seat in the
Destroyer.
courtroom, or
Thank you,
you're free
everyone.
to go. Thank you.
Yeah, he's the budget version. He's trying to do the same thing, but it's
Plaintiff
just
class
like
Doug Banya, Your Honor.
it doesn't really go as well.
Can you spell last name for me?
B-A-N-I-A.
Oh my God, Wizard Destroyer at home? Yeah, exactly. That's sad. They're trying to discredit him? Yeah, exactly. Like, well, I mean, he just said he went up there and, you know, in 2019, like, Aquaman came out 2018, 2019, I feel like could be a pretty good indicator, wouldn't it? I would assume it would be. Yeah, that's what it is. Look, Hayden Christensen was one of the main characters. After that, didn't land any major role. That's true, too. Yeah, there's many cases like that. Didn't he just reinforce what they're trying to disprove? Pretty much, yeah. Okay, who's this? Another one. Let's see it.
So you can.
Here we go.
So just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, sir? Thank you.
Here we go. Another wizard. Yeah, it could be. Which one is this?
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya.
Good afternoon.
Can you briefly reintroduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, hi, Doug Banya. I am from Nevium Intellectual Property Consultants,
Social
based
media
in San Diego.
analytics
I
expert.
Value intellectual property. I provide litigation support. In infringement and defamation cases.
Twitter wizard, that's
I'm
right.
doing today, and I use internet and social media analytics in both of those services.
Since you last testified in this case, the jury has heard testimony from Ronald Schnell and Catherine Arnold. Are you familiar with their testimony?
Yes,
Were you asked to analyze their testimony and provide opinions in response?
yes, I was.
Have you formed opinions in response to the testimony of Mr. Schnell and Ms. Arnold?
I have.
Generally, what are those opinions?
Generally, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of a correlation between the Waldman statements and the hashtags and the spikes of those hashtags on Twitter.
Which hashtags?
Second, based on my internet and social media analytics investigation, I've concluded that the alleged comparable actors that Ms. Arnold came up with are not comparable with Ms. Heard. And then thirdly, Mr. Schnell.
Another one.
And Ms. Arnold both failed to provide any evidence of a causation as it relates to the Waldman statements causing any economic harm to Ms. Heard.
Let's dig into those opinions a little bit.
Okay,
you're
here we
familiar
go.
with the testimony of Mr. Schnell that there are more than 2.7 million alleged negative tweets related to Ms. Heard between January 2018 and June 2021?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of how Mr. Schnell identified those particular 2.7 million tweets?
Yeah, so essentially Mr. Schnell chose hashtags that he felt were negative towards Ms. Heard. Those hashtags range from Justice for Johnny Depp, Amber Heard is an abuser, Amber Turd.
There it is!
Tag, we just don't like you, Amber. So then he used those
That's
hashtags and he searched through, using the Twitter API,
There it
searched
is.
through various tweets and then came up with any tweets that were using those hashtags.
Did you conduct an analysis of those tweets?
Yes, I was given that
Shapes,
exact,
pictures, different subs. There it is.
the data that Mr. Schnell used on a hard
5
drive.
times.
So yes, I dug into that data as well.
And what was the purpose of your analysis?
You said the thing.
So what I'm trying to do, and what's at issue with the case today at this point is, were these tweets, did they contain the Waldman statements? That's what where we're at right now, are the Waldman statements. So I wanted to analyze those tweets to determine which ones, and if any, contain the Waldman statements.
And what's your understanding of what the Waldman statements are?
So my understanding is there's three Waldman statements that were published in the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail is a UK tabloid, and Mr. Arnold was quoted in 3 of those articles. And those dates were on April 8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and on June 24th, 2020.
Okay.
And my understanding that those quotes, sorry, I think I said the wrong name, but those quotes are the only remaining in this case.
Did you analyze the timing of the tweets that we were talking about as compared to the timing of the Waldman statements?
And that's exactly what I did. So I wanted to look at the Waldman statements, look at the dates that they happened,
Say it again.
and then analyze those as compared to the Twitter data that I had.
Have you prepared a demonstrative that reflects that aspect of your analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Were we about to get a graph?
Bishop Counsel.
I think we might be looking at a graph, boys. That's not looking good. Yeah, say the word. Bro, I hope it's a line graph and the Amber Turd one is a brown line. That's like, if they do that, I will be happy no matter what happens after this. Like, yeah, it's a turd chart. Yeah, have it be a brown line. Because you know they're going to have different colors for it, etc. Yeah, you know, I just, as I said, I think this is just so fucking ridiculous. It's the Amber fucking Turd. They actually said it. Oh my god. All right, let's see it. Whose wizard is stronger? Turb's wizard or Depp's? I feel like it's, like, obviously, like, his statements were an agitator. I mean, of course they were an agitator, but people already thought this beforehand. And even his graph proved that.
All right, so 1293 will just be marked for identification as demonstrative.
Okay,
And can be published
here we
to
go.
the jury.
Let's see it. Please show me the fucking graph. Here we go.
Mr. Banya, can you explain to the jury what this demonstrative shows?
Let me make sure that...
Yes. So this shows the total hashtags and tweets that Mr. Schnell was analyzing. This is the summary data. Their tweets that are running from January 2018 to June of 2021. And again, these are related to the four hashtags that I discussed.
Please show it to me.
Whenever I get an assignment such as this,
I'm
dealing with a defamatory statement that's allegedly gone viral online, where there's economic damages involved and there's a lot of data involved, I like to take the data and I like to do a 30,000-foot view of the data to see what I'm looking at, to see if there's anything interesting, odd, different about the data.
The fuck?
And the first thing that I noticed is 35% of the tweets were prior to the Waldman statements. So again, remember, my assignment is to determine if the Waldman statements are part of the tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed. So obviously, if these tweets were prior to the Waldman statements, in no way could they have anything to do with the Waldman statements. So that was the first issue that I noticed. Then I noticed what I like to call kind of the alleged defamatory time frame. And as I discussed, that's when the Waldman statements were published. That's the date down here. You know, the first one was in the beginning of April, and the last one, which is the third one, was at the end of June. But what I found interesting is only 2% of all of the tweets happened during this Waldman statement period. So really, these are just observations. And for me, there were red flags that I made note of. And then I just continued with my analysis.
2%, what are the performed in connection with forming your opinions about the purported negative tweets?
Yeah, so now I realize that 35% are irrelevant and 2%, you know, only happened during this important period. I just continue to dig into the 2.79 million tweets that Mr. Schnell provided.
And Tom, can we take that one down? And Mr. Banya, have you prepared another demonstrative that depicts that analysis that you were just describing?
Give me the other graph. I want to see it. Yep, give me the other graph. All right, let's see. Please, let's see the hashtag trends. Come on, here we go. More evidence? No way. Yeah, I know. Well, the other guy like this also provided evidence, which was good.
Yeah, I'll give you time to look at it, sir.
Okay, yeah, let's go statistics. So only 2% were made in that time frame. Holy shit. Obviously, it was a much smaller time frame, but still.
Microphone, sorry.
No objection as a demonstrative.
Okay. All right. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1294 will be marked for identification as a demonstrative and will be published to the jury.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banya, can you explain what this demonstrative shows?
Okay.
Yes, this is showing the various spikes as it relates to the hashtags that Mr. Schnell testified about. This is actually a demonstrative that he used in his testimony. What this is showing are the largest spikes related to the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp I don't know if you remember his testimony or any of his demonstratives. The other three hashtags did spike at the same time, but a very small spike. So what I'm showing you here are the 6 top spikes in Mr. Schnell's analysis.
Yeah. And then what happened on that time?
What's important here again is the very first spike and the largest spike, again, happened before the Waldman statements. So what I'm trying to figure out is what tweets were related to the Waldman statements. So this number 1 spike, which is the biggest spike, was prior to the Waldman statements, so it's irrelevant to the case. And then the second thing I noticed that was interesting here is here are the dates in gray right here. This is the time in which the Waldman statements happened. And you're going to notice, as we discussed before, only 2% of the tweets happened during that time. But I found it very interesting for such a viral event that has potentially caused such economic harm. There's no spikes in this area.
That's
and actually, you're going to see that Mr. Waldman, you know, his statement came out here in the first April 2020 article. Then the second one came out here, and then the third one came out in June. There's actually a downward use of the spike, downward use of the hashtags. So I'm not seeing any correlation as it relates to the Waldman statements and any spikes here as it relates to the hashtags Mr. Schnell chose.
Did you analyze each of the spikes that are depicted here?
Yeah, so what I did is
numbers.
I looked at the 6 different spikes, and you're going to notice that each spike represents a month. So the second spike, is July of 2020, and so on to the 6th spike going to April 2021. And what I did is, I don't know if you remember in my last testimony when I went into Google search, and I'm able to go into Google search. I went in and I typed in Amber Heard. And then after you hit search, you can use the tool and you can go back in time. And I chose each 6 of these dates to go back in time to see what was the media talking about back then. You know, what was the general public being fed as it relates to Amber Heard back during those spikes. And what I found is none of them. Well, actually, I analyzed the top 3 search results because they represent 50 to 70% of what people click on. And I realized that none of them had anything to do with the Waldman statements.
No, because nobody gave a shit about that.
Are you aware of Mr. Schnell's testimony that the tweets using the 4 hashtags he looked at were mathematically correlated?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So what Mr. Schnell is saying, which is irrelevant to this case, is the 4 hashtags that he randomly chose.
People are using them interchangeably.
They tend to go up and down together. And that's why he had these spikes here. So the correlation there is how those 4 hashtags work or dance together going up and down. But first of all, the hashtags have nothing to do with the Waldman statements. And the fact that there's a correlation with the hashtags is irrelevant to this case because we're dealing with the Waldman statements, which none of that correlation analysis he did had to do with.
How do you know that the correlation doesn't have anything to do with the Waldman statements?
Because the graph shows the opposite.
Can I clear this at all? No.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I know because that would happen right here.
Right.
You know, if when Mr. Waldman, one of his quotes was published, you would see a big spike right here. And then you would see maybe a little noise down here, and then the third time you might see second time a big spike, and the third time a big spike.
Yeah.
That's not here. So that's telling me there's no correlation between the Waldman statements and this hashtag
Number
use.
2 was about
and
the
then
poop.
I've actually provided evidence that there's no correlation because I analyze each of these spikes, and none of them had to do with the Waldman statements.
Is mathematical correlation the same as causation?
No.
Of course not.
Why not?
I mean, correlation is simply a relationship between 2 or more variables or 2 or more things.
Yeah, sure.
In this case, the correlation question is, when the Waldman statements were published, at the same time, did you see a correlation with spikes in these hashtags? And again, can we clear this? You see none of that right here. It's actually a downward trend.
That's
There's
true.
no spikes. There's no correlation. So,
as compared to other
again,
news
Mr. Schnell
about the same thing.
provided no evidence of any correlation.
Yeah.
What correlation opinion did he provide during his testimony?
Well, he provided the correlation
inverse.
that the four hashtags, spike together. But again, the hashtags have nothing to do with the Waldman statements, and the facts that they're correlating or moving together is irrelevant to the
People
case
don't even know about
because
that.
the case is about the Waldman statements.
Yeah.
So what is causation then?
So causation is where one thing causes a change in the other.
Of course.
So as it relates to this case, did the Waldman statements cause Ms. Heard to have economic harm? In other words, did the Waldman statements cause Ms. Heard not to make as much money in her career?
Sure.
And again, Mr. Schnell
Yeah, that's what
provided
they're
no evidence of this. Ms. Arnold provided no evidence of this.
Of course not.
And as a matter of fact, during Ms. Arnold's testimony yesterday, she didn't even know what causation was. She was asked, do you know the difference between causation and correlation? And she said that she's not a semantics expert. We're not talking about the words. When it comes to damages, you have to prove causation prior to calculating damages.
That's true.
So there is no causation that's proven here.
Holy shit.
Therefore, a damages analysis is not appropriate.
Did you hear Mr. Schnell testify that he agreed with your opinion in this case?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of the opinion that he agreed with?
Well, he agreed that he failed to link the spikes in the hashtags on Twitter to the Waldman statements.
Did he try to do that?
He tried to do that. But again, his analysis was looking at the word Waldman and looking at the word Waldmanian, and then trying to say that 25% of the tweets included those two terms. But first of all, Waldman isn't the issue here. It's the Waldman statements. And Waldmanian, I don't even know what that is, but it's not relevant to this case.
I've never even heard of that.
We can, I think, take that one down, please, Tom.
Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah,
Mr. Banya,
what even was
have
that?
you done in connection with forming your opinions about Mr. Schnell's testimony?
Again, the assignment was to determine if the Waldman statements were part of the tweet. So I continued to dig in, to the data. I believe the next step is now that I've excluded, the 35% that was before the Waldman statements because they were irrelevant. I wanted to really analyze from the April 2020 forward to see if any of those tweets, contained the Waldman statements.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects that analysis that you did?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach again? All right.
Oh, we got ourselves another graph. Oh my God, I'm ready. So yeah, wait a second. Dude, I didn't even realize this. So it was actually her that started this whole thing?
No objection as a demonstrative.
All right. We'll mark it for identification as plaintiff's 1295 as demonstrative.
But they're blaming it on Johnny.
So,
Okay,
Mr.
here we
Banya,
go.
did you consider the content of the statements made by Waldman as part of the work that you did?
Yes. Yeah, so here I reviewed the Waldman statements again, and what I wanted to do is I wanted to determine what, if any, tweets included the Waldman statements. So what I went back to the Waldman statements, and I came up with key terms and key themes for those Waldman statements, which are listed here. The Waldman statements were about abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence. So what I did is we're now dealing with a 1.2 million tweets because we're starting in April 2020 because that's when the Waldman statements started.
Right.
And what I did is I searched the 1.2 million tweets, for these three phrases. And I determined that there were 751 tweets that included those key terms, which is 0.06% of the 1.2 million. And then as I was sifting and sorting and analyzing this data, I realized that a lot of these tweets had the exact same language. It was interesting to see it was the exact same tweet, because I'm analyzing the language to see if it matches one of these three. I realized that a lot of these tweets were retweets, likes, or shares. So therefore, I eliminated any of those, and it came down with 95 unique tweets.
Okay.
And then what I did from there is I analyzed those,
the most popular
to determine if any of these terms were in there, and I identified 5 tweets that were related to the Waldman statements.
And even that's an assumption.
Do any of the hashtags Mr. Schnell analyzed include the words from the Waldman statements?
No, they don't. And because I am rebutting Ms. Arnold, her testimony yesterday, she was saying that the Waldman statements caused these hashtags.
Yeah.
Then throughout her testimony, she walked that back and admitted, no, none of these tweets have anything to do with the Waldman statements. They don't include the Waldman statements. These hashtags are only hashtags that Schnell, in his opinion, felt that they were negative towards Ms. Heard.
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Mr. Schnell's testimony and the Twitter hashtag data?
Mr. Schnell provided no evidence that any of the tweets were related to the Waldman statements. Mr. Schnell, there's no correlation there. He also provided no evidence that there's any causation that, the Waldman statements caused any economic harm towards Ms. Heard.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch to a different topic. I don't know if you want to break now or push.
All right, it's going to be a little while, I assume?
A little bit more, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen. Do not
There's
discuss
going to
the
be a
case
lot
and
more
do
to
not
do.
outside
Like, this
research,
is
okay?
bad. Let's see here. Finally, someone pointing out our team witnesses provided fucking zero evidence. Yeah, exactly. And that's really the thing. Is like people that believe this shit. These are the same people that believe in like all kinds of other bullshit hoaxes, right? You just believe it like, oh, well, this seems like it's true. I want it to be true, so it's true. Or this reaffirms what I already think, so it's true. And that's the way these people's brain works. That's what it is. Oh my fucking God, man. It's crazy. Oh my God.
All right, we'll come back at 1:40.
They update the
Thank you.
what's this here? The chart after they mentioned Amber Turd. I have no idea, honestly. I really don't know. It's nuts, man. Like, it's sad to me, actually, too. It really is sad to see, like, it's sad to see it, like, man, they're getting fucking embarrassed. How do you just go and just make up bullshit and just have people come on over and over and over to repeat the same bullshit? That's all there is to it. Yeah, it's fucking embarrassing. I mean, how is anybody believing this? How's anybody saying? Do you guys want to look at some of the people that are believing this and see what they're saying? Let me see if I can pull this up, okay? And I don't know about all the different hashtags, but we'll use this one for now, and we'll see how it's going to work, okay? So we've got here, these are some of the people who have an idea that Amber Heard is actually telling the truth. She's doing what she needs to do, right? So hashtag Amber Turd, I don't know if I even want to look at that. They aren't even objecting anymore? No, because they can't object. Do you understand? There's no way for them to be able to object because they can't refute actual evidence. That's the only thing that they can't do. The whole Amber court statements perfectly shows that her being part of the generation where if you don't agree, you're part of the problem. Well, it's not just that. It's also that, like, her, like, I find it to be incredibly disingenuous that they use walled minion as one of the search terms to determine whether, these statements are negative or not, whenever Amber Heard was the one who started the hashtag. So wouldn't that imply that people that were using the hashtag walled minion were probably agreeing with Amber Heard? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's so obviously disingenuous. Yeah, I can't believe this. Real Amber Heard, Wald Minions. We can see her original tweet. It's up. Okay, sure. I'm going to look it up right now. Here we go. Let me go ahead and pull this up, and we will look this up right now. And top. Oh, yep, here we go. So this is the tweet that was made, and I'll let the Rachel Wood is on Instagram quoting major media and gave Manson room to further gaslit her over the podcast. God, I'd have a field day with that one. It's not popular to tell an editor no to covering male rock stars supportive of abuse, but we must continue to do it. Yeah, I wonder what she's thinking now. I'll let the Wald Minions take over from here. So it was actually her that had started this Wald. Yeah, like, what is this, a steak? Is this a guy or a steak? The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, objections, why? Like, yeah, what the hell is this? And at least say you can't use it as evidence of defamation. Yeah, like, I had no idea this is where the where this hashtag came from. I thought this was something that, like, people kind of came from. They're like, oh yeah, we like what Waldman's saying, and so we're gonna be Wald Minions. This is funny, right? It's like some internet meme thing. But no, it's actually her that started it, and then they're using something that she started as evidence of defamation against herself. What? How the fuck is this gonna happen? I'm serious. That's what they literally included that in there. It's crazy where gaslighting equals having a contrary point of view. The dumb motherfuckers. Well, the thing is, like, it fooled me. I didn't know. And that's why you learn and you look stuff up and you do the research, and that's all there is to it. Yeah, this isn't a hashtag. A tweet from 2021. She didn't start it. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. But wait, I thought that he looked at the tweets with Wald Minions after this, because didn't his original assessment include things that were much farther beyond that? I mean, I have no idea. Yeah, I think that his assessment included things inside of and beyond February 4th, 2021. I'd have to look and see for myself, but that's certainly what I remember. Let me go back over and mute this real quick, and we'll talk about this a bit more. Yeah, is Shipping Up presenting this? No, I mean, like, I think that those guys are doing a great fucking job. I'm going to be totally fucking honest. Like, they're doing an amazing job, and I'm just kind of chilling here. Let's be honest. If Depp loses, you can appeal now? I mean, here's the thing. I find it to be very unlikely that Amber Heard is actually going to win defamation over Johnny Depp. Like, she's going to accuse Johnny Depp of defamation, and he will have to pay her money. I consider this to be extremely unlikely. I think that it is much more likely that Johnny Depp will win the case, but I also find that to be not a certainty. I don't even know if it's 50%, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. Now, in my opinion, I think that the evidence is completely there, and any reasonable person would look at this situation and come to the conclusion that people, Disney and these other companies dropping Johnny Depp was a result of what Amber Heard had said and just the trial in the UK and everything about it. It's not like it was just the op-ed. It's that the op-ed was kind of like the main point where Amber Heard put her name on it in a way that's very editorialized. He's already won what he set up to do? Yeah, exactly. I think he is. That's definitely true. He's already won. The money doesn't matter. He can get in movies again. Oh, absolutely he can. I don't think anybody is going to care. And I think this is one thing that a lot of these people don't realize is that the public doesn't care about your moralizing. It's completely irrelevant to them. And how can I tell that? Well, because the public is tweeting about how much they don't care about it on iPhones that were made by third world slaves. They don't give a fuck. They just want to watch a good movie. And the fact is that bad actors make bad movies. And that's why probably a big reason they don't like Amber Heard. It's got nothing even to do with the way that she, her behavior. They don't like her on screen. They don't want to look at her. Get her the fuck off the screen. And so, yeah, that's all there is to it. And it's kind of heartless. It is. But it's true. That's what it really is. There's opportunity, absolutely. I think it's most likely neither win defamation. There is a good chance that neither of them will win. But the truth is, even if neither of them win, that doesn't necessarily mean that, there's not clearly an outcome for this. Because I think, as you can see, like, we look at more of this stuff here. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, there we go. And I'll read some of these comments here and the things that people are saying. These are the people that, for some reason or another, do believe Amber Heard, and this is what their opinion on the whole topic is about. She's now a low to mid in DC movies, to be honest. Yeah, I would say so. You're describing a match that lit first. Only the Forest was Depp's career. Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. Consumers are not responsible for corporations breaking labor laws. Federal government's supposed to punish that, even internationally. Well, what I'm saying is that the consumer is also not responsible for the inner workings between actors either. People don't really give a shit about this. How do I know that people don't care about this? Because Chris Brown's still on the radio. Chris Brown's still on the fucking radio. Didn't Sean Penn beat the shit out of Madonna? Nobody cared about that. They were like, it's fine. They just didn't like him after he did I Am Sam. That was completely fucking different. I think Robert Downey Jr. talked about that in Tropic Thunder. Yeah, I never heard about him after that. Yeah, nobody gave a shit. So it's Madonna. Well, that's not the point, right? The point is that it wasn't even a big deal. Like, nobody gave a fuck because they just liked his acting. No, the public, there's a lot of people out there that have like this fixation on making the court of public opinion adopt their political causes or adopt their social causes. I cannot imagine a deeper abyss to send yourself into than to try to get the public to agree with you on a social issue en masse. It is ridiculous. This is not going to happen. People don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. Check Eve Twitter. Sure, we'll see what she says. So this is one of the people that was talking about this. This is her most recent tweet. 51 minutes ago, Depp's expert literally said he can't recall most of the deals he's made. He just said superhero movies are not his genre, but he was snide and dismissive of the female expert for Heard. So yes, here we go. This is another person here that's talking about the female expert for Heard. So you're not even complaining and talking about him disregarding her opinion. You're complaining about him disregarding her because she's a woman. And this is what a lot of these people do, is they think that it's actually because, it's not because she's a fucking moron, it's because she's a woman. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with that. Nobody gives a shit. And if you want any more evidence that people don't give a shit what gender somebody is, they're going to make fun of them and call them a moron one way or another. Look at that clown yesterday, the budget Jordan Peterson at home, who sat there like he swallows louder than I do. He was the biggest asshole in the whole courtroom. This is the worst person they could have possibly brought up. He was terrible. Yes, fucking 80-year-old ninja. Yeah, budget. It was awful. And so, yeah, listen to this. Depp's expert said he can't recall most of his deals that he's made and just said superhero movies are not his genre, but was snide and dismissive of the female expert I've heard. Well, of course they're not his genre. Obviously they're not. Like, that's what he said. He was in the business for over, like, close to 50 years. That probably means over 40 years. Of course he's not going to remember every single deal that he's made, but it was evident that he has some dealings with people that are in superhero movies because he negotiated a deal with not only Chris Pratt, who was fucking Star-Lord in Guardians of the Galaxy and also in Infinity War in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but also Ant-Man. And let's be honest, Ant-Man, more like L-Man. I think Ant-Man's stupid. I've never been a fan of Ant-Man, but he is a superhero, okay? And I like Paul Rudd. I think Paul Rudd is great, but I don't give a fuck about Ant-Man, all right? I'm just going to be totally honest. I just don't care. And so, yes, so he clearly has experience in negotiating deals for people that were in superhero movies. So this is a deliberately disingenuous characterization of his career. Because number one, of course you're not going to remember every deal that you've done over the past 50 years or 40 years. Obviously that's not the case. And on top of that, he gave two examples of people who were recently, there's also a big point of this, recently. Like Ant-Man was like, what, 2018, 2019? Fucking Guardians of the Galaxy was, I think, 2016, and obviously it's still ongoing. Like, this isn't something that happened in 1993. This is something that recently happened. And again, I think you can find clear evidence of what side of the fence these people fall under over the use of the word woman here. Female expert. Female expert has nothing to do with it. It's because her claims were vapid and unsubstantiated. That's why people are disagreeing with it. It didn't matter if it was a woman or not. And the other person before her got roasted even harder than she did. But they're not talking about that because they can't use her being a woman as an excuse for her bad behavior. That's what it is. Let me go back over. I'm going to look at the rest of this. Called Evil Bartlow, Fartlow. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't care about that. What's this here? This should raise alarm bells in good faith for observers about orchestrated campaign to manipulate and toxify online narratives. It happened to Jews. Let's UK, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. It happened to Jews. It's nothing to do with truth or justice. It's an account created this week simply to attack. A weapon of darkness, not a searchlight. So let's get this straight. So because this person just recently made an account, this is somehow a bad thing. And also, how can you possibly compare Amber Heard, like, even the people that are the staunchest defenders of Amber Heard will say that she is also what they would say an imperfect victim, which I think that you could say the same thing about Johnny Depp. That's very true. There are no perfect victims. I think that is also true. There is nobody saying that Amber Heard is a completely innocent person. So I think it's a matter of like the measure of guilt. Typical anti-Semitic defense. Imagine comparing the Holocaust to Amber Heard having negative hashtags about herself on Twitter. This is the world that these people live in. It is. This is the world that they live in. They view, this is how completely disconnected from reality they are. Yeah, they should. I can't believe the fucking Zoomers. He's not a fucking Zoomer. He's probably 35 years old. Oscar nominated, a WGA screenwriter, gold film, exposed criminal racist of Nicholas. What? I don't even know who the fuck this is. So yeah, obviously this guy's somebody in the entertainment business, and apparently nobody really gives a shit because he only got 38 likes on his post. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about you, and that's about it. Maybe you won the Oscar and you would have done a better job. Yeah, nobody cares. And yeah, he literally got ratioed basically 38 to 39. It's almost what happened. And then also, like, yeah, it's just move in with him now. Yeah, it's just crazy. Let's see what we've got here. During his motion to strike, Johnny Depp's lawyer claims wife-beating rapist. Oh, wow. A wife-beating rapist. Depp supports women's rights. Ben Rottenborn interrupts and accuses Chu of performing for the cameras. Well, of course he does that. I mean, this is all a performance. They're all performing for the cameras. This is not a... What a silly and just completely unnecessary statement to make. They're all performing for the cameras. I can guarantee you that they would probably be acting different and speaking different if the cameras weren't on them. Now, is that a good or a bad thing? Probably both. But I think it certainly should be acknowledged. And I think a Rotten Boy is doing the exact same fucking thing. And then here we go. So this is a person right here. Jasmine stands with Amber Heard. So here we go. Idiot cow, smackdown, worthless hooker, filthy whore, ugly fat whore. So we've got comments like this, and where are these comments coming from? Well, they're probably not coming from the comments here, right? I'm not seeing anything here at all. Nobody's saying that about her. And so this person basically went and they probably came up with a list of negative things that they could think about that somebody could potentially say about Amber Heard, and they listed them all out as if this is of any sort of correlation to the actual court case. No, it's not reaching, bro. Like, this is like they're like pole vaulting. They're like pole vaulting underneath and above hurdles and throwing like it's just like they're going through the whole Olympics to make sense out of this. Exactly. It's crazy. Oh, these were things that Johnny Depp said about her. Did he say all of these things? All words of a man who definitely respects women. Yep, I would say so. Absolutely. She's quoting Johnny whenever he's mad. Yeah. She blocked me? Yeah, exactly. And yes, obviously, I find this to be weird, is that a lot of people would probably say this about somebody that did what she did to Johnny. And I think that obviously this is just what people do, is whenever they're upset or they're angry, they're going to use that person's, they're going to use that person's, the way that they act and like just like their opinions about them, etc., against them, right? Just like their appearance. This is just what people do. It's not a good thing at all. But I also think that this is, it's disingenuous too, because she called them a bunch of words too, right? Exactly. Let me go back over here. A British court ruled against Depp. That means, oh, here we go. Let's see this one again. That means a rational and judicious response is to err on Depp being at least at fault. If a U.S. court replicates this finding and one to veer into conspiracy and maintain that he's innocent, the above seems like a neutral analysis to take umbrage in particular. There's so much I've found in particular surrounding this. People talk of passing the smell test in life. Online behavior surrounding Heard doesn't pass the smell test to me. I smelled something similar when fighting on behalf of victims of anti-Semitism. In Britain, Jews were victims of anti-Semitism. Bro. Why is this guy trying so hard to compare Amber Heard to Jews? Like, I mean, this is the second time. This is the second one. Like, oh my God. This is awful. Let me see the rest of this here. It's Cheeto dust on his keyboard. Deputy Superman says ran costume and cuts at the chase. Yeah, sure. Let's see what the rest of this. Only thing he's smelling is Amber shit. Okay. I'm a Jew. This guy does not represent me. Fuck him. Well, no, of course not. This is what a lot of people do. I don't know, like, exactly where this guy's coming from, but I see people that use this all the time, and people that are right-wing and left-wing always try to use their struggles, their first world struggles, as like it's something like it's like in World War II, like, oh, it's like the Scarlet Letter. It's like, yeah, Scarlet Letter is like, or you know, like they have like little patch, right? And Scarlet Letter is like kind of a metaphor for that. So like it's by there's a level of removal there, but overall, I absolutely fucking hate whenever people use these like massive, horrible fucking genocides, and that's what it was, right? Like they were rounded up and systematically fucking killed. If you think this is on the same level at all of having some mean tweets about you and having somebody question you, you need to get a grip on reality. You need to fucking come back to the earth. Come back from the moon here, okay? Let's get back to the fucking reality. 6 million Jews died. I don't want to argue about the numbers. People are going to get into that. I'm sure I've got at least a few people in here that think the Holocaust didn't happen. Before you guys type out your paragraph telling me I'm wrong, just shut the fuck up. I don't care what you think. I don't want to hear about it. And so all I'm saying is that it was clearly a bad thing, and these people are saying it as if it is true. So if it doesn't really matter what your opinion on it is, this is the comparison that they are making. Does that make sense? You know, fuck your opinion. I just don't want to hear about it again. And this is what these people do. They keep retweeting the same stuff. We'll look at a few more of these, and then we'll actually look at the hashtag as well. So true, need a reality check if they're willing to compare the Amber Heard trial to that. Crazy thinking. Oh, it absolutely is crazy thinking. These people are fucking nuts. And the reason why is that they're so used to getting their way. They're so used to having a complete stranglehold over all types of discourse and conversation and being able to shut down anybody who they disagree with. Well, then that's why they're trying to do this, is because to them, being questioned is the same thing as being persecuted. That's why. Yeah, that's what it really is. Crazy or disingenuous, I can't tell anymore. I think with a lot of people, it begins to converge. So let's look at the rest of this here. Me Too activist drops her support for Amber Heard. Let's see if I can find this. I'll see if I can search it right now, and I'll pull it up. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, this was on... Oh, this was in June. Like, yeah, this is from a really, really long time ago. But yeah, obviously, like, there are people that are dropping their support too. Me Too activist Amanda, I don't know how to pronounce her name. I think it's like a French name or something. Dropped support for Amber Heard and will no longer testify after hearing her verbally abusing Johnny Depp in bombshell tapes. She feels used and misled by the actress. Well, I think there's a lot of people that should feel that way. And I don't know, I know for me, like, that's what would piss me off, is like, imagine being somebody who trusts Amber Heard. It would piss me off so much if I found out that it wasn't true. Because, like, this person not only lied to me, but on top of lying to me, they're also going and acting like this didn't happen. Like, sorry, like, they're going and they're sorry, I fucking lost my train of thought for a second. They're going and they're damaging my cause They're using my cause and weaponizing my cause as a way to protect them as an abuser. Yeah, they're discrediting real issues. Like the Me Too thing, that was a real issue. That was a legitimate issue. We covered that for months whenever all that stuff came out. And so I remember all of this stuff. I made the videos for it. There's probably 100 videos on my channel collectively of issues that are surrounding the Me Too situation. And I make these fan accounts either side. Stans are cringe. Everybody hates stans. Even they hate themselves. What do you think about Johnny Depp's lawyers slamming the ACLU? Well, I think in this circumstance, it's completely fair. I think that the ACLU sat down with her and they wrote an article with her without having any degree of like real fact checking. And they even made the article like what Amber Heard said is that the ACLU drafted the first version of the article. I'm going to be honest. A lot of the things that the I was a huge fucking supporter of the ACLU in 2008, and I think now they have become too politically one-sided, and I disagree with most of the issues that they take on. I don't think that they stand for any sort of like real civil liberties. I think that they stand for promoting the ideas that they agree with. I do not. I viewed the ACLU previously as an unbiased party that would try to push for justice. I no longer view them as that. And I think that's been the case for years now. Obviously, it's disappointing for me to see because even I remember I talked to my mom about this. Is like, you know, we were both very disappointed because, you know, if you don't have the ACLU, like how many people were out there really going to bat for you to be able to express yourself and be who you wanted to be and fight for civil issues and stuff like that. I don't think that's the case at all. It fucking sucks. Yeah, so that's my opinion. But that opinion has nothing to do really with like the reason why Ben Chu said that in the thing today. The reason why he said it today is because in his mind, and I think the truth is that the ACLU was more than willing to take on Amber Heard's claim that was relatively unsubstantiated, at least they didn't have evidence of the contrary, of Johnny Depp being this bad person, and then run an article about it. So yeah, of course. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. The ACLU still does important work for whistleblowers. Yeah, you're right. I'm not saying they're always wrong about every single thing. I'm just saying, like, in general, my respect and support for them has dropped substantially over the years. I used to be a tremendous supporter of theirs. Now I'm much more skeptical, you could say. Do you think claiming to be unbiased is a way of saying that you're pro-Heard without the backlash? Claiming to be unbiased? Well, I think people do that all the time, right? It's like people do that with like racist stuff, for example. Like they'll cite like a statistic that's like can be interpreted in a clearly racist way, or they'll cite something that can be interpreted in like a really sexist way, or something like that. And they do this constantly. And what's this here? Murray, thank you very much for the 20 gift the community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, I do think that's what happens whenever people present themselves as they're unbiased, is that and like some people just like, there are people out there that just don't really know, and so like they probably have the opinion of these people, but they don't want to stick to that opinion and say this is my opinion because they don't feel like they're confident enough in that opinion to do so. I know I've done that before too. I've said, you know, this is what people are saying and I agree with what they're saying, but I'm not going to say this is what I think because I just don't know enough about it. But in general, yeah, I think that people do this all the time, where they say, oh, I'm just asking questions. Oh, I'm just looking at this from an unbiased perspective. I think that the moment that somebody tries to, I say that I'm unbiased sometimes, right? But I think that also in many cases, I make it very well known, like, what my opinion is and where I'm coming from. Because I think in the most ethical way to report things is not to say that you have no bias, because the truth is that I don't believe that exists. I don't think that there are people that just don't have any bias at all and they don't really care. And I think that the people that really don't care are the people that aren't talking about it. They don't give a shit, right? Go over to the Fortnite directory, find some guy with 300 viewers, ask him what he thinks about it. That's an unbiased opinion. He probably doesn't give a fuck. And so, yeah, I think anybody who's covering it and talking about it this much, they clearly have an opinion and they clearly have a preferred outcome. So, yeah, that's it. I think the better way to do it and the more authentic way to do it is to say kind of where you're coming from, what your experiences are, and try to present yourself that way, and then give your viewers the lens to perceive you through. And that lens, of course, is the bias that you have provided that you have. And so that's what happened. Does that make sense? How can you be unbiased and watch a court case where there's evidence leading you to make a biased opinion? I don't think that's what people mean whenever they say unbiased. I think that's a deliberate misunderstanding. Absolutely not. It's hard to be unbiased when somebody has purposely shit the bed. That is true, but it's also like, I mean, do we know without a shadow of a doubt that it was Amber Heard that shit on the bed? No, we don't. We don't know that. Like, now, would I bet that it was her? Yes. Do I think that it was her? Yes. Would I still, would I want to look at evidence that it was not her? Yes. If there was a DNA test on the poop and the poop said it was not her and it was a dog's poop, then I would be like, no, it was a lie. It wasn't her. That's all there is to it. That's what the DNA says, and that's it. Right? I mean, like, that's it. And so, like, here's one position that I would always ask people to, like, look at is that whenever you believe in something so much and it's like, I will believe this no matter what, the way that you can ask and tell yourself, and this is something I would ask people, right, is like anybody who's like really into conspiracies or whatever, ask them this question. What would it take for you to change your mind? And if this person would say nothing will change their mind, it's not a logical conclusion, number one. And number two, because in most cases, like, they don't have all the facts and information about this, right? Obviously, like, there are small things, like somebody says, like, eating a cat is evil, right? This is a moral judgment that is not objective in any way, one way or another. Some people think this, some people don't care, some people like eating cats. But what the difference is that whenever you're talking about, like, circumstantial evidence being provided to change a perspective. Does that make sense? So if a person is literally unwilling to accept evidence to disprove what they're saying, then this is not a logical conclusion and it should not be taken seriously. Obviously, there are a lot of opinions that are out there, and, people have opinions on, let's say, something like abortion. Everybody has an opinion on abortion. Now, I think this would not fall under that same category because it's primarily an emotional or a moral argument. And I think that emotional and moral arguments are not necessarily as tied to that as other things are. So yeah, I would agree. Does that make sense? And assholes, everyone has one? Yeah, sure. It wasn't poop. It was the new Aquaman movie. I don't know about that. And let's see here. It goes both ways. Measure your own opinions the same way. Not you, but in general, it should apply both ways. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying, right? Is so, like, with the poop thing, I believe that happened. But if there was DNA evidence saying it wasn't the poop and the DNA was taken of it, well, then it wouldn't be the poop. That's it. That's the end. That's the end. There's no more conversation about this, right? And so just move on to the next thing, and that is what it is. So I think that's what's the most important thing. And yeah, all trial is emotional argument for the public, it seems. I think that, like, you can make an argument that it's emotional, but I don't think that a lot of these cases really are. I don't think so at all. And what's this here? Pepega, yeah, but they tampered with the investigation. Oh no, there's always going to be a way a person will create to have an out. They will have a way that they can get out of what they were going to say. If they're a credible witness recording Johnny physically abusing Amber, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Well, no, exactly. Or somebody who wasn't directly involved with Amber. Like, the only person really who, really testified hard about this was her sister, and I'm not going to trust them very well. And again, I always go back to the same thing I've said before, is that as soon as you realize that somebody's a liar, I stop believing them. So, like, if somebody is a proven liar in, like, 3 other cases, and then a 4th case comes up, well, I'm going to assume that what they said's not true. Like, why would you assume this to be true? Oh, she's lied about everything else, but not this? Why? Why do you think that? Yeah, what is this? Let me go back over. Druggy friends lied about taking drugs even? Yeah, it's just fucking weird. So let's look at a few more of these here. If you care about victims of violence, no matter what their gender, you understand what I'm saying. But if you're hating on women that you don't like very much, you will not. And it's no exaggeration to say that you will have blood on your hands. Exactly. So this is, again, a gendered issue. Because this is the reason, this is the lens that these people... I think that the reason and the emphasis on her being a woman and this being about women actually shows a lot and indicates a lot of what people actually think. Is that to them, this is not about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. This is about a man and a woman. So they basically, they reveal themselves to be biased by the nature of categorizing other people's biases. I think that's what happens. Are these actual real people? Yeah, I think so. How would you feel if Depp loses the case? I would be disappointed if he lost the case. Based off of what I've seen so far, I would be disappointed if he lost the case, and I would consider it to be injustice. In my opinion, you want to know what my real opinion on this is? I think defamation should be expanded. I do. I think that press and these different news outlets get away with lying constantly, misrepresenting things intentionally, and just flat out denying the truth. And I'm fucking sick of it. I think that the idea that these press have certain types of immunity and there's all these protections for especially press and even people who are deliberately saying things that are false, deliberately lying, deliberately falsifying things. I'm fucking tired of it. I'm sick of going on Twitter and reading two opposite things and they can't even agree on the facts at all. Because the truth is that in a lot of these cases, there is one side that's right because something either happened or it didn't. And so, yeah, I'm so fucking sick of this. So, yeah, I would like to see defamation expanded, and I'd like to have a lot of the protections that the press has from defamation be removed. Because I think with great power comes great responsibility, and I don't think they're fulfilling the second half. That's the truth. I don't think it's happened a lot for the past maybe 10 years, and for all I know, it could have been the past 20 years, 30 years, or anything like that. And Spider-Man, no, but am I wrong? Am I wrong? I think that they misuse their privileges too much. I think they deliberately misrepresent things, and I'm fucking tired of it. I don't like that at all. Absolutely, should take First Amendment protections are necessary. I think First Amendment protections do matter a lot, but whenever what you're saying is causing damage to somebody else in an unjust way, I don't think that's the First Amendment. I think that's defamation. And it already is defamation. And you also agree with this too. Like, I'm sure that I could have many cases where, you know, you would agree that somebody's speech should be curtailed for X, Y, or Z reason. I can guarantee you if somebody was out there calling you, child molester or something like that on Twitter, and it cost you to lose your job, I think that you'd want restitution for that. So let's stop with these ideological arguments that make no fucking sense, and let's look at what's actually real. What's actually real is that this misrepresentation of facts constantly, these lies constantly, are not doing anybody any fucking favors, and I'm tired of it. I'm fucking sick of it. Look up Fighting Words Doctrine. I already know what you're saying. I know what that is already. I don't need to look it up. What's the rest of that? And this is here. How would you keep free press? Free press comes with good and bad. I think that it depends on like why they're doing it. And if somebody is like deliberately misrepresenting or misstating things, I think that they should be held accountable for that. And I think that it's quite easy to determine whether it's deliberate or not if you have enough information and evidence. I actually don't think it's that complicated at all. Absolutely not. Can't let government decide what we can and can't do? You understand that's literally what they already do, right? Like, they already do that. I'm talking about moving the bar. Like, I'm not talking about not doing this or doing this because it's not a debate. They already do this. I'm talking about moving the bar of accountability because I think the accountability's completely gone off the hinges. Once believe whatever part of society. Yeah, exactly. People think First Amendment protects you from consequences from whatever you say. Well, I think there's that too. I think that's in general that's the spirit of it, but I don't think that it's true in every single circumstance. Misinformation is an epidemic in the world now. I think it is in all directions. Absolutely. And try buying some nuclear weapons, see who comes to stop you. Yeah, I bet. They can easily pretend to be ignorant about the topic to avoid these damages. These type of people that go into these professions. I don't really think so. I think that, if you put somebody who is passionate about it, they could shut them down pretty much every single time. Yeah, I think so. If you put somebody on it that really cares about the issue and it is their job to catch them, they will catch them. That's what they do. But anyway, what I'm saying here is in general, fuck the abuse, remember, Depp is, and Everyone standing up, man, should realize what fuck's going on. But when the people, after they've lost, goes out to the media telling that Depp, the case was a fucking abuser, killing some others because you yourself failed, that's some fucked up shit. Well, I think it's just about an ego, right? It was about her protecting her ego. And that's why she wanted to have them both admit that they did nothing wrong. That's why she, didn't donate the money, but she said that she pledged it, and she didn't even sign the pledge either. These kinds of things happen because of ego. I think that the entire thing was built around ego, and that's about it. After fact-checking, find some sort of a way to look at it. Yes, exactly. And ignorance is no defense for causing evil in all other aspects of society. Yeah, I think so. It sounds like I think that the standard for defamation in court should be relaxed, which is not a radical position. It's the norm in Europe. Yes, that's effectively what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not saying that there should be a bunch of new speech laws or something like that. I'm just saying that the level of evidence that is provided, I think, is unrealistic to exist. Yeah, I don't think so at all. And so that's why. If Amber wins with the bias, the fact she's a woman, it could just be a step backward for the equality feminists want. Well, the truth is that there are a lot of things that the court can't really do, and it's up to the public opinion. So, like, for example, if Amber Heard wins this case and she comes out with a new movie, there are going to be people that are going to say that movie is garbage without even seeing it because Amber Heard is in that movie. Now, is that a good thing? Well, no, it's not necessarily a good thing. I would agree that it's not. However, this is what will happen. And whenever it does happen, then everybody is going to say that, well, this isn't fair. She won the trial. Well, people don't care about the trial, really. They care about the outcome of the trial reinforcing what they already believe to be true. And that's it. Yeah, the case is, it's bigger than just the case. And this is what I was saying yesterday about, like, the law in general, is that people don't really care about the law. The law doesn't really matter. It's just there because it's just there. They only care about the law to the extent that it reinforces their moral and ethical views on the world. That's it. So the moment that the law does not reflect their moral and ethical views on the world, then they no longer respect or care about the law. So really, the court ruling is a legal ruling. So this has no actual opinion on, no actual sway on the opinion of millions of people. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's what it is. Morals change all the time. Exactly. And that's why laws change all the time, too. Yeah, there's that important... No, dude, there are lawful good characters in the world? Well, a lot of the stories about lawful good characters, many times those characters take things into their own hands. Things like Batman, things like Jack Reacher. There are a lot of the cases, all of the examples of, like, lawful good things, almost every single story that's told that way involves characters from that story going above and beyond the scope of the law. So I think even by that evidence, you show that in many cases, the law is fundamentally not the dictator of morality. Morality is the dictator of the law. It's not a chicken and egg scenario. There's clearly one that determines the next one. Batman is chaotic, though? I don't think that Batman is chaotic at all. How is Batman chaotic? Yeah, I would disagree with that. I don't think Batman is chaotic good in any way. I would say that Batman is either neutral good or... I mean, this is like, we're arguing about, like... What are we doing? Like, we're arguing about, like, fucking a rubric for Dungeons and Dragons for superheroes. Like, I don't know. Like, all I'm saying is that there's a lot of characters out there that are viewed as the morally just and good character. And they regularly go... let's say, above and beyond the law. Or let's say above and below the law for things to happen. So yeah, to be honest, I doubt, what's this here? I doubt studios would cast her and deal with the public backlash in the first place. And that's the truth, is that, and that's what I was saying before, is that people don't care about the ruling. It doesn't matter to them. It doesn't have any sway over the way that they look at things. And let's see here. Batman's definitely not morally just or good. He's gray. That's what makes him good. Sure, you think whatever you want. But, like, I'm just not... I don't want to argue about this. I think that you can use a million other examples and say the same thing. Pokemon thinks you're biased for Johnny Depp. Well, I am. I think the evidence that Johnny Depp has provided show him as the victim. Yeah, I am. Like, I've said that from the beginning. I think Johnny Depp's right. Absolutely. I've looked at all of the evidence. I think that... what Amber Heard said is a lie. I think she's a fucking psycho. And I think it's evident. You can watch the video from 2016 in her deposition. It was unsettling just to watch. She looked like a fucking psycho. And you expect me to believe her? Absolutely not. No way. Of course I'm on his side. And so's the evidence. If evidence is provided otherwise, then I'll believe that instead. No, that's all there is to it. Yeah, so I'm not, I don't need to, I'm not going to try to present myself as a completely unbiased perspective because, again, like, I've already seen a lot of the evidence. And that's what happens. Whenever you see evidence, it removes biases in a lot of ways, or it at least makes you biased in one way towards another. And so, yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. Yeah, Amber lost all credibility whenever she constantly lied and contradicted the evidence and facts. Exactly. And like, yeah, again, like, if somebody's already lying about 2 or 3 things, I'm going to assume that they're lying about 3 or 4 or 5. That's what it is. Yeah, she's pledged the evidence. Yeah, I mean, like, come on. Like, there are objective facts in this story that I think are irrefutable. Amber Heard received $7 million and said that she would pledge the money to two different charities, and that did not happen. That's a fact. That did not happen. Number 2, I don't think that it's on. Is it on? No, it's not. It's the lunch show. Okay, I was confused here. Yes. So that did not happen. Number 2, there is video evidence of Amber Heard abusing her sister. This clearly, yeah, she pledged it, exactly. And I think that she pledged it. The thing is, there was an over 1 year gap between the pledge and the trial. So for her to say that it was because of the trial, that means that she had planned on not spending any money for over an entire year in general. And do you guys see kind of where I'm coming from? Pledge it. So, like, this is number 1. Number 2 is that Johnny Depp's finger is gone. I think Johnny Depp's finger is gone because of Amber. I think so. I don't think he cut his own finger off. Yeah, I don't think that happened. And on top of that, another, in my opinion, irrefutable fact. Let me think. What are some of the other ones that I think nobody can even slightly argue with? Let me think about this. I'm like trying to go on everything and just like go through it. The turd, we didn't see it. Like, we did not see it. The poop, we did not see it. We don't know that she shit in the bed. I'm talking about 100%. Like, you know this without a fact. Photoshop. Yes, Photoshop. That's a great one. So she posted 2 separate pictures and she even said and distinguished them in the testimony of this court case that they were different photos taken with different light. And anybody knows that it was Photoshopped. It was fucking Photoshopped. Every single strand of hair was in the exact same spot. It was the same fucking picture. Those are, I'd say, like 3 right there. Let's just go with those 3. Those 3 things indicate to me that this is not a trustworthy person. Period. It's not a trustworthy person in any category whatsoever. And so, yeah, I didn't punch you, I hit you. Her seeing James Franco. Again, all of those are 99% certainties. I'm talking about 100% certainties. I'm not talking about her saying bruise kit. Yes, I think that's an 80% certainty. But again, I'm talking about 100%. Does that make sense? What about the video? Yeah, and then there's also the videos as well. And the videos of her telling Johnny that nobody will believe you. I think that's a big factor as well. So whenever I look at this and I say, like, oh, well, this is why I believe this. Well, the reason why I believe this is because of this evidence here and these specific things that I think are completely irrefutable. Like, there's been no evidence even presented to try that. Her claim to care about his sobriety, but the text she asked him to bring up a joint, she claimed she wouldn't be mad if he did. I mean, I don't really, like, again, that is all, interpersonal relationship stuff. Do you guys kind of see the difference that I'm making with, like, the points that I made? That these are things that literally nobody can deny, nobody can explain in any sort of a way other than that it's her that's bad, and that's it. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Ice Cream on Johnny is a bruised kid on the picture at the bottom left. If she loses, then what happened? Does she get caught in perjury laws? I don't really think that's going to happen. Yeah, I don't think so at all. A picture of her back being fine despite her saying Johnny was on her back before the photo. Yeah, and then also you have like her testimony. It's like, as I said before, it's like in order to prep for categorizing Johnny in the story, the way that they did that was they played Elden Ring and they took all the transitions that happened in Elden Ring boss fights and then they said that's Johnny. Like, that's effectively what happened. Like, I mean, really, the way that it described it, it's like he's like 3 or 4 bosses from Elden Ring, and then also he's got his hand. It's like you thought he was only Horaloo. He's Godric the Grafted too. Holy shit! Oh, but he could use 2 fingers. Oh wow, he's gonna really get you with these. Oh my god. Holy shit. People don't understand that asserting Amber wasn't physically abused doesn't mean you also assert that Johnny was a victim, as people think everything's binary. Yeah, I think it is. It's definitely a gray case. Absolutely it is. 100%. And so, yeah, jurors are instructed if a witness is found to be lying about one thing, they can choose to conclude that they are lying about their entire testimony. Nothing Amber says has value. No, that's not true because they can choose that. Doesn't mean that they have to. But yes, I think in general that's the case. She's currently has to prove beyond any doubt that things occurred the way that she claims. If she does not, the jury will find it for Johnny, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I feel like there's been no evidence that proves that at all. And so, yeah, I think that, like, yes, I'm biased, but I also think the facts are on my side. I try to, like, why would I think something that I know is not true? Like, people say this to me regularly. They say, wow, you know, you just don't, you always think you're right. Of course. Why would I think something if I didn't think it was right? Like, why would I come to a conclusion that I know to be untrue? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And so, yes. Exactly. And yeah, there's all this stuff. And show us the Chad trial video. Missed the best parts. I've seen a lot of that stuff already. And I think, again, it's what's this here? I hate most about Amber. She always refutes very clear evidence against her with the most ridiculous justifications. She does not respect the people who have a brain. Well, of course not. And I think that's why a lot of people don't like her. I think that anytime you try to pull the wool over the public's eyes and try to tell them that you can't see what's in plain sight, people will resent you for it. Because they know that they don't really have a voice to say no. And the only thing that they can do is just passively disagree with you and dislike you. That's about it. And it's not like most guys for Donnie Kruger. Oh, that I'm stupid and I'm so stupid I don't know I'm stupid. Yeah, sure. I mean, the thing is, like, listen, if you're going to believe that, if you're going to think that, etc. I mean, I don't need to. I'm not going to argue that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, if somebody thinks that I'm stupid, I don't know what I'm talking about, that's fine. Like, I want to make it very clear. I am not the kind of person to sit around, to sit around and try to defend people or defend myself, okay? Like, I will defend myself against what I believe to be an authentic and reasonable argument. But somebody calling me stupid, what am I going to say? Oh, I'm not stupid. No, I'm not stupid. What the fuck do you want me to do? Yeah, what do you want me to do? Exactly. Only thing happened to VODs, like the pause while watching. Yeah, I wish I could pause every once in a while too, but if I could pause this trial, I'd be doing a 24-hour stream every day. That's all there is to it. And so, yes, I'm not going to argue about this stuff, and I've tried to review the evidence and look at as much of it as possible. Exactly. And let's see here. I noticed every time Hard received the question, she'd always turn her head and stare dead into the jury, psycho, while answering. Well, a lot of people do that. I don't think that she's doing that because she's a psycho. I think she's doing that in order to establish an emotional appeal. She knows that she can't win on the ground of logic. She can't win on that playing field. So instead of that, she's using emotion to try to get them to look at her and feel sorry for her. That's about it. The lawyers told her that probably? Yeah, of course. And aren't we all stupid in one way or another? If we're not stupid, then we probably wouldn't have time watching streamers. Yeah, that's a factor, right? But like, I think that, like, for example, like, I know the ways that I'm stupid. Like, I'm really stupid with, like, dealing with, like, real life stuff. Like making calls, following up on things, paying bills on time, you know, like, responding to emails. Like, I'm really stupid at this. Like, I'm really bad at it. I'm awful at it. Like, you know, eating food. I have a bad diet, and I would recommend nobody to eat my diet. I eat like a fucking animal. So I know the things that I'm bad at. And also, another thing is I'm really bad at getting frustrated. So, like, for example, whenever I play a lot of video games, I will get, like, sensory overload, overwhelmed, and I will turn into a different person because of what it does to my brain. I know that about myself, and it's important to know what you're not good at, in a lot of cases, more than it's important to know what you're good at. Because you don't want to put yourself in a position where you're playing at a disadvantage. So, yes. I think it's very important to know that. And anybody who thinks, oh, I don't have any weaknesses, yes, you do. I think thinking that you have no weaknesses, there's your first one right there. That's my opinion. Yeah, so yeah, I make an ass out of myself all the time. And so what do? I avoid situations that make me make an ass out of myself. Autism, my dude. I've never been tested for autism or Asperger's or anything like that. To be honest, I have no interest in even learning whether somebody thinks that I have it or not. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't change anything. I look for, you know, different help for stuff, etc. I don't care about labeling myself as having X or Y problem. All I care about is solving those problems and moving forward. That's about it. You ever shit on someone's bed? No, I did not. I've never shit on anybody's bed. But maybe I would. Maybe if somebody made me really mad, maybe I'd do it. Yeah, have you ever been tested for spectrum stuff? No, I haven't. I have no, yeah, why? Well, I mean, like, if they made me really, really mad. You know, like, maybe I'd do it. But then, like, then they could fucking, like, probably sue me or something like that. So it's like, I wouldn't really do this. But, it's, yeah, on your own, probably not. Yeah, realistically, because I try to have the foresight to not do things that are stupid like that. You know what I mean? And there's always a time to change if you shit to bed. Okay. I know there are people that think that I'm on the spectrum, I have autism or something like that. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't think it has any bearing on my life whatsoever. Yeah, it's not like I can take autism drugs and I'm not autistic anymore. That's just not the way it works. And so I think that learning to live with what your problems are, fundamentally, I think that there are some people, and this isn't everybody, but I think some people do this, is that it's like a passive thing I've seen people do, is that once they realize that they are in a position or they realize that they are the kind of person that has a disorder, then I think that I've seen people like mentally take on other characteristics of that disorder because they feel like that's who they are. And I don't want that to be who I am. That's not who I am at all. I'm not somebody who's autistic or not autistic or anything like that. I don't really care about that or have Asperger's or anything at all. It's just completely irrelevant. And so, yeah. I think you have ADHD like me. Well, I mean, like, oh, I have ADHD? Really? I'm reading messages from over 100,000 people, 50 a minute. I have to maintain a train of thought that's coherent, entertaining, and compelling. I'm watching a fucking timer tick down. I'm listening to music. I'm reading my fucking Discord messages over here. I've got other people sending me messages on Twitter over here. People, look at this on Twitter. Look at this over on Reddit. Take a look at my video. Why aren't you playing Vampire Survivors? Of course I'm like, streaming. If I didn't have ADHD before then, I do now. It's like whenever I'm not on stream, I've got to be listening to 3 videos at the same time to keep my brain on the same wavelength. Yes, of course. Multitasking. Yeah, I don't like multitasking, but it's like it's this fixation that you do. Yeah, and so yeah, functioning well enough where it doesn't matter what people diagnose you with? No, of course not. It doesn't matter to me at all. I don't care, and it doesn't make a difference. Oh, fuck you, McConnell. As soon as I said that, he starts sending me messages. Penis, penis, read this. Hello, read this penis, cock, pussy, fucker. Okay, yeah, really fucking funny, man. Hilarious. ADHD kids are entertaining. Yeah, and so, like, that's it. ADHD, you can multitask, but you have a short attention span. I'm actually very bad at multitasking. I'm not going to go through and try to, again, True Gent, thanks for 5 subs. I appreciate it. I'm not going to go through and try to, like, explain my psychology, my psyche, my psychosis. It's not necessary for me to do this. But I think in general, it is something that I do try to keep track of and be aware of. And I think it's something that everybody should do. If somebody is in a bad position, if somebody is, they feel stupid or something like that, I think it's very important for a person like that to understand what their weaknesses are and then build off of that. Does that make sense? I've always said before that it's better to build on strengths than to shore up weaknesses. Because nobody wants to deal with somebody who's okay at doing a lot of stuff. They want to deal with somebody who's really good at doing one thing. And that's where I think that you make a lot of money. That's where you find the most success, is you drill down and you become an absolute expert in one thing that's it's indistinguishable, not indistinguishable, but like nobody can say that's not true, basically. And be very good at something and you will have people that respect you. And I think that this case is actually a good example of that, is that whenever somebody comes on and you can tell this person is very competent and they understand what they're doing and they're smart, people like them. That's true. Yeah, it's indisputable. Yeah, that's what irrefutable, indisputable, whatever you want to say. Indispensable. Sure. Incontrovertible. There's another one. Exactly. And so, yeah. Sorry, Asmon, but you did shit about. Bro, I'm not going to look at that shit right now. I'm like, this is about to come back on, etc. Refresh if you haven't to get the live part again. Sure. I'll F5 this. Make sure we're on the same track. Okay, yeah, we're pretty much good. I'm not going to fast forward or anything like that. It'll catch up on its own. Is it social anxiety disorder, as most of us? I don't know if I even have a social anxiety disorder. I have a social laziness disorder where I don't like being social with people. I don't like talking to people. I like being alone in my house by myself with the door locked. I think that's something that I vastly prefer. I like it a lot. It's very calming and relaxing. Like, I like it whenever... One of the big reasons why I like staying up late at night, Snivels, thanks for the 5 subs, I appreciate it. The reason why I like staying up late at night is the fact that at 3 a.m., nobody is going to bother me. I'm not going to get like an emergency message. I'm not going to have somebody text me and try to get me to go somewhere. I like being awake late at night because there is no way for that to happen. But as I've gotten older, I've realized there's actually a second option to do that during the day. And it's called never responding to messages at all. And it works pretty much the exact same. Yeah, it works really, really well. And that's what I do. I have like a handful of people that I have to, I have to keep in touch with, right? Obviously close friends of mine and, the org people. But for the most part, this is the lunch show.
That you know of.
Yes.
Oh, we don't need to see that. We don't need to see him again. Oh my God. So yeah, I like being, I like being a relaxed person and not having that happen. And it's addictive once you start it. It is, because I like being alone and I like doing things by myself. It's the same reason why I don't really usually like playing with a lot of people in games, except for like a few friends, etc. And I just log on and I do what I want to do, and that's about it. I think that's all it comes down to, man. And look at Twitter about what the jury thinks so far. I don't want to have, like, I don't know if I really want to look at that or not. Those people will leave you alone as well if you ask them. Well, I tell people that too. I'll tell people very regularly that, listen, I might not respond to you for like 6 months. It's not because I hate you. It's just because I don't want to talk to anybody right now. I just don't want to deal with it. That's it. I just don't want to deal with it. And I've got other things that I'm thinking about, and I'm busy, and that's about it. And so if people don't like that, it is what it is. You know, again, I think a lot of people, especially people that are, of my type of personality, they're always made to feel guilty for how they feel. And whenever I was younger, I would feel guilty for the way that I felt and the way that I acted many times. Not anymore. I'm not going to apologize for being myself, and I don't think you should either. Unless you're a serial killer, I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, don't worry about it. And what's this here? Basically 3 times a year, show up, eat barbecue, then never talk the rest of the time. 3 is a lot. I mean, 3 is certainly, that is a lot. I mean, I don't know about that. You're also a dick whenever you were younger? Well, I'm a dick now too, But like, I'm not as much of a dick. No, I'm not. I'm not. I've toned things down quite a bit. As I said, whenever I do the Cataclysm story, you guys will see a villain. Okay? A villain that got shit done, though. We cleared all the cleared all the raids. I made all the gold. We did everything. But I was a fucking animal. Yeah, it's gonna be a it's gonna be quite a story. Yeah, I'll say that for sure. You know, people do dumb things. It's not new. Yeah, well, I think even I did things that were. Yeah, look, it is what it is, right? That's all it comes down to. Story was an awesome charity event. We need it. It's gonna happen. I promise. Yeah, it will absolutely happen. Can you stop throat gulping? It's creepy as fuck. No, I cannot. And I'm gonna ban you for even bringing it up. So here's the thing. I can only really breathe through my mouth, and my nose is purely cosmetic, and so I have to sometimes do that because of the way that the way that my body is. It's something that I do involuntarily, and to be honest with you, I wish I didn't have to, but there's nothing I can do about it, and that's all there is to it. Yeah, cosmetic nose, yeah, and so I don't want to have people bring, you know, like attention to something like that. It annoys me. It makes me feel insecure. It doesn't really make me feel insecure, because I know it happens all the time, but I don't want to have people tell me this and try to fucking draw attention to it and shit. It's fucking annoying. Yes, you can learn to breathe with your nose. Sure, I mean, I'm not going to... Okay, whatever. Yeah, that's fine. My dad's as well. He eats and snores loud as fuck. I do not snore at all. Yes, I do not snore at all. I never have. It's not a thing for me, and I don't really like doing that one bit. Do you snore in your state? Yeah, no, store-bought. No, it's not, but I've had people... a lot of people get upset that they have, like, a big nose, right? And they feel like insecure about it, etc. And they've mentioned to me, like, I have a very small nose, and they're like, oh, I'm jealous that, like, you have a small nose. It's like, well, yeah, that's nice, but, you know, my hairline is receding back to Antarctica, so it's not necessarily the best thing ever. And so, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people. As I said, there was one time I saw Ice Poseidon with a mask on. I didn't know it was him until he pulled the mask down, and I saw his fucking nose. And I was like, oh, yep, there he is. There's Paul. I see him. Yeah, so we got it. And again, your eyebrows keep pushing your hairline back. There's a chance that could happen. People will be surprised the amount of comments exist of women who like a good sniffer. Oh, I think that there are, like, I try not to worry too much about like how people look at. Jesus Christ, that fucking picture. About how people look at me and like how I'm perceived by like girls, etc. Because there's just gonna be girls that don't like you. Like, I learned this, like, this doesn't matter how many hearts you send them, how many times you message them, please respond, they're just not going to like you. And it's hard to come to terms with that, especially if it's a girl that you really like. But I think over time, after you've had it go wrong a few times, then, you know, you get more used to it. Yeah, please return my affection. Yeah, of course. And so, yeah, I try to not even think about that. And I used to be very worried about, you know, being perceived in the right way, etc. But now I feel like I'm successful and much more self-confident, and I don't really think that I need to do that anymore. Yeah, it took a long time. And to be honest, one of the big reasons why it changed is because people kept making fun of me. They kept making fun of me for looking weird or looking different or missing teeth or being too skinny or whatever. And after a while, I was like, I mean, I can't hide it. It's who I am, you know, like, that's it. And I remember, like, it was the first gardening stream, and I was just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna do stupid, funny stuff, and, you know, if people make fun of me for the way that I look, that's the way it goes. Yeah, that's all there is to it. And again, I think that another thing that's made me feel a lot better is whenever I see a lot of my friends that are my age, and I still look pretty much the same as I did in high school, and I have the same physique, I still have the same level of energy, you know, I don't have like wrinkles or anything like that. I've lost some hair, to be fair, I have lost some hair, but to be honest with you guys, I wasn't working with a lot to begin with. My hair has always been shitty, but I see friends of mine, and man, they look like they're fucking 35. And so I don't need to worry about it, right? I mean, I feel like a lot of the things that people used to make fun of me for have turned out to be big advantages. You know, like, that's about it. Very well-adjusted statements. Oh, that's okay. Just ask me about something else and you'll change your mind. Yeah, that's okay. Same. Yeah. So I, you know, at least so far I've had time on my side. So I'm not too worried about it. You look 40, to be honest. I look 40? I don't think I do. Like, I feel like, listen, look, here's a picture of me from, let me see here. I'll pull this up. Me from, this is, I was like 20 or 21, right? This is me at 20 or 21. Let me go back over here. Open link in new tab. There we go. And, fuck. Okay, open image in new tab. There we go. Yeah, so this is me literally over 10 years ago. I feel like I look pretty much the exact same. Like, obviously, I have shaved, right? But that's about it. Yeah, I feel like I look pretty much the same. My beard's stronger. Well, I shaved more back then. That was the big difference. Yeah, sure. I look younger. Yeah, slightly younger. Absolutely. Yeah, of course. You're Jesus, man? I don't know about that. Okay, let me go back over here, and what the hell is that? Oops, I didn't mean to close that, but I did anyway. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, there we go. Skin is the same, more tan, younger. Well, I think that was because that was a picture I posted, and I changed it, like I photoshopped it, basically, just to make my skin not as pale as it was. I remember this very clearly. Control T. Oh, really? Control Shift T, is that tab? Oh, great. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Okay, and looks like it doesn't work anyway. Okay, well, who gives a fuck? Oh, here it is. Is this it? What's going on? There's no sound? What the fuck? Nothing yet?
Your next question.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Mr. Vanya, before lunch we were talking about your opinions in response to the testimony of Mr. Schnell.
Mm-hmm.
Did you also analyze the testimony of Ms. Arnold in this case?
Yes, I did.
And are you aware of her opinion that Ms. Heard's career would have followed the same trajectory as that of Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine, if not for the Waldman statements?
I'll turn it down.
Yes.
What's your understanding of Ms. Arnold's basis for her opinion that Ms. Heard's career should have been similar to that of those identified actors?
Ms. Arnold stated that when producers or her industry is looking to hire talent and actors, that it's important to best understand the public's perception of the actors that they're considering, and that it's important to look into social media to see what is happening with the actors they're considering for either a movie or even an endorsement opportunity with companies. So that was her approach.
And is that the process she followed in providing her analysis of those purportedly comparable actors?
No. Although she stated that, she went in and brought in these alleged comparable actors, and without really reasoning behind that.
Did you conduct an analysis based on your expertise in social media and internet analytics of Ms. Heard compared to the actors to whom Ms. Arnold compares her?
I did.
Oh, wow.
And what did you find?
Well, since Ms. Arnold stated that the
here we go.
approach is looking at the public perspective,
I'm excited.
Looking into social media.
More graphs.
And she did not do that. I felt that was the best approach to do this based on her words. So, yes, I did go into, best understanding the public perspective of Ms. Heard and the alleged comparable actors using Q scores. And then I also went and did some analysis online and on social media as well.
Can you briefly remind the jury what Q scores are?
Yeah, again, Q scores measure how well a celebrity, it could be a cartoon character, it could be a sports person, how well they're known, how well they're liked, and how much they're disliked. And it's an industry standard tool that's used. It's not just focused on the movies that they're in, but it's focused on them as actors, but also what's happening in their personal lives come to play as well. So that's how Q scores are typically used.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects the Q-score analysis you completed?
Yes, it is.
QAnon.
Your Honor, may I approach again? All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's QAnon. Amber Sugar? Well, yeah, because like this is what's going to upset her the most, because this is something that is directly conflicting her ego. Yeah, it's in direct conflict of her ego.
All right,
Here
well,
we go.
identify plaintiffs 1296 for identification and publish to the jury.
Mr. Banya, what point in time do these Q-scores represent that are reflected on your demonstrative?
So these are the winter 2019 Q-scores that are reflected here. And what was important for me is I wanted to find Q-scores that represented Ms. Heard after Aquaman. And remember Aquaman, December of 2018. These Q-scores were gathered January and February of 19, but before the Waldman statements.
So this is before any of this.
And what did you find based on the Q-scores?
Man, the audio on here is a real problem.
Scores, and the higher the number, the better. As you can see, Ms. Godot has the highest Q-score out of the group of actors here.
This one right here.
At a 28. But you're going to notice Ms. Heard has the lowest positive Q-score. She has a 9. So I find that very interesting that she doesn't appear to fit in as a comparable with these alleged comparable actors.
Yeah, she's much more disliked.
I think what's also interesting is the average Q-score for all actors being scored at that time, which include all the alleged comparable actors here, score at an average of 17. And you can see, again, she is 9, well below that. And then on the right side, you're going to see the negative Q scores. So this is how much people dislike you. So the lower the score is better. You can see Mr. Momoa is over here with the lowest at an 8. But you can see Ms. Heard is over here at a 28, which was quite a difference.
It's like more than 3 times as much.
A 20-point difference from Mr. Momoa, and also a 10-point difference, from the average of all actors. So she is very, very much her positive score is very low, and her negative score is very high, which tells me that she does not fit in as a comparable as it relates to these alleged comparable actors.
Well, who would you compare her to?
What opinions did you form based on that Q-score analysis?
My opinions as it relates to these Q-scores is, Miss Arnold used these actors as allegedly comparable actors.
But they're clearly not.
But really, listening to her testimony yesterday, it appears that she's abandoned this approach. I don't think she's using these comparable actors or these alleged comparable actors anymore. She's more relying on her experience, and I agree with that.
Sure.
Did Ms. Arnold offer a criticism of your use of the Q-scores here?
She did, yes.
Oh, boy.
And what's your understanding of what that criticism is?
Well, what I believe she was saying is that I should have ran Q-scores for these allegedly comparable actors after each of their breakout films, which...
It's hard to find that data.
I disagree. First of all, Q-scores doesn't work like that. Q-scores are available twice a year, so it's not that I could pick a month or a different month for each of the Q-score
they don't even exist.
Actors. So I feel that, what was important for me, and this doesn't always happen when I'm using Q-scores, you can get this perfect moment in time. As Ms. Heard said, but as Ms. Arnold said, that, Aquaman was Ms. Heard's breakout moment. So these scores reflect that breakout moment, and they're terrible Q-scores.
How would your analysis change if you had used Ms. Arnold's logic with respect to the timing of the Q-scores that you looked at?
She's hiding now?
I mean, if you really think about what
man,
Ms. Arnold was saying, is she's saying that she thinks Q-scores are the highest for each actor right after their breakout moment. So I would think, if anything, these Q-scores could have been a bit lower, because it's not right after their breakout moment. But what's important for me is the fact that
So it
these
makes
scores
her look
reflect,
even worse.
who Amber Heard was at the time before the Waldman statements, but after the Aquaman release.
We can take that one down, Tom. Thank you. What other work have you done in connection with forming your opinions in this case?
Again, taking the advice from Ms. Arnold, it's important. She says the industry looks into social media, what their followings are like, with the numbers as it relates to their followers. Again, what is the public perception of them? So I analyzed their social media accounts, but prior to the Waldman statement. So.
Okay. And how did you do that?
Yeah, so what I did, I don't know if you're all familiar with the archive.org. They have a tool called the Wayback Machine. What archive.org does is it archives the internet. So you can go back in time to see what websites and web pages used to look like in the past.
Yep.
Not all the time can you actually get a celebrity's social media accounts to have been archived, but we were fortunate that each of the alleged comparable actors' social media accounts were in archive.org. So I was able to go back in time prior to the Waldman statements to see what the following activity was for each of the alleged comparable actors.
Oh, no.
Mr. Vanya, did you prepare
He's a time wizard.
that reflects your social media analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I bet. I fucking bet. Yeah, she's getting her logs checked. Oh my god. Yeah, he's going back into the past. All of this stuff. How much they pay for this? Well, this guy did the same thing that a lot of people can do. Like, how many of you guys have ever tried to look at something like this? I think it's very common.
No objection to the demonstrator.
All right, we'll mark it for identification purposes. Plaintiffs 1297 and publish.
Anya, could you tell the jury what you found when you looked at the social media?
Yeah, so what I found, again, this is prior to the Waldman statements. First thing you're going to notice here is not all actors use social media. You're going to see Mr. Pine doesn't have Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, and Momoa and Darmus don't use
Chris
Facebook
Pine,
or
Giga
Twitter.
Chad.
But what's important to look at is you have Ms. Heard prior to the Waldman statements with 3.8 Instagram followers and 142,500 Twitter followers. And then you move down to Gal Gadot with 37 million Instagram followers compared to her 3.8 million.
Big difference.
The 2.3 million Twitter followers compared to Ms. Heard's 142,000. And you can then even go down to Zendaya with 65.9 and 17.2 million Twitter followers. What this is telling me is really, more people are interested in Miss Gadot and Zendaya.
I agree.
And even Mr. Momoa than Miss Heard on social media. It just tells me a lot of people are interested in these actors as opposed to Miss Heard, more of a following. Few scores, well-liked, less disliked. So it kind of fits into the analysis of determining whether or not these alleged comparable actors are actually comparable.
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Ms. Arnold's analysis of the so-called comparable actors?
Yes, again, it appears that she's abandoned this approach, and I agree with that. I feel that, through the Q-score analysis and the social media analysis, that they're just not comparable.
Tom, we can take that one down. Mr. Banya, based on all the analysis you did in this case, what are your overall opinions?
Yes, my overall opinions are that Mr. Schnell failed to prove any causal connection with the Waldman statements in the
hashtag use.
Search or the hashtag activity, those spikes as it relates to Twitter.
I would agree with that.
There's no causal connection there.
It seems
my
that
second
way.
opinion is, based on my social media and Q-score analysis, Miss Arnold's alleged comparable actors are not comparable. And then third, Miss Arnold and Mr. Schnell both failed to prove any causation as it relates to the Waldman statements causing economic harm to Miss Heard. So, as a damages expert, which Miss Arnold is, You need to take into consideration causation before you can calculate damages. You look at damages and you look at this allegedly damaging event, and not only do you have to prove that 100% of the damage is because of these Waldman statements, she didn't even consider COVID. It happened at the same time. You know, a lot of actors probably made a lot less money because of COVID. Maybe films didn't get made. And, you know, when you do an analysis of damages, you prove causation, but you also have to look at everything else that might have caused this alleged economic harm. And she didn't look into any of that. She didn't even know what causation was. So I don't think that damages is an appropriate approach in this case.
No further questions.
Wow, how did we miss this? I don't know how we missed that. Yeah, I never even brought that up. Oh no, what's this guy gonna do?
Good afternoon, Mr. Bang.
Here we go.
Yeah, you're not a damages expert, correct?
I am a damages expert, but not providing any quantitative damages opinions in this case.
In this case, okay. And is it your testimony that only if a person repeats the Waldman-Depp statements could they be related to the defamation?
Say that one more time.
Are you saying that a person literally has to repeat the Waldman-Depp statements in a tweet for them to be related to the defamation?
No, that's clearly not what he said.
No, if you looked at my analysis, I did pick the 3 themes as it relates to the tweets, and I analyzed those themes, and I came up with 5 examples of when those themes were used.
And you ran searches for, quote, abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence. And you ran all those in quotes, correct?
I did.
So only if a person used a tweet with those words in that order and with that spacing would they hit on your searches, correct?
Objection, compound. Overruled.
Yeah, so I used them in quotes because, you know, hoax could be used in many other contexts. Yeah. So I wanted to make sure I was fitting my search with the theme of the Waldman statements.
Right. So if someone tweeted misheard faked sexual violence, that wouldn't appear in your searches, correct? Faked with an ED.
It would not.
Okay.
No.
And if they use 2 spaces between abuse and hoax, that wouldn't fit in your search.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you? And a tweet's 200. A tweet can only be 280 characters, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So certain of the Waldman-Depp statements, a person could not tweet the whole thing in one tweet, correct? The whole statement in one tweet.
The Waldman statements?
Correct.
No, you could not tweet those entire quotes.
Right.
Did you make any determination if there was an online bullying campaign against Mr. Depp after Ms. Heard's op-ed?
I didn't look into any online bullying campaign for Ms. Heard nor Mr. Depp.
Did you determine if there were tweets harassing Mr. Depp that quoted from Ms. Heard's op-ed?
No, my assignment was to determine if the Waldman statements were part of the tweets that Mr. Schnell provided. It
wasn't his job.
And in your analysis of when you testified before, you never looked to see if the op-ed was quoted anywhere, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
He's right that like.
All right. Questions withdrawn. Next question.
Okay.
Now
there it is.
You have no objection to Ms. Arnold's use of comparables, correct? Just the use of comparables in general.
I listened to her testimony and my understanding that she abandoned that that approach. But as it relates to my testimony today, my opinion was related to those specific alleged comparable actors, that they were not comparable.
You're not offering an opinion as to who the appropriate comparables should be to Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And you testified just before about the Q scores of Ms. Heard and the comparables. That was Plaintiff's Exhibit 1296, correct?
I don't know what 1296 means.
Okay. The demonstrative in front of you.
Mine? Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And you said that those were all for the winter of 2019?
I said Ms. Heard's were from the winter of 2019.
Because isn't it true that none of the rest of these people were from the winter of 2019, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, Mr. Momoa's was from the summer of 2020?
Yeah.
That's correct. Not all alleged comparable actors had Q scores for that date. What was important for me is get Ms. Heard's Q scores right after Aquaman, but before the Waldman statements.
So you weren't comparing apples to apples, correct?
I wouldn't say that. I'm saying that it's not the exact same years.
Well, so in the winter of 2019, that Q score comes out. That the field work dates for that is from January 22nd, 2019 to February 7th, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
So that would be so the field work would be starting almost immediately after Aquaman just came out, correct?
Yeah, in her Star is Born moment, yes.
You'd agree that for the winter of 2020, where you took Jason Momoa's Q score, would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman, correct?
No, because that's
well,
what the
actually,
person
if I use
before
Ms.
said the
Arnold's
opposite.
suggestion, the celebrities tend to have, the celebrity moment right after they have their breakout
Exactly.
film. So I disagree with that. I think maybe his Q scores could be lower as it relates to when I use them.
That's a good point, yeah. And
You'd
that's
agree
literally
that
what
for
the other
winter of
woman said.
2020, Mr. Momoa's Q score would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman.
That's not how it works.
I don't know if it accounts for the rise of popularity. Again, using Ms. Arnold's words, usually a Q score will be the highest right after the film, like I did measure Ms. Heard.
All right. Do you show?
Okay, here we go.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, let's see it. I feel like there's no way you can make an exact comparison because there's too many confounding variables. All you can do is make assumptions off of what you think is true.
If you look on page 177 of your deposition transcript, you see that?
I don't see a page. Is that what you handed me?
You don't see page 177? At the 4 pages? 4 pages per?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
And I asked you at lines 6 through 10, you'd agree that for the winter of 2020, Jason Momoa's Q score would have more time to account for the rise of popularity in the film Aquaman, and you answered yes.
At that time, as I am a rebuttal expert to Ms. Arnold, based on her testimony, I've learned something new from her.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah, this is entirely
and you didn't look at Ms. Heard's Q score
that.
for summer of 2020, correct?
She doesn't have any.
And Ms. de Armas had a lower familiarity score than Ms. Heard, correct?
I didn't know who she was.
If I don't have that in front of me, but if you're saying that, yes.
Okay. And Ms. de Armas's career trajectory has gone up since the summer of 2020, correct?
I don't know. I didn't analyze her career trajectory.
Okay. Could you put up plaintiff's trial exhibit 1297?
Uh-huh.
That was the demonstrative.
Okay.
Ms. de Armas has less Instagram followers than Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Heard has more than double the Instagram followers of Ms. de Armas, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you get more social media followers the longer you're on social media?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. It doesn't
That's
work
what I
that
was
way.
thinking.
It depends on many other factors.
And so Ms. de Armas had a lower familiarity score and less Instagram followers, yet your testimony is that she would not be a proper comparable to Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're not offering a different set of people who should be comparables, correct?
That's correct.
How could you?
Thank you. You can take that down.
Each person's completely different. You can draw commonalities,
Now,
but you can't. It's like
you
a metaphor.
understand that Mr. Waldman has been banned from Twitter for life for harassing Amber Heard, correct?
I don't know that, but if that's the case,
How would they know that that's why he got
And
banned?
you understand that Mr. Waldman appealed the decision to Twitter and they have confirmed his ban for life?
Objection,
No,
Your
that's
Honor.
not true.
May
He
we
said they
vote on
didn't
this? Okay,
respond.
sure.
They're lying. Not only did Mr. Waldman not say that he was banned for attacking Amber Heard, he explicitly said that he didn't know why he was banned, and he sent an appeal, and he didn't receive a response. Like, that's not what he said. I remember. What an idiot. Like,
You agree that in looking
It's
at
actual
Mr.
hearsay?
Schnell's
Yeah.
data,
It's a guess.
65% of the uses of negative hashtags relating to Ms. Heard occurred between April 1st, 2020 and June 15th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that 5 of the 6
You haven't
highest
done
spikes
unban
of the negative hashtags were after the Depp Waldman statements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where you talked about the February 2020 spike, and the 65%, by the way, even includes the February 2020 spike of tweets, correct?
That's correct. Well, there was no spike in Feb 2020 during the Waldman statements.
Yeah, there wasn't.
Well, the spike in February 2020 was before the Waldman statements, right?
Yeah.
I would have you. Can we pull up the chart again if you want to talk about the spikes?
Sure. Can you put up 1294?
Uh-oh. The lawyer's going to have to argue against the graph?
Number 1.
Uh-oh.
Number one. Yeah, that spike happened before the Waldman statements.
Okay.
And there was hardly any activity in negative hashtags until February 2020, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
And you understand that the spike in February 2020 was related to the partial tape that Mr. Waldman and Mr. Depp leaked to the Daily Mail, right?
I'm aware that the articles were related to Heard admitting to hitting Depp.
And you understand that Mr. Waldman testified that Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape to the Daily Mail.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, he talked about what the number 1 related to.
What's the objection?
Sorry, lack of foundation and,
I'm asking if he knows or he doesn't.
All right, overruled.
So what's important to me is the fact that this spike is prior to the Waldman statements.
Do you know if Mr. Waldman testified that Mr. Depp and he met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape?
No.
In February of 2020.
To provide?
It's irrelevant to my opinion.
Okay. And the spike in July of 2020 came right after the last defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman.
No. Explain why it came.
The July spike, which is number 2, is not related to the Waldman statements, and there are articles related to abuse between Heard and Depp and feces found in Depp's bed.
And that's based on Google searches you did?
That's correct.
Okay. And the July,
Yes.
but the July spike in time came after the June 27th, 2020 defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman,
Yes,
correct?
it did. It did come afterwards.
That's correct.
Okay. And 5 of the 6 spikes came after the defamatory statements, correct?
After the Waldman statements, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified before that you eliminated shares and likes of the Depp Waldman statements from your analysis, right?
Repeat that, please.
Did you say that you eliminated shares and likes of tweets that included the Depp Waldman statements?
That's correct. When I was doing my analysis, I noticed the exact same text was a part of many of these tweets.
Yeah. Don't shares and likes disseminate the negative information?
They do.
That's quite possible.
They do.
And you agree, right, that use of the term Waldman or Waldminian occurred over 25% of the time in the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard from April 2020 through January 2021, correct?
Although it's irrelevant to this case, it has nothing to do with the Waldman statements. That's what Mr. Schnell says.
You don't disagree with the search results, correct?
Although has nothing to do with this case or the Waldman statements, I do not disagree.
So if people are tweeting about Adam Waldman or Waldminian at the same time as tweeting negative hashtags, hashtags about Amber Heard, it's your testimony that they have nothing to do with this case?
The hashtags have nothing to do with this case.
That's what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And even if they include the negative hashtags with Mr. Waldman's name and Waldminion, you're saying they have nothing to do with the defamatory statements?
All 4 hashtags that Snell used had nothing to do with the Waldman statements. Waldman himself has nothing to do with the Waldman statements. We're talking about the Waldman statements here. Waldminion, I don't even know what that is, but again, it has nothing to do with this case, and it's not related to the Waldman statements. That's what's important.
And the reason you're saying they're not related to the Waldman statements is because someone didn't literally copy what Adam Waldman said in the Daily Mail and tweet it out?
Well, I looked at enough tweets that included the name Waldman that have nothing to do with anything negative or the Waldman statements.
No, they must have had to have the negative hashtags toward Ms. Heard, because the only way that those would have been in the data you looked at would have had the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard. It was looking at that universe, correct?
Well, first of all, I don't agree that justice for Johnny Depp is a negative hashtag towards Amber Heard. So the assignment was to determine if the tweets that Mr. Schnell presented were related or included the Waldman statements.
In your review of the tweets related to Ms. Heard, you cannot point to any that were positive toward Ms. Heard, correct?
Mm-hmm. Again, I was not looking for that.
And you did not review the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp during the time frame from April 1st, 2020 to January 1st, 2020 to see if there were any that were not negative toward Ms. Heard?
I did not look into anything as it relates to anything other than what relates to the Waldman statements. That's what's at issue here today as we sit in court.
Okay. And you didn't form any statistical analysis to rule out the Waldman statements' impact on the hashtags, correct?
Correct.
You did not analyze whether media and press coverage other than the Waldman statements affected Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Looking at the exhibit that's in front of you, where you have the numbers here, those you said are related to Google searches?
The 1 through 6?
Correct.
Thanks,
yes.
Okay.
Thanks,
And can we put up plaintiffs 888?
I think the distinction between Waldman and the Waldman statements.
And we can just start at 1. Do you understand that your?
It's hard to sell that. He shouldn't have said that. I was stupid
thanks.
to say.
And 888, it's page 76. These are the documents you relied upon for your opinion today?
Yes.
And are these the search, where it has the different letters? These are the searches that you ran for the various time frames and the articles that came up for numbers 1 through 6, correct?
No. I mean, obviously document 1A is the Heard supplemental expert witness disclosure. These are documents that I used throughout the time I've been working on this project. So these aren't related to those 1 through 6 numbers.
Okay. These are documents you relied upon for your opinion today?
These are documents that I relied upon when I presented my designation.
For your opinion today, that you're offering today?
Yeah, these are the documents that, yes, I've relied on throughout this case.
Okay.
Okay. And actually, Michelle, could you turn in this designation to let's see.
Separated statistically, I agree with the
Hold on 1
analyst.
second.
I understand that he's technically right, but this is something that's an argument for a jury. Does that make sense?
Yeah, keep scrolling.
I agree with the technicality, but I don't think it's a good argument to use.
Just keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay.
Okay, stop.
All right, stop. Put your pencils down.
This was the chart you provided with your designation for your opinions in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's similar to the chart that we had before with the 1 through 6, correct?
That's correct.
And where it has the various boxes, it's talking about documents 6E through 6H, for instance, related to Depp wanting to have Heard replaced on Aquaman.
Yes.
And you prepared this chart, correct?
Yeah, this was part of my designation.
I'd like to have this page as a demonstrative.
Your Honor, I do have an objection, if I might be heard.
All right, if you want to come forward, page 99.
I feel like this is very hard to say. It's like the truth is that all of these social media analytics, every single one of them paints a cloudy story. Because there are so many other factors to keep in mind. Like, in my opinion, I think that based off of what I understand of the way that they analyzed it, I think that they should have analyzed it in an inverse way. They should have looked at the amount of hashtags used, and then whenever there was any sort of an increase, they should have looked at news around that, and not just news specific to articles or something like that. They should have had like other videos, other types of stories, interviews, etc. Big accounts making tweets about this, for example. But the truth is, they did. I feel like they only had 6 examples, and there have been a number of other things that have happened in the past like 2 or 3 years with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. So it's hard really to say. And so, yes, they are making some correlations, but it's not as many as I think there probably would be. But in general, I think that it's not unreasonable to think that the Waldman statements did have an impact, but it's very clear that that impact exists outside of him as well. Because there were a bunch of other people before he even said anything that were saying justice for Johnny Depp. Like, there are people are already saying this before he even opened his mouth. So I think that to blame all of the subsequent ones directly on him it's just ridiculous. Like, yeah, they're looking for a cause. Yeah, exactly. Amber is suing for the Waldman statements. Yeah, but it's like it's going to be impossible for her to win that, I think. I don't think there's no way that's going to happen. Social media analytics shouldn't be admissible. No, they should absolutely be admissible. It's not something that's as simple as a yes or no, though. Like, they shouldn't always be admissible, and I think in a lot of cases they shouldn't be admissible. But I think in some cases they should be, and I think in this, especially whenever the other witness drew a comparison, and I think that if you're drawing a comparison, you should look at other things that you can compare. I think that makes sense. Sure. That could apply for Johnny as well, though? Yeah, I think so. I absolutely think so. And that's probably the biggest defense that Amber's team has, is that basically what they said and the bad stuff that they said didn't cause Johnny Depp to get removed. But I think the biggest argument that Johnny Depp has that Amber Heard doesn't have is that it's very obvious that the public sentiment was against Amber Heard and for Johnny Depp, which wasn't the case for him. So you would have to have a much more specific reason to have it be defamation. Do you see what I'm saying? You can't prove manipulation of social media. They haven't. Yeah, sure. Your deleted messages, not offensive messages. Your auto deleted messages that deletes non-offensive. Oh yeah, it's not perfect. Okay, here we go. There's also other people named Waldman, too. Just keep that in
Mr.
mind.
Banya.
Yeah.
Other than
Yes.
So as I understand it, the way you determined that the tweets were not related to the Waldman statements was that you looked at time and then you ran certain Google searches, correct?
Correct.
And then the top 3 hits came up.
Correct.
And then you looked through the article to see if the Waldman statements were there?
So as it relates to any trending event, any defamation that's happened online, any allegations of economic loss because something went viral, going to Google, looking at the spikes in time and going back in time to see what was happening on those top 3 sites will give you an indication of the best results that were being served at that time. So something viral that's happening would appear most likely in those top 3
Google
results.
Trends. This
And
is the
just so
same
the
stuff
record's
I
clear,
use.
If we could go back to page 76 of this document.
Let's see how popular Lost Ark is.
Numbers 6A through 6N, going to the next page. Those are the headlines of the searches that you found.
Let's find out.
Correct.
And you don't disagree that that negative tweets toward Ms. Heard have continued throughout the analysis of the tweets, correct?
Of course not.
I'm not looking at whether they're negative tweets or those hashtags are negative. I'm determining if those tweets are related to the Waldman statements.
Right, okay, and you have no opinion whether the tweets were positive or negative towards Ms. Heard. That's what you're saying.
Yes, I'm just analyzing whether or not they're related to the Waldman
Yep,
statements.
it's probably both.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Banya.
Yes.
Sir, you can leave the courtroom or you please.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
I wish he had explained more about how the difference is, like what the difference is between the Waldman statements and Waldman himself. I think that it would have been better for everybody to hear what the difference is, because there is.
Do not discuss the case and don't do any outside
There is a
research. Sorry,
difference.
we'll just take a short break.
Yeah, he's a feces expert. You got nothing on it? Yeah. What's this here? Let me go back and double check. I agree, but they're running out of time. Yeah, it's a good point. Just an amazing waste of Amber Heard's time. That's very true.
All right. So just so that we're on the same page, you can have a seat. Keep standing the whole time. All right. Just so we're on the same page with Mr. Knight's testimony. Actually, could Mr. Knight go back out, please?
Okay.
All right. All right. So we're on the same page with Mr. Knight's testimony. There is a rule on witnesses. However, Mr. Knight's a rebuttal witness. The purpose of excluding witnesses from the courtroom, usually it's a courtroom, is to deprive a later witness of the opportunity to shape testimony to correspond with that of an earlier witness.
Makes sense.
The issue we have here, obviously, if it was a direct witness in the direct testimony, you had time to do a rule on witnesses, let them know about the rule on witnesses. With a rebuttal witness, it's a little different because they didn't know they were going to be a witness. You didn't know they were going to be a witness. I understand that part. The problem is the courtroom in this particular case appears to be the world. So what we have to do here is I'm going to do a voir dire, and I'll allow both sides to ask questions as well of Mr. Knight to see what he has seen of the case, and I'm just going to use the factors that the case law in Virginia uses, which
that's us, yeah.
The factors to consider, because the court does have broad discretion to permit or prohibit a witness to testify in this particular circumstance. So the factors I'm going to consider is if the impropriety was intentional, which we'll find out, the prejudice attached to it. Also, if the excluded witness learned about substantive aspects of the case from an earlier testifying witness, and whether that knowledge had any effect on his or her testimony. Okay. So those are the three factors I'm going to look at in weighing this decision. So keep that in mind when you do your voir dire. And it's my understanding that the evidence that Mr. Knight will testify only relates to Hicksville. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Now we can have Mr. Knight.
All right. Let's see it.
All right, sir. Mr. Knight, if you could come forward to be sworn.
This guy dressed up. I like that. Takes it seriously. Robson, thanks for your gifted subs, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
Sir, if you could just have a seat, please.
He doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Sir, what we're doing is I'm just going to ask you a few questions outside the presence of the jury, and then the attorneys are going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Sure.
Then I'm going to have you step back outside after that, okay?
No problem.
All right, what's your full name, sir?
Morgan Higby Knight.
Okay, you don't have to be that close. All right. All right, how do you spell your last name?
N-I-G-H-T.
Okay. All right, and sir, before I can allow you to testify, I just want to ask you a few questions. Have you seen any of the trial that's been going on for the past 6 weeks?
Approximately 5 weeks ago, a friend of mine texted me that Hicksville was mentioned, and I watched a little clip where it was mentioned.
Which clip did you watch?
I believe it was somebody testifying about, I think it was a security guard testifying maybe about Hicksville or...
no way, he saw my...
I forget exactly
no way.
who was testifying.
No way.
But it was something where Hicksville was mentioned, and...
It does look like an Asmongold viewer,
It was about something about a wrist or something like that.
All right, and what did you do after that? At some point, did you get in contact with attorneys?
So I didn't reach out to them.
No way.
I didn't really care. The,
no way.
The innkeepers that worked at Hicksville before reached out to them and said, we saw some stuff that wasn't true, and then they asked, is it okay if I give the attorneys your phone number? So the attorneys reached out to me.
Okay, and when did the attorneys reach out to you?
May 3rd.
May 3rd. And you talked to the attorneys at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not Camille, but Geraldine.
Okay, and then have you seen any other parts of the trial?
No, she instructed me not to watch anything about it, regardless of if it was about Hicksville or not. So I've been keeping off the internet and turning off anything that seems to be like it's on social media. So I just don't watch any of that.
All right. And questions, Ms. Breder?
So, Mr. Knight, you were contacted by an attorney for Mr. Depp on May 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was Carolyn?
Geraldine.
Oh, Yerlin. I got it. Okay. And what...
I think it's pronounced Geraldine.
Okay. Can you tell us the conversation you had with her at that time?
Yeah, she just asked me my recollection of the evening, and I told her, and she said, okay, would you mind testifying? And I said, sure. And she said, okay, well then, we're not sure if we're going to call you or not, but just in case, please don't watch anything having to do with the case. And I said, I will do.
Now, how is it that, to your best knowledge, how is it that Geraldine was able to get hold of you? How did she know that you knew something?
So, like I said, two of my innkeepers, my innkeeper and my manager, had reached out to her team, I think through email, and one of them texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we give Geraldine your phone number?
Now, you also communicated on Twitter, did you not, about this case?
Yeah, 2 weeks prior to Geraldine reaching out to me, someone had made a comment about something that happened by the fire pit, and I said, that's not my recollection. I didn't see, that's not what I saw.
So who was it that made a comment about something that happened at the fire pit?
So once I was told about the fact that Hicksville was mentioned, I went and did a Twitter search of Hicksville trailer. So it was, I don't know who it was, but I was just like, what are they saying about Hicksville? And so that was why I did a search, just to see, because it was weird and fascinating, because the night to me wasn't that remarkable in the context of all the different experiences I've had at the trailer palace.
So explain to me, please, what you mean by you did a trailer search.
So if you go to Twitter and you put in keywords and do a search, all the tweets regarding that subject come up, or anything with those keywords in it. So that is how I found the tweet that I replied to.
Okay. And how many tweets did you find that mentioned Hicksville when you did that trailer search?
Probably like 5 or 6. I only replied to one of them.
Okay. And what do you recall those tweets saying about Hicksville?
The one that I replied to said that there was some incident by the fire pit, and Johnny was yelling at Amber, and I replied that I didn't see that. I was there all night, and I was working that night, so I didn't see anything like that.
Wow, that's crazy.
So your best recollection on that one was that somebody said somebody was testifying that Johnny was yelling at Amber?
Yeah, and I believe
What a surprise.
Grabbed her or something along those lines.
Okay. Do you recall who said Johnny was yelling at Amber and grabbed her?
I have no idea. It was a stranger, so I didn't really pay attention to who was writing it.
All right, and you said that you responded to it. How did you respond to it?
I said that's not what happened. I was there all night. Yeah, basically. I'm paraphrasing. It was a
Did
few
you
months
say
ago.
anything about what you thought happened?
I just said that didn't happen. I didn't say what. I believe I said
happened.
maybe something along
You
the
were
lines
there.
of, from what I saw, Amber was the one acting jealous, not Johnny.
And you said this to one of the tweets.
Wow.
Yes.
Do you recall whether that was the Umbrella Man?
I don't recall. That's a ridiculous name, though.
Okay. So tell me about the other 5 tweets that you recall seeing when you
the
ran
Umbrella
your
Man
search.
I think they were similar in nature, but I don't specifically remember the details of them. That was pretty much the only one I remembered, and that's the only one I replied to.
Do you remember anything about the other 5 and what was said?
No.
Okay. When you said that somebody told you about a security guard, what was your understanding of what the security guard said?
I got a text that somebody in the trial had said that they were talking about Trailer Palace during the trial. And so that's what led me to go on Twitter and do a search.
And did you have any communications with the 2 innkeepers about what you knew or what you thought?
No, I hadn't talked to them in years, and
So-
still haven't regarding the case.
So how is it that the innkeepers then contacted you and said, do you mind if we give you the telephone number to the attorneys?
Because they still have me in their phone, and Christy, who was the manager at the time, is the one that texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we pass this along? Mr. Depp's attorneys want to talk to you.
Okay.
Do you mind if we pass what along?
Your phone number.
Right, but how is it what is the communication you had with the innkeepers that even led them to understand that you believed you had knowledge about the Hicksville incident?
Or how'd they know?
There was no conversation. They knew because they were both working that same night. Jenna was the innkeeper, and she was there along with me that night. Christy was the one who texted me, and she had come in the following morning for her shift. And I slept over. I was live-in innkeeper that night.
So I'm trying to understand. So just based on the fact that 7 years ago, they happened to know that you were working that night.
9 years ago, and it's because I was there
Okay.
with them.
My math, well, it's 2022 right now, and that was what year? Oh, that was
2013.
You're right. Okay. So how is it that out of the blue they remembered 9 years ago that you worked there that night and that you might have some knowledge?
I mean, to be honest, like, we do get celebrities sometimes, but
yeah, that's why they remember it.
Was, it's not that unmemorable. It's not like it's any other night of the week.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they remembered the specifics of that night.
Because it was Johnny
Had
Depp.
Mr. Depp's attorneys ever attempted to contact you before?
Duh.
No.
Had you ever attempted to contact Mr. Depp's attorneys before?
No, I had no interest.
All right. Have you had any conversations
guy.
with Mr. Depp's attorneys other than the one you described with Geraldine?
Since?
Yes.
Well, I met with Camille last night.
All right. And what was that conversation?
All
Please
right.
describe.
I just went through, the story again that I had told Geraldine.
Okay.
And let's hear what that story was.
You want me to go through
Yes.
the whole story?
Your Honor, we would object to attorney work product.
There's no attorney work product.
No, I'll overrule that.
All right.
That's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah,
Please
sure.
continue.
Okay.
That I described like them getting to the trailer palace, me showing them around, the interactions I had when I was on duty with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, how the evening progressed throughout the night, the levels of drinking and drug use that I witnessed, what the state of the damaged trailer the next morning, and basically just the details that I had only spent total 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard throughout the entire course of the night. So it was my recollection of those events during that time.
Okay.
And what did Ms. Vasquez say to you?
Your Honor, this is beyond, we object on the grounds that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire,
No,
which is
I
limited
think
to the
whatever
three
she
criteria.
said to him
But
is
may I
very
please finish
critical.
stating my objection, Your Honor?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
The objection is
I'm gonna
that
let
it's
you
beyond
finish.
the scope of the voir dire. Your Honor enumerated the three criteria which are relevant here. And this is a rebuttal witness, so.
Your Honor, whatever Ms. Vasquez shared with him is going to be very important here because they knew by this time he was going to be a witness. So
That was last night. So how
Right.
does that fit into one of the three factors of deciding whether or not he's going to testify?
Well, one of the three factors, Your Honor, may I approach so that the witness doesn't hear?
Okay, that's fine.
So the witness doesn't hear it. Oh my God. As if that shows that where they're trying to get from, like, holy shit. Yeah, so they talked to him, and, like, the guy saw a post online about it. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's still pretty important to hear what he's got to say about it. I mean, like, he was literally there. I mean, I don't know how important it is for this to be the case or not, but it certainly seems odd to me. Okay, here we go.
Mr. Knight, did
Yes.
Ms. Vasquez provide you with any information that anyone had testified to or said at any point?
No, she didn't talk about anything except for asking me my experience and just getting a clear understanding of what my experience was. She didn't mention anything outside of the scope of what I saw and just asked me for the facts and told me just tell the truth and let me know,
Do you know what any of the witnesses said in this trial?
about, outside of what I described earlier with the, a friend of mine texting that someone was talking about Trailer Palace, I do not.
Okay.
Do you know whether any of the witnesses testified about any jealousy?
Other than the tweet that I replied to, no.
Okay, so you just saw a tweet.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
All right. Well, do you have any questions? All right. Sir, if you could have a seat back outside the courtroom.
Sure.
Thank you.
Can I leave my water?
Yes, you can leave your water.
Oh, so he's probably going to be coming back. Okay, so yeah, he's just expecting that he's going to come back for sure. Oh my God, what if any? Yeah, exactly. Confirmed. Yeah, he'll be back. I saw a tweet. Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably a lot of people. Like, my expectation is that there are probably a lot of people who say that they're not going to look at anything about it. But it's like, this is such a big thing. I mean, there's no way somebody didn't see anything about it. I find that to just be so unlikely. And like, yes, obviously they have to follow, it's just like, it's going to happen. But I don't think that's necessarily a guarantee that means that they're doing the wrong thing. Now, if this dude had said, oh my God, if this dude had said he saw it on Asmongold clips, holy fuck. I can only imagine. Like, that would be fucking crazy if that shit happened. But like, yeah, no, argue with the judge. Yeah, of course they're arguing. Yeah, it's a little more prevalent than most world news right now. Well, that's because it's more relatable. This is more relatable. Like, there's somebody that got bombed in some country. Like, I don't know. I've never seen a bomb. You know, what does that really look like? You know, whereas, like, this is an actor. Oh, we saw Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh, it's that guy? Oh, shit. And his girlfriend says he's an asshole? He drinks a lot? Yeah, I believe he drinks a lot. Yeah, sure. And so it's really accessible. That's the truth, right? Amber looks nervous. Well, that's because these are people that actually had experience in this. And also, like, this person, as far as I know, I might have misunderstood, but they worked at the place that Johnny Depp went to. So this isn't like Johnny Depp's 30-year friend that lives for free in one of Johnny's houses. This is just like a guy that was there. Yeah, that's about it. I'd be nervous too if I was lying. Yeah, true. And, oh my God, Twitch star Asmongold coerces witness to testify in favor of Johnny Depp. Yep, there you fucking go. Furthering the patriarchy. Oh, I understand that exactly. And I love all the pictures on the walls nobody cares about or knows about. Well, pictures on the wall, I didn't even notice that at all. And, yeah, all of Amber's friends fit that description. Oh, that's actually a good point. Yeah, all of Amber's friends were also living in Johnny's houses. Holy shit. Unbiased witness is the most credible? Yeah. It seems like this is an actual unbiased witness, which is why, of course, excuse me, why Johnny Depp's, or sorry, Amber Heard's team is trying so hard to get it thrown out, because they don't want to have that guy. Yeah, they don't want to have that guy come out there and talk about stuff because he might make them look bad. Exactly. And what's this here, an Asmongold viewer? What do you think about the tweet, Amber Turd? Honestly, the fact that they said it now 5 times in the courtroom, we've still got, and there's more gas in the tank too. Yeah, there's more fucking gas in the tank. We could go up to 6, 7, maybe even 8 times this could happen. Absolutely. And check the judge's face. I mean, I think this judge is probably just exhausted. Like, if you want me to be like, give me like my honest opinion, like, I think that a case like this, and like especially being a judge in a case like this, must be incredibly exhausting, right? Because you know that no matter what ruling that you make, people are going to turn it into something that it's not. Everybody is looking at you. People are constantly fucking probably trying to get your attention, interview you, talk to you, annoy you, you know, something like that. It's a lot of stress. I mean, obviously that's probably one of the reasons why they don't show the jury, is because like the jury got leaked. Apparently, I think this is in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. It's probably happened in other cases as well. And it just completely voids the case, in my opinion, on things like this, because whenever something like this happens, then everybody knows who it is. So like, if they render a judgment that people in general, or that a lot of people disagree with, it puts a target on their back. Yeah, and I'm not saying that necessarily that with the mafia. Yeah, I think they did that, absolutely. And let me look at this. The judge is the true victim. I mean, in a lot of ways, yeah. You don't want to sway the jury. Yeah, but people will. It was leaked in Rittenhouse case because the result wasn't what the people wanted. Well, yeah, but you can say that either way, right? I'm not going to get into that specific case or whatever. And in my opinion, I think most people did probably want that result, but it depends. It depends on like kind of who you ask. I think that if you ask people around here in Texas, yeah, I think that they were okay with the result, but maybe not somewhere up where he was at.
All right.
Yeah, down here in Texas, I tell you right. Yeah, it's a lot different over here, man. And so Amber will leak a jury pick if she loses, hands down. I highly doubt it. Yeah, I highly doubt that's going to happen. Okay. What happened? Let me refresh this. Rip stream. Okay, let's go back to this one. Give me 1 second.
Or I wouldn't have made him leave. I never know.
Okay, so what happened? Yeah, what happened? Oh no, he's coming back now. Okay.
All right, sir, if you could just stay up, you could just stay there while we get the jury, okay? All right, are we ready for the jury? Okay. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'll just mute this for now. Let me know whenever this one's back, okay, guys? Yeah, he's coming back, obviously.
In front of the jury, okay.
Okay. Volume? Yeah, thanks. I forgot about that. Let me change it again. Okay, that should be good. Yeah, it's a complete, in my, like, obviously, as I said, nobody is completely unbiased, but this is as close to an unbiased witness as we're going to get. Look at Amber. I mean, there's not really a lot to see. I mean, she's just standing there. Yeah, what is that? She's fidgeting around. I mean, obviously she's nervous.
You be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for
Hands
the
in
interruptions.
pockets.
You're going to notice as we get closer to the end of the testimony, you're probably going to have some more interruptions, and I apologize for that, but there's just some matters we have to take up outside your presence, okay? All right, thank you. All right, your next witness. All right, Mr. Knight, if you could come forward to be sworn.
Okay, here we go. I love his outfit.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do.
Sir, if you could have a seat.
Yeah, he's just chilling, man. This guy's just cold chilling. He's gonna get a pizza after this. You know, like that's what he's doing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Knight.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Camille.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Higby Knight.
Mr. Knight, where are you from?
I live in Los Angeles, California.
And what do you do for a living?
So I currently own and run Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast in Idlewild, California. And I created and ran Hicksville Trailer Palace in Joshua Tree, California, starting in 2009.
And how is Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast different from Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast is up in the mountains of Idlewild, which is a beautiful snow town above Palm Springs.
It's nice.
And all the units are A-frames instead of trailers, which we have. It's obviously a very different climate than Joshua Tree, which is a desert area.
Okay. Hashtag ad, get it in there.
Rooms which are themed at both places are trailers, vintage trailers from the 50s through the 70s at Hicksville Trailer Palace. So there's also different kind of amenities. There's a pool in Joshua Tree.
All right.
There's a rec room up at Hicksville Pines.
When did you first become the owner of the Trailer Palace?
Trailer Palace, I started building it in 2009. It took about a year with my collaborator, Stephen Butcher, and on the trailers. And we got done and opened in 2010.
Did there come a time that you sold the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, I did at the beginning of 2020. I had some health issues. I was a filmmaker at the time and wanted a place to get away and work on film projects outside of Los Angeles. I also put in a recording studio so musicians could record records there.
Okay.
I had lived in New Orleans for 5 years, and there was an amazing recording studio there called Kingsway, where all the musicians would come and they'd live in this big mansion and record their records. And I just thought that was a really neat thing for artists to be able to get away and create create whatever they were working on.
It's lit.
Over the course of the build out of all the trailers, themed trailers, which I'm a huge fan of this hotel called Madonna Inn. And so I wanted to do really detailed themed trailers. It became too expensive to just make a living off of an artist retreat. So I decided before I was done to make it a hotel as well.
Okay. And what were your job responsibilities, generally speaking, when you owned the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So I would be live-in manager some nights, a couple nights a week. I would also drive out from Los Angeles twice a week and bring supplies that you can't get out in the Yucca Valley area and Joshua Tree. There's just a lot of things like, Smart and Finals, Costco's and stuff. So I would drive that stuff out. There's also no USPS, so sometimes I'd have to get things shipped to my house and drive them out as well. I would also just do constantly building and creating new stuff at Trailer Palace, whether it's new trailers or amenities. So I would be working on that stuff as well. I'm a big fan of the fact that Disneyland is always making it better and better.
Great.
And when you were the live-in manager, does that mean that you spent the night at the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, we have a house on site where the recording studio was, and there's a bedroom in there. So whoever is live-in manager those nights stays in the house and basically lives there. There's a kitchen and everything.
Okay. So they're on site.
Have you ever met the plaintiff in this case, Mr. Depp?
I had met him really briefly at the Viper Room in the late 90s. I had worked with some of the people that performed there and was good friends with this girl Robin from the Pussycat Dolls and some other friends in this band, The Imposters. So I was there and I met him once.
How about Miss Heard? Ever met her?
I had never met her before. They were guests at the hotel.
Yeah.
When was the first time that you met Mr. Depp and Miss Heard together?
In late May 2013, when they were guests, Mr. Depp's assistant Nathan had rented out the entire place so they could have a night there in privacy.
And what do you recall, if anything, about Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's arrival to the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Okay.
Mr. Depp got lost,
all right.
His security guard, who arrived early, asked me if I could go fetch them because he had an old car that didn't really fare on the dirt roads out there, which are pretty horrible. So I went out and made sure that they got themselves and the car back to Hicksville safely.
Do you remember approximately at what time that was?
It was 3 to 4 in the afternoon.
What was Mr. Depp's demeanor when they first arrived?
At Trailer Palace, he was super excited about the place, really complimentary. Just had a lot of questions and seemed like he was in a really great mood.
And how about Miss Heard's demeanor? Anything stick out?
She was pretty quiet. She just kind of didn't say that much when I was giving them the tour of the grounds and the trailer.
Okay.
And was anyone else with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard when they first arrived?
There was people that were arriving throughout the afternoon. So there was, I think 10 to 12 people total ended up staying. The security guard had gotten there earlier and just to check out the place. But yeah.
And did I understand your testimony previously that the entire trailer park was rented out by Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
Yeah,
Big
the whole
dick.
place slept, I believe, at the time, about 25 people, but there was only 10 to 12 in this party.
All right.
And who was part of that party besides Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
I'm really horrible with names, but I remember one of them was Miss Heard's sister and the security guard I mentioned before, but I honestly forgot his name too.
What happened when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard first came onto the property?
So I gave them a tour of, we give all guests a tour of their specific trailer and the grounds and show them around the, when someone rents the whole place, they get another trailer called the bar trailer, which is basically a place to set up their alcohol and stuff. And some people in the group were just putting their beverages in that area.
And where were you when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, did there come a time when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard went to the bar trailer?
Okay.
I didn't notice most of the time that my interactions with them, everything's kind of centrally located. So there's a fire pit, bar trailer, and picnic tables all right in the same area. So they were generally around that area the entire evening that I saw them.
Sure.
And what did you observe of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard as the evening
Johnny Depp's
progressed?
witness.
So Mr. Depp was just super curious and really nice. He was also really interested in my innkeeper because she was a musician, so they would talk about music a lot. At one point, the innkeeper who lived at the next door property went home and grabbed her guitar, and they had sung a song or two around the campfire in the early evening. There's another instance where Mr. Depp the innkeeper, her name is Jenna, and myself were talking about books and music, and Ms. Heard came over and kind of interjected. She seemed a little annoyed that Mr. Depp wasn't spending time with her.
What about Ms. Heard's demeanor made you think that she was annoyed?
I think just generally
Oh my God.
It's hard. Like I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just like a gut reaction. Like I can't describe it.
No chemistry.
You know.
How long were you with
She's a
Mr.
bitch.
Depp and Ms. Heard that evening?
Yeah.
Generally.
So throughout the course of the evening, I was probably mostly with Mr. Depp, but 45 minutes to an hour total. So it was, that's over the whole course until the end of the night after the check-in.
And did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Depp interact with other people, guests on the property that evening?
Yes. I saw him hanging out with a security guard at one point, and outside of the time that him and Jenna were singing around the campfire, he was off by himself a lot of the time, and Miss Heard was over at the campfire with her friends and seemed to have a good time.
And if you haven't already, can you generally describe for the jury your observations of Ms. Heard that evening?
Yeah, she seemed to be having a really nice time with her friends around the campfire.
Okay.
And
great.
Yeah, everyone was in a pretty good mood.
Wow.
Did there come a time in the evening that you observed Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard have a disagreement or an argument?
Yes. I was speaking with Mr. Depp, just one-on-one, talking about Hicksville, and Ms. Heard came over and she said that I want to talk to you, and seemed really upset about something. So I went and back in the house because it was really they went off on their own, and she started yelling at him, and I didn't want to hear it. It honestly was really triggering because I've been in an emotionally abusive relationship before.
Objections. Move to strike.
What's the objection?
You're up. May we reproach?
Okay, sure.
Sorry, this is too good of an argument that makes my my client look bad. Let's write that. Delete that. Delete that. It makes me look bad. Yep, get it out of there. It makes me look bad. Damn, this is too close to home. Yeah, I mean, of course, right? Like, that's the thing. Objection triggering. Yeah, let's look who really got triggered there. It was the fucking lawyer. Whenever she got to hear that. Yeah, this is a good argument. No. Only we can make emotional arguments, okay? No. He can't make an emotional argument. But that's not how this works. Holy shit.
Mr. Knight, will you please just explain for us what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument?
Yes. So Ms. Heard asked him to go talk off to the side, and she was upset at him, and she was yelling at him.
Yeah.
And I personally had been in
Objection.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
If you could just explain to the jury what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah, sure.
He was kind of cowering and seemed almost afraid, and it was really like odd to see because he was older than her, obviously. So, but I just went back in the house because I didn't
Objection. To what he did.
All right, I'll sustain us to.
Understood. So after you observed the argument, fair to say you went back to your house?
Wow.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
What happened after that?
So when I saw Mr.
Save the
Depp,
best for last.
on my next rounds, he apologized profusely and said, "I'm really sorry about that." She was upset.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain.
It's making me look bad.
What, if any, type of reaction did Mr. Depp have?
He was just really...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. He's going to say it again.
It's the reaction, it's not the statement.
All right, if you could make that clear, that's
Yeah,
fine.
just what type of physical reaction did Mr. Depp have after the argument between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
He honestly, throughout the rest of the night, became a lot more quiet and was just very more petulant. In the beginning of the night, he was a lot more outgoing and extroverted, and throughout, as the course of the night went on, he was less and less so and more quiet.
Did you observe any of the guests consuming alcohol while on the property?
I assume they were. I mean, people had cups and there was alcohol set up in the bar trailer, but I didn't physically see them pour alcohol into their cup and cup go into the mouth per se.
Did you witness Mr. Depp drink any alcohol that evening?
I couldn't say.
Anything about Mr. Depp's demeanor that made you think he was perhaps intoxicated?
Yes, as the night went on, I am a former bar owner, so even though I wasn't drinking that night, I'm very familiar with the signs. So just as the night went on, like I said, he became more and more quiet, but he also, as we would have conversations, his head would kind of sway a little bit back and forth, which was a little, he was much less sharp than he was earlier in the night.
Captain Jack Sparrow.
Did Ms. Heard appear intoxicated to you?
She did. She seemed, I think when she was angry at him, it seemed like she was intoxicated, but that's just based on my experience and my own personal trauma dealing with abuse.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike it from the record. Please disregard that testimony.
Okay.
Did you observe anyone do or take drugs?
I did not.
Did you witness Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard interact other than the argument that you previously described for the jury?
At the end of the night, I heard a commotion. I was inside the house and came out. I couldn't tell what was going on.
Yeah.
And Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were having a discussion about I'm not sure what, but then they went to their trailer. At that point, a lot of people had already gone to bed. So it just kind of petered out. Everyone went to bed, including myself, and I didn't hear anything else the rest of the night.
What time did the evening come to an end?
I'd say it was almost around 3 a.m.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp grab anyone?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection, leading.
Okay.
Sustained. Next question.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp get angry that evening?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Do a what if any. Do a what if
What
any.
if anything happened the next morning?
The next morning, we have checkout at noon at the time, before COVID. And so around 11 o'clock, one of my innkeepers let me know that there was some damage.
Objection, hearsay.
Did something happen that caused you to go to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's trailer?
Yes, I was informed that.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth, Your Honor. I mean, may we approach on this on topic? Sure. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Yep. All right, absurdity 6 for 5 subs. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. It's just, oh my god, like she's just gonna go in and try to figure out and interrupt this guy as much as possible. I don't really think that it's fair to say that his bias exists, right? He's a witness bias or something like that about him being a previous abusive relationship, because a lot of the witnesses have said that happened, and I think it doesn't seem like it's a real bias. I mean, it's just like that's what happened to him. And
What
so
if anything
reminded of
happened
that.
the next morning, Mr. Knight?
The innkeepers let me know that there was some damage in one of the trailers, and it happened to be Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's trailer. So I wanted to inspect the trailer because I was extremely worried. All those trailers that Steve and I worked on were like my babies, and the one they were staying in was the only one that was mostly original and restored. 1950s style, and so I was very concerned.
So what did you observe when you went to the trailer?
I observed that there was a light sconce by the bathroom in the bedroom that had been broken off the wall, and a couple pieces were on the floor, and they were, and yeah, it was basically just broken. The light fixture was hanging on the wall still, and except for the pieces that were on the floor.
Did you come to understand how that happened?
Objection, foundation, and
All right,
light.
foundation, I'll sustain as to foundation, how he knew.
Did you ask how the sconce was broken?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
How often do light fixtures in the trailers break?
They break pretty often. I mean, it's not like a usual thing, but things in the trailers generally get broken because it's all vintage trailers, and I would say as much as every couple weeks there's some incident of damage in one of the trailers.
Yeah,
in this case,
no
Mr.
surprise.
Depp had told me that.
Objection, hearsay.
Objection.
So anyway, yes.
Beyond the light fixture, was anything else in the trailer damaged?
No, everything else looked fine. In fact, we have something we call a piggy fee that we address to guests, that if there's anything what we call inconsiderate or unusually large messes, we charge them extra for it, for a $25 an hour cleaning fee.
That makes sense.
But they
That's
did not
fair.
receive one of those because everything outside of the light fixture looked fine.
And what was your reaction to seeing the damaged light fixture?
Okay.
To be honest, I was relieved because it was not a big deal. I just there was already another light in the room, so I just tucked the wires in the wall until I had a few months later time to buy, it was matching sconce with another one in the room. So I had to, on eBay, find a matching pair that would fit there, and when I finally got around to it, I was able to get that and charge it to Nathan, whose credit card I had.
Yeah.
And what was your understanding of who Nathan was?
Mr. Depp's assistant.
Okay. And what did you charge
she's
Nathan
smiling.
or Mr. Depp for replacing that pair of light fixtures?
She did.
The pair
She did
came
the
out to
same thing before.
$62.
Obviously. I don't know about obviously. That's what I would assume. That's a pattern of behavior.
While you were on site, Mr. Knight, did you ever wear a mesh shirt?
No, I would absolutely never wear that.
At
My
any time
man.
during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's stay on the property, did you see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. That's.
I'm sorry, that answer was
I never saw Mr. Depp get physical with anyone when I saw him.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Knight, you are a pretty big fan of Johnny Depp, aren't you?
Oh, here we go.
I am not. To be honest,
damn.
Throughout the evening,
Sorry, I just asked you one question.
Oh, I
didn't ask you
apologize.
the rest of that.
I
You
apologize.
wanted to participate in this trial, didn't you?
I did not. I
You
was
knew-
asked by the attorney, and I wanted to. They asked me, and I said I'll be happy to come and tell the truth.
You knew this was on camera, that it was being broadcast to a lot of people, and you saw testimony, did you not, in this case? And you seized the moment and responded to the umbrella guy, the lead person for Mr. Depp's Twitters. Did you not?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative compound.
Overruled.
His Twitters?
Mr. Umbrella Guy is the lead. The lead.
You
what?
know that he
This
leads
is
one
the
of the most
tweet.
predominant pro-Depp Twitters out there.
I have no idea. I don't care or follow the Umbrella Guy.
In fact, you do follow a Twitter called Johnny Depp Fan, don't you?
Absolutely not.
You don't? That's your
No.
testimony under oath?
It is my testimony under oath.
All right. And on April
Uh-huh.
21st, Mr. Depp testified in this case about Hicksville, didn't he?
I wasn't here.
And in fact, you tweeted in response to the umbrella guy on April 21,
This is it. This is it.
Quote, "That never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting
Please
all
add the
jealous and
emoji.
crazy. Do you
Yes,
recall writing that?
I do recall writing
What about
that.
the emoji?
Well,
Bring that up, please. We're going to call it Defendants 1903.
1903?
Yeah, well.
And I'm going to go ahead and ask
Let's
you
see.
to redact.
How many people does he
Leave
follow?
in the umbrella guy
Following
and the
82 people.
date.
Let's see if he follows the guy.
and the bringing in the Hicksville. Your Honor, I'm sorry.
I'm going to scroll down and see if I can find it. Yeah, he does. He does follow them. It's right there. Johnny Depp fan. It shows him as him following him. Assuming that's a guy. I don't know.
While she's working on that, did you write and direct a piece called Matters of Consequence back in 1999?
What?
I did.
And didn't Mr. Depp's first wife, Lorianne Allison, work as a makeup artist on that?
She absolutely did.
Okay.
And while we're looking at that,
Can change name.
4 days
That's true.
after you tweeted to Umbrella Man,
I was Umbrella Guy.
Umbrella Guy. Okay. Well, all right, now we have this up. I'm going to ask you to take a look. What is Defendant's Exhibit 1903? Do you see that?
Yeah, let's.
I do.
Okay, and that's from that Umbrella Guy on 4/21/22, correct?
Correct.
And it says bringing in the Hicksville incident
Holy
accusations. Do you
shit.
see that?
I do.
And there's clearly Mr. Depp testifying there, likely a video, right?
Okay.
And you respond, that never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy. Do you see that?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 1903.
Yeah.
Any objection?
It's
Yeah, Your
right
Honor,
here. We see the
We
tweet.
believe the first part of the that Umbrella Guy's tweet should be unredacted for context.
I have no idea what I was replying to.
It's hearsay. It's rank hearsay, and context
Your
is
Honor.
not necessary.
Your own approach.
No, it should absolutely be included because he didn't bring up her being jealous. He responded to the Umbrella Guy bringing up that he was jealous. So it's not like he just brought this up out of fucking nowhere. Of course it should be contextualized. And yeah, it's also not a video. It's a screenshot of a video, but it's not a fucking video. She must be fuming? Yeah. What's this here? But Jerry's not going to care? I'm not sure. What's this? Is this some super fan? No, not really. It's a, my understanding, the guy worked at the
Make
place
that
we went to
redaction.
during one of the events.
With that redaction, any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, 1903 will be in evidence as redacted.
Okay. Uh-oh. Hello, fellow trial watchers. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Now, so you reached out to the Umbrella Guy in this text, this Twitter,
Reached
right?
out to him.
I wouldn't call it reaching out.
Yeah.
In fact, the Umbrella Guy is in Mr. Adam Waldman. Do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talks to the Umbrella Guy.
Did he what? He talks to the Umbrella Guy?
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
I honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
Now, 4 days after this
Oh shit.
event where you texted, Your Honor, yeah, it's in, okay, good. 4
Doesn't
days
give a
after
fuck.
that, you tweeted something pretty nasty about Elon Musk, didn't you?
Oh.
I did.
Okay, thank you.
I
So you
did.
don't
Yeah.
like Elon Musk, right?
Objection
Well-
relevance.
Oh,
I don't know Elon Musk.
Overruled.
thank you.
So that was, the context of that is that he had.
I didn't ask you for the context.
I apologize.
Okay. But you texted something that had swear words in it. Would you agree about Elon Musk?
Yes.
It had swear words?
Now, let's talk about your
oh my God.
recollections here. 45 minutes to an hour. Your recollection is that Mr. Depp actually drove there?
Yes.
What type of car was he driving?
An old one that was a convertible.
An old convertible?
I'm not a car guy, so I couldn't express the model.
All right, and your recollection was this was May of 2013?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall when in May?
Late May.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Now, you said that you spent a total of 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Is that correct?
After the, mostly Mr.
Yeah.
Depp, but that's after the tour and after they were checked in throughout the course of the night.
Okay. And you don't recall any of the people that were there other than Ms. Heard's sister and the security guard, correct?
I don't recall any of their names.
Do you remember how many of them were female?
Probably
I believe it was predominantly female.
Do you remember how many males were there?
I don't, outside of the security guard.
Do you remember what any of the other people looked like?
They honestly just seemed like youngish hipsters, like for lack of a better term. I know that previously a couple of them had stayed at Hicksville Trailer Palace. That's how they knew about the place.
Yep.
So you don't
This guy's
recall
a
seeing
legend.
how much anybody had to drink that night, correct?
Uh-huh.
I did not witness that.
And do you recall the use of drugs at all?
I did not witness that.
Okay. Were you sitting at any point with these people at the campfire?
I was not.
And when you said that that you saw Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was yelling at Mr. Depp, where were they?
She pulled him for a chat, and it was off towards their trailer, like a little bit off towards the dirt.
How many feet were there between the campfire and their trailer?
The campfire and their trailer?
Yes.
Approximately 75.
Okay. So where in that 75 feet did Ms. Heard pull Mr. Depp and yell at him and he cowered?
20.
Okay. 20
from the campfire.
From
not
the
trailer.
campfire.
Yeah.
So your testimony is that Ms. Heard grabbed Mr. Heard, pulled him 20 feet
Mr.
over,
Heard?
yelled at him, and he cowered.
Is that
Yes, that's what I witnessed.
And then did they go back?
I went inside the house.
So you don't know whether they returned to the campfire or they returned to their trailer?
I do not.
Okay. And do you know whether there were any disagreements or physical communications, anything of that nature at the campfire?
I do not.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp did anything to anybody else at the campfire?
How could he
I
possibly
didn't see
know
anything.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Depp grabbed anybody's wrist and asked them if they knew how many pounds of pressure it took to break their wrist?
I wasn't there the whole time.
Okay. Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went last to their trailer? Everybody else went before
That's what
them?
she said he could.
The rest of the people, I think about half of them had already gone to bed, and they went, it was all around the same time at the end of the night that the rest kind of scattered. There might have been a couple of people that went right after them or right before, but it was all around the same time.
Okay, so your recollection is that when Amber and Johnny Depp went back to their trailer, that dissipated, everybody then left at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Now, how far away was your house that you were staying in from the trailer that Amber and Johnny Depp were staying in?
I'd say it was about 75 feet away.
Okay.
Okay.
And the next time that you saw or heard anything was when you went there in the morning and saw the broken sconce. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I didn't hear anything after went to bed.
Okay. And that's the extent of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Okay, here we go.
Mr. Knight, how did you get involved in this trial?
I got a text from one of our old employees who I then talked to for
Objection,
years.
hearsay?
Don't tell us what the text said.
Why are you
Just
getting so
how to get
pressed,
involved.
I got a text.
Chill out.
I got a.
That's still hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Objection.
Overruled.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go on, Mr. Knight.
I was asked if it was.
No,
Objection, hearsay?
I apologize.
What did you?
I got a
What
text.
did you received a text? Okay.
Yes.
From
and From a former employee.
Okay.
And how long had it been since you had heard from this former employee?
Approximately 5 years.
Okay.
And did you contact Mr. Depp or any of his attorneys?
Objection, leading?
Overruled.
I did not.
How did you get in touch with Mr. Depp's attorneys?
They got in touch with me.
Objection, hearsay?
Overruled.
Go on, Mr. Knight.
She's trying so
they
hard.
reached out to me.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's okay. I wasn't objecting, no, thank you.
Only if he talks more.
Next question.
Can't
And
let
how
him
do you feel
say
about
too much.
participating in this trial?
Objection, relevance?
It's extremely relevant considering that they have accused him of being...
Overruled.
Thank you.
How do I feel about it?
Yeah.
I'm happy to tell what I saw, and that's the extent of it. I really don't care outside of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Nothing
All
further.
right. I assume this
I
witness is
don't
not subject to
care.
recall. Is that correct? All right. So you're free to go. Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
it. Great.
All right. Your next witness.
Wow.
Or is it going to be a deposition? Or is
I love how he started
Apologies, Your Honor.
saying.
Thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Okay,
Plaintiff
Dr.
calls
Shaw.
Dr. Shaw.
Okay. Dr. Shaw.
I love how they started saying, he was like, yeah, I'm not a fan of Johnny Depp. And you know what? Another thing. And he was about to just go on. You know what? Actually, as a matter of fact, yeah, he's about to probably talk shit about Pirates of the Caribbean or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, he thought that's just funny. Yeah, that guy's a legend. Holy fuck, man. Oh my god. Alright, who's this guy? Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see who he is
yes,
on the
ma'am.
list.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Richard John Shaw.
Dr. Shaw, can you please describe your educational
Oh,
background?
right here. Very top.
I'm a psychiatrist. I went to medical school at the University of London in England.
We can tell.
I went straight after high school. That's actually the system in the British medical system.
Okay.
I did 2 years of preclinical training and then 3 years of clinical work with patients. Following that, I moved to New Zealand to do an internship. It was an internship in neurology, medicine, surgery, and psychiatry.
Okay.
I spent 3 years in New Zealand, and I did a year of psychiatry residency training. Excuse me. And
Yeah, I get
following
nervous
that,
too.
excuse me. Following that, I moved back. I moved here to the United States for the first time and did a residency in adult psychiatry at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, which is in New York. That was 4 years of training in the Bronx. And I also did some subspecialty training in family therapy, couples and family therapy as in my 4th year. And after that, I moved to California, and I've worked at Stanford. I studied at Stanford. I did a fellowship in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I've been at Stanford pretty much since then.
Okay, sure.
Dr. Shaw, what is your current position?
I'm a professor of psychiatry in the Department of Psychiatry at Stanford. I also run what's called the Psychiatry Consult Service at the Children's Hospital at Stanford.
That's nice.
What, if any, professional certifications have you received?
I have what's called board certification in adult and general psychiatry. I obtained that from the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology in 1991. And then I obtained subspecialty board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry in 1993.
Are you a member of any professional organizations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, I am. I'm a member of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. I'm also a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
How long have you been practicing psychiatry?
If you include my training in psychiatry residency in the US, that would be since 1985.
Is that approximately 35 years?
Yeah, I think so.
God damn.
What percentage of your practice involves treating patients?
Yeah, approximately 3/4 of my time is working with patients. I work in the pediatric hospital, treating a combination of mainly children and adolescents with severe medical conditions.
Shit.
But also working with parents of children who have severe medical conditions. I also consult to the pediatric emergency room, and we evaluate patients who show up with suicide attempts and other serious situations.
What does the remaining quarter of your practice entail?
Well, as a professor, I have to do a number of academic activities. So I do research, I do a lot of teaching, I give lectures, I supervise residents, medical students, and fellows in psychiatry. I do some administrative work. Yeah, so it's a pretty diverse, varied day and week.
It seems that way.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your research and academic work?
Yeah, a lot of my research has involved looking at the issue of trauma and PTSD in parents who have medically fragile children. A lot of these parents are naturally really affected by their
Makes sense. It sucks.
child's illness and develop trauma symptoms. So I've developed some interventions to try to help parents, provide support and treatment to reduce their symptoms of trauma.
Fuck, that sucks, man.
Have you published articles or books in your area of expertise?
Yes, I have. I've published approximately 70 or probably closer to 80 peer-reviewed manuscripts in different scientific journals. I've also published a number of book chapters on various topics, approximately 30. And I have published 3 textbooks, one of which has gone into a second edition on topics that are related to my area of expertise. And one of them actually is about the treatment of PTSD in parents of premature infants.
Wow. Okay.
Have you published a book through the APA?
Actually, all of those books were published through the APA, the American Psychiatric Association. They have a publishing house, and that's been my publishing company.
What is the APA?
The APA, the American Psychiatric Association, not to be confused with the American Psychological Association, is a professional organization that represents psychiatrists in the U.S. The last time I looked at this, I think there's about 37 or 38,000 members. And the APA has many different roles. One of it is advocacy in psychiatry in the US, but it also has an important role in terms of education. So they host an annual scientific meeting every year in which psychiatrists will present their research. It publishes a number of journals in the field, and fairly frequently it publishes guidelines for professional practice or about ethical guidelines that they hope that the members will follow as part of their practice.
Like
what
the ones
ways
the
are you
other
involved
guy
with
did.
the APA?
Yeah, remember?
Yeah. I mentioned my publishing. I also present at the scientific meetings. I last presented in 2021 during COVID. It was virtually, but on the topic of group therapy for parents with trauma symptoms.
Sure.
I follow the APA and their various guidelines. I think it's a really influential and important institution.
Great. Okay.
Going back to your credentials, what, if any, professional awards have you received?
I've been given several teaching awards at Stanford University, and The American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry that I mentioned honored me with an award for service to my specialty several years ago. I don't remember exactly when.
Have you given any public presentations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, that's part of our work as an academic psychiatrist, is to lecture, to give presentations.
Jesus!
So I present fairly frequently at annual scientific meetings, as I mentioned. I've been invited to give grand round presentations at different medical centers, including University of Pennsylvania and Harvard. So that's just part of our role is to try to educate our colleagues about our work.
Okay.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of psychiatry before?
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
I would estimate, in terms of deposition and trial testimony, approximately 50 times in the past 15, 20 years.
Wow, there's a lot.
What type of cases did you testify as an expert in?
They're pretty varied. So some of them have been medical malpractice. I've also done a number of cases evaluating victims who've been subject to physical or sexual assault or trauma.
Sucks.
What work were you asked to do in this case?
My role in this case was to give my opinions about the testimony and opinions of Dr. Spiegel, whom you heard from yesterday morning.
And what work have you done to form your opinion?
I was present yesterday in court listening to his testimony.
Dr. Spiegel.
I have viewed his depositions. He had 2 depositions earlier this year, and I watched those depositions. I've also read a lot of deposition testimony. For example, testimony by Mr. Depp's psychiatrist, Dr. Blaustein, by his physician, Dr. Kipper, and nurse Debbie Lloyd. I've reviewed depositions by many of the therapists involved in this case, including Dr. Banks, the relationship consultant, Dr. Cohen, who was Ms. Heard's therapist, and I think Dr. Anderson, who I think provided some couples therapy. I've also reviewed the medical records of Dr. Kipper and Dr. Blaustein.
So he's looked at everything.
And some various email communications.
Okay.
I think a lot of the information that has been talked about here.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Shaw as an expert in the field of psychiatry.
Any objection?
Okay. Yeah, there's the objection. I knew it. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that one at all. Yeah. What level is this guy? I don't think anybody knows. Like, this guy has a lot of fucking credentials. God damn. He's like helping sick kids. What do you, he published stuff 50 times? Multiple textbooks? Oh my God, man. Yeah, this guy's brought them up. Yeah, they're just like, all right, we need an objection right now. This is already going to look bad. Grandmaster Healer? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just so funny to see how this guy acts compared to the last guy, Dr. Spiegel. He just, bro, that guy was, to be fair, it was probably the most entertaining part that we've had so far. It was really fucking funny watching that guy just completely self-destruct on the stand. However, it, maybe it's not necessarily the best kind of guy to have on there to make them look good. You know what I mean? Yeah, Spiegel versus Gandalf. That's basically where we're at. Oh my God. And what's this here? No, Romero's more entertaining? Yeah, maybe that guy was good. You're right.
So any objection?
Okay, here we go.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so
all right.
He'll be moved as an expert. Thank you.
No objection.
Dr. Shaw, you testified that you observed Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday?
Yes, that's correct.
Unfortunately.
And to reorient the jury, can you please generally describe the main areas in which Dr. Spiegel testified?
Yes, he...
Objection, Your Honor. They heard what he testified to. What's his opinion?
All right. Foundation to reorient them.
That's
What?
okay. We can move forward.
Okay. Do you have an opinion of Dr. Spiegel's testimony?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
I have a couple of primary opinions. The first is that my opinion is that he violated the ethical principles that are outlined in the Goldwater Rule when he gave his opinions about Mr. Depp, specifically with relationship to personality traits and his cognitive abilities. My second primary opinion would be that that Dr. Spiegel's opinions were unreliable and that he had insufficient information.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. You're going to approach.
Objection for what? Okay, yeah, there it is. So this guy, the first thing he does, I've had multiple opinions. First one is he violated the ethical principles. Like, he's like, objection, we're losing. This is not, no. I mean, come on. Let's call a timeout. Yeah, nope. Expert on the stand. Experting. Yeah, it's weird to see what it looks like whenever they have an actual expert on the stand versus somebody who's not an expert. You know, like, it's a night and day difference. It's like they actually know what they're talking about. It's like, especially the Warner Brothers guy. That was my favorite part, is how that lawyer thought that she was going to trip up the president of the DC universe about his own movies. It's like, oh, did you read the script? He's like, yeah, I read every single script. That's my job. Oh. Okay, all right, well, next question. Let's see. Yeah, it's like, well, did you hear this, or was it talked about? It was talked about. We had a conversation about it. So it's not written down anywhere? It's like, no, why would we write it down? Oh. Okay, all right. Let's go on to the next one. All right, and that was it. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, it's a completely different fucking universe. It's like, it's almost like they expect the witnesses, the Johnny Depp witnesses, to be as unreliable and as just full of shit as their own witnesses. That's almost what it feels like to me. Yeah, holy shit. Sorry, baby, we don't write shit down. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. Johnny experts and Amber ones are one night a day. Yeah, exactly. Not someone who just does it for the money, like that 5K doctor. Yeah, it's like, again, he was getting paid by the hour. So as soon as they just let him go, it's like he started explaining, like, this is, you know, like his moral principle on this idea that's actually not related to fucking anything that anybody's talking about. But now that we got here, I might as well explain it because, you know, now we're talking about it. It wouldn't make sense if I stopped explaining it, right? So I'm just going to keep talking and keep explaining this just as much as they need to. Holy fuck, man. What happens for a dude following the guy on Twitter? Nothing. I mean, like, people follow other people on accident all the time. I think that's what I've done before too. Yeah, he actually was following the Johnny Depp person. Perjury has to be made intentionally, and you have to, like, intentionally make a false statement while you're under the oath, right? So it's like, is it reasonable for a person to just accidentally follow somebody on Twitter? Yeah, sure, I would expect that. I mean, definitely. And also, the person could have changed their name too. You can change your @ and you can also change your name. Now, is that what happened? I don't know. But there are a number of circumstances that could be the case, and I don't think it's necessarily unexpected. You just unfollowed? Yeah, I mean, of course. Why would he doesn't want to deal with that shit. But yeah, I mean, we clearly saw that he was following him, right? I opened it up on my stream. It was right there. I don't know. Do I still have it up there? It looks like I do not. Okay, so I can't pull it up again, unfortunately. I'm sorry, guys. And holy shit, the court's process just throwing people in jail just for minor incident like that? Yeah, it's have to be malicious and intentional. Exactly. Like, they're not going to waste their time. Some guy thought he didn't follow somebody on Twitter, and it turned out that he did. This is like a third-party witness that's just some guy that showed up like he was ready for a smoke session. Yeah, what about, and then also the best part is they used the tweet that he did against Elon. Here's some free speech for you. Fuck you, Elon Musk. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, it's like as if this is somehow an indicator of this person's character. You know what I mean? He was hacked by Amber. Yeah, exactly. About to take a stream clip of him following his evidence for perjury. Listen, dude, I'm down for that. That'd be great. Judge is ready for this to be over. Obama is following the guy on Twitter now. No, he was following him before he even went on there, man. Yeah, exactly. What the woman on Yellow does every day. So her job, she's called the stenographer. I believe that's the word. And she just literally types up every single thing that's said. That's all she does, is just type everything onto a document. Yeah, she's a typing machine. Okay, here we go. Yeah, keyboard wizard.
Dr. Shaw, you mentioned the Goldwater Rule. What led up to the publication of the Goldwater Rule?
The Goldwater Rule came about in response to an incident that occurred during the 1964 presidential election when Senator Barry Goldwater was running as a Republican candidate. And there was a magazine called Fact Magazine that started a campaign to discredit Senator Goldwater.
See how he knows everything about
and they
it?
obtained a mailing list from the AMA and
versus the other guy?
Sent out a single survey questionnaire to about 12,000 psychiatrists in the US, asking if they felt that Senator Goldwater was fit to run for office.
Wow.
And about 2,000 psychiatrists responded, 1,000 of whom expressed very negative opinions about Senator Goldwater and made comments such as, for example, he was a megalomaniac, he was a paranoid schizophrenic, that he had narcissistic personality disorder.
Yeah.
And
Guy was an
as a
asshole.
result of that, he was
lost.
replaced as a candidate. And then went on to sue Fact Magazine for defamation of character. And he was successful in that lawsuit. And in response to this incident, the American Psychiatric Association, that I think was really concerned about how psychiatry was being represented and statements psychiatrists were making about someone they had never met or evaluated, issued the Goldwater Rule. And the main premise of the Goldwater Rule was that it was improper for a psychiatrist to render a professional opinion about a public figure unless they had personally and closely evaluated them.
Which makes sense.
What justifications did the APA provide, other than the ones you mentioned, for enacting the Goldwater Rule?
They wanted to make sure that psychiatric illness wasn't being stigmatized.
Yeah.
They wanted to...
That's a very good point.
Ensure that individuals weren't defamed by statements made by a psychiatrist that weren't backed up by medical evidence.
Defamed?
And they also wanted to preserve the integrity of the psychiatric profession, since I think the public in general, when a psychiatrist speaks out publicly and expresses an opinion, a psychiatric opinion, people generally like to take that seriously, and the APA wanted to make sure that those opinions were credible and could be relied upon.
Have there been any
That makes
updates
sense.
to the Goldwater Rule?
Yeah, since 1973, which was when the Goldwater Rule first came out,
Holy shit.
there have been a number of revisions and publications by the APA, they're called Annotations in Psychiatry, in which the Goldwater Rule has been better defined and expanded to some degree. So, for example, in 2017, in this publication, the APA reasserted that it was not ethical to provide a psychiatric or professional opinion about someone who had not been evaluated personally by that psychiatrist, that it was unethical to provide an evaluation without obtaining consent from that individual.
And consent.
They also sort of really kind of defined what a professional opinion is, and how they defined it is that an opinion that a psychiatrist expresses about someone's speech, behavior, or any characteristic about that person, if that opinion is made using the expertise, experience, and knowledge inherent in the practice of psychiatry, that is considered a professional opinion. So it might include making a diagnosis or not making a diagnosis. And
so it doesn't include making, it's not only
diagnosis. I think a couple of important things about that 2017 document were that the APA specified that if a psychiatrist is to give an opinion about someone, about the diagnosis or personality characteristics, whatever, that they have to follow an appropriate methodology. They have to do an evaluation that follows the standard practice of a psychiatrist here in the US. And if they don't do that, they are considered to be, affecting the integrity of both the psychiatrist and the psychiatric profession.
That's what they would be considered.
And this revision of the Goldwater rule definitely received a lot of support. The president of the APA at the time stated that breaking the Goldwater rule was irresponsible, stigmatizing, and definitely unethical. So that was a very strong statement from the president of the APA.
Yeah, I would say so, absolutely.
What other medical
big.
organizations have weighed in on this issue?
Yeah, the number of organizations have their own sort of version of the Goldwater rule. The American Medical Association, that represents physicians in the US, has an annual meeting, and they have what's called a Council of Ethical and Judicial Affairs, and they had a meeting in 2017 in Honolulu, and they came out with their own statement about the issue of whether physicians can provide opinions without directly evaluating somebody. And their opinion was that physicians should refrain from giving a psychiatric diagnosis about any public figure, including celebrities and people in the media.
So this was even in the AMA?
Are there exceptions to the Goldwater rule?
Oh, this is good to know.
There are exceptions, yeah. And I think Dr. Spiegel had a lot to say about this yesterday when he was saying that if you couldn't express an opinion without evaluating someone, it sort of made the whole specialty or role of experts in the court sort of null and void. But there are exceptions and situations in which an expert can give testimony in court. So one good example would be if there was a medical malpractice case, or if there was a case that involved a patient who'd committed suicide and the courts wanted to find out whether the psychiatrist had followed appropriate practice, the expert can review medical records.
Like one of his patients?
And can give an opinion based on those records, provided those records have sufficient information, for example, about the diagnoses, about the treatment, about how the patient was responding or not responding to treatment.
Did you form an opinion about whether Dr. Spiegel complied with the Goldwater rule?
Well, my opinion is that he did not. He expressed a number of professional opinions about Mr. Depp that we heard about yesterday. And again, he did so without an evaluation, without consent. He did not follow the guidelines of the APA in the 2017 revision, where it was considered important that there be sufficient information obtained by that expert to give an opinion. So I would definitely felt that his conduct, unfortunately, did violate the Goldwater rule.
And
Dr.
specifically, what
Spiegel in
opinions
shambles.
that Dr. Spiegel gave yesterday do you feel violated the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, I think that there were sort of two primary ones. The first that you heard about was that Dr. Spiegel had professional opinions about Mr. Depp's personality. And he talked a lot about how he believed that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. So, and he also, talked a lot about narcissistic personality disorder. So, narcissistic personality disorder is a diagnosis in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's called the DSM-5 for short. It's a diagnostic manual published by the APA.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we purge for a moment?
Okay.
Just smiling. This guy knows everything? Yes, it's his job. He's a lecturer. You know what the odds are? Is he probably gave this same lecture to his students 20 years ago. This is just like another day. Yeah, he's an actual expert. Yeah, he knows what the fuck's going on because it's his job to know what the fuck is going on. Exactly, yeah. He knows. Yeah, it's great, man. Holy shit. And every year since then. Yeah, exactly. So this guy is he's got 37 fucking years experience. He's published 50 times, written multiple textbooks. Yeah, big fucking surprise. He knows what he's talking about. Yeah, and like, it's so funny whenever you compare him to the last guy. He's like, golden rule, yeah, so, isn't he dead? Isn't Goldwater dead? So then, yeah, where's the rule? It's not there. I can have a rule if he's dead. Holy fuck, man.
Go ahead, Dr. Shaw, please continue.
Sure. So I was just talking about narcissistic personality disorder in the DSM-5. So the diagnostic criteria for that are, I'm not going to remember every word about this, but essentially it's a pattern of grandiosity, a need for admiration, a lack of empathy that's demonstrated by that person since young adulthood. And the DSM-5 has 9 specific criteria, and for someone to meet the diagnosis, you have to meet 5 of those criteria.
Yeah.
And so when, as a psychiatrist, we're trying to make a diagnosis of any personality disorder or any diagnosis in general, the normal professional guidelines would dictate that we would do a very careful diagnostic interview. And there are actually interviews specifically written to assess personality disorders. It's also possible to have the individual fill out questionnaires. There's something called the Narcissistic Personality Inventory.
Okay.
This is a 40-item checklist that taps into various components of narcissistic personality disorder. And it's also possible to get psychological testing, like the MMPI that I think you heard about in reference to one of the other experts here.
Test, I believe.
So with all of this information, including collateral information from family members, work colleagues, information of that sort, it is possible to come up with a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder. So in the case of Dr. Spiegel, he had none of this information, even though he came out and stated with what he described as a degree of medical certainty that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. And if you remember somewhat towards the end of his testimony yesterday, he was asked to, since he couldn't provide any documentation from the medical record about narcissistic personality disorder or narcissistic personality traits, he was asked about what is referred to a lot in his testimony as record evidence.
Okay.
So information that he obtained from depositions, from text messages, from emails, whatever. And so he was asked to give, I think, 5 examples of record evidence that would make it seem like Mr. Depp met criteria for narcissistic personality traits. And I'll just mention a couple of them, just to illustrate my opinion, is that testimony did not really hold together.
Oh, he's got examples.
So he stated, for example, that one of the criteria for narcissism is narcissistic personality disorder is a sense of entitlement. And the example Dr. Spiegel gave is that he believed that Miss Heard married him for his money. So clearly, sense of entitlement is from a psychiatry perspective, that's very different from a belief that someone wanted you for your money. A second example that was given was that he was asked to give an example of how Mr. Depp had shown that he was envious of others, which is another criterion for narcissistic personality disorder. And the example that Dr. Spiegel gave is that Mr. Depp was jealous of Miss Heard because he believed she was having an affair with Mr. Franco. Now, if we look at these two terms as a psychiatrist, there's a big difference between being envious and being jealous. As a psychiatrist, when I think about envy, I think about somebody wants something that someone else has, and it makes them feel
Objection, Your
bad.
Honor. I think this is going beyond his
All right.
designation.
He's giving his opinion as to how Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule with respect to his testimony about narcissistic personality traits.
He did, but now sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Okay, and you mentioned two major
curious what he was gonna
examples.
say.
What was the second one?
Okay.
The second one was confusing being envious with being jealous.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Shaw. I mean, you mentioned two major examples of ways Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule. What is the second?
Oh, sure. So the other big category had to do with Dr. Spiegel's evaluation of Mr. Depp's cognitive abilities.
Oh, sure.
And
We can
his
move on.
general opinion was that Mr. Depp had deficits in his memory, in his attention, in his processing speed, in that he had word-finding difficulties. Again, Dr. Spiegel did not evaluate Mr. Depp, and the information that he relied upon, there were two pieces of information. The first was that he watched a very long deposition that Mr. Depp gave the day after I think he had flown back from London to the East Coast. And he made observations about Mr. Depp's behavior in that deposition, and felt that he could opine or give an opinion about processing speed and other cognitive aspects. He also made reference to something you heard about yesterday, this thing called the mini mental status examination.
Okay.
This is a brief
The 30-point
screen
thing.
for memory and cognitive functioning that is often done. And he testified that Dr. Blaustein had administered the mini mental status examination. And although, from the records, all we know is that...
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Dr. Shaw, without going into Dr. Blaustein's record, what information does a mini mental exam provide?
Objection, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope of his designation.
Overruled as to that limited question.
Okay. All right. Let's see it.
Yeah, so the mini mental status is it's a series of about 10 or 11 questions and tasks that someone completes, and you get a score out of 30. What Dr. Spiegel testified was that Mr. Depp could not recall 3 words after 5 minutes, and he used that as an example of Mr. Depp having cognitive deficits that he specifically attributed to Mr. Depp's alcohol and substance abuse. And he really did not have sufficient information. I liken a mini mental status exam it's like taking someone's temperature.
Oh.
If it's elevated...
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's going beyond
No.
designation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Okay. So it's really not that big of a deal.
Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you had a break, but we didn't. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? You can stay right there, Doctor.
Holy shit. I think this is so fucking funny for me. Let him speak? No, it's okay. He's gonna come back. He's gonna talk about more stuff, etc. It's not like he's done. Like, I find it to just be so fucking funny to listen to this guy who just clearly knows.
All right, you're excused for the 15 minutes too, sir, doctor. Okay, we'll come back at 4:17 then. Finish the day.
All right,
Okay.
sounds good. Let's go back over here. I'll put on a little bit of music and we'll get back to this. So it's so funny for me to see this guy talk about everything because it's just so obvious. Like, he knows exactly what he's talking about. He is completely informed about everything. I think you could even say, you could go as far to say that he is an expert in the subject. You know what I mean? Like, I really feel like that's possible. Yeah, he's unfazed and educated and everything. Yeah, because he knows what he's talking about. Yes, he's an actual expert on the subject. As I said, it's like the way that Amber Heard's lawyers question their, like, Johnny Depp's witnesses or Johnny Depp's experts are the same way that they would question their own experts because they know that their own experts are full of shit. So what are they doing instead? Oh, well then now they're trying to ask them these stupid little gotcha questions and everything. Like, can you imagine this guy? Like, I can't wait for the other lawyer to try to, trip this guy up. I mean, that's just gonna be fucking funny. Check Twitter. Yeah, I'll look at Twitter in a minute, okay? Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh my God. Oh no. Yep, that's just about fucking right, boys. Oh my God. Wow, I'm not surprised at all about this. Voice is so soothing. Yeah, this guy's relaxing. I could listen to him all day. This is amazing. Oh my God, man. Holy fucking shit. And this guy, I mean, holy shit. This guy, like, what was he doing? Like, I'm just so confused about this, man. It's awful. And let me go back. I'm going to see a few more of these. And, oh no, like, there's more than one of this? Holy shit. The product you buy on Wish and what you receive 2 months later. Just. I mean, this guy, I honestly, now I'll be fair, right? If they were gonna say, if they said tomorrow, they're like, we're bringing him back, I would think to myself, thank fucking God. Like, I'm so happy he's coming back because this is the kind of character, it's like Joffrey in Game of Thrones. Everybody fucking hates him. Everybody fucking hates this guy. And it's so great. It feels good. Yeah, it could be a comedy skit. Yeah, I would be so happy if they brought this guy back on the stage, man. It would be amazing. And she didn't just fuck herself over in the carrier. Johnny Depp and the rest of her so-called Walmart experts. Walmart experts. That's about it, man. He was entertaining as fuck. Yeah, he was very entertaining. I think that we can all say that for sure. Regardless of this, yes, obviously the psychiatrist David Bowie is a little bit more, relaxed and mellow. And this guy, you could make an argument, there's definitely an entertainment value to it, but there's a lot of entertainment values of watching cars crash. I think everybody slows down to see one of those. It doesn't necessarily mean that you want to be there. You know what I mean? And so how much time left with both parties? I have no idea. I think she'll probably calculate it at the end. I would assume Johnny Depp's team will probably have 5 to 7 hours left after this. That's what I would pretty much guess. He's entertaining for the wrong reasons. Yes, exactly. He certainly was. And it's just so fucking funny, man. Oh my God. Scandal versus Radagast? Yeah, that's just about right. Yeah, it's Gandalf versus Radagast. Yeah, he just shows up, pull them by squirrels, start talking to the squirrels. He's like, yeah, definitely not 30 yet. No, this guy said he was 59. And yeah, it's crazy. Because remember whenever they asked this guy about the Goldwater rule? And they're like, so what is the Goldwater rule? Well, it's this thing. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I mean, if it was a thing, then we couldn't even be here. So I might as well just say whatever, right? I mean, shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's all it was. Looks like Junkrat, low-key. I don't know about that. Let's see here. Depp Twitter said he changed his name recently. Really? Okay. Let me go back and double-check this. And, let's see here. And, dude, what's this here? I want to go back and double-check this here. Thoughts, see a difference. People are tagging me. Oh no, there's a lot of these, aren't there? There's apparently another. I know this might be a huge shock to you guys, but if you can guess this, it's in America. There's been another shooting, a school shooting in America. Wow, what a shock that is, huh? Yeah, I'll talk about that after this is all over. But yeah, it was in Texas too, and we'll see how things go. And check that umbrella guy. I'll look at that in a bit. Shocker, it's just bro. I mean. I don't know. I don't want to acknowledge it. Like, I really hope that, like, this time they don't go through, like, a fucking, a big expose on the shooter. You know what I mean? Like, who gives a fuck, man? Like, Jesus Christ. I really wish they would not do that, but doing it brings in more viewership, etc. And so I'm unfortunately expecting that's going to happen. And so let's see here. I want to go back and double check this stuff. Okay. And let's see here. Fuck, where the fuck is all this stuff? All right, so let's see what this guy said, the umbrella guy said after they just brought him up in the middle of the fucking court, man. All right, let's see this right here. Can someone cross that with Mr. Knight about my channel? That was nuts. I'd appreciate it. Yeah, I bet. Well, when all this is over, I'd love to interview Johnny Depp and Alan Waldman. The majority of mainstream media amplified Amber Heard's lies, the hate, they buried Depp. It'd be nice to grab a shovel and remedy their error. Well, I think that it would be nice to replace them with the shovel. That's what my opinion is bury them instead. Because I look at these people, it's that these are people who will stop at nothing but to completely have autonomy and control over the narrative. And I think that the only way to respond to that is with absolute and unflinching aggression. Basically, you should never back down, never concede anything, always be as aggressive as you possibly can. Because if you don't do it, they'll do the same thing to you. You're either a predator or you're prey with these sets of people. I think they're absolute parasites, and so I hope that he does do that. Absolutely. I'll talk about the school shooting thing afterwards. I will. There's not going to be a lot for me to say, I'm going to be honest, guys, because I'm not going to get into the person or anything like that. I think that from now on, whenever I cover like any school shooting thing or whatever, I don't want to show any more pictures of the person. I don't even want to use their name. I don't want to use their name or show any pictures of them or anything like that. It's just that there's no reason to. I think that every single time that happens, like, I think a good question, right, is that do you think that the extensive media coverage and, you know, all of that of the first guy, the Buffalo bitch boy, that shot up everybody over there, do you think that this could have possibly spurred on this subsequent one? It's impossible to say, and I think it's really death by 1,000 cuts whenever you look at the intent behind one of these shooters. And also, you can't rule out the fact that they're probably just fucking crazy. And so that's important to think as well. Because, by the way, it wasn't a school shooting, it was an elementary school shooting. So this is like a straight up depraved fiend. But either way, I think that it's something I don't want to do anymore, and I just want to avoid giving that any sort of oxygen. I think that's what it comes down to. And shootings and large media coverage always followed by another shooting with every 72 hours. Oh, isn't that interesting? Yeah, it's like I always wonder, like, am I doing the right thing by even talking about it at all? You know what I mean? Like, how do you balance that out? I don't know, but I think that it should be a conversation. It's impossible to be certain one way or another. And knowing profile of person might be useful. Name is irrelevant, I agree. Yeah, I think the name is irrelevant. It depends on what the context is. But yeah, I think it would be fucking amazing. I don't think this is going to happen. Like, what do you guys think the odds are that Johnny Depp is going to do a bunch of interviews after this court case? I find it to be very unlikely. What I think almost everybody has had happen is that after their court case is over, they are informed by their lawyers not to talk about it. Don't talk about it. Don't get into it. It doesn't matter even if there was a verdict. Like, just don't go any farther with it. So I consider this to be a very, very low probability. And it's not that that's necessarily a bad idea either. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that, you know, it's almost like you don't want to pick at a scab. You know, it's already, even if you're cut, you're only going to make it worse. So that's what kind of makes sense. And he hates interviews? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think that there's a lot of times that people get interviewed, especially whenever you're a big celebrity like he is, and you have controversies that are following you. There are going to be a lot of people who try to They try to like catch you, right? They ask you 5 normal questions, and then number 6 is some like weird tabloid shit or whatever. And it's like, yeah, obviously that would fucking annoy me too. And yeah, got like unironic gotcha Andes, but on a much bigger scale. Is yourself lucky you didn't get shot in the school you went at? Consider myself lucky I didn't get shot at school? No, it's statistically an incredibly improbable thing to have happen. I would consider myself much more lucky that I haven't gotten in a car wreck, if you want me to be honest. Yeah, I mean, it's like school shootings are bad because of like just how terrible they fundamentally are, but they're also extremely uncommon. Thankfully, they are extremely uncommon. Whenever you look at the scope of like how many people are involved in them and how many people there are compared to like other bad things, I think all the time about that I'm very lucky. I've never been in like a big car accident. I've never really broken a bone or anything like that. I've never, maybe my finger, I don't know. I never got it x-rayed. I have no idea, but there's obviously something wrong with it. But all I'm saying is that Asmon Chatter Gay, hey, thanks a lot for the 5 subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, so thoughts on media spinning to Jason Momoa reaction as millions of people are being tricked by this false video? Well, it's like he doesn't want to be involved. I think that's probably what it comes down to. It doesn't really matter whether it's video or not. Like, he just doesn't want to be involved with it. Now, the problem is, like, whenever you're a celebrity, this is just the truth. Whenever you are a celebrity, and this is the same for streamers too. Like, streamers are no different. Do you guys remember, like, a good example of this is, like, remember whenever Ninja had, like, all these people that were doing these Snapchats of him, and it was like, you know, like him smiling, and it's like a really, really racist term, or like something like really awful that was like in the text, right? It was like a meme that people would do. They would keep creating more and more and more of these. And they told I think it was like his wife, or maybe Ninja's wife, I forgot which one, said for people to please stop this. But the truth is that you can't stop it. Like, you can maybe DMCA the picture and maybe get it shut down, etc. But the truth is, like, that's not really gonna happen. Dex, thanks for 5 subs, man. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So it's like, once you put yourself out there and everything, you just open yourself up to like all kinds of criticism, mischaracterizations, and bullshit. And of course, you know, I talked about defamation earlier, and I think that's important to have people that can preserve their image to a certain degree. But I think whenever you're talking about like internet memes and shit like that, it's just what's going to happen. Like, for example, so I did Vaulton, this is like maybe 4 days ago, and there was a huge thread about it on the Lost Ark subreddit. And guess what they were saying? I'm a bad carried whale that sucks at video games. Now, does that make me feel good? Well, no, of course not. Why would I want to be called that? That sucks. But the truth is that they're going to say what they're going to say. And it doesn't matter, like, I'm not going to argue with them. I'm not going to say, like, oh, true or not true, right? Yeah, in general, of course I wailed on the game, right? I did it for content, etc. But you can't get rid of that. People are going to talk. That's what's going to happen. Now, obviously, if it's on my fucking Reddit, it's on my stream, people are saying it directly to me, yeah, I'll block them, right? Fuck them. Get out of here. Don't talk about this shit somewhere else. But on a general level, it's just not something that I can do anything about. And that's all there is to it. And so, let's just say you suck at every game, fuck them. Well, maybe I do. The thing is that it is not, it doesn't matter. And I think that's what a lot of people don't really understand, is that at the end of the day, do you know how to get rid of pretty much almost all internet hate? Beyond like the bad stuff that I don't mean to downplay in any way. Here's how to get rid of any internet hate. Watch this. Wow. It's gone. Holy shit. Yeah, all these people hate me on Twitter, but my room sure looks fine. Yeah, everything else is fine. My house isn't burning down yet, and everything's okay. You just turn around and don't read it. That's all there is to it. Just close your eyes. Yes. That's unironically the right thing to do in a lot of... I think that in like 95% of circumstances of people getting butthurt over shit on the internet, the solution to that butthurt is to turn around. That doesn't mean that there isn't a 1 to 5%, but that also doesn't mean that these are equal sizes. The majority of it, just deal with it. That's the way it goes. Argument loses more weight every day as culture continues to develop its reliance on the internet and social media. But that doesn't lose any value because tabloids have existed for years that did the same thing that live stream fails does today. Just because it's on the internet doesn't mean that it's new. All of this stuff happened before. There were, different presidents from I'm talking about 1700s, 1800s, and they were made fun of for being gay. Oh my God, they're gay. This has happened all the time with these weird fucking rumors and stupid shit like this. There's no secret to this. This is always how things have been, and it's always the way things are gonna be. Yeah, town criers in the Middle Ages. It doesn't matter what the avenue is. It's always going to be the same thing, okay? Yeah, that's it. If you give it attention and amplifies it, look at Hassan. You're saying the shit doesn't linger in your head? Oh yeah, there are things that bother me. I don't like them. But the problem is there are a lot of things that I don't like that I can't do anything about. And I think it's important to try to separate yourself from things you can't do anything about. Accept it. It is what it is. Okay, here we go. There's some things that suck, though. Different things that happen to you, and it's man, I really fucking wish this didn't happen to me. But it did. That's all there is to it. There he is. There he is. All right, let's go. Amber, come on.
Thank you. You be seated. All right, your next
Not
question.
again.
Thank you. Dr. Shaw, is the Goldwater rule limited to diagnoses?
It's not. It's includes all professional opinions.
Do you agree with Dr. Spiegel that the Goldwater rule doesn't apply to expert witnesses?
I don't agree, no.
How could Dr. Spiegel express an opinion without violating the Goldwater rule?
This has actually been a topic that's been written and published about. So it is possible for someone to give testimony about a matter without interviewing someone.
Yeah.
And there's certain sort of ways that it should be framed. So, for example, when Dr. Spiegel was testifying about the report that Mr. Depp was unable to recall these 3 objects, what he could have done is said that I have not personally examined Mr. Depp, so I can't speculate about his
disclaimers,
cognitive state or
yeah.
Ability to function cognitively. However, it is possible that someone who's not able to recall 3 objects could have issues related to substance use, which was what his opinion was. However, what he should have done in expressing his opinion is then have followed up to say that in order to really establish whether these were relevant and significant cognitive deficits, Mr. Depp should have had psychological testing to establish the nature of these deficits. And he should also have added that there are other potential explanations for these findings. So, for example, it's possible that Mr. Depp...
Objection, Your Honor. He's now going past the investigation.
We're looking
I think
bad.
he's just opining as to, or is responding to Dr. Spiegel's testimony
Yeah,
yesterday.
he's making us look bad.
As to what Dr. Spiegel could have said, but it's past the whether he about the
All
Goldwater
right,
rule.
if we can move on.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's qualified to give an opinion about cognitive deficits and processing speed?
It would have to be someone who could conduct the type of neuropsychological testing that I was mentioning. You can't establish the presence of cognitive deficits without a battery of tests.
Objection. Again, this is beyond the Goldwater rule.
Overruled.
You can't establish cognitive deficits without appropriate neuropsychological testing. And that can only be done by a psychologist or neuropsychologist.
That makes sense,
So psychiatrists like Dr. Spiegel would be giving an opinion outside of his area of expertise if he gave an opinion about cognitive deficits that required psychological testing to be further evaluated.
Dr. Spiegel yesterday testified about the practice of forensic psychiatry. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
What is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is a specialty of psychiatry that relates to matters on the intersection between psychiatry and the law. So, for example, what we're doing today is forensic psychiatry, where a psychiatrist comes into court and gives an opinion about a matter to help the court may come to an opinion.
Makes sense.
Are there professional standards that govern the practice of forensic psychiatry?
Yes, there are.
What are they?
And what organizations have issued those standards?
One of the primary organizations that has issued guidelines about the practice of forensic psychiatry is called the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law. This is an organization that represents forensic psychiatrists. And it has published guidelines about what constitutes an ethical and sound practice of doing a forensic assessment and providing a psychiatric opinion. So this guideline, I think was published in 2015, actually contains many elements that are consistent with the Goldwater Rule. So, for example, it states that for a forensic assessment to be done, there has to be informed consent.
Which was not
and there should be a very thorough, comprehensive evaluation that would include reviewing past records, past psychiatric history. It would include doing what's called a mental status examination, which is a careful evaluation of someone's mood, cognition, things of that nature. And the guidelines do state that it is reasonable or permitted to provide an opinion without an evaluation. But if you're going to do that, there's some things that you have to really make clear in your opinion when you express that opinion.
Okay.
And the first is that you have to acknowledge the limitations of your opinion and not, like Dr. Spiegel, say that his opinion was held with a degree of medical certainty.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
You have to explain
Disclaimer.
what's missing, what data you did not have that you were not able to rely upon in coming to that opinion. You also have to talk about what additional information you would need to come to that opinion. And even though these guidelines say it's permissible to do this, the text is still, I think, not fully in support of psychiatrists doing this. So their statements are that opinions rendered without a proper database, which is what we as psychiatrists rely upon to make diagnoses and give opinions, professional opinions, is questionable and not generally recommended.
Did you form an opinion about Dr. Spiegel's testimony with respect to these practice guidelines?
Yes, I did.
So he didn't contextualize
And what is your
it
opinion?
At all?
Well, my opinion is that he did not follow those guidelines. So, for example, he did not have consent.
True.
He did not do even a basic evaluation of Mr. Depp.
True.
When he gave his opinions, as I just mentioned, he said they were opinions that he had to a degree of medical certainty. And he did not make any statements about what other additional information he would have wanted to make that opinion. So, for example,
that's true.
When asked about should neuropsychological testing be performed, he said most patients don't have access to that, which is actually not at all true. I mean, every medical school has neuropsychologists that can do testing. So I think that was an unfortunate statement.
That might be a cultural difference.
So I think those are the primary ways in which the Goldwater Rule was violated, and the practice guidelines were not adhered to.
Dr. Shah, yesterday Dr. Spiegel was talking about correlation and causation. What is the difference between correlation and causation?
Oh, here we go again.
Objections. It's not in this designation.
It is. We can approach and I can show you.
Okay.
All right.
All right, there it is. Yes, it is. There it is. Okay. Wow. Objection, I'm losing. It's just, yeah, you like that one. Yeah, it is. It's just, yep, and I will show you. Let's go. It's bad, man. I cannot wait. Honestly, I'm really excited to see what the cross-examination of this guy is going to be. It's like, are they going to try to, like, discredit him? Or, like, say this guy doesn't know what he's talking about? Like, I feel like it's really easy to do for their witnesses, right? But, like, these guys... I mean, this guy is this is a real wizard, right? Like, we just had cosplayers before. Right, this guy actually knows what the hell's going on. Yeah, they don't have a real anti-wizard. No, they don't. Also very low on time. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dr. Shah.
Yeah, so the difference between a correlation and causation, correlation is a statistical analysis of a relationship between two different factors. So in Dr. Spiegel's testimony, he talked about there being a correlation between opinions he had about Mr. Depp, his narcissistic personality traits, his substance abuse, things of that nature. So a correlation doesn't say anything about whether or not these factors caused that, the behavior he was discussing. Perhaps one of the easiest ways I could describe this difference between correlation and causation is if we look at the issue of measles, if you bear with me. So there's a correlation between being young and catching measles.
Yeah.
Now we know that measles is not caused by being young. Measles is caused by a virus. But young children have not been exposed to the virus. They don't have the immunity, so they have a higher rate of measles.
Makes sense.
So the difference statistically is, well, the difference is between causation and correlation is illustrated by that example. So another way I might put this is if we had 100 people in a room, just bringing it back to the issue of IPV that Dr. Spiegel was testifying about. Let's say we had 70 people who had all the risk factors for IPV and 30 people who had no risk factors for IPV. So what can we say about those 70 people? We can't say that any single one of those people has perpetrated IPV, even though they may have all the risk factors.
Right, yeah.
And if we look at the 30 people who have no risk factors, we also can't say whether or not they have perpetrated IPV.
Right, obviously.
So the actual presence of risk factors for IPV that Dr. Spiegel was talking about, they say absolutely nothing about what happened in this case.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Nothing further.
Once again,
Cross-examination?
Yeah, it's the implication. Again, that's what I said.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw.
Good afternoon.
You're not offering any opinion as to Mr. Depp's psychology, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified a lot about the Goldwater rule. You know of no case where an expert has been excluded from testifying based on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I don't know about the whole universe of cases. It's possible, but I don't know personally about one.
And you, before this case, you've never offered an opinion on the Goldwater rule before, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never written an article on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never given a presentation on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never been on any committees regarding the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
Okay.
And you agree that you've testified that there are exceptions to the Goldwater rule about having to interview the subject, right?
Yes.
And you understand that Dr. Spiegel requested to meet with Mr. Depp twice, but Mr. Depp declined, correct?
I'm aware of that.
And Dr. Spiegel stated in his designation and at trial yesterday that he did not meet with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 1904?
Okay, here we go. So, yeah, it's just
Dr.
that's what
Shaw,
it's going to try and do.
Have you seen the opinions of the Ethics Committee on the Principles of Medical Ethics?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could turn to 79 of the PDF, it's and it's actually, thank you. You see where it's highlighted here?
Yes.
And it says psychiatrists have also argued that the Goldwater rule is not sound because psychiatrists are sometimes asked to render
Objection,
opinions.
hearsay.
He's an expert. Without conducting an examination of an individual, examples occur in particular in certain forensic cases and consultative roles. This objection attempts to subsume the rule with its exceptions. What this objection misses, however, is that the rendering of expertise and or an opinion in these contexts is permissible because there is a court authorization for the examination or an opinion without examination. And this work is conducted within an evaluative framework, including parameters for how and where the information may be used or disseminated. You see that?
I do, yes.
And this court authorized Dr. Spiegel to testify in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Shaw, Mr. Nadelhoff just asked you about the court authorization of Mr. Depp's evaluation. Are you aware that the court has twice denied Ms. Heard's request for an evaluation of Mr. Depp?
I heard that yesterday in testimony, yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can either have a seat or you can leave. Thank you. Your next witness.
The best part about that is that I bet that lawyer guy actually thought he did something. Like he really thought he's like, I'm gonna shut this smart talking British guy up. Yeah, we're gonna shut this dude down. And man, that just did not happen. He thought. He was like, what the fuck? They're getting this testimony from it's from the moon. Yeah. It's from a microwave. Yeah, it's the microwave that Johnny Depp slammed. Yeah, all right, here he is. Yeah, he really thought. Oh my God. Testimony from the microwave. Okay, so what's next? I'm ready. Like, that guy, it was just so obvious what they were trying to do. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever written an article about the Goldwater rule?
Please state your name and address for the record. Jennifer Howell, Los Angeles, California. And what is your occupation?
Okay.
I run the Art of Elysium, CEO of the Art of Elysium.
Here we go.
Let me just go back. Now, you've indicated that Whitney lived with you from January 2015 May 2015 to April 2016. Are you absolutely certain about those dates? I'm certain, yes. She came and went at different periods, but all of her stuff moved out of my house April 2016.
All right.
And I'm sorry, did you say you were 100% certain of that? Could you answer my question? Yes, she did go back to Amber and Johnny's at different points, that she was still living with me during that time. The question I asked, because you were talking at the same time as Vasquez was giving an objection, was I believe that you said you were 100% certain of those dates. Is that correct?
Same with me.
Wow.
All right.
Oh, you previously testified that you were the CEO for Art of Elysium. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you still currently in that position?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been the CEO for Art of Elysium?
She's been it for a while. Well,
Was I believe that you said you were 100% certain of those dates. Is that correct?
Same.
All right, we're going to go back. We're going to watch this one instead, okay?
All right.
Oh, you previously testified that you were the CEO for Art of Elysium. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you still currently in that position?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been the CEO for Art of Elysium?
Okay.
I am the founder of the organization, so we did our first workshop in August of 1997.
Is that better?
Filed the legal paperwork in February of 98 to set up a 501c3. So I guess since the beginning of the charity.
Okay, good. Yeah,
So
all right,
when
great.
did you first meet Amber Heard?
At the Pineapple Express premiere
Okay, that was a
is
while
where I
ago.
met she and her sister Whitney.
All right.
Do you remember approximately what year that was?
I believe it was around 2008. I'm sure that could be pulled. It was the LA premiere. I think there was probably multiple premieres, but it was the Los Angeles premiere of Pineapple Express.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Was Miss Heard there with Mr. Depp?
No, this was long before.
James Franco, yep.
I was a guest of James Franco, and Amber was in the movie.
Okay.
And so I met she and her sister at to be specific, at the after party of the premiere.
Sure.
Did Miss Enriquez end up working for Art of Elysium at some point?
Yes, she did.
What year did Miss Enriquez begin working with Art of Elysium?
I believe it was in 2014. I don't have those documents right in front of me. I believe it was leading into the year Amber was receiving the award.
Mm-hmm.
And what was Miss Enriquez's position at Art of Elysium?
Art salon manager, director.
Okay.
Does Miss Enriquez still work for Art of Elysium?
No.
When did that end?
Oh, 2015, I believe.
All right.
Each time you saw Mr. Depp, did you ever see him doing any illicit, illegal drugs?
Never.
Okay.
Did you ever see him consuming excessive amounts of alcohol?
Never.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp appear intoxicated?
No.
Did Miss Heard ever show you photographs of depicting injuries on her face or body?
No.
Oh, okay.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you that Mr. Depp was abusive towards her?
No.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Depp paying your legal fees, Ms. Howell, for this deposition and the testimony you've provided in the UK action?
He is not.
Okay. That
Who
matters.
is?
Myself.
Okay. Okay.
Do
Okay.
you feel any particular sense of loyalty towards Mr. Depp?
None at all.
Sure.
Do you feel any sense of loyalty towards Miss Heard?
It's like, I don't know her
None at
either.
all.
Ms. Howell, do you recognize this check as the check that the Art of Elysium received on behalf of Ms. Heard for a donation, an anonymous donation of $250,000?
It's a lot of money.
Yes. Yes.
That's a whole lot of money.
I believe you testified previously that you understood that the anonymous donor was Elon Musk. Is that true?
Yes.
If I
Rocket
could please
Man.
have Exhibit 4 brought up.
Okay.
And for the record, it's date stamp JH 22 through 29.
Uh-huh. Donated 25 cents? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you put in a quarter. Why not?
What for?
Yeah, you're gonna help them out. Windows updates? Yeah, that was them. I'm pretty sure.
Do you recognize this document, Ms. Howell? And if you need to scroll through the 8 pages, feel free.
Okay. What is the document? A little bit confused.
Can you scroll down?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I recognize that.
And what is this?
That is an email, I believe, I sent to Whitney.
Okay, so is she sending him an
Scrolling
email?
up to
All
the
right.
first page of this attachment. Who is Marcel
Parasol?
Sure, Parasol.
He is one of my oldest friends in Los Angeles who has served as a board member of the Art of Elysium and is one of my biggest confidants here in LA.
Okay, I'm going to skip to the other
course
one.
of my career.
There's better audio.
2020 at 11:02 a.m.
Uh-huh.
It is.
This is a true and accurate copy of an email exchange
It's Marcel Wallace.
that you sent to Ms. Enriquez.
Yes, I believe I'm the one who gave that. Yes, it is.
Uh-huh.
And then did you forward this email exchange and the attachments to Marcel Parasol?
Yeah, I asked him to keep it for me.
Okay. Sure.
Why did you send this email and letter to Ms. Enriquez?
Because I've struggled very much with what to do in a situation that I love someone who I know is doing something very wrong, and I know that they're doing it because
that sucks.
They're trying to protect their sister.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to protect her, and I'm just trying to get her to wake up and do the right thing, which is tell the truth. It's the only thing that can help everybody involved in this case.
Mm-hmm. She's talking about Amber Heard's sister.
Ms. Howell, do you recall submitting a witness statement in the United Kingdom?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they basically just called to verify the witness statement that was submitted previously.
And do you recognize this document to be the witness statement and the declaration that you submitted in the UK? And if you want to scroll down to look at it.
Okay. Well, let's see it. Yeah, I think we read through this
Yes,
document.
I recognize
guys.
it.
I'm like 90% sure we did.
And at the first page,
I
do you
think
see
so.
a date on this document?
January 13th, 2021.
And is this document a true and accurate copy of the declaration that you submitted in the
Yeah.
UK proceeding on or about January 13th, 2021?
Yes.
And are all the statements in your UK declaration accurate and true?
I mean, yes, I signed it. Yes.
There it is.
All right, let's pull up what I believe was DEP Exhibit 9. It's been marked as DEP Exhibit 9.
Okay. Let's see it. I'll have to see what this is. I don't remember if I've seen this one before.
Exhibit 9.
Amber's furious? Yeah, she's not happy. We're moving around. Oh my God. I don't blame her. I'd be pissed too.
Ms. Howell, earlier you were shown this document. Scrolling to the end of it.
Uh-huh.
Can you go? Okay.
There.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Waldman assist you in drafting this email?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about drafting this email?
About writing an email? No. I did that on my own accord.
Okay.
Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about contacting the ACLU?
I do not recall having a conversation with him about that.
And Ms. Howell, you testified earlier that you received a check from Fidelity Charitable in January of 2018. Is that correct?
That's for the $250,000, right?
I don't know if I said the date.
Yeah.
But yes, I received an anonymous donation from that check that was submitted.
Uh-huh.
Whatever it's on there, I just don't know the date off the top of my head.
And you testified that there was a letter sent along with that that said that it was in honor of Amber Heard?
Yes. Richard, I was guaranteed 20 minutes with him after being attacked for 3.5 hours by your side the last time. So I am going to stick by what I was told before entering this and what your side agreed to.
All right, your next witness.
They
Your Honor,
cut it right
Mr.
there.
Depp calls Candy Davidson Goldbraun, who is the corporate designee of the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
Oh,
All right, and that's by
boy.
deposition, is that correct?
She
Yes,
is
Your Honor.
the one who's going to talk about the
Ron, is it your
pledge.
understanding that you're here to testify today on behalf of the Children's Hospital?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So as of June 2018, had any payments been made by Ms. Heard to the Children's Hospital in connection with the $3.5 million pledge, aside from the original $100,000 check from Mr. White in August of 2016?
Yes, there was a payment, a gift on January 9th of 2018.
Okay.
And what amount
Great
is
audio.
that gift that you're referring to?
$250,000.
Oh, $250,000. Big
Okay,
money.
and was that gift made by Ms. Heard or on Ms. Heard's behalf?
By Ms. Heard.
Okay, and what are you basing that statement on?
By the check that we received from Fidelity,
Uh-huh.
Fidelity charity that came to Children's Hospital.
Fidelity Charity.
What is this document?
The letter to Mr. White from myself inquiring about further installments on the pledge
Yeah.
that had not been fulfilled.
And why did you write this to Mr. White on June 14th, 2019?
I was trying to figure out if there were any other payments coming from Mr. White to fulfill the pledge, because
Okay.
because Children's Hospital Los Angeles had not received any other correspondence from him.
And what is this document?
Where'd they go? Where's the money?
It is a letter to Ms. Gottlieb
Mm-hmm.
from myself on behalf of Children's Hospital Los Angeles, inquiring about additional gifts, pledge payment installments.
Uh-huh.
This letter appears to be directed to Miss Amber Heard, care of Jody Gottlieb. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who's Jody Gottlieb?
In the Children's Hospital Los Angeles records, Jody Gottlieb was our contact for Miss Amber Heard.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Goldbraun, why did you send this letter to Miss Heard and Miss Gottlieb?
I was trying to see if the pledge was going to be fulfilled or not.
Yeah, we saw this.
In your experience, is it common practice for anonymous donors, when making donations, to, in one paragraph, state that they wish to remain anonymous, and in the very next paragraph, identify themselves?
Yes,
That is common?
it is common for donors to want to remain anonymous publicly, but allow the charity to know who they are.
Okay.
Between
that makes
June
sense.
2018
Yeah,
and the
that
date
makes
on
sense.
which you sent the letters to
totally makes
Ms.
sense.
Heard and Mr. White in June of 2019, were any additional funds received from Ms. Heard?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so as of June 2018, a total of $250,000 had been received, as far as the Children's Hospital is concerned, from Ms. Heard. And that was the same amount that had been donated a year later in June of 2019. Is that accurate?
Correct.
As of the date of this deposition, March 30th, 2021, how much in total has Ms. Heard donated to the Children's Hospital?
For this particular gift, in her lifetime,
From 2016 to present.
$250,000.
It's a lot of money.
Ms. Goldbrun, do you recall we were speaking about this letter a few minutes ago?
Uh-huh.
All right, and this
Surprised
was
it
a
was
letter that
anything.
you sent to Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever get a response to this letter?
No.
What a surprise.
As of October of 2018, how much money had Ms. Heard directly donated to the Children's Hospital?
$250,000.
As of March 30th.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Sorry, I just realized. You said October 2018?
Uh-huh.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. $250,000.
Okay. As of March 30th, 2019, how much money had Ms. Heard directly donated to the Children's Hospital?
$250,000.
What is your understanding of the length of time over which Ms. Heard pledged the gift of $3.5 million to Children's Hospital?
There was no date arrangement with Ms. Heard to have this pledge paid off in a particular time.
If Ms. Heard were to pay this, the rest of the $3.5 million in 2 years or 5 years, would Children's Hospital welcome that?
Of course.
CHLA welcomes every and any donation
Yeah.
that comes its way.
Has Amber Heard's pledge of the $3.5 million to Children's Hospital expired, to your knowledge?
Expired?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
She said she didn't
It's not
sign
expired.
it. They said she
All right,
didn't
thank
sign the
you.
pledge before earlier
Next
today.
witness, or?
Remember that shit?
Your Honor, I think we've concluded our witnesses for today. We will have more live witnesses tomorrow.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
that'll be the end of your day for today. Again, do not do any outside research, do not discuss the case with anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., okay? Thank you.
Okay, I can see Judge is already happy now. The moment she got to end 30 minutes early, she's like, hey, you know what, everybody, it's okay. All right, that's great. Yeah, we're ending early, thank God. All right, I'm sure she was happy about that. Oh my God, so we have some stuff to talk about. Like, in my opinion, I was very disappointed with the Jennifer Howell thing. Like, I thought she was gonna drop some fucking shit. Okay, I really did. I was expecting to have some crazy shit happen.
You want to have a seat for just a moment, because we do have a few proffers.
What is
Be
this?
done. Just for the record, we talked about it earlier. I will charge the 30 minutes extra time for today to the plaintiff's team, so we can stay on time.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and I believe, Mr. Rodenborn, you had some proffers you wanted to do for testimony.
We did,
for
Your
the,
Honor,
for the record.
testimony in a few weeks ago. It's Mr. Nadelhoff is actually going to
Okay, Mr. Nadelhoff, if you want to proffer testimony for the record as to the testimony that the court has sustained objections.
All right, let's see it. Minus 30 minutes. Well, it's technically their fault for not having the witnesses there and
Here,
planned
Your Honor,
out.
it's
So
a
I think
box
that
here,
makes
so
sense.
Okay, that's fine. You can stay there as long as you stay close to the microphone. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Like it's like that's what she would look at it
And Your
from like
Honor,
her perspective.
what I will do is I'll explain what we're proffering the evidence for, and then we have copies.
Good.
Which I'll provide to you. We'll provide them to you electronically, or I don't have another copy for you right now, but we'll provide.
That's
them
fine. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, for Laurel Anderson, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Laurel Anderson, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. Dr. Anderson testified in the therapy session. Ms. Heard reported to her that she was slapped by Mr. Depp, that he hit her in the head, had her hair pulled by Mr. Depp, kicked her in the leg, and that Mr. Depp gave Ms. Heard bruises. Ms. Heard also reported that Mr. Depp was the first to initiate any violence. Ms. Heard also reported that she hid in a bathroom to protect herself
Johnny
from
the
Mr.
Elden
Depp.
Lord.
Ms. Heard
That's
also
right.
reported to Dr. Anderson that
That's what he does.
Mr. Depp threw a phone at her
It's
on May
crazy,
21st,
right?
2016, hit her and held her hair. Ms. Heard also reported to Dr. Anderson that she was a victim to Mr. Depp's abuse. The testimony is contained in Dr. Anderson's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit A. The court also excluded records of Dr. Anderson from Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's therapy sessions and a treatment summary, which are Exhibits B and C. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Anderson's testimony as described in medical records stating that they were hearsay and that they did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the grounds that the testimony and exhibits were hearsay. For Dr. Kipper, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. David Kipper, Mr. Depp's physician. Dr. Kipper testified Ms. Heard voiced concerns of Mr. Depp's behavior while on drugs and alcohol, that Mr. Depp tried to fight and push Ms. Heard while he was attempting detox on his island, and that she found lots of cocaine in February 2016. Dr. Kipper also testified he told Mr. Depp to, quote, bury the dragon, which referred to the bad feelings that Mr. Depp has inside him. This testimony is contained in Dr. Kipper's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit D. Dr. Kipper also testified about an email he wrote explaining Mr. Depp's detox treatment. In the email, Dr. Kipper wrote to Mr. Depp's sister that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger, romanticized the drug culture, and had no patience if his needs were not met. This email is Exhibit C. Exhibit E. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Kipper's testimony and the email stating it was hearsay, that it did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the testimony and exhibits were hearsay. Deborah Lloyd. On March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Debbie Lloyd, Mr. Depp's nurse. Ms. Lloyd testified Ms. Heard voiced concerns about Mr. Depp's behavior while on drugs and alcohol, and that Mr. Depp worked himself up into a rage and was trying to fight Ms. Heard while he was attempting detox on his island. This testimony is contained in Ms. Lloyd's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit F. Also, Ms. Lloyd kept nursing notes on these issues that she testified to, which is Exhibit G. Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Lloyd's testimony and portions of the nursing notes stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions.
If this is going to go on for 30 minutes, I'm just going to go on to something else.
The court sustained the objection on the grounds that the testimony and portions of the nursing notes were hearsay.
To look at. There's like a TMZ
Aaron
thing. I want to go over.
On March 31st and April 1st,
I'll give it 5 more minutes.
The defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Ms. Filati, Ms. Heard's, and Mr. Depp's nurse. Ms. Filati testified that Ms. Heard reported to her on December 16th, 2015, that Mr. Depp headbutted Ms. Heard in the forehead. This also was contained in Ms. Filati's nursing notes, which is Exhibit H. Ms. Filati further testified that Ms. Heard reported being freaked out after the December 2015 incident and testified to text messages between herself and Ms. Heard, where Ms. Heard reported the incident of abuse. These text messages are Exhibits I, J, K, L, and M. Ms. Filati also testified that on May 21st, 2016, Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp became completely delusional and crazed and hit Ms. Heard in the face while she was on the phone with I.O. Tillett Wright. Ms. Filati testified to text messages reporting this as well, which are contained in Exhibit N. The testimony is contained in Ms. Filati's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit O. Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Filati's testimony, portions of the nursing notes, and the text messages referenced stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on the grounds that the testimony and portions of the nursing notes and the text messages were hearsay. Amy Banks, Dr. Amy Banks.
Okay, all right. So I think we pretty much got the idea. He's just listing out all the times that they had any sort of a thing, right? I mean, we know what happened. They're just basically explaining all of the different objections, etc. I don't think anybody really wants or cares to hear all of that. It's not contextual. Yeah, let's just move on. Anyway, so TMZ apparently, I don't know about panicking, right? But they filed an emergency motion to protect the person who sold the kitchen video. So isn't that an interesting thing? Wow. Let's go back and let's look at this here. So we represent EHM, owner and operator of TMZ, encloses a courtesy copy of the emergency motion for protective order that we are filing this afternoon with the clerk of the county of this matter. And opportunity to present our motion to the court. Yeah. All right, let's read this one here. I'm going to go ahead and open the image up so you guys can read the whole thing and see exactly what happened here. So yes, TMZ is trying to get this taken off. TMZ is a news organization that primarily covers entertainment and celebrity news. News is, I think, probably a gratuitous term here, but yes, sure. From time to time, TMZ is offered information by sources who wish to remain confidential. TMZ often accepts that information with the express understanding that TMZ will treat the source's identity as strictly confidential. In order to publish in the event information in public interest, TMZ and its journalists rely on journalist privilege, including embodied in Virginia, where the lawsuit is pending, and in California, to protect their identities of the sources. The media source privilege is central to the ability of journalists to properly investigate stories and safeguard individuals who provide information to them, or any media organization's confidential stories were subject to disclose in ordinary course, they would be less likely to provide information. Let's go back over here, and we're going to read the second half of this. And yeah, TMZ is looking to basically have their sources protected. If TMZ or any media organization's confidential sources were subject of disclosure in the ordinary course, they would be less willing to provide information. I don't really see. I mean, like, with this, I don't really see a downside here. People less likely to provide celebrity gossip to TMZ. Wow, what a fucking shame. I can't believe that. It's horrible, isn't it? Yeah, wow. Okay, it sounds like this sounds like two birds with one stone to me. But let's go back. We're going to read the rest of this. TMZ published an article. Johnny Depp goes off on Amber, smashes wine bottle. The video of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, accompanied by the article, can be seen here. The video is provided to journalists at TMZ by a confidential source. TMZ promised this source that it would maintain their confidentiality and would not disclose their name or any other information about them. This source has not, at any time during they provided the video, waived their right of confidentiality or indicated to TMZ that it was released from its promise of confidentiality. Morgan Tremine was an assignment manager at the time. He's no longer an employee. He had nothing to do with the receipt of the video. On information and belief, he lacks firsthand knowledge of the identity of the confidential source. To the extent that Mr. Tremine purports to know the identity of the TMZ's confidential source, his information would be based on rumor and conjecture at best. Okay. So let's see what else the rest of this is. Again, this is the main post that they have here. So take a look at this. Emergency motion to intervene by EHM Productions for a limited purpose of asserting journalists' privilege. So basically, TMZ is trying to shut down this guy. The whole argument also protects whistleblowers. This can't be broken just for Depp to get justice. He's not that important. I think that, like, to an extent, I'd have to really think about that, and like I don't really know what the answer is, but I would say in this specific circumstance, I don't really care about their confidentiality or anything like that. I don't view celebrity gossip as the same thing as being a whistleblower of, let's say, NSA. I just don't think these are the same thing, and to be honest with you, yes, maybe this should not happen categorically. I don't have enough information about this. I haven't thought about it, to be honest, but I will tell you one thing. I don't give a fuck if they break their confidentiality here. It doesn't fucking matter. And in my opinion, I'd like to see more of this stuff happen, because let's read the article, the title for this. Johnny Depp goes off on Amber, smashes wine glass bottle. I'm sorry, but if you want to talk about journalistic integrity, this is just a fucking tabloid. Let's be honest. I don't want to hear about journalistic fucking integrity from TMZ. It's so annoying. Now, yes, you're right. Categorically, we might have to uphold this, and this could be something that we just kind of have to say, well, you know what? This is the way things go. But overall, I think that I hate tabloids and these celebrity things. I really don't like them. I'm not a fan of them. How they just print out these stories without even verifying them. There's no way that they can really prove what happened. They clearly have their own conjecture inside of it, and that's basically it. I'm not a fan, and I think that it's a violation of those people's rights and their privacy, and I think that even if you are a celebrity, you should have a right to privacy, and places like TMZ, who it's their entire business model to violate that privacy, I think are an affront to that, and I don't think that should be possible. That's what my opinion is. I don't like it, and that's really all there is to say. Yeah, let's be honest. What's this here? This is for Amber Heard's benefit. Well, I think it was probably for Amber Heard's benefit for sure, but it's also for TMZ's benefit because it would make people less likely to provide information and sources like this to TMZ if what happens is that they get exposed for it. I mean, they are right categorically. I think so. Even though I don't necessarily care, I do think that they are technically right about that. But yeah, that's it. TMZ News isn't the public's best interest. Exactly. Yeah, I think so too. TMZ owns copyright to Johnny Depp video without Johnny Depp's consent. It's pretty absurd. That's actually a good point. Yeah, to be honest, that's actually a very good point. It was recorded of him without his consent. And Johnny Depp he's asleep. No, he's not asleep. He's chilling, man. School shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Yeah, I know that. Isn't it different, though, if it was illegally recorded? Isn't it beneficial for Amber to see who's on her team leaking information? It's her video, isn't it? How can someone else own it? I do find that, I'd have to really think about that, and, I don't really know how far that thinking is even gonna go, because I'm not a copyright lawyer, but it does seem very odd that somebody can have a video recorded of them privately, and then sold, and then that person is not able to even have the copyright of that video or anything like that, especially whenever it's in their own home. It's something completely fucking different. Unmute? Okay.
Working with Jamie about some exhibits, there's some that were both sides noted that were in evidence that are not, so I want to make sure everybody gets everything cleared up. You're caught up?
I think he's just going to keep doing the list.
All right, just keep that going so we can get that, make sure that's taken care of. As far as time left, Sammy, today, I can give you a rough estimate for two reasons. One, you had some depositions, so make sure you give the breakdowns to Sammy about those. And two, Sammy wasn't here today. He had a mandatory CLE that he had to do, so I just did a rough estimate, and I want to qualify that as a rough estimate.
Yeah.
But it looks like the plaintiff has used about 5 hours today, and the defendant used about 1 hour and 15 minutes, is what I have, okay? And again, that's a rough estimate, so don't expect them to be the same, but Sammy's going to get to it this evening and send you an email this evening with the actual accurate times, okay? Anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, there it is.
All right.
All right. So yeah, it's a rough estimate. Yeah, they've still got 10 hours. Yeah, exactly. They got plenty of fucking time. Like, they're chilling. They're doing what they need to do. Countering sustained objections to have them restated into evidence. Yeah, I think that, I mean, of course, they're able to do that. But either way, I also very, very strongly disagree with the idea that because you are a celebrity or a public figure, you, by definition of that, void your right to privacy. I find that to be incredibly disingenuous and to be self-serving only to the lowest of the bottom feeders of society. I think this has literally no value. This is a bad thing. And I think it also sets a dangerous precedent where people can violate your privacy, whether they categorize you in an imaginary category that actually has no real qualifications. So yeah, I don't like that at all. I'm not a fan. Yeah, especially, it's like, and this is not talking about like him getting recorded at Walmart, right? This is in his own fucking home. He gets recorded in his own fucking home. He doesn't own his own video of himself in his own fucking home. It's horseshit, okay? Like, let's be honest. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Yeah, it's terrible. Difference of being secretly recorded in your own kitchen whenever you're going shopping? Yes, exactly. That's what I was saying. And so anyway, we have another much less entertaining topic to talk about today. Let me go ahead and pull this up, and we're going to go through this whole situation. Now, recently, about an hour or 2 hours ago, there was, I know, big shocker, big surprise, another fucking shooting in America. That's right, some absolute piece of fucking shit decided to shoot up an elementary school. And there are 14 people and 14 students and one teacher dead. And so for anybody who doesn't live in America, doesn't know what elementary school is, this is a school for children that are ages 10 and under. And there are 14 of those kids that are fucking dead. And so let's hear what Greg Abbott has to say about the situation. He just gave an update on the school shooting. We're gonna see what he has to say. He's the governor of Texas. Give me 1 second. Oh, fuck. Let me see if I can mute it here. What the actual fuck? Yeah, it's awful. Let's see here. And turn this all the way up.
Who resided in
Oh, man. Like, I
believe that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with
come on, bro. Like, it's where's the audio? Like, I can't boost this audio. Let me see if I can do it maybe with this. Fuck, where's the I'd really like to listen to the audio and hear what he has to say. Twitter video's dog shit? No, it's not Twitter video, it's this video. Let's see if I can find a better video of this. Greg Abbott's give me 1 second, I'll pull this up. Greg Abbott's school shooting. Okay, and this is going to be literally, there's a million other ones that are just like this. All right, let's see if I can find it right here. And this is a news post that actually has no information. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and just try to pull this up on Twitter then. This is kind of annoying to have to do, but the video that was shown was not really there. So let's see here, confirms that it happened. Is this it?
An 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde.
Fuck. Okay, oh my god. It's like, do you want to just like be really quiet and we listen to it? Because like that's the best I can do. Like I don't have like the audio booster technology for Twitter videos. I think that's the best that we can do. YouTube it? Sure. Let's see if I can find it up on YouTube. Greg Abbott's school shooting. Sure, and we'll actually make this filter. Thank you. Great idea.
The shooter was Salvador.
And here we go. And
Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde.
That's the best I can do.
That he abandoned it. The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed.
He's the handgun.
To my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased.
Thank God.
And is believed that responding officers killed him.
Good. Thank God. Yep, good. Yeah, absolutely. Did they do anything else? No, that's it. Yeah, they shot the guy. What a fucking relief. That way we're not going to spend money keeping this piece of shit alive, going through trials, like all of that stuff. Thank God we don't have to deal with them. They shot him. Great job. Huge, round of applause for the police. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Good job. And, yeah, what's this here? And, come on, guys, you have a fucking gun problem? I think there's a lot of problems with this. You know what? You want to know what one of the other problems is? Is the fact that, I don't know why the fuck he did this. The first thing he did was say the guy's name. Have you ever thought that by saying their name and repeating their name and proliferating pictures around with them and all this stuff, you give them validity and validate them and then give them the attention that they were probably looking for with this action in the first place? I think this is a huge problem. I don't like that. It's going to come up in court, that's why. Yeah, but it doesn't need to be as a public announcement. You understand? Of course it's going to come up in court. Yeah, of course. What do you think they're going to do? They're not going to say his name in court? No, but I think there's a very different, very big difference whenever the governor of Texas is making an announcement and he starts off with the announcement listing the name of the person. This was completely unnecessary and it did not have to happen. And I think that the validity of having his name associated with fear is that there are a lot of people who want to feel powerful. And I think that there is a certain level of power fantasy that goes into a lot of these different shooting cases. And one level of power that people can obtain is power of fear. And what fucking Greg just did is he just made him powerful. He just attached power to his name. And I wish that he didn't do that. Like, I would tweet at him, I would go down to the Capitol and be like, hey, listen, why are you doing this? But that's not gonna do, he's not gonna listen. He's not gonna fucking do anything. Yeah, it's the shooter's name being non-white. No, they've listed every shooter's name. Like, the other guy was white, and they listed his name too. It has nothing to do with whether the shooter is white or not. They do this with every single person, and that's always what happens. Let's not turn this into a fucking race issue, okay? It's not what it is. What's the solution? Well, this is the way that I look at the solution to this kind of stuff, right? Is that I do believe somebody should be able to own a handgun for personal defense at their home if they have the correct license for it. I do. I believe somebody should be able to own that because some people can't defend themselves, especially whether they're old. If they're a woman, they're going to be significantly less strong. And yeah, I think so. I think you should be able to own a gun and be able to defend yourself in your own home. So like Canada, yes, like many other places in the world that people are able to have gun ownership in a limited sense. Does this mean that I want people to have a M16 or a 50 caliber machine gun? No, I don't think so. I think that it's common sense what people are okay with this. Do you own a gun? No, I do not own a gun. But if I did, I don't know. Like, I don't know what I would get or anything like that. I've never thought about it. I don't really give a shit about it, right? He used a handgun. Yes, he did use a handgun. That's true. In Canada, we have to take psychiatry testing. I think some of the restrictions should be stricter. So I think that how do you prevent school shootings? The truth is that ultimately you cannot prevent them. You cannot make them go down to zero. But I think that there are things that you can do to reduce their frequency. And I think that should always be the focus. It's about reducing the frequency of what they're happening. You remove guns, you're never gonna remove guns, okay? Like they've had it's a silly and naive argument. What about the war on drugs? Where did that go? Also, it's just not gonna happen. So yeah. Why is it only happening in the USA? I'm sure that there are crimes committed with other weapons all over the world. I'm not going to compare crimes and look at every single different thing. And also, if you're going to look at guns, like, you could say there are plenty of other countries where people own guns and these crimes don't happen either. Because every other country in the world does not all not have guns. There are plenty of other countries that do have guns. So the implication there is that guns are at least not the only variable in mind. Does that make sense? And I'm not saying that that they shouldn't have psychological testing. I'm not saying that I don't think that they should maybe limit some of the types of weapons that people have access to, just a general citizen. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't try to shore up different loopholes that allow people to give guns to their kids in a way where it's okay. I'm not saying any of these things. In fact, I'm saying the opposite. But what I am saying is that's only one piece of the puzzle. And what the other pieces of the puzzle are is, number one, there are a lot of people out there who see this happen. They see a person like this, and then it inspires them. I think this happens with a lot of shooters and a lot of mass murderers and people like this. I'll give you an example of somebody who was inspired by somebody else. Obviously, this is a bit of a abstract example, not the same level, but it's the same thing. Do you know why Saddam Hussein had a mustache the way he did? It's because he was a big admirer of Joseph Stalin. That's the big reason. And I wonder why, if you look at the two actions that they did. Yeah, it's because of Stalin. So I think that that's just something that happens with a lot of these different people, where they idolize the people that came before them that did the bad thing. So yes, I think that it's a what? Yeah. I would look it up. Yeah, yearly mental evaluations. I think yearly mental evaluations would be hard to do, like logistically, but I do think that there are much more things that need to be done. But all I'm saying is that, yes, I think there should be more. I think we can all agree on this. There should probably be better gun protections. Like, I'm not saying that nobody should be able to have a gun, but there should be better gun protections than what we have now. Like, yes, that's it, yes. They should do a better job at making sure that crazy people don't get guns. What I find to be very frustrating, to be honest with you, is how many of these people the FBI already had their finger on. The FBI already was watching this guy. Or not this guy, but the Buffalo guy. They were already watching him. How does this happen where this person is typing up and doing all of this crazy stuff and ordering this stuff? And I think most of these people are too fucking stupid to use a VPN and hide what they're doing, like buying these items. How the fuck does this happen? It's absolutely insane. And what's this? You had a handgun at 18, he got it illegally 100%, needs to be 21. So yeah, if he had a handgun at 18, he got it illegally 100%, needs to be 21. I did not know that. And so I'll be honest, I don't know every single little limitation with gun laws and stuff like that, etc. How about you just have armed security in schools be required and it's less likely to happen? Well, I'll tell you that's what happened at my school. So I also live in Texas. I live in Austin, Texas, not Uvalde. But in my school, we didn't have a police officer on campus. We had a police station on campus. And not only were there no shootings, but there were no fights. Because it wasn't enough for them to have a police station on campus. They had to bring in a federal prison security guard. And this guy was built like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. And if anybody even thought for a second that they were going to get over on him, they were fucking crazy. This dude was massive. I think he was wider than he was tall. And yeah, people did not fuck around with him. And so yeah, we didn't have any of this stuff happen. And I do think that you're right, that a lot of people go out and they do try to do kind of crazy shit like this. And there is a certain level of risk assessment. Now, I'm not sure about this, but somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. But wasn't it one of the reasons why the Buffalo shooter went to the place that he did is because they had tighter gun restrictions and he thought he could get more people? Is this true or not? I heard this. I don't know if this is accurate or not. Okay, everybody's saying yes. Okay, great. So yes, everybody's saying that this happened, etc. The fact is here that it would probably reduce it if they had armed guards. Absolutely. My middle school had armed guards, etc. I think that this is probably something that they should do. Is this something that they should have to do? No, I don't think so, but it's just what it is. That's all that comes down to. FBI agents are useless? I don't know. Talk about only, what are you talking about, the world has guns? They are only legal in the U.S. and Middle East, you Pepega take? In Switzerland, every single person is able to, is actually required to own a gun. Is that right? Yeah, is that right? I think it's in Switzerland, like, they can't, guns, yes, ammo, no. Okay. But after military service. Okay, no, we're not required. I don't remember, like, what it was. Maybe they were required to do military training and they could have a gun after that or something like that. I don't remember what it was. It's military service. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. All I'm saying is that, again, I will reiterate my stance on this, and I will continue to say this. I think that you should be able to own a handgun for home defense. I do. And nobody is going to convince me otherwise of this. I think that it's a good idea, and I'd feel a lot more safe with that. And yes, I think you should be able to own a handgun for self-defense. But everything beyond that and other stuff like that, obviously that's up for conversation. Yeah, you don't know to be quiet? Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know that, and so I asked a question, and it turned out that I wasn't right. That's the way it goes. This isn't some big of own thing, like I didn't know, that's what I thought, and it turns out that's not true. Like, that's the way it goes. Like, I'm having an extemporaneous conversation. I can't know the gun laws for every single place in the entire world. Do you see what I'm saying? What would it take for you to change your mind? About owning handguns? I mean, it would be a lot. I don't really know what I would do to change my mind about owning handguns. To be honest with you, I'm not really sure. Because I couldn't see a universe where a person would be able to defend themselves without a gun, in many cases, with home intruders. Like, I'm not sure. Like, a better solution than what I have? Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, how could you defend yourself? Like, let's say you're like a 5'1", 100-pound girl. Two guys break into your house. Each one is 6'1", 200 pounds. If you don't have a gun, like, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know, man. And, so, yeah. What if a handgun isn't enough ammo? Then what? Well, I mean, there's a million different weird things that can happen, etc. But I do think this is a multifaceted problem. Anyway, we can argue about gun control and about, like, to what extent, etc. But yes, this is my stance, is that you should be able to own a handgun for self-defense at home. This is my stance, and there's, like, it doesn't, like, that's what I think. And so anyway, if people disagree with that, you can type out why or whatever, but I have a good feeling that a lot of these arguments are not going to make me change my mind. Anyway, with this case and a lot of the other cases, what are other things that can be done to reduce the amount of crime and the amount of times that these things happen? Well, I think quite a lot of them. I think number one, don't show the pictures of the fucking shooter. Like, I was scrolling down to find this, and I almost scrolled down and saw another picture of this clown, right? I did. And so I think number one is you don't show the pictures of the shooters. Absolutely not. And then on top of that, not showing the pictures of the shooters, you don't try to vilify and talk about how wrong they were. It's obvious that they were fucking wrong. You don't need to disprove it, because I think by the nature of disproving something, you lend credibility to their argument. I think that's what happens, is because people think to themselves, well, if this needs to be disproven, then why does it need to be disproven? And I think it breathes, it's like, it breathes oxygen into the ideas. And I think that the more that these ideas are just not covered and not talked about, the more that they stay in the shadows and the less that they're proliferated across the general population. So I think that's the main thing. Put him in a terrible ward and tell the inmates what he did. They won't need to do that. He's in hell now, and so that's a problem. And so, yeah, let's look at the rest of this. No vital ground and sense of nonsense. Yeah, exactly. And in South Africa, listen, guys, everybody is going to have their fucking take. How do you feel about people re-uploading the shooter's live stream on the internet? Should that be illegal? How do I feel about somebody re-uploading the shooter's live stream on the internet? Should that be illegal? Yes, I think it should be illegal, because the copyright of that was created on inception of that. And I think that because, yes, let me explain why. Right? Because it's not, so here's my logical process of why it should be illegal, okay? My logical process is that copyright is created for any sort of video or artwork or picture or article or writing at the moment of its inception. So that means that the moment that it is created, the copyright is also simultaneously created, and it is implicitly given to the person who created the work, usually. So because all of that different information is evidence of a federal crime, and it would be used as evidence against that person, then I think that it would then afterwards become owned by the government, and it would become their copyright, and thus they could have people take it down. So that would be the logic in my mind. Does that follow? I feel like that's fair. Yeah. What's this here? Good point. I think so. Do you think Alex Jones will call this incident a hoax? No, he's not going to make the same mistake twice. He already got sued for it once before. Alex Jones says, yeah, Alex Jones is right maybe like 5 or 10% of the time, but the other 90 or 95% of the time, he's not fucking right. And I was astounded whenever he said that Sandy Hook shit. Like, I was amazed whenever he said that. I was just absolutely in shock that he would mention that. It was just crazy. He said the Buffalo shooting was a hoax? Oh, what a fucking idiot. I didn't hear that. I didn't read that. I have to look at it for myself, okay? Let me go back over here. We're going to look at this. Yeah, broken clock is right twice a day. Exactly. So he was wrong 1,000, but 100 correct. Guys, I'm not going to say. All I'm saying is that, what's this here? He said it was staged. People saying he's a comedian. Alex Jones said that he's literally an idiot. I'm doubtful it's even 10% right. Well, that's why I said or 5%. All I'm saying is that I think Alex Jones has been right about like a handful of things, but I'll say one thing, Sandy Hook certainly fucking wasn't one of them. And so anyway, going back to this, I think that vilifying the shooters, turning the shooters into these almost like supervillains of society. I mean, that's kind of the way that I felt about it. And like, especially like whenever you think about like the supervillains of society, I want to give you a great example of exactly what I mean by this. So this is exactly what I mean. And let me see if I can find this right here. And let me pick this back up right here. It's stuff like this. This is what I don't like. It's articles that are written like this and things that are done this way. This is the perspective that I have is this is absolutely ridiculous. So for anybody who doesn't remember, this happened Boston bomber 2012, 2013, somewhere around there. And this was him and his stupid fucking brother basically created like a pressure cooker bomb and blew up some people running a marathon. And anyway, they took the guy's picture and then they put it on the cover of a fucking magazine. Can you believe that? This is the stuff I'm talking about. This is what I don't like. It was in 7th grade whenever it happened. I remember it happened. I remember it very well. And they empowered him, yes. And so how many shooters thought to themselves, wow, I want to be the next guy that's on the cover of Rolling Stone? And so the glamorization of it. And of course you have it with people, there are a lot of cases of this happening, like with people like Charles Manson, Ted Bundy, etc. But I mean, these are like really, really like famous killers in a lot of cases. But I'm talking about like contemporary cases that happen on an everyday basis. This happened less than 10 years ago, and this is where we are. So this is the kind of stuff that I don't want to see. Now, on top of that, there is, I think this is a meme. I don't know why this is a fucking meme, but this has become a meme for mental health. And I think that the reason it's considered a meme is because Republicans use mental health as a catch-all for the reasons why these violent things happen, and they kind of write off everything else. So I do think, however, that mental health is a fucking factor. And I think that there are a lot of people out there who can't seek medical treatment, they can't seek mental treatment, they can't seek any sort of help whatsoever. And what does this cause this person to do? Well, they spiral into the depths, and then eventually they come out and they're a fucking monster. That's what it is. And yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's mental health and culture. I think culture is a factor for sure, but I think mental health is a much bigger one. I don't think that there's any culture in America or really in like Western media that glamorizes school shootings and stuff like this. I would not even say that the culture of, you know, having action movies and stuff like this is an indicator that this stuff is going to happen more often. I don't agree with that. However, what I do agree with is that a lot of these people do get put in a position and it does glamorize the action. But going back to mental health, now I do think that they need to do a better job at like picking these people out, finding these people proactively. And I think that really this is what my main frustration with a lot of these shooting cases is. It's the fact that there were like so many red flags with these people. And in many cases, the FBI already had a finger on them. They were already paying attention to them, and nothing really was done. So maybe be a little bit more proactive in this stuff. And whenever you see 50 red fucking flags, maybe there's a reason for it. You know what I mean? Minority Report? No, this is not Minority Report. Whenever somebody is typing that they're going to, let's say, I don't know, kill some very important person, the FBI, the NSA, or the Secret Service pays them a visit to see what's going on. You know, that's what happens. So I don't think this is Minority Report whenever somebody is posting public information and buying guns, and then the FBI says, hey, what's going on here? Maybe we should take a better look. I'm not even saying to put them in jail for doing that. All I'm saying is that maybe this person is not the best candidate to own a handgun. You see what I'm saying? Someone's Googling bombs and shit. That should be enough to act. Yeah, it should be enough to act. I mean, like, I don't want to go and say, like, this is because of this, right? I don't want to go and be like, oh, well, you know, that's not what it is. The laws need to change. Yeah, I think that the laws do need to change to an extent, right? But it depends. And no, yes, true. What? No. Those Brian, let's disagree. Well, what I'm saying is that there's no real way that you can determine what the context is between somebody like Googling how to make a bomb or something like this. And this is the same thing I've said with a million other things too, is that 1 point on a graph doesn't make a line, but 2 or 3 points do. So I'm not saying that one person types this Google thing and the next thing they know, the FBI's at their house. No, I'm not saying that. And I don't need to, because in a lot of these cases, there are multiple red flags. It's not like it's just, oh, this guy had a bad day once and he typed a really weird message. No, these are like multiple red flags, and in some cases, over years. Absolutely. West sensationalizing mass murder while the East just executes murderers at halftime at a soccer match. It's fucked up world, friend. No, I don't really know exactly how they do things over there. I'd have to look into it myself. All these things, action movies, first-person shooters, etc., exist in other countries too. The main difference is always the same, stricter gun laws. Well, I think also a big difference we have to keep in mind, another very big difference, is the lack of socialized medicine. I think this is also something that exists in many other European countries and other well-developed first-world countries that does not exist here in America. And also, I think that the amount of sensationalizing and divisiveness in America is extremely high, probably higher than many other countries in Europe, but I don't live there, so I can't really say that for sure. So all I'm saying is that it's not one thing. It's like, imagine it's a pizza, and there are multiple slices to the pizza. And yes, there are bigger slices and smaller slices, but you need all the slices to see the whole pizza. And that's the way I see it. You have a crime problem? Yeah, I think that America does have a huge crime problem. You're right. Absolutely. But crime has consistently gone down over the years, as far as I know. In general, every EU citizen pays for their own drugs. There are aids, but you have to pay. I mean, again, that's like one piece of the pie. There's a bunch of other stuff that happens there too. He killed his grandmother prior to the incident. It's appalling. Yeah, I mean, so let's say this guy killed his grandmother, took a gun to a school, and he shot up 12 kids, right? Or sorry, 14 kids and a teacher. I would argue that this is a person that this is a person that does not have a sane mind. This is not a mentally stable person. Absolutely not. Now, I can't see a reasonable, normal person like this behaving this way. Absolutely not. Guns called deaths, no guns called less deaths. That's why we in Germany don't have problems with that. Oh, I think so. You're right. But I think that people should have a right to self-defense. And I think that with some people, a gun is the only option for them to be able to do that. And I understand that that's not what you have in Germany. And there's a lot of things in Germany that aren't in America. And some of those things I'd want, some things I wouldn't want. Absolutely. So yeah, I'm not going to go through and argue like the way that it is in your country. I don't know the problems that your country has, and I'm not going to purport to understand them because I don't live there. I don't even speak German, okay? Even though actually I am primarily German. I don't know any fucking language of German. And yeah, that's it. You don't need a gun if no one has a gun? Okay. That's not going to happen, man. It's not going to happen in America. I'm sorry, but like this is idealistic thinking that has literally no relevance to real life. This is a utopia. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to happen. Exactly, it was a special moment. Yeah, this is the way that people like this think. Listen, I understand that people think this is an issue. Here's what my opinion on buying guns is, right? These are some things that I would like to have happen with buying guns. I think that there should be an extensive waiting period for buying guns. I think there should need to be a psychological analysis with buying guns. I think that you don't need to buy certain types of guns. It's not necessary. And those are some of the main things that I would want to see. There already is? Oh yeah, there already are in some circumstances, but not all circumstances. Exactly, there is all of that. There is not all of that in all circumstances, and let's be honest here. And civilian ammo, yeah, look at this here. Government needs to fund real-life lightsabers. Yeah, maybe that's what's going to happen. Different culture? Yeah, I think that there is very much a different culture. Can't someone buy an illegal gun then? Oh, absolutely. And people are going to do things illegally all the time. And it's the way that I look at it is that it's also an American culture problem. I don't know exactly how to solve that. I think it's a very complex problem, and I don't know exactly what to do about it. If you want me to be totally honest, I literally have no idea. And that's it. I think there's a lot of things. Pandora doesn't go back in the box. People acting like being gun-free is still an option are incredibly naive. I think so too, especially with the advent of 3D printers. I think that people have already been able to 3D print guns, and so I think that will become increasingly less possible as time goes on. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of those things happening in the future, and as I said, it's going to be a very interesting 20 or 30 years. Chicago has some of the strictest gun laws, yet they have one of the highest rates of gun violence. Yeah, I mean, again, all I'm saying is that I think it's more nuanced than that, and to be honest with you, I am not extremely well-versed in gun law and all of this stuff. I don't really know a lot about it, and so that's why the only thing I said is, you know, I think somebody should be able to own a handgun for home self-defense. Like, that's about it. Yeah, that's it. Clearly? Well, no, I'm not an expert in this, but that doesn't mean that I can't have an opinion on it. I mean, I don't think that you need to be an expert in every single gun law to have that opinion. That would be silly. Let me see here. People can get illegal anyways, dumb argument, because how would that stop implementing stricter rules? Well, it would be the effectiveness of those rules, obviously. But I think it depends on like how much control you really have over people. Absolutely. And what about moats? Can't they replace guns? Oh, moat? Yeah, put the alligators underneath it. Exactly. Free mental hair. Long wait for guns. Yearly reevaluation of background of registered gun owners. Something that wouldn't significantly reduce with a straight face. A yearly evaluation, I think, would probably be a bit much. And I'm not saying this like in general, but I don't think logistically this would be possible to maintain and keep up with. But maybe it would be. I don't really know. Fuck that. Yeah, there's a lot of people that just don't want to do that. And let me go back and read a few more of these. 3D printed guns can only shoot one bullet, though. Can't kill 14 people with that? What could 3D printed guns do 10 years ago? So yeah, obviously, that's going to change and do all that stuff. Lie detector whenever you want to buy a gun would help. No, a polygraph test would not help because they're not applicable in any sort of legal setting because they're not accurate. That's not true. Yeah, that's what it is. Dude's talking about thinking of prison guns. Yeah, maybe, or something like that. Myanmar is fighting a civil war, and one side is using 3D printed guns. Yeah, it's just that I think it's a big cultural thing too. Exactly. It absolutely is. Why don't we protect our children like we protect our money and our shitty politicians? Why don't we put armed guards at schools? I mean, I'll tell you this. I would be more than fine paying a little bit extra money for my taxes to have armed guards at schools. Now, I think that's totally okay. My middle school had a police officer who was there all the time. And as I said, my high school had an entire police station. I absolutely think so. Yeah, that would be probably a good decision, and just in general make everybody a little bit safer, of course. Technology isn't fully suitable for high pressures yet. Oh, no, it'll take a lot of time to improve that, sure. But 3D printed gun for self-defense, what if you missed the one bullet while defending yourself and your family, your girlfriend, etc.? I guess the subtlety of what I said was not very well received. Number one, I don't necessarily know that's true, that you can only 3D print guns that have one bullet. I don't know that's true. And number two, the point about it being 10 years ago is that there were no 3D printed guns 10 years ago. So the implication is that as technology advances and gets more powerful, that then afterwards, those guns would become more robust, more reliable, and more expansive. So yes, that was my that was my implication of what I was saying. Okay, just in case anybody was confused by that. And yeah, only schools politicians' kids would have those protections. No, my school didn't have that. I mean, like that's like I understand people fucking hate the government, but it's important to get mad about the right things, because if you just get mad about everything, nobody's going to take you seriously. Exactly. And what's this here? GOP would never budget for security. They don't even want to pay teachers more than minimum wage. Well, I've always said this before. I think they should double the salary of teachers. I think there's a lot of shitty teachers out there. I've had a number of them myself. And I think the reason why the school systems are so bad is because a lot of people said before, there's a study on this, and this is about working, but I think it's very much a parallel here. And you, of course, have, movies like Stand and Deliver and stuff like this. Yeah, sure. But I think a good example of this is that the best way to determine whether somebody is enjoying and going to like their job or not, one of the biggest factors for that, and I think, in fact, the biggest factor, is the relationship with the person who is directly responsible for them. So, like, basically their boss. So I think the same thing is true in school. And you can look at like a school district or something like this in an abstract, and you can say, well, there's like this problem with the school district, that problem with the school district. But in all of these terrible school districts and awful schools, there are probably a handful of teachers that end up making sure that the kids know whenever the Civil War happened. So I think that a lot of it falls on the individual responsibility of the teacher. And I know that, like, for myself, Like, there was one year we had English class, and it was just absolutely fucking awful. We read Romeo and Juliet. I didn't even know they died at the end of it. Spoiler, by the way. I didn't even know that, and I passed the class. I didn't care. Then the teacher of the year after that was 1,000 times better, and we learned a ton of different stuff. So I think the teachers that these schools have, it's the general idea. You get what you pay for. And if you pay $40,000 a year, you're going to get trash. And there are going to be some people who are so passionate about it and care about it so much they will take that money. But the vast majority of people that have higher skill sets and better skills will not do that. And I know this personally because I was in the computer maintenance, computer repair class for every single year, like in a block schedule every day at the beginning of my day. So I did computer repair for 4 years. I would go around the school, fix teachers' computers, etc., and just in general install and deal with computer stuff. And every single year we had a new teacher. And the reason for that is very simple, is that why the fuck would a teacher go and take a teaching job here if they could just go into the private sector and literally earn over twice as much money? You know, they could get paid $40,000 a year by AISD, Austin Independent School District, or they could go work at a company and be paid $105,000 a year. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? And Brothers in the Last Chapter, Romeo and Juliet, what the fuck? That's too bad, man. You've had about 500 years. There's an abundance of teachers. It's an easy job. That's why they have a low paycheck. I agree with you. Let's assume that you're right. There is an abundance of teachers. There's an abundance of restaurants, but you probably only want to go to 3 or 4 of them, right? Why is that? Because all the other ones are shit. And the fact is that you have a lot of these teachers who are shit teachers. This is the facts. I've had them. My friends have had them. You've probably had them. Let's call it what it is. And I think that you would have stronger competition and better quality teachers if you paid them more money. That's what I think. And I think that taxes should go up and they should pay teachers more money. Because here's the problem, is that every single time that I try to explain a fucking graph like this, or this, or this, or any of these fucking graphs, and people are like, no, that's not true. No, it's probability 50% every time, even if you flip it 5 times in a row, and each time is dependent on the last time. No, wrong. NFTs, yep, there we go. Exactly. Those people are enabled by bad teachers. Because in my class, we learned about that shit. We did. Because I was lucky enough to have a good teacher. And also my dad taught me a lot about it too, because that's it. Or showing another graph is like showing them an alien artifact. Exactly, that's a huge issue. Bigger issue is kids themselves. Public school teachers get paid more than private school teachers. Most teachers would rather move to private schools so they don't have to deal with horrible kids. Yes and no. One thing I've learned with teachers, and this is just like what I've had, is that we had, so there was this one kid, it was in, I had history class and I had geometry right after that, right? And so in geometry class, there was this kid and there was a student teacher. And the student teacher, his name was Mr. Banks, okay? And the main teacher, the actual teacher, he would sit there in the back and let Mr. Banks teach class. And Mr. Banks he's a big, tall guy. He was going to college, I think at St. Edward's University, his university here. And every single time that Mr. Banks would turn around, there was a kid in my class, and I think his name was legitimately named Billy. Billy would say, Mr. Banks is an F word. Every single time he would turn around. And this happened. And Billy, and this would piss off Mr. Banks. People would laugh at it. It was funny. It would fucking annoy him. And so finally, after 2 months, now I was going to say 2 years, 2 months of this happening, Mr. Banks finally says, okay, Billy, come on up here. And he goes and he does this. He goes and he makes a triangle on the board. It was a whiteboard, and he goes like this. He makes a triangle. He puts a 3. He puts a 4. And he puts a question mark. And this is something we learned at the very beginning It's a 5, right? Yes, Pythagorean theorem. So he's like, all right, come on up, Billy. And Billy, by the way, was 19. I was 15. We were in the same class. So Billy didn't know how to do this. And Billy was up there in front of everybody. He was trying to, like, he was writing out, like, equations, you know, like a weird, like, the backwards E thing, putting parentheses around things. And then, like, as he's getting into it, obviously everybody's laughing at him. Everybody's laughing at this guy, at Billy. And Billy is just, like, freaking out. He doesn't know what's going on. He feels like a fucking idiot. Mr. Banks, he's like, are you done? He says, yeah, I'm done. The teacher goes, who's the F word now? Billy sat down. And for the entire rest of the fucking year, Billy never did a single fucking thing. He never spoke out of turn. He never did anything wrong. He completely did his fucking work. And the funniest fucking thing about it is that Billy and I had multiple classes together. And the class that we had together right before this one was history class. Now, in history class, guess who the teacher was? The fucking football coach. And guess what? We learned about World War II all year long. That's all we learned about because his dad was in World War II, and we're going to learn about what happened in World War II. Same. Yes, we watched documentaries. We read about it. All we did was learn about World War II. And in that classroom, it was yes, sir, no, sir, sorry, coach, yes, coach, I'll be right there. And it didn't matter if Billy was the biggest fucking badass in the whole school. The moment that he went to that class, he sat in his fucking chair and he raised his hand if he wanted to go to the bathroom. So I think that a lot of the teachers that can't command respect from their students, it's because they're bad teachers and they just can't command respect. And I think to a certain degree, a person should be able to command respect. Absolutely. Now, is this what should happen? No, of course. All kids should sit in their classrooms and they should sit at their desk and do their work and listen to the teacher. That's how it should be, but that's not how it is. And so I think a teacher needs to be able to command that respect. And if they don't do that, then it's just not going to go anywhere. I hope Billy ended up doing something good. I don't think Billy's in jail right now. So I'm pretty sure that's good. Yeah, exactly. And kids nowadays pull out their phone and film the teacher and scream, I'm going to sue you. Well, our teachers, like, they didn't really care about that. Like, we had a couple of blow-ups for that where, like, the students would complain about the teacher saying things. One time, one of our teachers said effectively that if you don't like, this is actually Cody's teacher, it was my teacher, and then it was when Cody was in the class, the teacher said effectively if you don't like what you're being told here, you can basically go get hit by a train. And obviously students complained about this, and nothing happened to the teacher. Literally nothing happened to the teacher. And this guy was the biggest fucking dickhead ever. But we learned economics. We did learn economics. He was really good at teaching economics, but he was also a huge dickhead. What he would do is he had a little red fucking clown nose. And he would put on the clown nose while people were taking the test. And all the people that were fucking stupid, he would look at them and look at their answers with the red clown nose on. And I actually heard, I'd have to get Dylan over here, because Dylan and I were in the same class with the same guy. I'm pretty sure that he gave people McDonald's applications. Straight up. Yeah, like he straight up fucking literally called them clowns and gave them applications to McDonald's whenever they failed the class. Or failed the test. This guy was awful, right? But nobody fucked around in the class. Absolutely not. And so, yeah, I think that you have to, it's like if you're dealing with like a bunch of like asshole, especially like young guys, right? Sometimes you've got to be a little bit abrasive with them. Absolutely, I think so. I've seen this many times with Warcraft. I've seen this many times with many things, like at the IRS, etc. Is that sometimes you have to be a little bit more aggressive and you have to take charge, take command of things. And if you don't do that, they're not going to respect you. And absolutely. The best teachers are the scary ones. I mean, not necessarily. There were plenty of teachers that we didn't really have that happen. But I think it's about commanding respect. And it's a two-way street. And the teacher actually has to deserve that respect to a certain extent. And the point that I'm getting to with all of this is that I think that if you pay teachers more money and you gave them a more competitive salary, you would attract more people that could command that respect and that were better suited and better qualified to teach people. That's the fucking point of all of this, okay? And so, yeah. Sorry, it sounds like a good teacher to me. Well, I mean, we learned what we needed to do. I mean, that's what it comes down to. I mean, it was an AP class. I passed the AP class, and I didn't have to take the class in college because I passed it in high school. So, yeah, you're right. Exactly. We had teachers like that, too. The moments I didn't like, but in retrospect, I'm glad for it. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that feel that way. Why are you talking about this again? I think the reason why I was talking about it is, like, just in general, I think the point is that there are a lot of times where the government should spend more money, and I think the government spending more money will ultimately result in a better outcome for society. And I think that teachers are an example of this, and I think also another example of this is mental health protections and access to mental health facilities, especially for young people. People in the ages of 13 to 25, right? That sucks. Especially in America, especially nowadays. I mean, I don't know how many times I've heard about, like, I had people send me some of the messages or, like, you know, personal stories about this, how they have, like, a 13-year-old sister who's suicidal because of things that are happening on Instagram, or she's not getting the attention that she wants on Instagram. It's absolutely disgusting. So, like, it's basically you have, like, like an inverse relationship where the mental problems are getting worse constantly, and at the same time, the social support is also getting worse. So, like, you're bridging the gap, and not bridging the gap, you're creating the gap from two different directions. Does that make sense? You can't force people to be responsible for themselves. They have to see value in themselves. Yes, I know that, but you can always make the argument that that type of help will help the person see value in themselves. And I think also a good teacher will help somebody do that. I think that there have been friends of mine and who had a teacher who really helped them, who kind of kept them on the straight and narrow path. Absolutely. And yeah, lack of parenting, 90% of the time for kids. Yeah, and it's harder to legislate for that, etc. But I think it should be considered more. And yeah, it's like if your kid goes on a shooting rampage like this, what really happened here? Why did this happen? What are the details? What are the parents doing? And I think that in a lot of cases, I forgot which case recently this was in, is that the parents were effectively enablers for this. That they were enablers for this behavior. And so, yeah, it was like, I think it was about like whether they're liable or not. I think so. Yeah. It was Oxford and Michigan. I forgot which one. But yeah, of course, what's this here? Social media is ruining my little sister, even though she's struggling. I don't want her ending up in a mental facility because of how bad my experience was. Yeah, it's awful, man. I'm depressed because I'm alone, not because I don't get likes on social media. Social media doesn't really matter. Barely feel like socializing. Well, there's a lot of people, but like you're depressed, right? And like, what are you doing now that you're depressed? You're on a live streamer's chat room. I mean, maybe you're getting help outside of that, and this is just what you do to wind down, and that's great. But maybe it's not. Maybe this is the kind of stuff that happened, and this is what you're doing. Like, people have replaced, therapists with streamers and YouTube personalities, and they put so much stock and they put so much investment into a streamer, into like a media personality, into a YouTuber, into a popular culture individual, that this person is just now not even a person anymore. They're an ideal. And no person can live up to an ideal. It's impossible. And so these kinds of things happen, and I think that it's a huge issue with people. And I think it's something that, in many cases, does not result in a, let's say, mass shooting, but it's something that does result in a degradation of society. I think so. And masturbation actually makes you more depressed if you currently jerk off. Bad ideas, chat? That's not true. But at least that's not true from my experience. I'm depressed. I'm here for entertainment, not for your morals. Great. I mean, that sounds good. I'm glad to be a distraction. I obviously like talking about this stuff because, to be honest with you, I think most other people don't give it a fair shake. I don't think they look at things naturally. I think that they're too emotional about it. And because they're emotional about it, I think it clouds their judgment, and they give bad takes, and they give bad opinions. And so that's why I talk about it, because I think I know what I'm talking about. That's it. Now, obviously, I'm sure they probably think the same thing about themselves, and they think the same thing about me. But here I am doing what I think, and they can do what they think too. That's all it comes down to. And mental illness is derived from loss of meaning. Capitalism did this to people. Capitalism did this to people. Loss of meaning. I don't really think that's entirely true. I mean, you could say late stage capitalism, etc. I don't really believe that capitalism is the root of all evil. I don't think this. I think the root of all evil is scarcity, personally, and I think that almost all unhappiness and almost all anger, aggression, and conflict in the world is fundamentally derived from scarcity. Scarcity of love, scarcity of resources, scarcity of food, scarcity of shelter, scarcity of something. And that's what it comes down to. Disparity? I don't think it's about disparity either. I think it's about scarcity. But disparity implies scarcity, so maybe you're right. Sure. And, what's this here? I found you through the friend and couldn't be happier. Thank you. I appreciate that. And let's see here. Capitalism bad. Guy with iPhone and Nikes in 2022. Smartphones are linked to, what's this here? Somebody said smartphones are linked with mental health problems in people. Really? Link it to me. I want to see it. I'll read it myself. Because I don't know of any studies that support that or reflect that. But if that's true, I would absolutely want to hear about it. Yeah, I want to know that. Of course, not of course. I want to see it. I want to see the fucking, I want to see the page. I want to see the graph. Show me the fucking correlation chart. I want to see it. That's the way it is. People can't get off their phones. I feel like I'm a little bit different because like my job is online. It's on my phone. It's a 24/7 job effectively, but I'm on my phone all the time. If you don't believe me, ask my dad. He'll fucking tell you that. He does not like that at all. Tell us more about teachers. Sounds cool as fuck. I've had a lot of cool teachers. I'll probably tell more stories about them over time. And let's see here. Capitalism is... A shooter killed his grandmother before he went to the school. Didn't Adam Lanza do the same thing in Sandy Hook? Yes. His mom? Shaw's mom copycat? And how many pictures were there of Adam Lanza everywhere? And people talked about him constantly. Like, oh my God. Again, it goes back to what I was saying. People constantly brought that guy up, etc. Is it depressing you can recall that? I can recall a lot of things. If I don't remember it, then who will? Greed and sociopathy are the root of all evil. Now it's scarcity. Now than scarcity. A lot of uncontacted tribes are less evil than our society despite scarcity. I think that's a very nuanced argument. I think that's a good point that you bring up about like uncontacted tribes and like how moral they are. I don't know if you could really say that they're moral because I don't know what their behaviors are because many of them are not observed because they're uncontacted. But in general, you know, I think that's something that could happen. Sure. They aren't scarce in their environment. Yeah, I would say so. Greed comes from scarcity. I would say that too. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. And yeah, that's what I would say. Have you seen heard of the Mouse Utopia experiment before? I honestly wonder if it's applicable to humans nowadays too. Mouse Utopia experiment. That was the experiment that had a bunch of mice in an area where they had infinite food and they just kept reproducing until there was too many mice, and then the male mice stopped wanting to produce with the female mice. Is that right? And they developed neurotic conditions? Is that it? Yes? It's been quite a while. Yes, I know about that. Yeah, absolutely. On the topic of life and death, how are the plants? I'll show you. They segregated themselves? I didn't know that part of it. Give me a second. Not exactly, but they were miserable. I guess I've said neurotic conditions, but miserable would be one of them. I don't know what I should do with this one, right? Because it has like these like, this one is not very happy. This one's not happy. This one's not happy. So, like, but there's a flower. There's a flower that's already bloomed. So we're actually doing pretty well. So should I trim it? Like, because here's the thing. I can do one of two things. I'm afraid to put them outside because I'm worried they could get damaged by the like the raccoons or something like that. So should I get them a bigger pot? I can repot it. How much bigger of a pot? Like, what do you guys think? Like twice the size? A giant pot, 12-inch pot, like a pot like this big, about this deep, because that's the other one that I have. 3/4. I think what I'm gonna do is I will get a larger one, and I'll probably do that tomorrow or like this week sometime, and put it in there. And I don't know where I'm gonna put it. I can't put it behind me because it's not close enough to the sun. So I'll figure something else out over time. Misting with water and remove the dead leaves. Yeah. Well, do you guys remember, like, I might have told you guys this before, but I had a, and I want to do some of the new Vampire Survivors stuff. I want to play at least a couple of games of that. And let's see if I can get this done. Yeah, all right, good. And apparently there's a new map and everything like that. I'm going to get into that and have a little bit of fun. But anyway, View Rising, I will be playing that soon. I might have a sponsorship for it after all. And so I'll be able to do that, play the game for a little bit. I played it just so I understand the way the game works, but I don't really know what's going on. And I'll probably make a server, etc. A sponsor? Yeah, thank fucking God. When was the last time I had a sponsor? Honestly, I've turned down 1 million of them, to be fair. It's actually not anything that's not their fault. It's my fault. I've turned down a lot of them. Anyway, so what was I saying before? Right. So there was last year a little nest at one of my planters, and inside of the nest there were little baby birds in the nest. And I remember last year I took pictures of them like every day, and I gave them updates about them every single day, right? Because these are like, you know, little baby birds. I've never seen something like this before, to be honest with you. And a couple of days ago, I went out and, you know, I looked at the pot, and the sparrows were just mauling. Like, they were making these weird fucking noises. I played the audio before. And these sparrows were just going fucking crazy. And I look in the pot, and there's a new batch of little baby birds out there. And I've been checking on them every morning, and it seems like they're okay so far. And I try to not touch them or anything like that. Let me go back over here and just copy paste this in there. Yeah, so we have a new little set of baby birds. And they're edible? Yeah, I'm sure they are, but I don't want to find out, okay? I don't really like chicken that much anyway. And so, yeah, I put a webcam on them. I thought about doing that, but I just don't want to do anything. Because one time I came up to it, and the mom bird was in the nest, and she, immediately after I moved away, flew away like really fast, and I was worried that she wouldn't come back to the nest. I was like, oh my fucking God. But luckily, I think I have a picture of it. Let me see if I do. Where is this here? Okay. Where's the picture of the little baby bird? There it is. So yeah, there she is right there. So she's still chilling, and she was there. I took that picture the other day. And the birdies are okay. And hopefully they'll be fine. I just checked on them earlier today whenever I went downstairs to make sure they're okay. Can't see. Yeah, I might post the pictures up somewhere. And yeah, let me see here. Mom might abandon the nest if you're too invasive. Exactly. Yeah, I don't even touch the nest. I don't touch the planter. I just look, and I'm like, okay, they're good, and that's it. I don't do anything else like that. And so yeah. That's it. Showing a cat? I don't want to own a cat. I have to take care of a cat, and what if I don't take care of the cat? What if I, what if I, you know, like, do the wrong, what if the cat eats something that's, like, bad at my house or something? Like, there's a lot of ways. Like, I don't trust myself to take care of an animal. I can barely take care of myself. Okay, so we've got ourselves a new update here. Now, let me go back and double check all this. Okay, good. Now, how do we unlock the new stage? How does this work? Yeah, how do we unlock the new stage? Yeah, I want to go back and double check this. Update's huge? Yeah, I've heard of that. leave and enter the last stage. So like I just do Bone Zone. No, Tower 31 minutes is something else. Start a game and then exit. Okay. Okay. Got pretty lucky. Song of Mana right there at the Bone Zone. Holy shit. Okay, let's see here. All right, unlock hyper mode for 4 normal stages. Hyper mode? 4 Oh. Oh, there it is. That's a new stage right there. All right, here we go. Don't use secret characters. You guys don't want me to use the ball sack? If you don't want me to use the ball sack, I won't. Yeah, you guys, no secret characters. Okay. All right. I will not use a secret character. And we will use, let's see here. No ball sack. All right, that's fine. We're going to use Morticio. He's probably my favorite. I'm going to use him. Okay, here we go. Yep, we're using Boner Boy. Okay, we'll get Awake as well. This is a new... What the fuck? What the fuck is this? This is the new stage? Bro, what the fuck? Open it? Okay. Oh my god, what the hell is this? This is crazy. You have to get the guy in the middle? So I have to kill the guy in the middle, is that right? It's a bonus stage. Okay, let me see if I can kill this guy. What the fuck? Permanently improves a random stat for the current character by a tiny amount. What the fancy a new Vizard. Summons the merchant in all stages. So I should pick this one up right here, right? Okay, that's a good idea. Oh, I should... Wait, I can just buy all of these? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So wait, I can buy these too? Stop wasting gold? Okay, okay. Let's go back. All right. The stage doesn't seem that hard, guys. Like, I'm gonna be honest, this is no big deal. Let's see how this goes. I'm a little bit nervous. I have a lot of... Whoa. Wait a minute. Okay, so they've got a lot of buffs over there. I'm not gonna pick those up. Okay, so it gives me wings, armor, okay. And let's pick these up too. I feel like I'm not getting levels at all. Should I do Song of Mana or not? I feel like I'm gonna do Axe because it's got more projectiles. What do you guys think? Oh man, I really feel like I should go Axe. Okay, let's go Axe. Yeah, let's go Axe. Because like this guy's a projectile NPC, so he's gonna do even more. Or a projectile character. Yeah, he's gonna do even more. Alright. Good. And this is also on hyper as well, so I'm going to be moving even faster than I normally would. I'm wondering if I should get Whip. Because if I get Whip, I'll be able to heal myself and do a crazy amount of fucking... a crazy amount of heals. And I won't die. Like, maybe that's what I should do. Pick up buffs? No, I don't want to pick them up until I've already got my own buffs, so I can stack them. You see what I'm saying? Okay, let's do Bone. Ooh, we could do Fire Wand. I think I'm gonna do Fire Wand. Yeah, let's do Fire Wand. Fire Wand is actually, like, ridiculously fucking OP. This map has all of them? Wait, what? So it has every buff? The fuck? And you can get every single one. You guys are not like fucking with me or anything like that. Okay, yes. All right. I still don't think I should get all of them right now. The reason why I don't think I should get all of them right now is because if I... Bro, these snakes are hard to deal with. Holy fuck. Maybe I should have gone Song of Mana. This is crazy. The snakes? Yeah, they're fucking annoying. Oh, it's hard because, like, they blend in with the ground. Okay, Bone. We'll go with Bone. I think I'm going to go with Whip. It's my last one. I think, actually, yeah, I'll do Whip, and then I'll get Pentagram after that. Okay. There we go. Should do it. Well, the reason why I'm not doing it, I'm gonna go with Bone. So here's why I'm not doing it, right? Is it like logically, if I get all of the buffs right now, then I'm only going to, maybe that doesn't make sense. Yeah, never, I don't, all right, let me try and just do it my way. Okay, let me do it my way. I'm not sure if it's gonna work or not, but we'll see. Well, it's Mr. Krabs. There's a boss this early? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. All right, we'll see how this goes. Oh, he was easy. Holy shit, he was a joke. What a pussy boy. God damn. What a little old pissy boy. Oh my god. That guy got destroyed. Holy fucking shit. Okay, and let's pick all these up too. Great. And we'll get Lightning Ring. I think we're gonna go with Axe for now. What do you guys think I should go for my last ability? Oh yeah, Whip. I said I was gonna go Whip. That's right. That's right. Yeah, let's go Whip. Okay, hopefully we get Whip soon. The reason I'm gonna go with Whip is because I feel like Whip can be really good at the end for healing me, and I can get the heal ability for that. Yeah, this is a brand new stage. He doesn't know? I don't know. You're right. I'll find out very soon, I'm sure. Okay. Oh, there's food on this map, too. I guess that's the second food I got. I just didn't even notice that. Okay. And time stop. These things are fucking annoying to kill, by the way. Holy shit, they're annoying. Okay, great. And we're going to go with... I could do Clock Lancet. That could be pretty good. But we're not going to worry about it. We'll go with Garlic. All right. Yep, there we go. Good. Okay. There we go. Righty, moving around here. Perfect. Did you quit Garlic? Yes, I quit Garlic because I'm not playing it right now. This is the same with every other video game, by the way. Yeah, I'm not playing Lost Ark anymore. Vaulton was too hard. I quit. Okay. Okay, good. Doing pretty well so far. There we go. Nice. I feel like we're gonna use that more. I feel like as soon as I get the gun upgraded, that's whenever I'm really a god. I feel like the gun is like your that's like your ascension. Is whenever you get that gun bonus, I feel like you can't lose after that. It's over. I could be wrong though. I mean, like this stage is it's the new challenge stage. People are Pepe laughing at me. I am getting okay. We've got Mr. Krabs again. Okay, I didn't really mean to pick that up, but I did anyway because I'm an idiot. Alrighty, and let's look here. We'll go Bone again. Okay, there we go. All right, he's dead, and I might as well pick this up. Okay, perfect. Good. Did you quit reacting to trials? Yes, I did. I'll come back to it tomorrow. Orb of experience to pick them up faster. I don't know if I want to do that yet. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I guess we'll do it. I just want to do Duplicator right now. I think that will give me more damage overall. Even though I probably should have gone with the gun. Like, Duplicator, in my opinion, is the strongest buff in the game. Like, it's actually the strongest buff in the game, and it's not even remotely close. It's fucking overpowered. Okay, we'll do Bone again. Yeah, that and Tome. Yeah, Tome is really good, too. That's a good point. I'll save that that time clock for whenever I get more mobs on me. Should be okay. All right, perfect. There we go. Good. All Alrighty. And spinach. We're not going to worry about that. We'll just get the gun again. The reason I'm doing this is so I can get as many of the upgrades for the stuff as possible, and I'm taking as many items out of the pool as I can. That's why I'm doing this. Okay, picking up all this. There we go. We'll do bone again. That's level 8 bone, which is really big boner. Okay. There we go. Nice. We got a red boy. 2 red boys. Okay. So we'll go with... I think I'll go with this. And we're just going to be looking for whip, okay? We're looking to get whip right now, okay? We'll go with that. Okay, nice. That's 8 levels. Perfect. Yeah, it'd be really, really nice to have whip. Because I feel like in a lot of these stages, like, what can happen is, like, at the very end, the mobs just, like, completely fucking destroy you. So I want to be able to heal through that damage. That's what I'm expecting. Now, I don't know, but we'll see. Okay. That's what happened in the boner zone, and that's why I was able to complete it on my first try. I feel like that's the best option. Okay, we'll do 8 the Sparrow again. I never go Pichone. I think Pichone is fucking stupid. Vandalier is fucking stupid too. There's Whip. Alright, we're good. And we'll do Fire Wand. Good. There we go. Yeah, I think Vandelier's fucking up. It's just, it's so circumstantial, I feel like it's not that good. Okay, we've got ourselves a rosary here too, which is tremendous. Big dick. So as soon as we see a bad boy show up here, we're gonna use the rosary on him, okay? Okay, with these ghosts here now. Or spirits, whatever the fuck you wanna call them. Damn, these things have a lot of health. I actually kind of hope a boss shows up soon so I can use that buff. Okay, axe again. That's axe to level 8. Perfect. Okay, let's get this as well. There we go. Okay, and I just have to be moving away from the bad boys as much as I can. Perfect. Okay. Alrighty. And we'll go with 8 the Sparrow again. I want to get both of these to level 8. I think I will. Like, I feel like I'm on track to be able to do that by 10 minutes. I will use this too. Okay, good. And, oh, wow. I guess I'll just pick this up now. Yep. Oops, I did not mean to do that, but whatever. I'm probably not gonna just, like, die to the next boss anyway. Who gives a fuck? Okay, and do 8 the Sparrow again. We'll do Whip. And 8 the Sparrow. Alright, one more. One more. Get garlic. This game blows. Really, you don't like it? Dude, I think this game's awesome. Fuck. Okay. Jesus, this damage is crazy. Okay, and we'll do... I think we'll do spinach. Let's just do spinach for now. That way I have more damage. Check the mini-map. Yeah, I'll get all those buffs soon, okay? Yeah, don't worry. Jesus, these things have a lot of health. Holy fucking shit, man. They have so much health. Okay, let's get these buffs here. See if I can reset around here. I'll do Fire Wand again. I feel like Fire Wand is actually one of the strongest abilities in the game. People just don't realize it. Actually, I think a lot of people do realize it. Okay, we got a Whip again. That's great. Okay, perfect. And we'll look at this. All right, we've got that. And Tiragisu, might as well pick that up too. Okay. Pick all these up too. Good. Kill all the dick boys. Okay, let's focus. And this way I can force... Oh. That's a lot of green boys. That's a whole lot of green boys. Okay, picking all this up. There we go. So I'm going to force an upgrade onto either my Fire Wand or onto Tiragisu. Because those are the only two things that I have the bonuses on. Okay, there we go. Let me just make sure I know where I am. Okay, let's try to move back to where the original area was at. Okay, great. Focus, focus, focus. Are my axes upgraded? Yes, they are. Okay, great. And I'm not using any secret characters, just like the chat wanted. Even though I really wanted to use the ball sack. The ball sack is my favorite. Okay. Okay, let's hopefully we get the gun. Please give me the gun. Please give me the fucking gun. Yes. All right, we're good. Now we've got to run around and pick everything else up. Okay. There it is. Great. Using all of these as much as we can. Okay. Pick up that food right there. Great. Okay, let's see where I am again. Where the hell are these things? I'm not really killing that much stuff. Okay, this is good. Great. Okay, now let's see. Where do I need to go? Where are they? Bro, I don't see this shit. Whip. Okay, Fire Wand 8. That's really good. Whip. Okay, this is actually huge for me. Okay, spinach. We're gonna do pentagram for our last ability, okay? But I just don't want to do it until I get everything else. Okay, let me think where I am. All right, it's up here. Okay, there it is. Okay, tome. Tome is huge. Tome is actually fucking huge. Okay, we're picking everything up now. Picking everything up. Okay. I think I didn't pick that up or something. No, I did. We're fine. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Trying to make my way up through here. Making my way downtown. Good. Looking, double checking again. Where are these? I don't see. Okay, they're right there. All right. There we go. Good. Clover. Holy shit, these things do a lot of damage. Alright, please be good. Oh, this is my Arcana. This is my Arcana. Wait, what? It's Whip? Okay, that's fine. Let's kill Big Boy here. Okay, let's see. We're gonna go Empty Tome again. Okay, this should be my Arcana. Nice. Alright, Big Dick. What do we got? Duration. I think we do Heart of Fire. Heart of Fire is like ridiculously fucking OP. In my opinion, I think Heart of Fire is ridiculously fucking OP. Let's do that. Helps your guns? Yeah, I don't think it helps my big gun though. It only helps the unevolved version. Okay, there we go. We'll get Crown as well. Alright, where's the other buffs? Okay, they're on the other side. Okay, this is fucking insane. Okay, good. And now we're just trying to get through this. There we go, great. There's Bracer, Spinach, Candle Collaborator, and Spellbinder. And as soon as I get everything evolved, I'll get the, I'll do full curse, but I'm just not ready for that yet. Holy shit! Wait, they're just not dying. Bro, what the fuck? Okay, can I get a buff here? Okay, alright, we got the axes. Axes are good. Axes help out a lot. Look at this. Okay, we'll do spinach again. Okay, and yeah, we're not gonna use that yet because I don't have the abilities. Okay. Okay, we'll do empty tome again. I want to get as many tomes as I possibly can. Tomes are my primary concern right now. Okay. Oh my god, guys. Like, I'm stressed out. I'm gonna reroll just so I can get another tome. Fuck. Alright, we'll do, I guess, Bracer. Why not? Okay, and I want to upgrade Pentagram now. Okay, let's get Pentagram as soon as we can. There we go, great.
Pick up all those. Where the fuck is Pentagram? AoE's king? No, it's gonna be fine. You're gonna die, bro? No, I won't. No, I won't. You guys haven't watched me play this game before. I'm a literal god at this game. Movement speed? Yeah, I literally can't die. See that? Immediately fucking dead. And that's Hellfire right there. Hellfire is fucking massive. Watch this. Watch this. Look at that damage. Wait, didn't kill anything. Okay, we really need to get this, yeah, we really need to get this, thing, pretty soon here. Yeah, it's not what I expected to happen, okay? Let me just say that. Reroll again. Where the fuck is Pentagram? Where the fuck is Pentagram? Pentagram, where is it? Skip? Cat? I'm not cat. Skip? Okay, good. At least I was able to kill some of that. It's only 13 minutes in and I'm already sweating like this. This is crazy. Reducing damage, that's good. Time to throw out. I probably should, right? Yeah, I'll throw out on the next one. I don't even have my tome leveled up. Okay, there it is. Tome 4. One more and I'm good. One more and I'm good. Okay, great. And let's see here. We'll just pick up, I don't know. We'll pick that up. Nice. Nice. Okay, we're good. That's Pentagram. And I'll just keep spamming this. Good. Wait, they didn't even die? Wait, what? Bro, I feel like I'm in a dungeon from Legend of Zelda. Do you remember that? Not Ocarina. What? Is that Shiva the Destroyer? Pentagram? She doesn't listen to pentagrams. She is pentagrams. What? Okay. Okay. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's okay. What? 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 What's going on? Why? Why is this happening to me? Why is this happening? I'm gonna die. Okay? He's gone? No, he's not. What? That was fucking bullshit. And you know it. That was absolute fucking bullshit. You need a strong level 1? I need the ball sack. That's what we need. Let me see what this is. Alright, so this is the bait. This is something I saw right here. And what's this here? Moonglow. Beating Moonglow brought me to a strange location. Couldn't pause being chased by something. New relic at the end. What? What the fuck? Okay. I don't even know what a relic is. All right, let me try this again. Okay, we're gonna put it on, okay. Okay. Alright, we're good. Let's do it. Ball. Wait, you need to play a normal character to unlock it? Oh no. I need to play a normal character to unlock it. Croce? I don't know. Gennaro? Who's Gennaro? I don't even know who Gennaro is. Oh, this guy. Oh, man. Like, Croce is good because of his movement speed? True. Let's go with whoever's fastest. How much health does Christine have? Maybe Christine only has 65 health. I feel like she's gonna die. Portia has like 130% at like level 1. Yeah. I mean, but his health is trash? Yeah, his, no, like Christine, like I would want to go with Christine. Garlic. Christina whip cooldown. Yeah, but I couldn't even use my weapon. Like, I lose all my weapons. In my opinion, I think maybe I should even go with Antonio. Because at least I can whip and I know where the whips are going to go. Pungala? Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do Pungala. That's a good... Wait. The fuck? What the hell is this? Okay. Big money. Okay. Kill it. Wait, can I kill it? Shit! Okay. Alright, let's focus here. Focus. Let's do this. I can't get another food. I need food. There it is. Good food. I can do this. I can actually beat this. I can beat this. Okay, we're fine. Okay, those are angry boys. Good. Come on. Fuck, man. Okay, let's go with maybe this guy. We're gonna go with this guy. Like, everybody knew it wasn't gonna happen. Like, it wasn't like he got no feet, man. Like, he didn't have any feet. Like, all right, move speed is plus 40%. This guy doesn't move at all. All right, here we go. Let's try to use this guy. Okay. Big food. Whip? No, whip guy doesn't move fast enough. That's the problem. Okay. Okay. Cock ass! How does he hit me? Okay. Bro, this is like... Oh my god! I'm just getting destroyed! I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. I don't understand. Garlic? You think I should use garlic? Papilla? All right, we'll try her. Why not? I'm. Okay. This is already not looking good. This is already not looking very good at all. Okay. Maybe I have to get lucky with food. Okay. Okay. Cock ass bitch! Shit! Okay, big food, big food, big food, big food. Okay, good. Come on. I'm doing it. I'm actually doing it. I'm actually doing it. Come on, run! Use your feet! Come on! Come on, everybody! Oh, yes, 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 yes! Oh, come on! Come on! Okay. This is fine. This is fine. I can handle this. I cannot handle that. What? Relic found. Yellow sign. Permanently allows to detect hidden items in all stages. What? What? So, now what? Collection? It says not yet found. I don't have that. Yellow sign. Not yet found either. Unlocks. Okay. Oh, just a second. It's not fucking working. Okay. Can I do this? All right, let me scroll down real quick and make sure I have all of these now. 99 out of 105. There's this many new ones? Okay, 15 minutes in Moonglow. Fill 90 entries in the collection. Obtain the Infinite Corridor. Obtain the Crimson Shroud. What the fuck is the Infinite Corridor? Play stage 1. Okay. You missed 2? Yeah, I get it. I get it. Okay, I'll play stage 1. Is this what I should do? Where I do Castlevania? Yeah, it was from Castlevania. No hurry. Okay, no hurry. Okay, so I go with this one here. Tower map has everything. Okay. What is this? Oh, wow. Those are new, aren't they? I'm pretty sure they are. Holy shit. Okay, let's resume. All right, and we'll go with, let's see. Projectile speed. Oh, man. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna go with this one. Iron Blue Will. Okay, let's do it. It has been godded. Okay. So what should I do now? Make sure to get Clock Lancet. Yeah, I have to survive for 31 minutes. Does that true or yes? Okay, I'll pick that one up now. Okay, we'll do, let's see, maybe, I don't know about whip, like, I just kind of maybe do, like, nah, nope. Okay, let's see here, we'll do spinach. Yep, spinach. Spinach is good. Okay, good. Get all these buffs here. Duplicationer. That's big. Huge. Massive. Okay, and we'll do this one again, I guess. Fires more projectiles. Perfect. So this is what unlocks the new stuff. Should I go? Yeah, I will get Laurel. Don't worry about it. I will. Okay. So the more levels she gets, the more damage she does. So that means that I have to get more levels for her, so she'll do more damage. I want to go with Axe again. I want to go with the same build I was going to go with before I got fucking cucked. Okay. There it is, there it is, there it is. Perfect. Okay, Fire Wand. Good. Okay, we're doing great so far, guys. Absolutely incredible. Get Laurel? I will. I'm gonna get Laurel next, okay? I just wish I had an ability that did more damage, that's all. Base damage, that's good. The more base damage I do, the more damage I will do. So I think that'll be an overall improvement to my damage. Okay, great. Coming through here, good. Alrighty, and we'll go with the gun as well. It goes through people now, so now it's gonna do even more damage. And I think, like, we'll go and, like, move up after I start getting, like, my buffs and shit. Because, like, I've already got fast on, so I should be fine. We'll do this one here. So it'll be Laurel and Axe. I want to do Axe. Okay. Maybe I should do Rune Tracer instead. Because Candle Collaborator is Axe, isn't it? Okay, we'll do Fire Wand again. Okay. You can't get Laurel after guns evolve? Wait, why? I never heard of that before. Yeah, you said can? Oh yeah, but like what if it doesn't spawn, right? I'd rather just get it now. And that way I don't have to think about it, you know? Okay, good, and I'll pick this up too. There we go. The one good thing about this character is it starts with both guns, so I never have to worry about picking them up. But I need to get Tiragisu as well, which I don't have. Okay, well, duplication. Okay, perfect. Wish I could do more damage here, but I keep fucking... There's too many of these mobs, man. Okay, and armor... Armor's Rune Tracer. I feel like Rune Tracer is really good. Bible? You guys want me to go Bible? I might just get the gun for now, okay? I'm gonna get the gun. Okay, perfect. Alright, and we're doing just fine. Armor 100%. Yeah, alright. I think we'll pick up... I want to go Axes. Guys, can I go Axes or not? Can I go Axes or what? Yes, Crown. Well, Garlic? No, I'm gonna go Axe. I'm gonna go Axe. This will be fine. Okay, and the last one will be Laurel, and I'll get Pentagram after that. Yeah, this should be no problem. Okay, good. Pick that up too. Yeah, I just need to get Laurel and pick that up, but I haven't gotten it yet. I'm actually kind of getting fucked over here. Just fucking die. All right, there we go. Good. All right, come on. Yes, I got another gun. That's great. Amazing. Awesome. All right. Axe have chaining from Arcana? Yeah, I know. Axes, I feel like, scale really well with Arcana. In a way that, like, many other things do not. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we have to get Laurel. That's the main thing. Like, Clock Lancer doesn't really matter that much. It's mainly Laurel. Well, it's both of them, actually. Tome, there it is. Okay. Tome, in my opinion, I think is too good. I think they should make the other buffs different, or make Tome not quite as good. Because it's the best item, right? It's like the best item. Every build has Tome. It's like that's boring, right? You don't want to have it where like every build has the same item. Okay. There we go. There we go. I think they should buff it. Like, I don't know if they should really nerf it. They should. I don't know. Like, it depends. Okay. All right, Dracula. We got him back into a corner. Okay, knife, candle, collaborator. Okay, we have to go with candle, collaborator. Okay, good. Dracula's dead. His reign of terror is over. We pick up all this stuff. There we go. Great. Okay. And we'll do... I guess we'll do that so we can upgrade it as fast as we can. I need to get Laurel, man. I really need to get Laurel. I also don't have Tiragisu either. I forgot all about that. Okay, perfect. Good. And we'll do... Yeah, we'll go with the 8th Sparrow again. Okay, this should be easy so far. Perfect. There we go. All right. Easy, easy. There it is, right there. I could have gotten Laurel there as well, but I feel like this one's more important. Yeah, I feel like Laurel is way more common. Okay. I do have like 5 more minutes, though. Bro, this shit's hard. The fuck? God damn. Okay, Clock Lancer. Let's go with that. Okay, and can I pick this up? I hate the red skeletons, man. Oh, baby, a triple. That's right. That's fucking right. Okay, so we just need to get Laurel. That's the main buff that we need to get. Alright, empty Tome again. Tome just increases all my damage. It's the de facto choice no matter what. Let's go with 8th Sparrow again. Where is Laurel? Okay, we're gonna just banish. I'm gonna banish Pichone. I don't want to look at Pichone anymore. Okay. I figure I might as well start using those now to make sure that Laurel pops up, you know? Because, like, what if it doesn't? I could get fucked in. I could get fucked in the ass. Pichone is a weapon. Yeah, I know. That's why I did it. I hate to do this, boys. I really do. Banish Garlic. I can't take any risks, gentlemen. We've got to be as serious as we possibly can be. Okay, good. And going down this way, picking up all this. Okay, Spellbinder, Crown. I feel like Crown's going to be my last buff anyway, so I'm just going to pick it up. Because I always go with Pentagram. Pentagram, I feel like, is my favorite spell. Yeah, it's my favorite spell in the game. The reason why it's my favorite spell in the game is because it's the best spell in the game. That's why. If it wasn't the best spell in the game, it wouldn't be my favorite. You've changed, man. Yeah, I know. Okay, good. Lightning Ring. Okay, neither of these are good. We'll go with 8th Sparrow again. I feel like I'm easily going to hit this in time for the evolution. It'll be no problem. Okay, good. Coming out of that. Great. Easy, easy, easy. Easiest game I've ever played in my whole life. Okay, great. Perfect. What the fuck is this? Got him. Great. Circling around. And we're looking very, very good right now, gentlemen. Very, very good. We've obviously got the gargoyles coming up to try to fuck me in the ass, but we're not worried about them. And we'll go with 8th Sparrow again. We don't need to use Tiragisu right now. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not planning on dying, so it doesn't matter. As soon as 10 minutes happen and I start getting my upgrades, that's whenever I'm going to start moving. Where is Laurel, man? What is this? Bro, like... Where the Laurel at? But what is this? Okay, hopefully that'll give me something. No, it did not. Okay, we'll do empty tome again. Climb up the tower. Let's see. I feel like I'm good with the tower. All I have to do is go up to the top. Okay, I'll start moving up a little bit, okay? As soon as it's 10 minutes, I'll start doing it. Okay, moving through this. Great. Okay, he's dead. All right, easy, easy, easy. Clock Lancer. Okay. And that's not it. All right, ate the sparrow again. That means that's ready for an upgrade. Perfect. Come on. Avoiding everything, as always. Perfect. Okay, good. And we'll do spinach again. I think spinach is great. In game. And look down here. Fuck, man. I'm gonna banish Santa Water. He's not real anyway. I guess neither are vampires, but it's okay. Okay, perfect. There we go. Good, 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 good. Perfect. All right, and where the fuck is it, man? All right, I'm gonna start moving. Yeah, I'm just gonna start moving. Oh, that's a lot of dick boys. That's a lot of dick boys. Okay. Maybe not move that fast. Okay. There we go. All right, we'll do axe again. I feel like we really need that bonus damage right now. I'm going to save that rosary for whenever we hit 10 minutes, and I'm just going to yeet and delete this boss. I think that's a smart thing for us to do here. Yeah, I thought that I could stand there. It did not work at all. Okay, perfect. Maybe I should stun them and then move into where they're stunned and kill everything inside of there. That could be a good option. And then use them to, like, body block each other. Okay, spinach. Good one, dude. Thanks. Thanks, man. All right, let's banish the whip. Thank you, man. Yeah, really good one. That was a very smart decision of me to make. Okay. 10 minutes. Where's the big boy? Where's the big boy? Wait, where's the big boy? Oh, right there. Okay. Okay, got it. And we'll go with axe again. Okay, please just be the guns. Thank you. All right, we're good. Okay, let's start moving now. Please give me fucking... Please. See why I wanted to have this? See how good this is? It's just a normal... I know I'm just walking down the street, man. It's not a big deal. I'm just hanging out, having fun. It's busted? What's busted about it? The fact that it kills everything in one hit? That's not busted. That's normal. That's the way the game's supposed to be played. Come on. Don't be a pussy. This is how winners win. Okay, and alright, that's Rune Tracer. That's not it. Alright, we need to get Laurel here. Garlic is better. Garlic died for this. Let's see. Okay, alright, we're gonna pick up... I'm gonna pick up Bracer here, too. I might as well. Okay, great. That's another passive. It's a free passive. Wait, it killed all the guys there. Oh my god. Oh, they killed all my health too. I didn't realize that. Okay. What does I get? What does I get? Projectile speed. Over area. 3 bounces. Reroll. Okay. Heart of Fire. Yeah, obviously Heart of Fire. Heart of Fire, in my opinion, is like OP as fuck. Yeah, it's actually like mega dick OP as fuck. It's the best ability in the game. Okay, alright, that's not it. And we're going to go with Cock Lancet, I mean. Okay, good. And we're going all the way up to the top, and then we're going to go down to the bottom after we get the stuff up at the top. Okay, guys? That's the plan. Killing all these. Perfect. Look at that, dude. Look at that, dude. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? All right, spinach. Get it? All right, I'm gonna pick it up now. Wear clock. Okay, all right, we're gonna wear clock. Fire wand. Shit. Okay, all right, we're gonna re-roll. Oh no. Oh no. Come on, please. Please. Please give me the Laurel. Please. Please give me the fucking Laurel. Please, man. Come on. I was gonna get Pentagram anyway. I'm gonna just pick it up now. Should I? Should I pick up Pentagram now? Penta doesn't kill boss. All right, let's use it. You're right. It does not. That's turned out to be true. Okay. Because getting Pentagram effectively removes it from the pool of other items that I could get. Okay, magic wand. All right, that's not it. I need Laurel. Give me Laurel again, because I fucking canceled it out. Yes. All right, we're good, boys. We are good. Let's do this. I killed it. Fuck yeah. Big dick. Okay, let's go. All right, we're gonna go up here. So what do I need to go here? All right, we'll do axe again. Okay, I have to get the red thing. Okay, that's a dick sucker. We're gonna kill the dick sucker here. Okay, he didn't give me anything. That's too bad. Whew, get him off my fucking screen, bitch. Let's go. I need to upgrade my pentagram again, though. Damage, dude. Okay, Candle Collaborator. Good. Okay, oh. Let me pick this up. Channels dark powers to protect the bearer. What? Rush south, a sap? Okay. I'll kill the boss and then I'll go south, okay? Yeah, let me kill boss. And we'll do crown. And we'll do pentagram. And then we'll do, wait, silver ring. Effect lasts longer. I don't even know what effect it is. Health recovery increases 0.1 per second. Okay. I don't know what this does. Okay, these guys are dead. And I don't think I need to go in there. I'll kill the boss. All right, there it is. Boss is dead. Okay, I got a magic golden egg. Okay, great. All right, now we're not erasing anymore. This is huge. Read it said all. Oh, you can't expect me to read the spells. I don't do that. You gotta be realistic. Okay, we'll do Bracer again. Literally in caps? Yeah, I didn't read the caps. Wait, there's a box? Okay, I'm gonna get the box. Give me a second, let me pick that up. Okay, okay. Pentagram. Big dick. Okay, where does box? Where does box? Where does box? Okay, box. Good. Nice, Hellfire. Hellfire's big. Hellfire's huge. Especially because I've got the buff. Look at that. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, man. This is just, bro, this is just so... ain't this something, dude? Ain't this really just a little bit of something? Wow. I'll just buff everything, it doesn't even matter. Nobody gives a shit about that. Okay, there's obviously a dick sucker. Let's kill the dick sucker. Okay, where is he? Why is the dick sucker not dying? Is he bugged out? Okay, let's see here. We'll go pick that up too. There we go, good. And pick that up too. All right, let's pick this up. Got my chest. Oh my god, bro. This is gonna be the axe and the moon. Wait, why it not be axe? Why does it not be axe? Oh, I guess you can only get one evolution per chest, maybe. You can't have two? I didn't know that. Okay, pick up all these. Silver ring. There we go. Great. Pick up this. Alright. Perfect. Pick up this. That. Okay, big money. Big money. Big money. Big money. Big money. Money, 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 money. Okay, good. Yeah, lots of money. Lots of money. We love money, boys. Okay, give me 1 second. Let's see where I'm at. Okay, I've got a long way to go. I'll put on my Nikes, guys. Let's go. It doesn't matter. We don't give a fuck about the Draculas. We delete Draculas. Okay, perfect. There we go. I don't even care about the levels either. Levels are irrelevant to me. The positive, though, is like this character does do more damage the more levels it gets. So the more level it gets, what that means is like it will do more damage for every level it gets. That's basically what it means. The fuck? What, are they trying to stop me? Who's this? Should I buy golden eggs? It's permanent? Why would I not buy golden eggs? Do you like the character? So, I could theoretically... Could I make the ball sack more powerful? Yes? Oh my god. Guys, I think we might have to use this more. Okay. Perfect. Stop right here for a second. Make sure I get all my shit back and all that. All right, good. Let's get a food. Let's activate a food. Okay, great. And we'll do more of that. We don't need to get any more food for now, okay? But we will need it soon. Okay, how close am I? Okay, I'm doing really well. Okay, let's look down this way. Nice. Nice. Okay, there it is. Got it. We'll pick that up too. Amazing. Amazing. Good. Spell effects last longer. That's really good. Actually, I don't really think it's that good. But, you know, I have it, so that means it's got to be kind of good. Look at Dick Boy right there. Look at Dick Boy right there. He can't do shit. Get the fuck off my screen, bitch. There's it is. There's a scythe. I'm the fucking Grim Reaper now. All right, let's go. Look at that. And they're bouncing. Nice. The pushback? Yeah, I know. There's not a lot of pushback, unfortunately. It could be better. Cool. Got it with Lancet. Wait, what? Get clock with Lancet? But I did that. Gold ring increases enemy speed, frequency, health, quantity, and Holy shit. Now max the rings. Okay. We'll kill this guy first. Okay, he's dead. Special eggs. We love eggs. Okay. Good. All right, more gold rings. Come on. I have to survive for 31 minutes, I believe. We'll just kill all this stuff. It doesn't even matter. There we go. Okay, how close am I? I'm very close. I'm right there. Okay, where is it? There it is. Channel dark powers to curse the bearer. What? I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a good idea, guys. Okay, we'll just pick up all of this anyway. Okay, we'll avoid the boss. Dude, how much health does this fucking thing have? Look at this. Bro, he's getting destroyed. He still won't die. There we go. All right, nice. And, okay, we're good here. All right, let's see what happens. Okay. I'm gonna wait till I level all this stuff up before I pick up the chest, okay? Clock Lancet kills the Reaper. We'll find out. That would make it easier, right? I'm level 133 as well, which is also helping. Okay. Read what the new red item does? No. No. Why would I do that? Okay, increases enemy health, frequency, and speed. Jesus. So I'm really going to be taking a lot of damage, huh? Okay, I think we'll be alright here. We'll find out in a second here. Okay, avoiding everything. Ring first and the other one. Okay. Okay, let's pick up this one here. This is going to be my my other Arcana. This Arcana has to be Big Dick. Revivals, listed weapons, 3 bounces. I feel like Bouncy Boys is good. We go with the Wake? All right, let's go with the Wake. You're right. Because we have to survive. We have to survive. That's a good point. We have to survive. Okay, let's bonus up the ring. Okay, good. I'm already at 93,000 things that I've killed. Awake equals more beams? Maybe. Dude, these mobs are getting wrecked. Holy shit. All right. Chest? Not yet. Not yet, boys. Not yet. We're going to pick it up after I get this. Wait, 9? How many level does this go? 7? One more. One more on this, right? Yep. It's oh no, it's two more. Two more. Two more. And then I'll do it, okay? I'll pick some more of this stuff up too, obviously. There we go. Okay, I've got to rotate around here. Okay. I will use it very soon. Relax. All I want to do is get my levels, okay? Okay, let's use it now. Now, what's this even going to give me? A ring? Infinite Corridor. Evolved Cock Lancet. Did that say halves enemies' HP? What? The fuck? That sounds really good. Oh my god. So you can kill death with that. I mean, that would be the logic, right? So what if I pick it up again? Evolve Whirl, caps incoming damage at 10, retaliates when losing charges. Wait. Caps incoming damage at 10? No way. This is an anti-Reaper build? It seems that way. Holy shit, I've never even seen this stuff before. So it's Mr. Turkey. It's just like, he can't even do anything. So now what? Okay, and okay, now it's just more money. All right, great. Okay, get this, get that again. Wow. You're good now? Yeah, I know. Look at this. Bro, I feel like I'm in a rave or something. And I already have Tome as well. Jesus. Kill the ball sack again? I was thinking about doing that. I just don't want to run all the way down there. It'll be annoying. Okay. Big levels. All right, I'm level 100. Dude, I'm already 156. It's 24 minutes in. Turn damage numbers on for Infinite Corridor. I will whenever we get to death, okay? That way you guys can see it. Yeah, because if he dies really fast, I want you guys to see it. We used to play Castlevania. I actually want to go back and play a lot of the old Super Nintendo games and like regular Nintendo games. Like Castlevania, Mario Brothers, shit like that. I think it'd be really fun. Yeah, I thought about that. It's like I never beat my original Castlevania game whenever I was a kid. Yeah, I never played Metroid, Super Metroid. I never did. I heard it was still very good. Play Hollow Knight. I feel like I don't have the nostalgia for it, you know? Like the other, like I like Hollow Knight. It's just I didn't like not having a map. That's honest. Whoa, Mr. Krabs! It's Mr. Krabs! Wait, okay, never mind. Oh, there he is. Krabs! Okay, good, he's dead. I had money, so he was running after me. Okay, good. Let's see how this goes. Got that? There's a map in Hollow Knight. Yeah, I know, but you don't get it initially. So it frustrated me, and I didn't get any farther. But I like the combat of the game. You know, play V-Rising with McConnell. I don't know if McConnell's going to want to play it or not. Yeah, I'm not sure. If he wants to, like, I would be totally down. If McConnell wanted to play V-Rising, I'd be down. Like, Like, I don't know what server. If the game's too expensive, I'll buy it for you. Yeah, it's fine. Your kill count's absolutely insane. Yeah, 126,000. Oh, look at these dick boys. Look at these dick boys thinking they're about to do something, man. Oh my god. Imagine thinking you're about to do something. Get out of here. Get out of here, bro. What are you doing? You heard Sierra and Rich too? Yeah, I'll figure it out. Okay. Nice. Okay. Jesus. I'm already 172. I think I'm gonna hit level 200 in here. I'm pretty sure I will. We'll see what happens. Buy perma stats, maybe? Yeah, I will soon. Or not now, but like I will. I just need to get more gold in general. There's like special gold builds that you play. Are these new? Oh wait, no they're not. Oh man, he thought he gonna get me. He's not. All right, let's go over here. Good. Yeeted and deleted. Okay, there we go. Great. So you can get this with curse too. That would be fucking disgusting. Look at all these mobs. Holy shit. I'm a little bit worried for 29 minutes if they're already this fast. Hopefully I'll get two pentagrams at 29. So I'll be able to get up to level 200. If I get 2 pentagrams, I'll hit 200. 100%. Well, actually 200%. Okay, here we go. You have 100% curse already? Yeah, but you can get curse on top of that. Okay, perfect. Chest on left? Yeah, I'll pick it up. I might as well just pick it up right now. Why not? Okay, there it is. We got it. Now, you guys are happy? You feel better now? Okay. 28 minutes. All right, let's see how death is. If I can kill him. Look at that dick boy right there next to me. Thought he was going to get me. What a joke. All right, now we're 28 minutes in. Number 29 is whenever things really get serious. I think I'll get 2. I think I'll get 2. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Come on, please. Please. 179. Death? No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Shit. It's not gonna happen. There's no way it's not gonna happen. Fuck, man. It's okay. Yeah, very unlikely. Okay, good. Quick bitrate? Oh, bitrate's fine. Bitrate's fine, guys. If you're getting low bitrate or you're not seeing all the pixels on my screen, it's just your computer. Contact your ISP. Yeah, everybody who's using, you have to watch the stream on Microsoft Edge, or you're gonna get the bitrate problems. Okay? A lot of people don't know about that. Okay, those were all dead. Great. Oh shit! Please give it to me. Please fucking give it to me. Please fucking give it to me. Come on. Come on, give it to me right now. Yes, yes, yes. I'm level 200. $58. Okay. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Options. Damage numbers are on. Okay. I don't even know if it's killing him. I have no idea what's even happening. We've got this blue death thing. Okay, moving out of that. Okay, avoiding that. How can we get rid of blue death? Okay, try to kill him right there. There we go. He leaves. Can I go all the way up here? Okay, maybe he's gone now. Okay, he's gone. Okay, I got it. I got it. Shit! Come on. You're doing great so far. Bro, look at this. Holy shit, what's going on? I don't know. Okay, moving out of that. Do as much damage to him as I can. Is this a raid? Yeah. What is this? Wait, why is it zooming in on me? What the fuck is... What's going on? Wait, I killed him? No way. I was at 33. What? No. Oh, I'm good. Shit. I thought I'm good. Shit. All right. Oh, I'm good. All right, well, another one. Come on. Shit. Oh, again. All right, we're good. All right, again, wait. Man. This guy just won't. I'm getting spawn killed, man. White Weaver OP, apparently. Holy shit. Reach level 31 of Gallo Tower. I unlocked 34. 90 entries in the collection. Infinite Corridors Gallo. Obtain the Crimson Shroud. Diavano. What the fuck? One extra level gains 10% growth every 10 levels. What is growth? Leveling up. +1 armor. Huh. Holy shit. All right. We beat his ass. There we fucking go. All right. That's Giga experience. Yeah, I know. Guys, I'm going to take a break. I'm tired, right, bro? I'll be honest. I'm fucking tired. I gotta get some food in a bit. Relax. Just chill out. Like, wow. That was fun, man. I had a lot of fun. Missed some eggs. I know. I do more of it soon. One more Arcana. I'll probably play it another day. I don't know if I'm going to do it tomorrow or not. I haven't decided. McCall and I, we got to figure out what we're going to do with Elden Ring co-op. I have no idea. But we might try to, like, so it comes out on the 27th is the mod. And today's the 24th. So I'm not sure exactly when that's going to be. I have no idea. V Rising win. We'll see what happens. Tomorrow, I'm going to be back online in the morning, okay? Back online very, very early in the morning, and we're going to keep chilling, doing what we need to do, watch the rest of the trial. We've got a few more days of that, and then we're going to be back into the gaming, looking at other news, me going on 6 to 8 hour rants daily. It's going to be fucking lit. I'm excited. So, gentlemen, thank you all very much for watching. I'm going to run some ads, just hang out for a little bit. So, thank you all so much for watching. I really, really do appreciate it. And I will be back online tomorrow morning, very, very early in the morning. So, until next time, boys, if you're leaving before the ads, peace! All right, let me hit the ads. Oh, man. Secret character next time? Yeah, I'll probably do that at some point, man. There it is. Yeah, this game is good, man. It's a good game. I like it a lot. It is absolutely good. We love you, remember? Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad that people have been so supportive. It's been great, man. It really has been. I'm happy about it. Absolutely.
Abso-fucking-lutely 10 fucking hour stream. Well, I've done 10 plus hour streams like every day, man. Like, it's actually too many, like, it's too many fucking 10 hour streams. It's a whole lot of 10 hour streams. Yeah, I've been chilling, man. And it's at the Von Man, thanks for the gifted subs, man. 5, thank you, man. You did 12 hours the other day? Yeah. I will, I'll be back to doing my normal, like, I'd rather do, like, generally I'd rather do 6 to 8 hours a day. But it's just that there's been so much stuff for me to cover and go over. I feel like I can't really do all of that in that much time. You know what I mean? When you're all going to continue Mythic Sanctum. I might do it on Monday. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. But it should be sometime soon, or at least I hope so, right? I mean, shit. Have you ever had 200,000 viewers? Bro, I've had 400,000 viewers. It doesn't really matter, man. It's just that shit comes and goes. It's like anytime there's like some hype period or some crazy shit happens, people are going to watch the stream. Like, that's just the way it goes. Just a trial already took 8 hours? Yeah, for sure. Early trials, bro? Yeah, I know. It's brutal. Brutal to wake up at 7:30, 7 in the morning. Peak like 700K? No, I've never hit 700K. Highest viewership I ever had was like 460 or 70K, something like that. I think. Return to Final Fantasy with matching fuckload of viewers. Yeah, I think a lot of people are gonna watch. You should do a stream with Bruce. Man, when the fuck is Bruce gonna play video games? Like, what the fuck does he ever do? Like, if Bruce wants to play some video games, I'm down for that shit. Like, I'd be down 100%. Like, I like Bruce a lot. Bruce is fucking funny. He's relaxed. That's the main thing I like about Bruce, is he's just a relaxed guy. Knock out all my bullshit. With the July, it was crazy for Final Fantasy launch, bro. Yeah, it was, man. It really was. Bruce streams like once a week. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. What were you streaming? You hit 400K? This game right here, Lost Ark. You go back to normal schedule? Well, I was doing 10-hour streams even before the trial. Like, I feel like if you go back and you look at, like, what my, like, how long I've been streaming each day, you'd see that... Oh, nice. We got the boss up today. You know what's so fucking sad is I have to keep doing Moke. Can you believe that? I have to keep doing Moke because I don't have the Omnium Star. God, I hate this fucking game. Yeah. Do you hear about the big news you mentioned before anytime soon? Yeah, actually it's going to be happening at the time that we had originally thought that it would. And, it's going to be a really big deal. It's actually probably one of the, I would say maybe the biggest announcement we've had so far. It's a lot. It absolutely is. Julie VOD, yeah, the VOD will get uploaded. It'll get published as soon as I end the stream. So don't worry about that. Let me knock this out. Does he like Lost Ark? No, I hate the game. That's why I play it every day. Oh, but of course I like Lost Ark, man. Like, I've enjoyed Lost Ark for a long time. Like, as soon as the game came out, I played it pretty much every single day. Like, the only thing that I feel bad about is I haven't really played a lot of New World. Like, that's the one game that I feel like I've been really kind of behind on. But the reason I've been behind on it is just because, like, I don't know, it's like there's not really a lot of reasons to get ahead. I'll talk to you tomorrow when it's Lost Ark. Yeah, I saw, I think like the official Xbox account ratioed Kotaku the other day. Because they were saying about how bad the Xbox Game Pass is. I'm gonna be honest, I think the Xbox Game Pass is really good. I do. I think it's a tremendous value. There's very few... it's like basically Netflix for video games. But yeah, I think it's tremendous. No, yeah, I know there's like the New World video. I kind of planned on watching that on Saturday after all the trial stuff. That's my plan. People sleep on Game Pass. I think it's because like people sleep on Xbox. So like, and like it's not they don't really sleep on Xbox. Xbox is asleep. Like there's nothing going on with Xbox. So like, of course people are gonna feel that way. But yeah, like Xbox is like not really super great.
I think because of that, people just kind of extrapolate that to the Game Pass, which is like, I don't really think is true. Like, I would say that, at least like in my opinion, I think PS5 is better. Like, you get more value out of PS5 than you do out of Xbox. But I think that's also, like, the reason why I'm saying that primarily is because I just really like Demon Souls. So, like, it's not like there's a lot of reason for it besides that. Like, if Demon Souls in every game was cross-platform, what would I think? Like, I've had my PS5 ever since the day it came out. Shout out to Synac, who brought it to me. Who got the PS5 for me on day one. But the truth is, like, I don't really, I don't really think Xbox has been that great ever since, like, Xbox 360. Like, Xbox 360, I feel like, was pretty much, everybody agrees, like, Xbox 360 was goated, right? 100%. But, like, outside of that, nobody beat Sony on their original games. Yeah, it's just, like, it sucks to say that, though, because, like, in my opinion, I actually hate the idea of, like, exclusive games for consoles. It's like, why is the console even there? Because, like, it's basically, like, an exclusive game is, like, not really good for... It's like, is it like, which gamer is this good for? I don't really think hardly anybody. I can't really see an argument that I would understand that you could make that exclusive video games for each console is better for the consumer. You see what I mean? Yeah, it's anti-consumer, exactly. Because, like, you have to buy, like, a fucking console and everything, and that's expensive. Like, consoles are expensive. Like, you know, like, a lot of you guys probably, like, maybe $500 isn't a lot to you. Right? But, I mean, for a lot of people, $500, like, you make, like, maybe 2 or 3 $500 purchases for leisure a year. So it's like, one of those has to just be the console. It's not even the game. It's a lot. Xbox is $250. But you're telling me an Xbox is $250 right now. The discless one? And, yeah, the OG Xbox. I don't know, like $250 I think is pretty reasonable. It's like literally half. Like, consoles were $250 in like the 90s. I think right now, like $500 in my mind is like that's what I would say is like the consumer ceiling. Like, if I had to guess, like, what do I think, like, people would kind of you know, think twice about? It'd be $500 or $500 to $600. Let me just leave and make sure that I get all this stuff sold. The released early for console, 6 months later on PC, proper adaptation, that'd be good. I'd be fine with that. Yeah, I think, oh, Maelstrom Crater, I bet that's not really worth a lot. Okay. Diving slash power slash. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, it's probably garbage. I'm just gonna vendor it. Okay. Let's do it again. They increase the price in every game by $10. Well, Hey, listen, watching No Clip documentary. Maybe I'll watch the No Clip documentary this weekend. Like on Sunday or something. I might take Saturday or Sunday off because it's just been like a full day of the trial stuff. I'd like to take the day off just to kind of like have some time to myself. But, because like you guys gotta remember, like yesterday, for example, like I woke up at 7:30 in the morning. Or actually 7 in the morning. And I streamed until 7 in the afternoon. Or at night. Or it was like 6:45 or 6:40. Because I went and I got dinner. And then I came back. And then I had a meeting at 7. And so like then I ended the meeting at 11 and I went to bed. And then I immediately woke up and I streamed again. So it's like, can't do shit. Are you prepared for OTK Games Expo? No, not yet. We have a big day that we're going to be prepping for it pretty soon. I mean, I'm on track to be prepared. Don't you get burned like this? Yeah, that could happen. Sure. You still plan on making a destroyer? I already did. I already did make a destroyer. I don't have it geared up yet. I just haven't really wanted to deal with it. Every single time I fight these knights, it reminds me of like Final Fantasy. Because I think it's the same colors that the knights in Ishgard have. I hope that like whenever I come back, I can actually finish everything so I can play the content. If you found Destroyer fun? I don't know enough about it to like really have an opinion yet. So yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. Do you hate certain content? Do you have certain content creator goals for this year? Like goals as a content creator? The truth is, like, I've already met a lot of them. Like, I had wanted to diversify and do like different kinds of content that could exist like independently from just like Warcraft-centric content, and actually just like do content that's like beyond like video games. And I feel like with the trial and like with other stuff I've already done, I think I've accomplished that in a way that I didn't even expect would happen. So the truth is, like, yeah, I do have goals, but I've already met a lot of those goals. And yeah, so yeah. What other goals do I have? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say. Like, just, you know, more people watching, more engagement, more variety of content, different types of content, like, you know, just obviously like the same goals that everybody has. That's about it. Shower stream win. I've done that. I'm gonna play PC games and I watch you. That's the goal. Like the amount of people that I've had tweet at me and tell me, they're like, "Hey, my mom's watching you." And it's like, what? It's just like, that's, I find it very flattering, to be honest. Best goal is get Elon Musk on the stream. I wonder if I bet I could probably do that. I mean, maybe. I think there's like at least a 10 to 20% chance he would come on the stream. Yeah, big enough influence. Yeah, for sure. Because I'd mainly, like, the thing is, like, I'd want to ask him about, like, honestly, you know what I'd want to ask him about? I'd ask him about fucking, like, automation, like AI, the singularity. Do you think that's going to happen? Do you think that we need a universal basic income ahead of time to, like, support that? Like, I would ask him some weird fucking questions. Because it's like, that guy's, like, nuts. And so, like, I want to know, like, honestly, what it is. Rude? No, I don't think it's rude. I think he probably wants to talk about that stuff. I bet he would. He's already addressed that? Really? I haven't seen every interview with him, obviously. There's no shit. He's not even a scientist. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what he says. I don't want to like debate it. Let's see here. Domination. Okay, that's garbage. Crits, garbage. Domination and swiftness. That's so good. I'm so happy that I got that. I hate this fucking game. Okay. Let's see what else I need to do. I guess I'll go kill the fucking bird. Might as well go get the bird. No, that's the wrong one. Use auto dismantle. Yeah, I think I will soon. I probably can actually get 2 birds in before Moke comes up. Do more single player story game playthroughs. So, do you want to speak with Bobby Kotick? Yeah, I would I would love to talk to Bobby Kotick. That would be amazing. You hear about the elementary school shooting? I did. I heard about it. I really wish they would stop talking about the shooters, man. I really, really do. What the fuck is he doing? There we go. Ah, I've jumped forward. What a mistake. Oh my god, damage is terrible. He's gonna do the dubby? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Fuck. I really need to get that lost one cliff thing. My damage is pretty fucking garbage. Or at least it is right now. This is bad even for me. Another mass shooting. Yeah, it's fucking sad, man. I'll say that for sure. Okay. Like, it's sad to see shit like that happen, and then, like, people that will, like, I don't know. I think, like, people try to use, like, these super divisive issues, like gun control and, like, this other stuff, which is, like, a lot of people disagree on, like, gun control, let's say. But, like, I don't know. I don't think a lot of people really disagree on, like, the idea of, like, not glorifying shooters. I think a lot of people think that's bad. And I wish that there would be, like, more focus on that rather than, like, the things that people are super divided on. Because even if, like, you agree with, like, let's say gun control, or you disagree with it, it's unfortunate that people are so fixated on finding the differences between, like, the 10% of things whenever there's, like, another 90% of things that I think people agree with that would probably reduce the harm of these shootings and reduce how often they happen. No, next time we play Final Fantasy is? Oh, I was talking about that earlier. Yeah, I'll probably do it pretty soon. Do you think teachers should receive required gun training? No, I think that's silly. Okay. But what I'm saying is, like, I think that guns are only, like, one component of it. And there's a lot of other components that exist simultaneously. Okay, I don't know if I hit that or not. And I think that, like, people could, like, generally agree about a lot of the other factors. It's kind of like what I was saying before, is like people get, like, so divided on issues and they don't think about, like, all of the other things that, like, they all pretty much generally agree on, and it's like it all kind of gets eclipsed. Okay. I'm curious why I did it. Personal curiosity does not outweigh them acknowledging it. Well, I think that, like, you'll find out why they did it at some point or another, but it's like, it's one thing if, like, there's a, you know, a testimony or something like that where, like, they figure it out from, like, a legal perspective why it happened. But I think it's very different to say that versus, you know, having this person's face plastered on everything and like having this, like, big to do about it. And I think that's what the difference is in my mind. it's like I think that the more that people like they turn these like these clowns into like they make them seem like scary, and like it is scary, right? But I think that the way that you approach, it's like, for example, like a rabid dog. Like, are rabid dogs scary? Yeah, they are, but if you want a rabid dog to like not fuck with you, what do? Well, die. Fuck you. You can't show that you're afraid. I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, don't react. Yeah. Okay, here we go. That's a 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll re-entry with these guys. Why not? Damn, this guy did more damage than me. Fuck yeah. Yeah, let's re-entry. What's this guy's gear? He's got pretty good stuff too. It's 18, he's 1470. He's got some of the new items. Holy shit. Alright. Xanthrax has to requeue us. But yeah, anyway, oh my god, bro, let's requeue. Let's do it. Okay. So what's this here? Pro team or something? Like Moisted? I don't know, maybe in the future, I'm not sure. Do you think it's better to not cover them or to cover them in a humiliating way? Probably a bit of both. Alex Jones said Buffalo shooting was staged. I don't know why he has like this fixation on like these like massive like bad events being fake. I think it's really stupid. Did I not go all the way with that one? Maybe I didn't finish the second bar. Shit. Okay, did I finish Vault and Raid? Yeah, I did. It was a real pain in the ass. Like, we had a lot of people that, like, didn't know what they were doing. It was super annoying. I rolled the wrong way. Wait, the Axis slash style in MMOs? I don't know. I mean, like, the thing is, like, a lot of the older MMOs, like EverQuest and stuff like that, like really like hardcore did not appeal to me. Like I thought that they looked like trash, they played like trash, everything about them was trash. Yeah, Final Fantasy 11. Yeah, I think Final Fantasy 11 sucks too. I watched some of the gameplay, and it was just terrible. Lack of mental health and lack of value of human life is a problem. I think that there's people, like, what I found to be, like, really odd with, like, this guy is that, like, he killed... So, like, remember Adam Lanza? This is, like, that weirdo that shot up the Sandy Hook. So, like, he killed... what do you call it? He killed like his mom or like his grandma or something like that before he went and he shot up the school. And what's really weird is like this shooter did the same thing. And like also Sandy Hook was an elementary school. And I also think that, you know, he, like the one today, killed his grandma before he went and he shot up the school. So like, it's weird because, like, I mean, how much do you, like, what do you think the odds are that this was done in the context of knowing about the Sandy Hook shooter? You see what I'm saying? I think there's a very high probability that's the case. So I think you can look at cases like that and kind of like extrapolate from that a lot of the coverage of cases like that does actually cause people to do certain things. Now, maybe this person would have still gone on a shooting rampage without that, right? I mean, for sure. But I'm certainly saying, like, it's an agitator. It's a force multiplier, you could say. It gives them ideas. Fuck. Other shooters killed the relatives first to not make them feel shame or something? Yeah, well, this guy, I mean, luckily they killed him, so... Lord Boss that. Which is certainly a good thing, because, like, that way you don't have to deal with putting him in jail and all of this stuff. Like, I mean, he shot up a bunch of kids in an elementary school, just get rid of them. Okay. Nice job, bro. There it is. Do you believe in torture? I don't really think it's like, I don't really care, to be honest with you. That's really the truth. It just doesn't, I don't really give a shit. Okay. Got his ass. There it is. Watch videos of JCS? Yeah, maybe I will. Every criminal is just a result of events or things that happen to them. I mean, like, but yeah, you can say that, but you also have to, like, assume that that exists on a spectrum. Shit. Oh my god, why are you bad? Why are you bad? Oh my god, Berserker's technique. Who wants that? Big fan, Asmon. Thank you. Nobody wants this trash. Okay, we're good. Let me leave this. Kill fucking Moke again. Oh my god. Prosecute shooter's parents. They clearly failed. No, I don't agree with that. He's an 18-year-old man. Put his prosecute his parents. Like, come on. Like, I think that, like, there are cases where that's true. Like, I'm not saying, like, that's never true, but I'm also saying that, that ring was value. It was. Let's see. Channel 3. Oh, kill him. Be fine. Thunderwing? I can't. I need to get the star from Moke first, and then I can kill Thunderwing. The worst precedent ever? Yeah, exactly. VOD from yesterday is not available. I'm pretty sure it's a highlight now. Wait, a person for what the kid does? The kid has a brain, the parents can't think what the kid thinks? Yeah, but, like, at the same time, like, it's just, that's not, like, it's not a fucking catch-all. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, well, it's always the parents' fault, or it's, like, never the parents' fault. Like, for example, like, if you buy the kid a gun, and then, like, the kid's going ape shit, and he's, like, talking about shooting things up, etc. I mean, I don't know, like, I feel like that's much different and, like, much more irresponsible
than, let's say, like, much different, much more irresponsible than, let's say, like, you know, you're just kind of a bad parent. I don't know. I think it's way more complex, yeah. Does the timing of these shootings seem crazy as fuck? No, I don't think it's really crazy. It's just these things happen. Bruce almost had sign, they probably ignored them. Yeah, but like a lot of people are going to ignore the signs. Like you shouldn't expect parents to have the discerning eye to think their kid's a serial killer. It's just probably not going to happen. You shouldn't rely on the parents to do that. It should be the government and like FBI and stuff like that. Did shooting start happening as soon as COVID kind of passed? Well, that's not weird at all. Why would somebody go on a mass shooting rampage if there's nobody at the store? Isn't that kind of like there's like no point to it? Parents don't want to think their child would do such a thing? Yeah, of course. Parents have some responsibility, though, no? Well, like, he was 18 years old. He's a legal adult. Like, for example, like, let's create an imaginary scenario. So, 15-year-old and his parents buy him a gun, and, like, there's evidence that the parents know the kid's crazy, right? Maybe, like, there's conversations with the school, and the parents downplay it, and they don't take it seriously, and they buy the kid a gun, and then the kid goes and shoots people. Well, yeah, I'd say it's the parents' fault. Yeah, sure. 100%. But if some random guy that's 18 years old takes a gun and shoots somebody with it, it's not necessarily the parents' fault. What about the Vegas shooter? I don't know about every shooter of every circumstance, right? Stop people that's determined to do something crazy, but society can reduce risks. Well, I think it's all about like reducing risks. I believe that a shift from traditional values to traditional morals over the past 50 years contributes to the issue, whether you believe in religion or families or not. Generally more stable back then. Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm very much like much more of like a traditional guy, you know. I'm like the kind of guy, it's like you find one girl, you marry that girl, you buy a house, you live in the house, you have kids, and that's it, right? It's simple. You know, I'm not somebody trying to reinvent the wheel. And so, yeah, that's, you know, side piece, no, it's just, it's a pain in the ass, man. Where do you draw the line between autonomy and public safety? I don't know, it depends. But yeah, I think, obviously, like, there's a lot of people that probably, I don't know, like, how many, I don't have a lot of these statistical things on hand, but I would assume that probably kids that grow up, like, without a father, or in, like, a single mother household, or without both parents, whether they only had their mom or their dad. I would assume that probably, if you look at them collectively versus the entire population, maybe there's a higher chance that they commit crime or something. But again, like, I don't, like, I'm just guessing. Like, that's what I would assume is true, but like, I don't really know. Big dick, let's go. Did I get him? Yeah, I did. Nice. Or boss. At least this thing dies fast now. It used to take like 10 minutes to kill this thing. It was fucking awful. And you die constantly. Okay.
We'll see how this goes. Did I get it? Alright, guys. Finish this next set of ads, I'm done. I gotta go. What a joke, man. What a fucking joke. You think your opinion on Russian people changed because of what's happening in the world? No. Does my opinion of people that live in America change because America does stupid shit? I think the answer to that's obviously no. People are not responsible for their government. I think collectively you could make an argument that they are, but I think that a lot of the people that try to look at Russian people differently because of what happened with Ukraine are just people who are looking for a group of people that they can be vitriolic and hateful towards while simultaneously having the moral upper hand. Yeah, these people are not looking for a cause, they're looking for an excuse. I disagree with all of that. I don't like it. She's looking for excuses. Yeah, exactly. Women in Iraq and Syria have no member of family, no legs, no water. Because the U.S. never heard of shooting in schools. Yeah, I mean, like, that's just that's the truth. U.S. has done plenty of bad stuff around the world, and you know, people. There are people, like, sometimes people do that to me, right? They'll be like, oh, well, you know, like, I'll make a statement about something in the world, and people are like, yeah, well, what do you think about Iraq? And it's like, well, you know, like, I voted for Obama because I thought he said he was going to end the war. You know, like, that was like, so I didn't agree with that either. There's a lot of people in each country that probably don't agree with the current government. It's the same with people in China, people in Russia, people in North Korea even. There's a lot of people that don't believe and don't agree with the current government, and I think it's like dehumanizing to just categorize people in one way like that. "50-50", I'd say. It's hard to say. And also, like, the 50% that do believe it, do they believe it because they've reached that conclusion logically, or because there's been propaganda that's engineered specifically to lead them down that path? So it's like, yeah, it's like, can you really fault somebody who lives in, like, China for thinking that China is the greatest country in the world and all this because they don't even hear anything else? I don't know. Right? Are they capable of critical thought? Well, yeah, but, like, the framework of what critical thought they have is limited because they never really think to think this or whatever. I think every culture has things like that. All right, guys. I'll see you guys later. I had fun. I hope you guys did too. I'll see y'all tomorrow in the morning, early as a motherfucker. I'll see y'all then. Peace!